Lin Xiaoyu, an earnest and ordinary young man, found himself betrayed by his girlfriend Su Qing during a voyage at sea. He was merely a tool for his girlfriend to placate her family while clandestinely meeting her first love. After a furious rupture, a despondent Lin Xiaoyu fell into the ocean, his heart heavy with despair. By chance, he stumbled upon an extraordinary reef, which bound him to a mysterious Merman system. With a newfound clarity regarding the superficiality of urban life, Lin Xiaoyu returned to his coastal hometown and inherited a fishing boat, embracing the life of a fisherman. The Merman System endowed him with the ability to command the ocean, sensing the locations of all beings, communicating with marine creatures, and resisting the perils of the deep-sea environment. Henceforth, he regularly harvested giant grouper weighing hundreds of pounds, rare rainbow lobsters, and bluefin tuna exceeding 1,000 pounds. Even the treasures of century-old sunken ships hidden beneath the sea could not evade his keen perception. From initially astonishing the fishing village with his prowess to amassing wealth and upgrading his equipment, Lin Xiaoyu embarked on a remarkable journey of resurgence, guided by the system. He faced not only the envy of his peers and the covetousness of capital, but also the challenges posed by his former lover, who sought to entangle him once more. Moreover, he delved deeper into the ocean to explore treasures, exposing the dark underbelly of illegal poaching, while safeguarding the ecological balance of his homeland waters. As the system continually upgraded, Lin Xiaoyu's capabilities grew stronger, transforming him from a disheartened youth into a veritable sovereign of the sea. In his pursuit of wealth and renown, he also discovered his true life's value and sincere emotions. Chapter 1. The Fractures on the Luxurious Cruise Ship. The sea breeze, laden with a salty tang, mingled with the laughter and merriment on the deck, brushing against Lin Xiaoyu's face. He leaned against the railing, gazing into the azure where the sea kissed the sky, unable to suppress a smile. For this romantic journey at sea, he had diligently saved 3 months' wages, working late into the night, and even foregoing an egg in his breakfast, all to gift his girlfriend Su Qing an unforgettable surprise. "Xiaoyu, look at those seagulls over there. They are so adorable." Su Qing's voice floated from behind, sweet as if dipped in honey. Lin Xiaoyu turned around to behold Su Qing clad in the white dress he had meticulously selected for her, its hem fluttering delicately in the sea breeze, sunlight cascading over her silky hair, creating a soft halo. His heart warmed, and he hurried over, naturally taking the sun hat from her hands, carefully arranging her wind-tousled bangs. "Be careful of the sun. Have you applied the sunscreen I bought for you earlier?" "I did." "You squeezed so much that it nearly smeared my face." Su Qing laughed, playfully patting his arm. Yet her gaze inadvertently flickered to the phone in her pocket, her fingers instinctively tightening around it. Lin Xiaoyu remained oblivious to her subtle movements, his heart brimming with anticipation for the journey ahead. He grasped Su Qing's hand, strolling leisurely along the deck, pointing out, "Up ahead is the buffet restaurant. I heard there will be a seafood feast tonight. Haven't you always wanted to try king crab? We should take plenty when the time comes. And over there is the outdoor swimming pool. After we change, would you like me to accompany you for a swim?" Su Qing nodded in compliance, though her smile seemed somewhat strained, and her pace slowed. "Sure, that sounds good. By the way, I need to use the restroom. Can you wait for me here? Shall I accompany you?" Lin Xiaoyu instinctively offered to follow. "No, no." Su Qing quickly waved her hand, retracting her own. "It's just right ahead. I'll be back shortly." With that, she hurried towards the restroom. As she reached the corner, she glanced back to see Lin Xiaoyu hadn't followed, then swiftly retrieved her phone from her pocket, pressing the answer key and lowering her voice to a whisper. Lin Xiaoyu stood still, watching her hurried figure vanish, a strange unease creeping into his heart. This marked the 3rd time today that Su Qing had frequently sought excuses to leave, whether to visit the restroom or to get some fresh air on the other side of the deck, each time clutching her phone, returning with an air of unnaturalness. He was not oblivious to the anomalies. Before their departure, Su Qing appeared somewhat distracted, dilly-dallying while packing her luggage and nearly forgetting to bring her identification card. Once aboard, her phone was almost an extension of herself, remaining close at hand even during meals. The moment the screen illuminated, she would swiftly check it, her fingers dancing across the screen, and an expression of shyness and anticipation graced her face, one he had never witnessed before. On one occasion, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a message that popped up on Su Qing's phone, the sender labeled as Mr. Jiang, followed by a heart emoji. He casually inquired, "Who is that? Sending hearts, huh?" Su Qing, startled, fumbled and quickly turned off the screen, dismissing it with, "It's nothing, just a client who sent the wrong emoji." At the time, Lin Xiaoyu thought little of it, considering it normal for Su Qing, who worked in sales, to have numerous clients. However, upon reflection, her evasive gaze and flustered tone now felt distinctly off. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through their chat history. A week prior to their departure, he had excitedly discussed the travel itinerary with Su Qing, asking her which places she wanted to visit, to which she merely replied, "I'm fine with whatever, and just looking around is enough," lacking the usual enthusiasm she displayed when planning trips. At that moment, he attributed her demeanor to work fatigue, not realizing that perhaps she had never truly looked forward to this journey from start. Could it be that she has work-related worries? Lin Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, attempting to rationalize Su Qing's unusual behavior. He knew her well. She was strong-willed and seldom voiced her difficulties at work, always shouldering burdens alone. He settled into a nearby lounge area, ordering an iced coffee while waiting for Su Qing to return. The sun gradually dipped towards the horizon, painting the sea a brilliant gold and crimson as tourists on the deck began to gather in small groups, chatting and taking photographs, all exuding a sense of leisure. Yet, within Lin Xiaoyu's heart, a sense of suffocating unease began to mount. After a full 20 minutes, Su Qing returned at a leisurely pace. Her cheeks bore an unusual flush, her hair somewhat tousled. Upon noticing Lin Xiaoyu seated in the lounge, her steps faltered before she approached him and sat down, saying, "Sorry, there was quite a queue." "It's fine," Lin Xiaoyu replied, striving to keep his tone casual. "Have some water. We've been talking for a while, and you must be thirsty." He handed her a bottle of freshly purchased mineral water. Su Qing accepted the water, twisting open the cap and taking a large gulp, her gaze darting about, unwilling to meet Lin Xiaoyu's eyes. She set down the bottle and absently flipped through a magazine on the table, turning a few pages before closing it, her restlessness palpable. "Qing," Lin Xiaoyu hesitated before broaching the subject. "Are you hiding something from me? You seemed off these past few days." Su Qing's body stiffened abruptly. She lifted her head and forced a smile, saying, "No, you're overthinking it. I might just be feeling a bit seasick." "Seasick?" Lin Xiaoyu frowned. "Before boarding, I specifically bought you seasickness medication. Didn't you say you felt fine after taking it? You seemed perfectly well on the deck moments ago. Why the sudden sickness?" "Perhaps the medication has worn off." Su Qing's voice grew softer, her eyes avoiding Lin Xiaoyu's gaze. She instinctively touched her phone in her pocket, her fingertips icy. Observing her flustered demeanor, Lin Xiaoyu's suspicions deepened. He refrained from pressing further, silently sipping his coffee. The deck's clamor seemed to fade away, leaving only the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the hull, echoing in his heart. He reminisced about the 3 years spent with Su Qing. From their university graduation to his stable career, he had treated her as his future wife, prioritizing her in all matters. If Su Qing enjoyed shopping, he would accompany her despite his exhaustion. If she craved something to eat, he would traverse half the city to procure it. When Su Qing expressed a desire to buy a home, he scrimped and saved, setting aside most of his salary to gather enough for a down payment. He believed their relationship was unshakable, thinking this maritime journey would mark a new chapter in their romance, only to find glaring fissures emerging before they had even set sail. At dinner, Lin Xiaoyu had specially ordered a seafood feast on the deck, with the table adorned with fresh king crabs, lobsters, and oysters, all of Su Qing's favorites. Yet, her appetite was lacking. She merely picked at her food, setting down her utensils frequently to check her phone. "Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking?" Lin Xiaoyu inquired. "No, it's quite delicious, just a bit tiring." Su Qing smiled weakly, picking up her phone and standing up. "I'm going to step out on the deck for some fresh air." Lin Xiaoyu watched her hurriedly retreating figure, his unease reaching a crescendo. He set down his utensils and quietly followed her. The deck was sparsely populated, the sea breeze cooler than during the day. From a distance, Lin Xiaoyu spotted Su Qing standing at the stern, her back to him as she spoke on the phone. Her voice was hushed, but the tenderness and reliance in her tone were unlike anything Lin Xiaoyu had ever heard. "I'm just dealing with him. Please don't be angry. Yes, I miss you too. Once this trip is over, I'll come find you. All right, take care of yourself, and don't get too close to other girls." Each word struck Lin Xiaoyu like a cold blade, piercing deep into his heart. He stood frozen, feeling an icy chill envelop him, as if his very blood had congealed. The truth dawned upon him. It was not work troubles nor seasickness that plagued her. Rather, her heart harbored another. This meticulously planned romantic getaway was nothing more than a perfunctory act for her. He recalled Su Qing's nonchalance before their departure, the name Mr. Jiang on her phone, and her repeated evasions when receiving calls. All the suspicions suddenly converged, forming a heartbreaking truth. As Su Qing ended the call and turned around, she locked eyes with Lin Xiaoyu, who stood not far away. Her complexion drained of color, panic and disarray filled her gaze, and her phone slipped from her hand, clattering to the ground. Lin Xiaoyu approached her step by step, each footfall akin to treading upon the edge of a blade. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was so hoarse it was barely recognizable as speech. "Who is this, Mr. Jiang?" he inquired. Su Qing opened her mouth, yearning to articulate something, yet no words emerged. She crouched down in distress, hurriedly retrieving her phone, her fingers trembling so violently that she could barely swipe the screen. The sea breeze howled, intertwining with the crashing waves, drowning out all sounds upon the deck. Lin Xiaoyu gazed at the woman he had loved for 3 years, observing her panicked demeanor, while his affection was gradually devoured by disappointment and fury. He had saved 3 months' worth of wages, investing all his sincerity, only to be met with a meticulously orchestrated deception. This romantic voyage aboard the luxurious cruise ship ultimately became the most glaring fissure in his love, beneath which lay the long-decayed truth. Chapter 2. The bone-chilling truth of the white moonlight. The night enveloped the cruise ship like a heavy curtain of ink, shrouding it in darkness. Most of the tourists on deck had retreated to their cabins for rest, leaving only a few dimly lit wall lamps flickering in the sea breeze, casting shadows that stretched and contracted. Lin Xiaoyu leaned against the railing, his fingertips still tinged with the chill from his earlier confrontation with Su Qing. 2 hours had elapsed since their unfinished dialogue at the ship's stern. She had remained hidden within the cabin, while he stood vigil like a prisoner awaiting judgment. The sea breeze had intensified since evening, carrying the briny scent of the ocean, penetrating his collar and chilling him to the bone. Yet, Lin Xiaoyu found no inclination to tighten his coat, his mind consumed by the image of Su Qing's phone lying on the ground, her panicked expression, and her words. "I'm only with him to deal with it. Deal with it." He had saved 3 months' worth of wages, endured countless late nights at work, and even restricted his breakfast to mere buns and pickles to save money, only to be met with such dismissive words. He pulled out a cigarette, extracting the last stick and lighting it, the crimson flame flickering in the night. The smoke burned his lungs, inducing a fit of coughing that nearly brought him to tears. He recalled the first time he met Su Qing 3 years ago, when she wore a light blue shirt, standing beside a cherry blossom tree at the company entrance, smiling as she handed him a document. Sunlight cascaded onto her lashes, resembling a sprinkle of shattered diamonds. At that moment, he believed it was the greatest fortune of his life to encounter such a girl. Yet, in retrospect, those so-called fortunes may have been nothing but illusions from the start. Su Qing never introduced him to her family, claiming her parents had traditional views and that she would wait until things were stable to make introductions. She seldom posted photos of him on social media, stating she did not wish to appear too ostentatious. Even this trip had only been secured after he had persistently persuaded her for half a month. He had always thought himself inadequate, failing to meet Su Qing's expectations. Only now did he comprehend that it was not a matter of being insufficient, but rather that he had never been included in her future at all. With a soft click, the cabin door swung open. Lin Xiaoyu abruptly extinguished his cigarette and looked up to see Su Qing emerging, now clad in a creamy knit cardigan. Holding a delicate purse, her steps hurried as if she were on her way to a rendezvous. She did not notice Lin Xiaoyu lurking in the corner, striding directly towards the opposite side of the deck. His heart tightened instinctively, and he trailed after her, uncertain of his intentions. Perhaps clinging to a glimmer of hope that what he had overheard was merely a misunderstanding, yearning for Su Qing to provide him with a plausible explanation. Su Qing reached the observation platform at the farthest point of the deck, where the light was obscured, rendering it the most secluded area of the ship. She took out her phone and pressed a few buttons. Soon, another set of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Lin Xiaoyu quickly concealed himself behind a nearby pillar, his heart racing in his chest as if it might burst through his ribs. He observed a man clad in a black suit approach, tall and poised, holding a bouquet of white roses, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The man stepped before Su Qing, effortlessly accepting her purse and presenting her the roses. "Did you wait long? I was caught up in an impromptu meeting and arrived late." "It's all right. I just got here too," Su Qing replied, her tone laced with a playful lilt, a stark contrast to the indifference she had shown Lin Xiaoyu earlier. She accepted the roses, inhaling their fragrance, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "How did you know I adore white roses? You mentioned before that white roses resemble snow, pure and pristine." The man chuckled, affectionately ruffling Su Qing's hair. "Is this trip proceeding smoothly?" He hasn't caught on to anything, has he? Rest assured, he is quite naive. He believes whatever I say. Su Qing's light scoff carried an imperceptible hint of disdain. If it weren't for my mother's incessant pressure to find a stable partner, I wouldn't be here with him. The man took her hand, drawing her closer, lowering his voice. I apologize for putting you through this, Qing. Once I resolve the issues with my family, I will propose to you immediately, and you will never have to endure pretending with anyone else again. Jiang Hao, you mustn't deceive me. Su Qing nestled into the man's embrace, her voice soft and dependent. I've been with him for 3 years, never once feeling for him. My heart has always belonged to you. Had you not gone abroad back then, we wouldn't have been apart for so long. Jiang Hao, Lin Xiaoyu, hidden behind the pillar, felt his blood run cold. The man labeled Mr. Jiang was none other than Su Qing's cherished white moonlight. 3 years ago, Su Qing had mentioned an ex-boyfriend from university who went abroad, and to his shock, it turned out to be the very man standing before him. How could I possibly deceive you? Jiang Hao tightened his embrace, holding Su Qing closer. I returned solely for you. Just bear with me a little longer. Once I straighten things out at the company, I will introduce you to my parents. They will surely adore you. And what about Lin Xiaoyu? Su Qing's voice bore a hint of hesitation, yet more of an assumption. He has treated me quite well. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to suddenly break up with him? What is inappropriate about it? Jiang Hao scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. He is merely a tool you've employed to placate your family. Do you genuinely intend to spend your life with him? Once we are together, we can simply offer him some money as compensation, and everything will be fine. Tool compensation. Those words pierced Lin Xiaoyu's heart like a blade forged from ice. He leaned against the cold pillar, feeling utterly drained, barely able to stand. His 3 years of earnest devotion had been reduced to nothing but a trivial pretense in the eyes of Su Qing and Jiang Hao. The love he cherished was merely a means for Su Qing to buy time. All his hopes and dreams had become nothing more than a cruel jest. He recalled how he had saved diligently for a month to purchase Su Qing a birthday gift, ultimately buying her a necklace she had long desired. He remembered rushing to the hospital when she fell ill, staying by her side all night, only to drag his fatigued body to work the next day. He envisioned a future where every moment included Su Qing, even beginning to search for a home, planning to propose once their travels concluded. Now, reflecting on those once beautiful images, they now appeared painfully ironic. Su Qing seemed about to say something more, but Jiang Hao leaned down to kiss her, unable to endure any longer. Lin Xiaoyu abruptly stepped out from behind the pillar, his steps unsteady as he approached them. Qing Jiang Hao. His voice was hoarse, trembling with suppressed emotion. Su Qing and Jiang Hao sprang apart at the sound. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu, Su Qing's face turned ashen, her eyes filled with panic and confusion, mirroring her earlier reaction at the ship's stern. Jiang Hao frowned, an expression of wariness and disdain crossing his features as he instinctively shielded Su Qing behind him. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Su Qing's voice quivered, avoiding Lin Xiaoyu's gaze. Lin Xiaoyu did not respond to her question. He simply fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes reddening, tears brimming yet refusing to fall. He inquired, each word deliberate and heavy. I overheard everything you said just now. He is Jiang Hao, your white moonlight. Isn't I am the tool you mentioned, am I not? Su Qing opened her mouth, attempting to speak, but Jiang Hao spoke first, stepping forward, looking down at Lin Xiaoyu with a condescending air. So what if it is? Mr. Lin, I acknowledge that you have treated Qing well, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. Her heart has always belonged to me. You should cease to pursue her. Pursue? Lin Xiaoyu laughed bitterly, as if he had heard the greatest of jokes. Yet, as he laughed, tears began to stream down his face. I pursue her? I have been with her for 3 years, sacrificing so much. I even planned our future together. How have I become the one pursuing her? All of this is your own volition. It has nothing to do with Qing, Jiang Hao coldly declared. Qing has already confided in me that she has never harbored feelings for you. Her association with you was merely to appease her family. Now that I have returned, it is only natural that she wishes to be with me. Mr. Lin, if you have any sense, you should proactively break up with Qing to spare everyone from embarrassment. Sense? Embarrassment? Lin Xiaoyu gazed at Jiang Hao, then at Su Qing, who shrank timidly behind him, unable to meet anyone's gaze. The last vestige of hope within him shattered. He suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue, so weary that he lacked the strength to be angry. Drawing a deep breath, he wiped away the tears from his face, his eyes transforming into a calm and icy stare. He looked at Su Qing, speaking each word with deliberation. Su Qing, after 3 years of affection, I have no regrets. Everything I have done for you was from my heart, and I do not lament it. But from this moment forth, we shall part ways. With that, he refrained from casting another glance at Su Qing or Jiang Hao and turned towards the cabin. In the night, his silhouette appeared particularly solitary, each step heavy and resolute. The sea breeze continued to blow, and the waves relentlessly battered the hull. Yet Lin Xiaoyu's heart felt as though it had succumbed to death, devoid of any warmth. He understood that the romantic journey he had meticulously orchestrated had come to a complete halt, and with its conclusion, his love had been shattered into irretrievable fragments. The white roses on the deck still exuded their fragrance, but that scent pierced him like needles, causing every inch of his skin to ache. Chapter 3. The moment of rupture, dignity trampled. As Lin Xiaoyu turned away, he was met with Su Qing's flustered voice, tinged with resentment. Lin Xiaoyu, wait. He paused momentarily, but did not look back. The sea breeze swirled the fallen leaves on the deck around his feet, as if mocking this absurd farce. He believed he had achieved a semblance of calm, yet his fingertips trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but from a profound disappointment that gnawed at the remnants of his dignity. Are you really just going to leave? Jiang Hao's voice dripped with condescension as he swiftly caught up, gripping Lin Xiaoyu's arm. Let's clarify things before you go. Don't make it seem like Qingqing wronged you later. Lin Xiaoyu violently shook off his grasp, the force causing Jiang Hao to stumble. Finally turning to face the pair. His eyes ablaze with suppressed fury, he exclaimed, clarify? What is there to clarify? You've toyed with me for 3 years, and now you want me to clarify things? Su Qing was taken aback by his gaze, instinctively retreating behind Jiang Hao, yet her words took on a defiant tone. Lin Xiaoyu, don't speak to me like that. I didn't treat you poorly when we were together, did I? I tried to meet your desires. Now that I have found my true love. What is wrong with breaking up with you? True love? Lin Xiaoyu felt as though he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Tears welled up once more. So you can discard my sincerity like refuse? You've deceived me for 3 years under the pretense of appeasing your family? Su Qing, where is your conscience? What of my conscience? Su Qing's voice rose sharply, as though he had struck a nerve, bolstering her own resolve. I told you my parents were pressuring me to marry. You were the one who insisted on being kind to me. I never forced you to do anything. It was your own choice. Now that Jiang Hao has returned, I choose him. What is wrong with that? Nothing wrong. Lin Xiaoyu trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Qing. You tell me, who is this Mr. Jiang in your phone? Who do you think of when you sneak away to take calls? You travel with me, yet secretly rendezvous with him. There's nothing wrong with that? Su Qing was rendered speechless, her complexion shifting from pale to flushed. Observing her distress, Jiang Hao stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Su Qing. His gaze dismissively appraising Lin Xiaoyu, as if he were an inconsequential stranger. Mr. Lin, mind your manners. Qingqing granting you 3 years of her time was already a favor to you. Just look at yourself, a pauper who scrapes together money to take a girlfriend on trips. Do you think you are worthy of competing for Qingqing? Worthy or not? Who are you to judge? Lin Xiaoyu shot a fierce glare at Jiang Hao. My relationship with Su Qing is ours alone. You should refrain from interfering. Interfering? Jiang Hao scoffed, pulling out a thick stack of cash from his wallet and flinging it at Lin Xiaoyu. The red bills scattered across the deck, swirling in the sea breeze like sharp slaps against Lin Xiaoyu's face. This money should suffice to compensate for your losses over the past 3 years. Take it and leave Qingqing. Do not pursue her any longer. A person like you will never provide her with the life she desires. Instead of wasting your time here, take this money and improve your own circumstances to avoid being an eyesore. Lin Xiaoyu stared at the money on the ground, a surge of blood rushing to his head. Nothing enraged him more than having his dignity insulted through monetary means, especially after being betrayed. He bent down, scooping up the bills and forcefully hurling them at Jiang Hao's face. Do you think wealth makes you superior? I, Lin Xiaoyu, may be poor, but I am not so desperate as to accept your filthy money. The cash struck Jiang Hao's face and fell in disarray. His expression darkened, disbelief etched across his features, as he had not anticipated Lin Xiaoyu's defiance. Enraged, he shoved Lin Xiaoyu. You dare strike me? You're asking for it. Lin Xiaoyu, already unsteady from his emotional turmoil, stumbled back several steps from the shove, nearly losing his balance on the deck. Regaining his footing, he intended to confront him again, but Su Qing suddenly rushed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu, have you lost your mind? Jiang Hao was being generous, and you still dare to strike him? Are you trying to extort money? Extort money? Lin Xiaoyu stared at Su Qing in disbelief. Su Qing, how could you say that? I have never asked you for a single penny in our 3 years together. Everything I did for you came from my heart. Otherwise, Su Qing averted her gaze, unable to meet Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, her tone icy. You were with me for my looks and the status I brought you, right? Now that Jiang Hao has returned, you realize you have no hope, and you want to use this incident to extort money? Do you think I can't see through you? Lin Xiaoyu's heart sank completely. He looked at this woman, once familiar, yet now alien, and suddenly felt like a fool for the past 3 years. He had given her his all, only to be met with such slander and accusations. All his efforts and sincerity had been twisted into manipulative schemes in her eyes. Oh, So I sought you for your beauty and intended to extort money. Lin Xiaoyu chuckled bitterly, tears streaming down his face like pearls from a broken string. Su Qing, I truly must have been blind to have fallen for a woman like you. From this day forth, I, Lin Xiaoyu, sever all ties with you. We shall have no further connection. With that, he turned to leave, unwilling to cast another glance at the duo. Yet Jiang Hao had no intention of letting him go. Stepping forward once more to shove Lin Xiaoyu, his tone menacing. You may leave, but remember, do not let me see you near Qingqing again. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Lin Xiaoyu stumbled, his back colliding heavily against the cold railing of the deck. The icy sensation seeped through his clothing, momentarily sharpening his awareness. He turned back, coldly assessing Jiang Hao. You had best not push me. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Bite? Jiang Hao laughed, as if he had heard the most amusing thing. Go on, show me. I'll tell you, a person like you, I could crush with a single hand. You think you can contend with me? You are just not up to the challenge. Su Qing stood aside, observing Jiang Hao bully Lin Xiaoyu. Instead of intervening, she remarked, Jiang Hao, do not squander your time with him. Let us depart. Lingering here will only diminish our stature. Jiang Hao nodded, casting a scornful glance at Lin Xiaoyu as he wrapped his arm around Su Qing's waist and turned to leave. After a few steps, Su Qing glanced back at Lin Xiaoyu, her eyes devoid of any remorse, harboring only a barely perceptible disdain, as if she were gazing at a piece of filthy refuse. Leaning against the railing, Lin Xiaoyu watched their intimate figures retreat, feeling as if all the strength had been drained from his body. The sea breeze stung his cheeks, mingling with his tears, which tasted both salty and bitter as they flowed into his mouth. He looked down at his hands, which had once washed clothes and cooked meals for Su Qing, hands that had labored tirelessly to buy her gifts. Yet now, they lacked even the strength to clench into fists. Memories of the steamed buns and pickled vegetables he had endured while saving money, the exhaustion of working late into the night, and the dreams he had once harbored for the future all crystallized into nothingness at that moment. His dignity, his sincerity, his love had all been ruthlessly trampled underfoot by this couple, shattered into fragments. As the number of people on the deck dwindled, Lin Xiaoyu found himself utterly alone. He leaned against the railing, staring into the inky abyss of the sea, his heart heavy with despair. He was unsure of where to go, uncertain of how to navigate the path ahead. He felt akin to a leaf discarded by the waves, adrift in the boundless ocean, devoid of direction and hope. The wind intensified, carrying the sound of crashing waves that howled in his ears. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overtook him, his body leaning uncontrollably forward. He attempted to grasp the railing, but his hand slipped, and he plunged into the dark sea. With a splash, the frigid water enveloped him instantly. As he struggled, the last thought flashing through his mind was of Su Qing and Jiang Hao's derisive gazes, along with the piercing words that stabbed at his heart. You are not worthy of her. The anguish of shattered dignity, the despair of betrayal, and the icy grip of the sea surged within him. He felt as though he were on the brink of suffocation, his consciousness beginning to fade. Yet, at that moment, his foot struck something solid beneath him, followed by a blinding blue light ascending from the depths, enveloping his body. Chapter 4. A fall into the sea and the struggle for survival. As Lin Xiaoyu's body hit the water, it felt akin to slamming against a cold iron plate. The bone-chilling cold seeped into his very being, extinguishing the last flicker of fury in his chest, leaving only an overwhelming sense of icy desolation. Instinctively, he began to flail, his arms thrashing against the surface, but the waves, like invisible hands, relentlessly dragged him downward. The night sea was a pitch-black void, with only the distant lights of the cruise ship casting hazy reflections on the water, reminiscent of his flickering hopes. Help! Help! Lin Xiaoyu opened his mouth to cry out. But as soon as he did, the briny water surged into his throat, choking him and forcing a violent cough. Tears mingled with seawater, blurring his vision. He yearned to lift his head and glimpse the direction of the cruise ship, but the waves repeatedly submerged him, robbing him of every chance to breathe. The pain from where Jiang Hao had shoved him against the railing still throbbed in his back. Combined with the humiliation of his dignity being trampled and the despair of betrayal, it felt like heavy shackles, nearly suffocating him. For a fleeting moment, he entertained the notion of surrendering. What was the point of living? 3 years of earnest devotion had been in vain, and even the last remnants of his dignity lay beneath their feet. What meaning did life hold now? But just as he was about to relinquish his struggle, images of his parents in their final moments flashed through his mind. His father, grasping his hand, spoke in broken phrases. Xiaoyu, no matter what happens, you must live well. Your father's fishing boat is still waiting for you. His mother, with tear-filled eyes, pressed a boiled egg into his palm, saying, do not compromise yourself. If it becomes unbearable, just return home. There will always be food for you. No, I cannot die. Lin Xiaoyu jolted awake, the instinct for survival overpowering his despair. He had yet to fulfill his parents' wishes. The old fishing boat back home awaited him. He could not allow himself to perish in this sea without purpose. Nor could he give Su Qing and Jiang Hao the satisfaction of witnessing his demise. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to adjust his position, striving to keep his body afloat. The waves continued to surge, each rise and fall threatening to tear him apart. But he fixated on the distant lights of the cruise ship, that faint glow becoming his sole objective. Just as he swam a few meters toward the ship, he suddenly felt a powerful force thrust him from behind, sending him plummeting once more toward the depths. Turning to look, he saw Jiang Hao standing at the railing, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his lips, holding an empty water bottle. That last push had clearly been a deliberate blow to his back. "You bastard." Lin Xiaoyu trembled with fury, but as he uttered those words, he was again choked by the seawater, unable to voice his anger. Jiang Hao loomed above him, looking down as if he were observing an ant on the verge of drowning. He even gestured a mocking farewell to Lin Xiaoyu before turning away, embracing Su Qing, who had rushed over, and walking away without a backward glance. As Su Qing passed the railing, she did not spare a single glance toward the sea, as if the man who had loved her for 3 years was not struggling for his life, but rather a completely insignificant stranger. "Beasts. You two are nothing but beasts." Lin Xiaoyu screamed inwardly, his rage and resentment igniting like flames. He had once believed Jiang Hao to be merely arrogant and Su Qing selfish. Yet he had never anticipated their cruelty to extend this far, not only to obliterate his love and dignity, but to take his very life. The waves grew stronger, the lights of the cruise ship fading into a blur in his vision. He felt his strength waning rapidly, his arms and legs heavy as if laden with lead. Every stroke required immense effort. The icy water continued to sap his body heat, and his consciousness began to fade, visions of delirium appearing before his eyes. He thought he saw the old fishing boat from his hometown, his father standing at the bow, waving at him. "Father, I am fading." Lin Xiaoyu's eyelids grew heavier, and just as he was about to lose consciousness, a sudden sharp pain jolted through his foot. He opened his eyes to discover he had accidentally kicked a submerged rock. This rock became his lifeline. With every ounce of strength, he pressed his foot against the rock, pushing himself above the surface to gulp in fresh air. But before he could regain his composure, a larger wave crashed over him, dragging him back into the abyss. This time, he did not succumb to panic as he had before. With his remaining awareness, he clung tightly to a floating piece of wood, likely debris from the cruise ship. He pressed his body against the wood to conserve energy, striving to remain alert. The waves carried him adrift, and after an indeterminate amount of time, he felt his body collide with something. Opening his eyes, he discovered a larger rock, adorned with seaweed. Grasping it as if it were his last hope, he exerted all his strength to climb atop the rock. The rock was not large, just enough to accommodate one person lying down. Lin Xiaoyu collapsed on the rock, gasping for breath, his soaked clothes clinging to his body, leaving him shivering uncontrollably. He gazed upward at the sky, where the night stretched out like an inky canvas devoid of stars. Only the rhythmic crashing of waves against the rocks punctuated the profound silence of the night, resonating with an unsettling clarity. He ran his hands over his body and, to his relief, found that aside from a few abrasions and bruises, he was relatively unscathed. However, the exhaustion and hypothermia weighed heavily upon him, and he felt as though he might faint at any moment. He needed to find a way to shore swiftly, otherwise, he would inevitably succumb to the cold. Lin Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and struggled to sit up, casting his gaze around. In the distance, he discerned a faint glimmer of light on the water's surface, likely emanating from an island or fishing village. He understood that he must swim towards that beacon. Though it appeared distant and fraught with peril, it represented his sole chance of survival. Taking a deep breath, he plunged once more into the frigid sea. This time, he did not succumb to panic as he had before. He regulated his breathing, maintaining a steady rhythm as he swam toward the distant light. The waves continued to surge, yet his determination solidified. He not only wished to survive, but to do so with purpose. One day, he would ensure that Su Qing and Jiang Hao would face the consequences of their actions today. The icy water relentlessly battered his body, sapping his strength with each passing moment. Yet he clung to a singular thought. To survive, he must persist. Time became a blur as he swam, his arms and legs growing numb, driven solely by instinct. Just as he felt he could endure no longer, the light drew closer, and he could even faintly hear the sound of barking dogs from the island. Almost there, he encouraged himself, summoning his last reserves of strength to swim toward the light. Finally, the moment his fingertips grazed the sandy shore, he could hold on no longer. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Just before slipping away, he seemed to hear someone calling his name, accompanied by warm hands pulling him from the icy depths. Chapter 5. The Underwater Reef. As his consciousness wavered, Lin Xiaoyu felt as though he had been enveloped in a warm embrace. The once biting sea now felt like a soothing hot spring, gently buoying his body. He attempted to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as if glued shut, surrendering to the comforting force that cradled him. At that moment, a subtle sensation stirred beneath his feet, neither the softness of water nor the roughness of rock, but a warm pulse, as if something was gently throbbing below. Lin Xiaoyu's awareness sharpened slightly. He recalled kicking a rock while struggling in the water. Could it be that he had drifted back to the same spot? Testing his toes, he felt the warmth intensify, accompanied by a faint blue glow that ascended from his feet along his calves, tracing a delicate luminescent path through the dark waters. Curiosity overcame fatigue, and he summoned his remaining strength to suddenly open his eyes. What lay before him rendered him utterly astonished. His body floated above a reef, half his height, which bore a deep teal hue, its surface adorned with intricate patterns resembling a naturally formed totem. Most astonishingly, a soft blue luminescence seeped from the crevices of the rock, drifting upward through the water as if alive, ultimately coalescing around him to form a translucent blue shield. The water within this shield felt remarkably warm, dispelling the chill that had gripped him, while revitalizing his sore limbs. He could distinctly sense a gentle energy permeating his skin, flowing into his very being. What is this? Lin Xiaoyu parted his lips, yearning to call out, yet upon doing so, the water did not rush down his throat as before. Instead, it was as though an invisible barrier held it at bay. He attempted to breathe, and to his astonishment, he found he could inhale effortlessly, as if on land, not air, but a purer, more invigorating energy that coursed into his lungs, instantly reviving his spirit. Just as he marveled at this phenomenon, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind, devoid of emotion yet distinctly clear, detecting weak vital signs of the host. Binding conditions met. Merfolk system is activating. 105-0100 activation successful. Congratulations, host Lin Xiaoyu, for successfully binding to the Merfolk system. Foundational skills unlocked. Underwater breathing, marine creature location. Lin Xiaoyu's body stiffened in disbelief, suspecting he was experiencing a hallucination. He shook his head to dispel the strange voice, but it returned, accompanied by a faint blue virtual panel that appeared before him. Host, Lin Xiaoyu. Status, light injuries. Bound system, Merfolk system. Unlocked skills, underwater breathing. Allows free breathing in any aquatic environment, unaffected by water pressure or quality. Marine creature location. Can sense the position, type, and size of marine creatures within a 1,000-meter radius. The stronger the mental power, the greater the sensing range. Current task, none. System prompt. The host can enhance the system level and unlock additional skills by exploring the ocean, capturing rare creatures, and restoring marine ecology. The virtual panel hovered clearly before him, moving with his gaze, tantalizingly within reach yet intangible. When Lin Xiaoyu extended his hand, his fingertips passed through the panel without contact. Yet the text remained vividly visible. System? Lin Xiaoyu tentatively mused inwardly. What exactly is this? Replying to the host. The Merfolk system is an ecological guardian system inherited from ancient marine civilizations, aimed at assisting the host in connecting with the ocean, safeguarding marine ecology, while simultaneously enhancing corresponding abilities. The cold, mechanical voice echoed once more, clarifying his confusion. Lin Xiaoyu realized he was not hallucinating. He had genuinely bound himself to a system from an ancient civilization. The earlier underwater breathing, along with the virtual panel before him, were all gifts of the system. He trembled with excitement. The humiliation of betrayal, the rage of being cast into the sea, and the despair of survival all transformed into overwhelming joy. He could not help but inwardly shout, "Heaven has eyes. Su Qing, Zhang Hao, did you ever imagine? Not only am I alive, but I have also acquired something so wondrous." He attempted to activate the system skill, concentrating his mind, silently commanding marine creature location. In an instant, the virtual panel shifted, morphing into a three-dimensional map of the ocean. The map was dotted with various colored points. Red indicated dangerous creatures, green signified ordinary ones, and blue represented rare species. Each point was annotated with the creature's name, size, and distance. He observed a cluster of green points within 50 meters, labeled as a school of sardines. At 100 meters, a red point marked an eel, and at 500 meters, a blue point denoted a grouper. These points updated in real time with his gaze, revealing the eel gliding slowly and the sardines shifting formations. Incredible, Lin Xiaoyu marveled. With this skill, fishing in the ocean would be effortless. He then endeavored to experience the underwater breathing skill. Previously, he merely breathed passively. Now he consciously inhaled deeply, distinctly sensing a unique energy embedded within the surrounding seawater. As it flowed into his body, It transformed into stamina and energy points. The stamina value on the virtual panel gradually increased from 30, 100 to 35, 100, while the energy value surged from 10, 100 to 15, 100. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could restore stamina and energy simply through breathing. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with realization. This meant he no longer had to worry about exhausting himself in the ocean. He glanced down at the luminous reef beneath his feet, acknowledging that all of this was a gift from this very stone. He extended his hand, gently caressing the surface of the reef. Its warm textures resonated under his touch, and the blue light emanating from its crevices appeared to shine even brighter. System prompt. An ancient energy source has been detected. It can be absorbed and converted into system energy. Would you like to absorb it? Absorb. Lin Xiaoyu answered resolutely in his heart. No sooner had he thought this than the blue light from the reef suddenly became blinding, and a surge of potent energy coursed through his palm into his body. The energy value on the virtual panel began to escalate swiftly. 15, 100, 25, 100, 50, 100, until it finally plateaued at 80, 100. The blue light of the reef gradually dimmed, ultimately reverting to its ordinary appearance, devoid of any unique characteristics. Energy absorption complete. System energy value elevated to 80, 100. And host stamina value enhanced to 60, 100. Lin Xiaoyu moved his limbs, feeling invigorated, as the previous fatigue and soreness dissipated entirely. He could even swim effortlessly, his speed several times greater than before. He lifted his gaze towards the distance, although the ocean remained shrouded in darkness. The assistance of the system had banished his prior fears. He could distinctly perceive the marine creatures around him, breathe freely underwater, and even discern directions through the system panel. It was time to return to shore. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath, calling forth the marine creature locator map in his mind, pinpointing the faint light he had previously seen. It was approximately 3 kilometers away, with no excessively dangerous creatures en route. He adjusted his posture and, like a nimble fish, swam towards the light. The seawater flowed past him, gentle as silk. He could see small fish darting nearby, hear the distant low calls of whales, and even sense the currents beneath the sea. This was the first time he had so vividly experienced the ocean, a place that had once nearly claimed his life, but now bestowed upon him a new beginning. As he swam, he silently vowed, Su Qing, Jiang Hao, wait for me. I, Lin Xiaoyu, will not let this slide. One day, you shall pay dearly for your misdeeds, and this vast ocean will be the starting point of my rise. In the frigid waters, Lin Xiaoyu's gaze grew resolutely steadfast. Behind him lay a past marked by betrayal. Ahead of him, a future brimming with hope. The binding of the fisherman system had opened a gateway towards becoming the sovereign of the seas. After swimming for about half an hour, the distant light grew ever closer, and he could even discern the outline of an island. The sounds of barking dogs and human voices wafted from the shore. It was the warmth of human existence that he craved most at that moment. He quickened his pace, propelling himself towards the shore. When his feet once again touched the sandy beach, he did not collapse as before, but stood firmly, gazing at the island before him, a long-lost smile gracing his lips. A new life officially began at that moment. Chapter 6. Initial trial of powers. As Lin Xiaoyu swam back to shore, the instant his feet touched the sand, he found himself still reeling from the astonishment of possessing newfound powers. He looked down at his hands, the tips still damp with seawater. Yet the experience of freely breathing and sensing the world around him in the sea felt all too real to be a mere illusion. The barking of dogs grew increasingly closer, mingling with the shouts of fishermen, finally easing the tension in his nerves. He needed to find a place to warm up. Wrapping his soaked coat tighter around him, Lin Xiaoyu walked along the beach toward the glowing light. The island's night breeze was strong, the salty wind stinging his face like tiny daggers, yet a fire burned within him. The emergence of the fisherman system not only granted him a chance at survival, but also instilled him with the confidence to fight back. After taking only a few steps, he suddenly recalled something and halted, mentally invoking the marine creature locator. A pale blue virtual panel unfolded instantly, overlaying the real scene before him. In the shallow waters near the beach, numerous green dots marked the presence of small silver fish and hermit crabs, with no red danger indicators in sight, indicating that the shallow waters were quite safe. This skill is incredibly useful, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim. Previously, in the depths of the ocean, he could only rely on instinct to evade danger. Now, with the system's alerts, it was as if he had gained a pair of X-ray eyes, allowing him to see the underwater situation with clarity. He retracted his powers and continued toward the light. Before long, he spotted a simple fishing hut. In front of the hut lay a clearing piled high with fishing nets and gear, where several fishermen clad in cotton jackets gathered around a bonfire, chatting amicably. Nearby, 2 large yellow dogs were tied up, barking excitedly upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu. Who is it? Out so late at the seaside? An elderly man, his skin dark and wrinkled, stood up, holding a flashlight that he shone towards Lin Xiaoyu. The light was so bright that Lin Xiaoyu squinted and quickly raised his hand, smiling as he said, "Sir, I'm a tourist who accidentally fell off a cruise ship and swam to this island. I was hoping to find a place to rest." The fishermen were taken aback by his words and quickly gathered around him. A middle-aged fisherman scrutinized Lin Xiaoyu, puzzled, and asked, "You fell off a cruise ship? You swam all this way? Are you joking?" Lin Xiaoyu was aware that this sounded utterly absurd, so he could only manage a wry smile and briefly explained how he had been pushed into the sea. Omitting the details about the system, such an extraordinary tale would hardly be believed. After hearing his story, the fisherman sighed in sympathy. The elderly man who had spoken earlier patted Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder and said, "Child, you've had a rough time. Come, warm yourself by the fire. I'll have my wife prepare a bowl of ginger soup for you." Lin Xiaoyu gratefully responded, "Thank you," and followed the fisherman to the bonfire. The yellow dogs ceased barking, wagging their tails as they approached him, nudging his pant leg with their noses. The warmth of the bonfire dispelled the chill that had settled over him, and as Lin Xiaoyu sat on a wooden stool, he felt significantly more comfortable. "Sir, what is the name of this island? How far is it from the mainland?" Lin Xiaoyu inquired. "This is called Wanyu Island. The nearest port is several dozen nautical miles away," the elderly man replied while adding more firewood. "We all make a living from fishing here, and outsiders rarely visit. If you want to return, you'll have to wait until tomorrow morning to leave with our boat." "All right, thank you, sir." Lin Xiaoyu nodded, contemplating his plans for when he returned. He was currently without a penny to his name. His identification and phone were back on the cruise ship. He needed to contact the cruise company to retrieve his belongings, then return to his hometown, Wanghai Village, where his father had left behind a fishing boat. Now that he possessed the fisherman system, he might be able to carve out a niche for himself in fishing. Before long, an elderly woman in an apron approached with a steaming bowl of ginger soup, handing it to Lin Xiaoyu. "Child, drink this quickly to chase away the chill. Don't catch a cold." Lin Xiaoyu accepted the ginger soup, took a sip, and felt the spicy warmth flow from his throat to his stomach, enveloping him in a comforting heat. He gratefully replied, "Thank you, ma'am. You are very kind. We are all out here, so it's only right to help each other." The elderly woman smiled as she said, "If you don't mind, you can sleep in our little shed tonight. Although it's humble, it will keep you sheltered from the wind and rain." "Thank you for not holding it against me," Lin Xiaoyu said hurriedly. For the next several hours, he sat by the campfire with the elderly, engaging in conversation as they recounted tales of Wanyu Island and amusing anecdotes from their fishing expeditions. Upon learning that Lin Xiaoyu hailed from a fishing village as well, the elders began discussing various fish species and their catching techniques. Lin Xiaoyu listened intently, occasionally supplementing their knowledge with details they were unaware of, thanks to his system's marine biological positioning skill. The elders were astonished, believing him to be a fishing prodigy who had grown up by the sea. Before they knew it, dawn was approaching. The elders began to tidy up their fishing gear, preparing to venture out to sea. The lead elder, Uncle Wang, patted Lin Xiaoyu on the shoulder and said, "Child, come with us to sea. We will show you our fishing grounds at Wanyu Island, and afterward, we will take you to the port." Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed, eager to test the practical application of his system in a real fishing scenario and see if he could assist the elders. As the fishing boat departed the harbor, it set course into the deep sea. Uncle Wang and the other fishermen skillfully cast their nets, while Lin Xiaoyu stood at the bow, activating his marine biological positioning skill. A pale blue panel unfurled before him, revealing a massive cluster of blue light points, indicating a school of yellow croaker fish 200 meters ahead. "Uncle Wang, there's a large school of yellow croaker fish 200 meters ahead. We can cast our nets there?" Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed eagerly. Uncle Wang paused, puzzled, and asked, "How do you know there are yellow croaker fish ahead? We've been here several times and have never encountered a school of fish. I have always been particularly sensitive to the locations of fish schools. I can sense where they are," Lin Xiaoyu offered as an excuse. Uncle Wang, half convinced, instructed the fishermen to steer the boat to Lin Xiaoyu's indicated spot and cast their nets. Before long, the nets were pulled up, revealing an astonishing catch of golden yellow croaker fish, weighing several hundred pounds. There really are that many yellow croaker fish. Uncle Wang and the other fishermen were astounded, gathering around to marvel at the haul. "Child, your skill is truly remarkable. You surpass us, seasoned fishermen." Lin Xiaoyu smiled modestly, choosing not to elaborate further. He continued to scan the surrounding waters with his system, identifying several more fish schools and guiding the elders to cast their nets accordingly. By the end of the morning, the boat's hold was brimming with a catch that far exceeded their usual bounty. "Child, you are truly a blessing to us at Wanyu Island," Uncle Wang exclaimed, beaming with joy as he patted Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder. "If you ever wish to visit Wanyu Island again, you are always welcome. We will treat you well." Lin Xiaoyu expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Wang. I was just fortunate." By around 10 o'clock in the morning, the fishing boat returned to the harbor. Uncle Wang arranged for someone to escort Lin Xiaoyu to the nearest port, slipping him several hundred yuan and some dried fish, saying, "Child, take this money for your journey. Don't refuse it." Lin Xiaoyu, unable to decline, accepted it with a heart full of gratitude. After bidding farewell to the elders, he set off towards the port. As he sat on the bus heading to the port, gazing out at the sea, his heart brimmed with hope. He understood that this was merely the beginning of his path to redemption. Armed with the fisherman system and practical experience from Wanyu Island, he was determined to carve out a niche for himself in his hometown of Wanhai Village, making those who had looked down upon him, especially Su Qing and Jiang Hao, regret their actions. The bus departed from Wanyu Island, heading toward the mainland. Leaning against the window, Lin Xiaoyu closed his eyes, mentally summoning the system panel. Host, Lin Xiaoyu. Status, good. Bound system, fisherman system. Unlocked skills, underwater breathing. Marine biological positioning. Current tasks, none. System prompt. The host can enhance the system level and unlock more skills by exploring the ocean, capturing rare marine life, and restoring marine ecology. Wanhai Village. I am returning, Lin Xiaoyu silently vowed, his gaze filled with determination. His new life was set to commence in those familiar waters. Chapter 7. The end of the journey, a gloomy departure. As the car arrived at the port, the midday sun blazed fiercely, causing the sea's surface to shimmer brilliantly, making it difficult to open one's eyes. Lin Xiaoyu, holding the dried fish gifted by Uncle Wang, stood beside the bus stop at the port. First borrowing a phone from a nearby shop, he needed to contact the cruise company to retrieve his luggage and documents. As the call connected, a gentle voice from customer service greeted him. "Hello, this is the Blue Dream Cruise Service Center. How may I assist you?" "Hello, my name is Lin Xiaoyu. I was a passenger on the romantic sea voyage and accidentally fell overboard during the journey. I have now made it ashore and would like to inquire if my luggage is still on board." Lin Xiaoyu tried to keep his tone calm. There was a brief pause as the customer service representative seemed to check the information. After a moment, they replied, "Hello, Mr. Lin. Your luggage is still on the ship. However, the Blue Dream has arrived at the next port yesterday and is currently sailing as scheduled. It is expected to return to the departure port in 3 days. If convenient for you, you can collect your luggage at the service desk upon its return. We will ensure it is kept safe." Lin Xiaoyu frowned, realizing that he would not be able to retrieve his belongings as quickly as he had hoped. "May I ask if there is a passenger named Su Qing on board? She is my companion, and I am concerned about her well-being." He couldn't help but ask, not out of lingering hope, but rather to confirm whether they truly cared for his safety as he suspected. After checking again, the representative responded, "Mr. Lin, Miss Su Qing is still on the ship, accompanied by Mr. Jiang Hao. They were seen dining in the ship's restaurant just yesterday, and they appeared to be in good spirits. Would you like me to transfer you to Ms. Su's cabin phone?" "No, thank you." Lin Xiaoyu's voice grew colder as he hung up. Indeed, after he had fallen overboard, Su Qing and Jiang Hao did not report the incident, nor did they disembark from the cruise. They continued their romantic escapade. In that moment, the last shred of hope he had harbored, that perhaps they were merely worried, was utterly shattered. He found a cheap inn near the port to stay in, planning to wait for the cruise to return to the departure port to retrieve his luggage. Over the next 3 days, he occasionally reminisced about his time on the cruise, recalling Su Qing's smile and the hardships he endured to save money. Yet, the pain he once felt had dissipated, leaving only a sense of numbness. Akin to watching an absurd film, once the credits rolled, it was time to return to reality. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lin Xiaoyu arrived early at the cruise service center at the departure port. The staff quickly retrieved his luggage. A black suitcase adorned with the cartoon stickers he had meticulously chosen, though its corners were now somewhat worn. Upon opening the suitcase, he found his clothes, charger, and wallet intact. The cash and ID card had not been taken. Su Qing likely deemed these items useless to her, which was why she hadn't removed them. Just as he was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang from an unfamiliar number. Hesitating for a moment, he answered, and Su Qing's familiar voice came through, laced with a hint of feigned concern. "Xiaoyu, are you all right? I just found out you fell overboard today. The signal was poor on the cruise, so I didn't receive the news. How are you doing now?" Lin Xiaoyu gazed at the bustling port outside the window, letting out a cold laugh. "Su Qing, there's no need for you to pretend. The cruise customer service said you and Jiang Hao have been on board for the past 3 days, enjoying yourselves. On the day I fell overboard, Jiang Hao deliberately pushed me into the water while you watched. Now you're telling me there was poor signal?" There was a moment of silence on the other end before Su Qing's tone shifted, no longer feigning innocence. "Lin Xiaoyu, since you already know, I won't hide it from you any longer. My affection for Jiang Hao is genuine, and my previous relationship with you was merely a facade to placate my parents. I sincerely apologize for the incident when you fell into the water, I am relieved that you are safe. If you seek compensation, I can offer you money. Compensation? Lin Xiaoyu found it ludicrous. Su Qing, do you truly believe that money can remedy everything? I was with you for 3 years, not for your wealth. I never anticipated that you could be so heartless, watching me fall into the water without even uttering a word to call for help. I had no choice. Zhang Hao insisted that I refrain from contacting the authorities. He was certain you would be fine, and he feared that if we reported it, our affair would be exposed, ultimately leading to my parents discovering the truth. Su Qing's voice carried a hint of grievance, attempting to shift the blame onto Zhang Hao. Lin Xiaoyu, however, found no inclination to engage further in futile arguments with someone devoid of basic conscience. Su Qing, we have parted ways. Please do not reach out to me again. Your life with Zhang Hao is of no concern to me, and my affairs are none of your business. With that, he abruptly ended the call and added the number to his blacklist. With his suitcase in hand, he exited the cruise service center, standing by the roadside, observing the passing buses. A sudden, intense yearning surged within him, a desire to return home, to the coastal village of Wanghai, to the place where his father's fishing boat remained and the familiar sea breeze enveloped him. He purchased a ticket for the earliest bus to Wanghai village, which was scheduled to depart at 2 in the afternoon, requiring a 6-hour journey. Clutching the ticket, the tangible texture of the paper provided him with a sense of reassurance. At precisely 2 o'clock, the bus set off on time. Lin Xiaoyu occupied a window seat, watching as the urban landscape gradually transformed into the countryside's fields, eventually merging into the coastal road. The sea breeze caressed the bus window, producing a gentle sound, as if greeting him. Leaning back in his seat, he closed his eyes, reminiscing about the time spent fishing at sea with his father. Back then, his father would always save the largest fish for him to take home for his mother to prepare fish soup. He once believed that the ocean was the most wondrous place in the world, concealing countless secrets. He had never imagined that adulthood would bring him such absurd experiences. Father, mother, I am back, he silently vowed in his heart. This time, I will take good care of your fishing boat and live a proper life, ensuring you no longer need to worry. As the bus traveled along the coastal road, the vast ocean stretched into the distance, where the blue waters met the sky, resembling a beautiful painting. Gazing at the sea, Lin Xiaoyu recalled his experiences with the system he had bound to the ocean, and the moments spent assisting elderly fishermen on Wanyu Island. A sudden wave of anticipation washed over him. He was uncertain of what the future held, unaware if the fisherman system would truly enable him to carve out a niche for himself. Yet, he knew he could no longer exist in the shadows of others' expectations or in the realm of false emotions. He was determined to live for himself, to fulfill his parents' wishes, and to embrace the ocean that had nurtured him. 6 hours later, the bus finally arrived at the entrance of Wanghai village. Lin Xiaoyu, grasping his suitcase, disembarked and was immediately greeted by the familiar sea breeze, carrying a faint scent of fish, a fragrance that had accompanied him throughout his life. Beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, a few elderly folks were seated, engaged in conversation. Upon seeing him, they warmly called out, "Xiaoyu, you're back. How have you been these past few years?" "I've been well, uncle and auntie. I just came back to visit," Lin Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Feeling warmth spread in his heart, he carried his suitcase along the familiar path to his home. The houses lining the road remained unchanged, their walls adorned with green vines, and fishermen's nets and dried fish hung at the doorsteps. Arriving at his doorstep, he retrieved his key and opened the familiar wooden door. The yard was overrun with weeds, now knee-high, and his father's old fishing boat rested by the shore, modestly weathered yet still sturdy. Setting down his suitcase, he approached the boat, gently caressing its hull as if greeting an old friend. The evening sun's rays cast a golden hue upon the boat, illuminating it with a warm glow. "Father, your fishing boat still stands. I have returned." Lin Xiaoyu's voice was slightly choked yet resonated with determination. He understood that this absurd maritime romantic journey had come to a close, and he was departing as a forsaken individual, but in Wanghai village, by this familiar sea. His new life was just beginning. That evening, Lin Xiaoyu prepared a simple bowl of noodles, seated at the stone table in the yard. He gazed up at the starry sky, listening to the sound of waves crashing against the shore and the distant calls of fishermen. He took out his phone, summoning the system panel within his mind. Host, Lin Xiaoyu. Status, good. Bound system, fisherman system. Unlocked skills, underwater breathing. Marine life localization, current task, none. System prompt. Detected that the host has arrived at the long-term living marine area. Exploration of surrounding waters is encouraged to enhance system level. Lin Xiaoyu chuckled softly and set down his phone. Looking out at the dark expanse of the ocean, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Tomorrow, his first task would be to repair his father's fishing boat, and then, equipped with the fisherman system, he would venture into the sea to discover what surprises awaited him. The travel saga concluded, perhaps with a sense of melancholy and departure, yet the dawn of a new beginning shimmered with promise. Chapter 8. Return to the fishing village. Things have changed. The following morning, Lin Xiaoyu was awakened by the sounds of crashing waves and crowing roosters. As he opened his eyes, he noticed cobwebs clinging to the wooden beams of the ceiling, with sunlight filtering through the aged wooden window, casting fragmented patterns upon the ground. The air was infused with a faint mustiness and the briny scent of the sea, a distinct aroma of the old house, the place where he had grown up. It had been 3 years since he last returned, having worked away from home after his parents had passed. Rising from his bed, he stepped onto the cool concrete floor and approached the window, pushing it open. The morning breeze, imbued with the refreshing chill of the sea, enveloped him. In the distance, the sun slowly ascended above the horizon, tinting the ocean a brilliant orange. Several fishing boats anchored along the shore, some already hoisting their sails in preparation for the day's catch, while others remained quietly docked, reminiscent of silent elders. His father's old fishing boat was positioned at the farthest edge. Its hull, a deep brown, bore cracks in the wooden planks, and the sail had faded to a light gray, with patches mending the corners. Lin Xiaoyu remembered how, during his childhood, his father would navigate this very boat, returning each evening with fresh fish for his mother to concoct into delectable soup. That fish soup had been the most delightful meal he had ever tasted. After washing up, he donned an old jacket from his suitcase and stepped outside. The weeds in the yard had been partially cleared yesterday, and he intended to finish the task that morning. Just as he reached the gate, he spotted Aunt Wang returning with a bamboo basket in hand. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu, Aunt Wang paused momentarily before approaching with a smile. "Xiaoyu, you're back. When did you return? Why didn't you let me know? I could have prepared something for you." Aunt Wang had watched Lin Xiaoyu grow up, frequently helping to look after the old house after his parents' departure. Warmth filled his heart, and he replied with a smile. "Aunt Wang, I came back yesterday afternoon. I appreciate your kindness. Don't be so polite with me," Aunt Wang said, clasping his hand and examining him closely. "You seem thinner. Have you been overworking? By the way, didn't you say you were going away with your partner? Why have you returned alone?" Lin Xiaoyu's smile faltered slightly as he softly replied, "We broke up. It just wasn't meant to be." Aunt Wang was momentarily taken aback, but then she gently patted his shoulder and sighed. "If it's over, then it's over. It's no big deal. Our little Yu is such a wonderful child. He will surely find someone better in the future. Don't dwell on it too much. Just take a few days to rest at home. If you need any assistance, let me know." "Thank you, Aunt Wang." Lin Xiaoyu nodded appreciatively. Aunt Wang chatted with him for a few more moments, reminding him to take care of his health, before heading home with her bamboo basket. As Lin Xiaoyu watched Aunt Wang's retreating figure, he felt a pang of nostalgia. The familiarity of his hometown was comforting. Despite their tendency to pry, the villagers genuinely cared for him. He picked up the sickle from the corner of the yard and began to clear the remaining weeds. The sun climbed higher in the sky, becoming somewhat scorching, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and splattering onto the earth. Yet, he found solace in this labor. Compared to sitting in front of a computer every day in the city, enduring his boss's reprimands, he preferred this grounded work. After clearing the weeds, it was nearly noon. Lin Xiaoyu sat on a stone bench in the yard to rest. Just as he took a sip of water, he noticed several villagers passing by the entrance. Upon seeing him, they paused, whispering among themselves. "Isn't that the little Yu from the old Lin family? Why is he back alone? I remember he mentioned coming back to marry his partner." "Yes, I heard his partner is exceptionally beautiful. Why isn't she with him? Could it be that he was dumped?" "Sigh, the old Lin family is unfortunate. The couple left early, leaving behind just this son. Now with the breakup, what will he do? I heard he has been working in the city, but hasn't he earned much? This time he has back, probably because he couldn't make it there." Although their voices were low, Lin Xiaoyu heard every word clearly. He tightened his grip on the water cup, his knuckles turning slightly pale, feeling a discomfort in his heart. In the village, even the smallest matters could become common gossip, especially for someone like him, who was struggling, becoming the focal point of discussion. He refrained from confronting them, silently rising and retreating indoors. He understood that no amount of words would change perceptions. Only by achieving tangible success could he silence the whispers. In the afternoon, Lin Xiaoyu planned to head to town to purchase some tools to repair his father's old fishing boat. He locked the house and walked along the coastal path toward the town. Along the way, he encountered several villagers, some greeting him warmly, while others cast him sidelong glances and murmured to those nearby. Upon reaching the hardware store in town, he bought nails, a hammer, wooden planks, and other tools, then headed to the market to purchase vegetables and meat. Just as he was about to return, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. "Xiaoyu?" Turning around, he saw Uncle Li from the village. Uncle Li was an old fisherman who often went to sea with his father and had always looked out for Lin Xiaoyu. "Uncle Li, are you also in town?" Lin Xiaoyu greeted him with a smile. "Yes, I came to buy some fishing nets." Uncle Li glanced at the tools in Lin Xiaoyu's hands, puzzled, and asked, "What are you planning to do with these? Is something broken at home?" "No. I intend to repair the fishing boat left by my father and plan to fish at home," Lin Xiaoyu replied. Uncle Li paused for a moment, then sighed. "Xiaoyu, it's not easy to fish these days. The fish in the sea have been dwindling. Sometimes you can spend a whole day out and catch barely enough to cover fuel costs. You were doing well in the city. Why the sudden desire to come back and fish?" Lin Xiaoyu understood Uncle Li's concern and smiled. "Uncle Li, I've had enough of city life. I want to come home and take a look. Although fishing doesn't pay much, I love this sea and wish to guard the house and boat my parents left behind." Uncle Li regarded him silently for a moment before saying, "Since you've made your decision, I won't try to dissuade you. If you need help repairing the boat, do let me know. I can assist you. And if you have any questions about fishing, feel free to ask. I will teach you." "Thank you, Uncle Li." Lin Xiaoyu felt warmth in his heart. Uncle Li chatted with him for a little while longer, reminding him to be safe while fishing at sea before departing. Lin Xiaoyu headed home with a lighter heart. Despite the gossip in the village, there were also genuine people like Aunt Wang and Uncle Li who cared for him. Upon returning home, Lin Xiaoyu put down his purchases and took his tools to the seaside, commencing the repairs on the fishing boat. He first cleared away the weeds and mud from the boat, then used the wooden planks to patch the cracked boards, securing them with nails. Although it had been a long time since he last repaired a boat, he had watched his father do it often as a child and had learned many techniques, making the task feel somewhat familiar. As the sun set, the fishing boat was nearly repaired. Lin Xiaoyu stood on the boat, gazing at the sea, which had been painted golden by the setting sun, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. He understood that repairing the boat was merely the first step. The road ahead was long, yet he was confident that with his own hands and the fisherman system, he would carve out his own niche in this sea. That evening, Lin Xiaoyu prepared a bowl of fish soup. He had caught several fresh fish from the sea, and following his mother's old recipe, added slices of ginger and chopped scallions, simmering a rich fish broth. As he savored the soup, he could almost see his parents' smiles, filling his heart with warmth. He sat on the stone bench in the yard, gazing at the star-studded sky, while the sound of waves lapping against the shore filled his ears. He took out his phone and brought up the system panel in his mind. Host, Lin Xiaoyu. Status, good. Bound system, fisherman system. Unlocked skills, underwater breathing. Marine life location, current task, none. System prompt. The host has repaired the basic fishing tools. You may attempt your first catch to increase system energy value. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and set down his phone. He knew that tomorrow, he would set sail on his father's old fishing boat. The first time he would go fishing with the fisherman system. This was not merely a fishing expedition. It marked the beginning of a new chapter in his life. Though returning to the fishing village brought about change and criticism, he was no longer the Lin Xiaoyu easily swayed by the opinions of others. He had faced betrayal and the specter of death, gaining clarity on what he truly desired. This sea was his root and his hope. He believed that as long as he persevered and did not give up, the ocean would surely reward him abundantly. As night deepened, Lin Xiaoyu returned indoors, lay down on his bed, and quickly fell asleep. He dreamed of steering the fishing boat, catching an abundance of fish, while his father and mother stood on the shore, smiling at him. Chapter 9. Resuming the old profession, the fishing boat set sail. Before dawn, the seaside of Wanhai village was already stirring with activity. A veil of mist shrouded the distant sea, and the waves gently lapped against the rocky shore, producing a soothing sound like a tender overture. Lin Xiaoyu rose early, donned the blue coarse cloth coat his mother had made for him during her lifetime, and carried the fishing net and bucket he had prepared the night before toward the fishing boat. After a full afternoon of repairs, the old fishing boat left by his father had been rejuvenated. The cracked boards were mended with new planks, coated in tung oil, and glimmered softly in the faint morning light. The faded sail had been washed clean and hung out to dry overnight. Still a pale gray but devoid of its previous tattered appearance, the mud and weeds inside the boat had been thoroughly cleared away, and a non-slip bamboo mat was laid down. Lin Xiaoyu stepped onto the fishing boat, gently caressing the hull. The wooden texture felt warm and familiar, as if still carrying his father's warmth. Memories flooded back of his childhood, when his father would hold him in his arms on this very boat, teaching him to identify the fish in the sea and how to cast the net. In those days, he always thought his father was the most formidable person in the world, able to bring forth various fish from the sea and provide an endless supply of warmth for their home. Father, today I shall venture out to sea aboard your boat. Lin Xiaoyu murmured, as if in conversation with his father. Rest assured, I shall conduct myself well and not bring you shame. He placed the fishing nets and water bucket at the stern and meticulously checked the compass and life jackets on board, new acquisitions he had purchased from the town the previous day. Though they had cost him a considerable sum, safety was paramount. Having completed these preparations, he untied the rope securing the boat to the shore, grasped the oars, and vigorously rowed towards the open sea. The fishing vessel glided away from the shoreline, heading into the depths of the ocean. The morning sea breeze carried a refreshing chill, caressing his face delightfully. As he rowed, his movements grew increasingly adept, and the boat's speed gradually quickened. He observed the coastal village of Wanghai recede into the distance, shrinking until it became an indistinct black, and an unprecedented sense of expansiveness blossomed within him, an exhilarating sensation akin to breaking free from invisible shackles. Finally able to breathe freely, he reflected on his days in the city, where he was confined within the crowded subway, laboring endlessly before a computer screen, tapping away at an unending stream of code, and enduring his boss's relentless urgings, all while cautiously maintaining a facade of a fabricated relationship. During that time, he felt akin to a bird ensnared in a cage, devoid of direction and identity. Yet now, he steered the fishing boat across the vast ocean, surrounded by cerulean waters and beneath an expansive sky, liberated from the clamor of the city, the pressures of work, and the betrayals of love. He could finally pursue his desires and return to his true home. From now on, this shall be my battlefield, Lin Xiaoyu declared, his gaze fixed upon the ocean before him, determination gleaming in his eyes. After approximately an hour of rowing, the fishing vessel had traversed beyond the shallow waters, the sea transforming from a light green to a profound blue. Lin Xiaoyu paused, resting at the stern of the boat. He closed his eyes and silently recited the incantation for marine life detection, and a pale blue virtual panel unfurled before his eyes. The panel displayed a multitude of colored light dots densely scattered across the waters surrounding the fishing boat. Green dots represented ordinary fish, red dots indicated dangerous creatures, while blue dots signified rare marine delicacies. He noticed a larger blue dot approximately 500 meters ahead, labeled grouper, and to the right, 300 meters away. A cluster of smaller blue dots marked scallops. System notification: host has entered a valid fishing zone, triggering novice task. Capture the first rare marine delicacy. Task reward: 50 system energy points. Skill school attraction unlocked. Task failure: no penalties. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. A novice task and skill rewards. Previously, he had worried whether he could catch enough fish relying solely on the marine life detection skill. Now it appeared the system would offer him further assistance. Grouper, you shall be my first target. Lin Xiaoyu tightened his grip on the oars and rowed towards the blue dot 500 meters away. As he approached the grouper's location, the blue dot on the panel became increasingly vivid. He could see that it was a sizable grouper leisurely swimming along the seabed, occasionally pausing to peck at small shrimp. He set down the oars and picked up the fishing net, carefully adjusting the boat's position to ensure he could accurately cast the net above the grouper. The grouper seemed to sense something amiss, slowing its movements and cautiously scanning its surroundings. Lin Xiaoyu held his breath, raised the net high, and forcefully cast it towards the grouper. The net arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely above the grouper and enveloping it securely. Startled, the grouper thrashed violently within the net, attempting to free itself from its confines. Lin Xiaoyu quickly tugged on the net's rope, pulling upward with all his might. The grouper was strong, straining against him, causing his arms to ache, yet he persevered, gritting his teeth and gradually hauling the net onto the boat. With a resounding thud, the grouper landed heavily on the bamboo mat, still writhing in a frantic struggle. Its body was a deep brown adorned with black spots, larger than Lin Xiaoyu had envisioned, about as thick as his arm and weighing an estimated dozen pounds. System notification: congratulations, host, on successfully capturing your first rare marine delicacy. Novice task completed. Reward granted: 50 system energy points. Current energy points: 125150. Skill school attraction unlocked, enabling the release of special sound waves within a 500-meter radius to attract small to medium-sized fish. Lin Xiaoyu gazed at the notification on the panel, his heart swelling with exhilaration. He crouched down to observe the still struggling grouper, unable to suppress his laughter. This was the first fish he had caught since returning to Wanghai village, and also the first rare marine delicacy captured through the fisherman system. He retrieved a length of rope and bound the grouper's mouth to prevent it from leaping back into the sea, then placed it in the water bucket. After completing these tasks, he turned his attention back to the panel to seek his next target. With the school attraction skill unlocked, a new button appeared on the panel. Lin Xiaoyu tentatively pressed it, and a faint sound wave emanated from his body, spreading across the surrounding waters. Before long, he observed the green dots on the panel converging towards the fishing boat. A school of small fish had been lured in by the sound waves. This skill is incredibly useful, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed. He seized the fishing net and cast it towards the school of small fish. This time, he caught a bountiful haul of small fish, including sardines, small yellow croakers, and several colorful fish of unknown species, filling nearly half the bucket. For the next few hours, Lin Xiaoyu utilized the marine life detection and school attraction skills to continue fishing. He captured several rare marine delicacies, including sizable sea snails, vibrantly shelled scallops, and an even larger grouper than the previous one. The water bucket and cabin were brimming with fish, their weight instilling a profound sense of accomplishment within him. As the sun ascended higher, it had reached midday. Lin Xiaoyu glanced at the energy points displayed on the panel, now risen to 140150, with a few more fish. He would likely level up. However, he also felt a bit fatigued, and with the plentiful catch already aboard, he realized that further fishing might exceed the boat's capacity. It was nearly time to return. Lin Xiaoyu stowed the net, grasped the oars, and began rowing back towards Wanghai village. The fishing boat glided smoothly toward the shore, the fish in the cabin occasionally flopping about, producing a rhythmic sound that seemed to celebrate his success. As he rowed, he gazed at the surrounding waters, his heart brimming with hope. He understood that today was merely the beginning. Henceforth, he would navigate this vessel, capturing even more fish in these waters, earning greater wealth, and compelling those who had doubted him to regard him with newfound respect. As he neared the shore, he spotted Aunt Wang and Uncle Li standing at the water's edge, peering in his direction. Upon seeing his fishing boat, Aunt Wang excitedly waved and called out, "Xiaoyu, you're back. Did you catch any fish?" Lin Xiaoyu smiled and nodded, steering the boat towards the shore. Aunt Wang and Uncle Li hurried over to assist, their astonishment evident as they beheld the cabin filled with fish, particularly the two sizable groupers. "Xiaoyu, how many fish did you catch? I haven't seen grouper this large in ages," Aunt Wang exclaimed in disbelief. Uncle Li could not help but marvel. "Xiaoyu, you are truly impressive. To catch so many fish on your first outing is remarkable. You're even better than the seasoned fisherman in the village. It seems you are indeed born for fishing." Lin Xiaoyu scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful as he replied, "It was just luck. I happened to encounter a school of fish." He refrained from mentioning the fisherman system, as such an extraordinary matter was best kept to a select few. Aunt Wang and Uncle Li assisted Lin Xiaoyu in hauling the fish onto the shore. The other villagers, upon witnessing such a bountiful catch, gathered around, unable to contain their excitement. Who would have thought that Xiaoyu could be so formidable, capturing such a multitude of fish on his very first voyage? Indeed, there were those who had assumed he returned home because he could no longer make it in the city. It seems we misjudged him. The son of the old Lin family truly has potential. He has not brought shame to his father. Listening to the villagers' discussions, Lin Xiaoyu felt a warmth spread through his heart. He knew that their opinions had shifted from skepticism to admiration because he had proven himself through his actions. He shared a portion of his catch with Aunt Wang, Uncle Li, and several other villagers, intending to sell the remainder at the market in town. Despite their attempts to refuse, Aunt Wang and Uncle Li accepted his generosity, repeatedly reminding him to be cautious when venturing out to sea and to reach out for assistance whenever needed. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, watching as the villagers gradually dispersed, his heart brimming with determination. He understood that reclaiming his former trade and setting sail on his father's fishing boat was the most prudent decision he had ever made in his life. This sea had not only granted him a new lease on life, but also provided him with an opportunity to prove himself. He firmly believed that as long as he continued to strive and relied on his own abilities along with the fisherman system, he would carve out a realm of his own in these waters, making his parents proud and earning the respect of the people of Wanghai village. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Xiaoyu steered his fishing boat back to the shore. He secured the vessel and gazed at the remaining fish in the hold, filled with anticipation. Tomorrow, he would take these fish to the town's market to see how much he could sell them for. This would mark the first earnings he had made since returning to Wanghai village and the commencement of his new life. As night fell, Wanghai village gradually settled into tranquility. Lin Xiaoyu sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, gazing at the star-studded sky while listening to the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the shore. He pulled out his phone and mentally summoned the system panel. Host, Lin Xiaoyu. Status, good. Bound system, fisherman system. Unlocked skills, underwater breathing, marine life localization. Schooling fish attraction, current tasks, none. System notification, host energy levels are nearing maximum capacity. System level can be enhanced by capturing more rare marine life or restoring marine ecology to unlock additional skills. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and set his phone aside. He knew that tomorrow would bring yet another day filled with hope. His fishing boat had already set sail, and his new life was officially commencing. Chapter 10. The maiden voyage yielded a 100-pound grouper. As the first light of dawn painted the sea in soft gold, Lin Xiaoyu untied the fishing boat's mooring lines. The bounty from yesterday's maiden voyage had left him restless throughout the night, not from fatigue, but from an insatiable excitement bubbling within him. The energy value displayed on his system panel, 140150, beckoned him to venture further and discover what other surprises lay hidden within these waters. The oars sliced through the morning mist as the fishing boat made its way toward deeper waters than the day before. The sea breeze carried a sharper, souther chill, and the distant horizon remained shrouded in a delicate veil, interrupted only by the occasional leap of flying fish tracing silver arcs through the fog. While rowing, Lin Xiaoyu intermittently activated the marine life localization feature. The pale blue panel shimmered before him, revealing scattered green dots across the surrounding waters. Yet he did not see the large schools of fish he had encountered the previous day. It seemed he would need to venture further. He muttered to himself, exerting more effort as he plunged the oars into the sea. His father had often mentioned that 10 nautical miles beyond Wanghai village lay a treacherous reef area, where swift currents and abundant food concealed larger fish. However, due to the numerous rocks, few fishermen dared to go there. In the past, this notion had instilled fear within him, yet now, equipped with the system, curiosity took its place. After approximately 2 hours of rowing, the sea transformed from deep blue to inky black. The sunlight penetrated the surface, casting delicate speckles of light on the seabed. Lin Xiaoyu halted the boat, preparing to activate the localization feature when, unexpectedly, the panel sprang to life, presenting a striking blue warning instead of the usual light green loading frame. Warning: high-intensity biological energy response detected. Target, grouper, size, 180 pounds, rarity level, high. Location, 30 meters directly beneath the fishing boat, within the reef crevice. Danger alert. Target possesses immense strength and may damage the fishing boat. Cautious capture recommended. Lin Xiaoyu's heart raced, his grip on the oars tightening. A 180-pound grouper? In all his years, he had only seen fish of such size in the town's seafood market. This behemoth could easily capsize his small vessel. Peering into the abyssal waters, he could barely discern a dark silhouette below, the outline of the reef. The blue dot on the panel remained steady at the center of the shadow, occasionally shifting slightly, as if the massive grouper were adjusting its position. To catch or not to catch? Lin Xiaoyu wrestled with his thoughts. The system's danger alert was no joke. A fish of that size could very well overturn the boat if it thrashed about in the net. Yet, the panel's indication of high rarity level and the mere 10 points shy of maxing out his energy value made it difficult to resist. This was an opportunity that could elevate his system. So be it. He gritted his teeth and retrieved the reinforced fishing net he had specially prepared the day before. This net, the sturdiest model from the hardware store in town, had steel wire along its edges, initially intended for shark encounters. But it seemed it would serve its purpose sooner than expected. He securely anchored the boat above the reef, preventing any drift during the potential struggle with the fish. With everything set, Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath, concentrating as he lowered the net into the depths. He could feel the icy water creeping up the rope. And as the net neared the crevice, the blue dot on the panel finally reacted, beginning to move rapidly. The grouper had sensed the net's presence. Lin Xiaoyu's heart raced. He yanked on the net rope, but a tremendous force pulled back, nearly dragging him into the sea. Goodness, its strength is incredible. He quickly wrapped the rope around a wooden post on the boat, gripping it tightly as the veins in his arms bulged. The net thrashed violently in the water, causing the boat to sway. Water splashed onto the deck, soaking his trousers. The panel's blue dot flickered wildly, accompanied by a red danger alert. Target is struggling violently. The net's tensile strength has reached 70. It is advised to release some tension to avoid net rupture. Sweat trickled down Lin Xiaoyu's forehead, dripping onto the deck and creating a small damp patch. He dared not pull too hard, so he slightly loosened the rope, allowing the net to move with the fish's struggles while keeping a keen eye on the panel for the opportune moment. After a tense standoff of several minutes, his arms grew weak, and his palms bore the marks of the rope digging in. Just as he felt he could no longer hold on, the blue dot on the panel suddenly slowed. The grouper's struggles seemed to diminish. Perhaps it was tiring. Now's the time, Lin Xiaoyu shouted with all his might, pulling the net rope with every ounce of strength he had left. The wooden post creaked under the strain, and the boat rocked violently. He could even hear the thuds of the grouper's body colliding with the rocks below. The fishing net was gradually pulled from the water, first revealing a dorsal fin adorned with dark spots, followed by a plump body, and finally a robust tail. The entire fish was ensconced tightly within the net, glistening with a deep brown sheen under the sunlight, its girth exceeding that of his calf, almost occupying half the deck. Bang! The hefty grouper was hoisted aboard, landing heavily on the bamboo mat, still writhing in defiance. With a vigorous flick of its tail, it overturned a nearby bucket, splashing seawater everywhere. Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly rushed over, binding the fish's mouth with a rope and finding a stout stick to pin down its body, only allowing himself to collapse onto the deck, panting heavily once the creature had fully exhausted itself. System notification: congratulations, host, for successfully capturing a giant grouper. Energy value 30. Current energy value 170,150. Detected that energy value meets upgrade conditions. The fisherman system is about to upgrade. Upgrade successful. Current system level, 2nd tier. New skills unlocked. Deep sea pressure resistance. Capable of withstanding the pressure of 500 meters in depth. Fearless of deep sea environments. Water purification. Able to purify seawater within a 10-meter radius. Removing pollutants and attracting rare marine life. System panel updated. New ocean ecological value added, which can be enhanced by restoring marine environments and protecting rare species. Achieving full ecological value unlocks special rewards. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind, but Lin Xiaoyu was too elated to scrutinize the panel. He gazed at the enormous grouper, heavier than himself, and grinned from ear to ear. This was no mere fish, it was a veritable gold brick. The purchasing price for grouper in the town was 80 yuan per pound, and at 180 pounds, it amounted to a staggering 1,400 yuan, equivalent to 2 months' wages from his job in the city. He touched the grouper's body, still warm from the sea, filled with gratitude. Without the system, he wouldn't have had the courage to approach the treacherous reefs, let alone capture such a massive fish. Now, not only could he earn a living with his own hands, but he could also carry on his father's legacy and protect these waters. After resting for a while, Lin Xiaoyu began tidying the deck. He righted the overturned bucket and inspected the fishing net. Although some areas had been distorted by the fish's struggles, thankfully, it remained intact. Checking the sky, he noted it was nearing noon, and he needed to hurry back. Such a large fish would spoil if delayed. Untying the anchor, he grasped the oars and began to row back. With the newly acquired deep-sea pressure resistance skill, he felt his rowing strength had increased, and the boat was moving faster than on his way out. The grouper lay quietly on the deck, occasionally twitching its tail, seemingly accompanying him home. As he approached Wanghai village, he noticed a crowd gathering along the shore, including Aunt Wang and Uncle Li, all gazing in his direction. Perhaps the villagers had seen his fishing boat return and were curious about his catch for the day. Xiaoyu's back, someone shouted, drawing the crowd closer. Lin Xiaoyu maneuvered the boat to the shore, just about to speak when he heard an astonished exclamation. My heavens! What is that? All eyes fixated on the massive grouper on the deck. The once bustling shore fell silent, save for the sound of waves lapping against the shore. Is this a grouper? So enormous? Uncle Li approached, trembling as he reached out to touch the fish, his eyes widening in disbelief. I've fished for 30 years and have never seen one this size. It must weigh at least 150 pounds. Not just that, chimed in a nearby seafood vendor, measuring the fish's length with his hands. With such a robust body, it must weigh at least 180 pounds. Xiaoyu, where on earth did you catch this? If you sell it in town, it will fetch a handsome price. Aunt Wang, brimming with excitement, grasped Lin Xiaoyu's hand, her voice trembling with enthusiasm. Xiaoyu, you truly are talented. If your father knew, he would be so proud. The villagers buzzed with excitement, each contributing to the conversation. My heavens, an 180-pound grouper. This is unprecedented in our Wanghai village. We always said there were big fish in the reefs, but I never imagined it would be this massive. Xiaoyu is incredibly brave. I see Xiaoyu becoming a master fisherman, even surpassing the old-timers. Hearing the villagers' praises warmed Lin Xiaoyu's heart. He realized this was not merely the capture of a fish, but a recognition of his worth by the community. He smiled and replied, it was just good luck. I happened to encounter it. This fish is too heavy for me to lift alone, so I will need your help. No problem. The villagers eagerly rolled up their sleeves, finding a sturdy stick to thread through the net, and together they lifted the grouper onto the shore. The fish was so heavy that as it landed, it left a small indentation in the sand. Just then, the village secretary arrived, also taken aback by the sight of the grouper. Xiaoyu, you can't just sell this fish at any price. The local seafood purchasing station 1T offer a good deal. I know a businessman from the city who specializes in rare marine products. Let me contact him. I assure you, you will get a fantastic price. Lin Xiaoyu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, secretary. I appreciate your help. The secretary pulled out his phone, dialing while saying, you have brought honor to our Wanghai village. If you have further bountiful catches in the future, we can assist in finding buyers to maximize your earnings. Observing the lively scene around him, Lin Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming sense of hope. He recalled the skeptical gazes of the villagers upon his return yesterday and compared them to the admiration and envy they now directed towards him. And he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. All these changes were thanks to the ocean, the fishing boat his father had left him, and the fisherman system that had transformed his destiny. He approached the boat, gently caressing the hull, mentally calling up the system panel. Host, Lin Xiaoyu. Status, good. Bound system, fisherman system. Unlocked skills, underwater breathing, marine life localization, fish attraction, deep sea pressure resistance, water purification. Ocean ecological value. 10, 100. Current tasks. None. System notification. Host has initiated ocean ecology gameplay. Ecological value can be enhanced by protecting marine environments and cultivating coral reefs, unlocking the Ocean Partners feature. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and tucked away the panel. He understood that capturing this 100-pound grouper was merely the beginning. With the system's upgrades, he would unlock even more skills, explore deeper waters, and uncover more surprises. As the sun climbed higher, casting its rays on the beach and illuminating Lin Xiaoyu's face, he gazed at the bustling crowd before him and the enormous grouper lying on the sand, silently vowing, from now on, he would rely on his own hands and this fisherman system to manage his father's fishing business, safeguard the ocean of Wanhai village, improve his life, and earn the respect of those who once looked down on him. In the distance, fishing boats sailed towards the deep sea, as if pursuing the sunlight and hope. Lin Xiaoyu knew that his life, like those boats, had just set sail in the right direction. Chapter 11. A sensation at the dock. As the fishing boat docked at Wanhai village's rudimentary pier, an even more fervent uproar erupted along the shore. The villagers, who had previously scattered around mending nets and repairing boats, now converged in a throng, tightly surrounding Lin Xiaoyu's vessel, capturing the sight of the 100-pound grouper on their phone cameras with incessant clicks. Even the proprietor of the nearby convenience store had closed up shop, rushing over with an old camera in hand. Make way, make way. I need to take a picture for my social media. This fish is absolutely astounding. I've lived for over 50 years and have never seen a grouper this large. Xiaoyu has truly made a name for himself. Quick, help me take a photo with the fish. My grandson surely won't believe that his grandfather encountered such a colossal creature. Amidst the crowd, several young villagers had already climbed onto the wooden posts of the dock, leaning over the edge of the fishing boat to gingerly touch the scales of the grouper, quickly retracting their hands as if they had brushed against a rare treasure. As Lin Xiaoyu leapt onto the shore, he was immediately seized by Aunt Wang, who bombarded him with questions. Xiaoyu, do tell me how you managed to catch this fish. Is there some secret to it? Just as he was about to respond, a somewhat jarring cough resonated from the outskirts of the crowd. The sound, though not loud, caused the previously boisterous throng to quiet down instantly, as everyone instinctively stepped aside to create a passageway. Approaching was Wang Laowu, the village's most seasoned fisherman. In his 60s, he bore a slight stoop, his face etched with wrinkles carved by the sea breeze, and he always carried a small cloth bag containing a pouch of dry tobacco. His words held considerable weight in the village, having spent over 40 years at sea, witnessing every storm and catching every kind of fish imaginable. Wang Laowu ambled over to the fishing boat, neither glancing at Lin Xiaoyu nor acknowledging the onlookers, but merely squatted down to poke at the grouper with his finger. He circled the fish, his gaze imbued with scrutiny and an almost imperceptible complexity. Grandfather Wang, do you see this fish? Quite large, isn't it? A young villager chimed in excitedly. Xiaoyu is indeed impressive. It's his first time venturing into the open sea, and he caught such a giant. Wang Laowu did not respond, leisurely retrieving his dry tobacco from the bag, rolling it with a languid air, indifferent to the tobacco flakes that scattered onto the ground. After what felt like an eternity, he finally raised his head, his eyes locking onto Lin Xiaoyu, his voice gravelly yet marked by a deliberate coldness. Is this fish truly yours? Lin Xiaoyu paused momentarily before nodding. Yes, it is mine, Grandfather Wang. Oh, Wang Laowu arched an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. You've never properly learned fishing from your father since childhood, and during those years in the city, you didn't even set foot on a fishing boat. How is it that upon your return, you managed to catch such a sizable grouper, even in the treacherous reef area? His words struck the crowd like a thunderclap, silencing the previously animated villagers, who now wore expressions of doubt, casting glances at Lin Xiaoyu. Indeed, Lin Xiaoyu had always been the quiet type, unlike the other village children who accompanied their fathers to sea. After moving to the city, his sudden transformation into an adept fisherman was difficult for many to accept. A tightness gripped Lin Xiaoyu's heart. He sensed Wang Laowu's skepticism, just as he was about to clarify that his success was due to experience and luck. Wang Laowu continued without granting him the opportunity. I have fished for over 40 years and ventured into the reef area no less than 100 times. Yet the largest grouper I ever caught weighed just over 50 pounds. And you, on your very first attempt, managed to land one weighing 180 pounds? Your fortune seems unparalleled. He paused, deliberately raising his voice so that all could hear. In my view, perhaps you merely found it on the shore? Or maybe a passing fishing boat caught it, and, seeing your plight, gifted it to you? After all, you've just returned without a proper job. If this fish can earn you some money, it could sustain you for a while. The veiled mockery in his words was unmistakable. Lin Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson. Not from anger, but from indignation. He had caught this fish through his own efforts and the aid of the system. How could it be reduced to mere scavenging or charity? Grandfather Wang, your assertion is unfounded. Uncle Li, standing nearby, could no longer contain himself. Xiaoyu caught a considerable number of fish yesterday, and he set out to sea at dawn today. I saw him row away myself. How could he have simply found it? Indeed, Grandfather Wang, Xiaoyu is not the kind of person to resort to such deceit. Aunt Wang also interjected. His parents are honest folks, and he has always been sensible. He wouldn't stoop to such treachery. Wang Laowu shot a glance at Uncle Li and Aunt Wang, scoffing. You're familiar with him. Naturally, you defend him. But fishing relies on skill and experience, not on luck or mere words. How could someone who can't even cast a net properly catch such a large fish? Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Wang Laowu makes a valid point. This fish is indeed too large to be credible. Yes, Xiaoyu hasn't fished much before. It's hard not to be skeptical of his sudden prowess. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. He may not be able to catch anything next time. These words pricked at Lin Xiaoyu's heart like needles. He gazed at the familiar faces in the crowd. Some filled with doubt, others curious, and a few who wished to help but lacked compelling evidence. After all, his ability to catch such a large fish was indeed beyond the realm of normalcy. Chapter 12, The Rise of Doubt. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no anger. He understood that Wang Laowu's skepticism stemmed from his own lack of fishing experience. And the size of the fish exceeded everyone's comprehension. Had he been in their shoes, he might have doubted too. Grandfather Wang, esteemed villagers. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath and stepped forward, his voice somewhat hoarse yet resolute. I understand that you find it hard to believe I caught this fish. And I know you harbor doubts. He pointed towards the fishing net on the deck of the boat, continuing, you can examine the net. The steel wire at the edges is deformed from the fish's struggles, and my palm bears the marks of the rope. These serve as proof that I indeed battled with this fish. He raised his right hand, revealing the dried bloodstains that remained visible. The villagers gathered closer to inspect. And indeed, they noticed several red scratches on his palm, with some areas having lost skin. Wang Laowu observed the wounds on Lin Xiaoyu's hand, his expression shifting slightly. Yet he remained obstinate. Even if you bear wounds, it does not conclusively prove that you caught this fish alone. Perhaps you were fishing with others. And the credit is entirely yours. Grandfather Wang, if you doubt me, I can return to the reef tomorrow and catch another fish to show you. Lin Xiaoyu gazed at Wang Laowu, his tone tinged with defiance. I know I lack experience, but I am willing to learn. I will prove through my actions that I caught this fish not by chance, but by my own capabilities. His words resonated with conviction, silencing the crowd. They looked into Lin Xiaoyu's determined eyes and then at the wounds on his hand, their doubts gradually dissipating. After all, someone willing to risk returning to the perilous reef to prove himself was unlikely to be dishonest. Uncle Li was the first to applaud. Bravo. Xiaoyu, I believe in you. I will accompany you tomorrow to lend my support. I'm coming too. I want to see if the reef can truly yield such a large catch. Count me in. I wish to learn from the experience. The villagers rallied in support, their earlier skepticism giving way to encouragement. Wang Laowu observed the unfolding scene with a grim expression. Yet he refrained from further rebuttal, letting out a cold snort as he rolled up his tobacco and turned to leave. As he reached the edge of the crowd, he cast one last glance at Lin Xiaoyu, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Lin Xiaoyu watched Wang Laowu's retreating figure, a sigh of relief escaping him. He recognized that while Wang Laowu's doubts had not been entirely dispelled, he had at least garnered a measure of trust from a portion of the villagers. At that moment, the village chief rushed over, phone in hand, excitement radiating from his face. Xiaoyu, great news. Boss Zhang from the city, upon hearing that you had caught a 100-pound grouper, made a special trip to collect the fish, offering you a price of 120 yuan per pound. That is 40 yuan more than the market price in the town. Is that true? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. At 120 yuan per pound, 180 pounds would amount to 21,600 yuan. This exceeded his expectations by quite a margin. Of course it's true. Boss Zhang has already arrived at the village entrance and will be here shortly. The village secretary chuckled, exclaiming that your fish is indeed a treasure. Boss Zhang mentioned that such a large grouper could fetch an even higher price at the hotels in the city, and he wishes to establish a long-term partnership with you, promising to buy any rare seafood you catch at a premium price. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted in excitement. My heavens, 120 yuan per pound. That's incredibly valuable. Xiaoyu is about to strike it rich. Perhaps our Wanghai village can prosper thanks to Xiaoyu. I told you Xiaoyu had talent. Now even the city bosses are coming to buy his fish. Lin Xiaoyu surveyed the bustling scene before him, filled with gratitude. He understood that all these changes were due to that 100-pound grouper, the fisherman system, and the unwavering support of his fellow villagers. He approached the fishing boat, gazing at the grouper lying quietly on the deck, and silently vowed. Tomorrow, He would return to the reef area to catch more fish, proving himself through actions, dispelling all doubts from Wang Laowu, and convincing all the villagers that he, Lin Xiaoyu, could not only sustain himself through fishing but also carve out a prosperous future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays bathed the dock and Lin Xiaoyu's face. In the distance, more fishing boats were returning, and wisps of smoke rose from the rooftops of Wanghai village, filling the air with the tantalizing aroma of cooked meals. Lin Xiaoyu realized that today's excitement was merely the beginning. His fishing career had a long journey ahead. Yet, he felt confident, with the assistance of the fisherman system, the support of the villagers, and the fishing boat left by his father, he would surely capture a future that belonged to him in these waters. Soon, the sound of a car horn echoed at the village entrance. The villagers turned eagerly towards the sound, exclaiming with excitement, "Boss Zhang has arrived! Boss Zhang has arrived!" Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath, adjusted his clothing, and walked towards the village entrance. He understood that the forthcoming negotiation would not only determine the price of the fish, but also affect his future sales avenues. He must seize this opportunity to lay a solid foundation for his new life. Chapter 13. High Price Sale. As the sound of the car horn grew nearer, carried by the sea breeze to the dock, the previously boisterous crowd fell into a sudden hush. All eyes turned towards the village entrance. Even Wang Laowu, who had just turned to leave, paused under the old locust tree, craning his neck to see. Everyone was eager to discover how much this sensational 100-pound grouper could fetch. Soon, a black SUV rolled into the dock, parking a short distance from the fishing boat. The car door swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, stepped out, followed by two young men in blue work uniforms, each carrying a silver toolbox. As soon as the man landed, he briskly approached the fishing boat, his face alight with barely contained excitement, his gaze fixated on the grouper on the deck, his breathing quickening. "Boss Zhang, you finally made it." The village secretary hurried to greet him, warmly shaking the man's hand. "This is Lin Xiaoyu. He is the one who caught this grouper." The man, referred to as Boss Zhang, nodded but did not immediately acknowledge Lin Xiaoyu. Instead, he swiftly moved to the side of the fishing boat, crouched down, and retrieved a measuring tape and a flashlight from his toolbox, meticulously measuring the fish's length and girth, then shining the flashlight into the fish's eyes and gills, muttering continuously, "Not bad, not bad. The shape is proportionate. The gills are bright red, the eyes are clear. It seems to have been caught not long ago. The freshness is definitely sufficient." Standing up, he tapped the fish's body with his finger, listening to the sound, and nodded in satisfaction. The flesh must be firm. A wild grouper of this caliber in high-end hotels in the city could easily sell for 300 yuan per pound, and the demand far exceeds the supply. The surrounding villagers gasped at the mention of 300 yuan per pound. The ordinary fish they typically caught barely fetched a dozen yuan at most. The price of this grouper was 20 times that of their usual catch. Boss Zhang turned to Lin Xiaoyu, finally meeting his gaze with a warm smile. Extending his hand, "Young brother, you are truly impressive. A wild grouper of this size, in my years in the seafood business, I have only seen 3 times. Your name is Lin Xiaoyu, right? If you have more exceptional catches in the future, make sure to contact me first. We can negotiate a fair price." Lin Xiaoyu quickly grasped Boss Zhang's hand, feeling a bit bashful, and replied, "Thank you, Boss Zhang. I was just fortunate to come across this fish. Luck is also a part of strength." Boss Zhang patted Lin Xiaoyu on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "Now let us discuss the price. I spoke with the village secretary over the phone earlier and offered you 120 yuan per pound, but having seen the quality of this fish, I believe 120 yuan is somewhat low. How about this? I'll give you 180 yuan per pound, totaling 400 yuan for 180 pounds. What do you think?" The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. "My heavens, 180 yuan per pound. That's extraordinarily high. Over 30,000 yuan. That's equivalent to my annual income." Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback as well. He initially thought he could sell it for around 20,000 yuan, never expecting Boss Zhang to raise the price so significantly, adding over 10,000 yuan. Just as he was about to agree, Boss Zhang continued, "Wait, young brother, I have another idea. Given the size of this fish, if I buy it outright, it could serve as a prized possession for my shop, attracting more customers. Here's the deal. I'll give you a flat price of 50,000 yuan. What do you say? 50,000 yuan. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. 50,000 yuan. This was an astronomical figure for him. Working in the city, his monthly salary barely exceeded 5,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan equated to nearly a year's wages. Not only was Lin Xiaoyu stunned, but the villagers around him were also flabbergasted. Even the village secretary stood frozen, unable to process the information. Under the old locust tree, Wang Laowu, upon hearing 50,000 yuan, visibly stiffened, his eyes reflecting disbelief and a hint of barely concealed envy. Boss Zhang, observing Lin Xiaoyu's astonishment, chuckled. Young brother, 50,000 yuan is my final offer. I want this fish entirely. If you agree, I'll have it loaded onto the car right now and transfer the funds to you. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. Nodding vigorously, I agree. Thank you, Boss Zhang. Splendid. Boss Zhang clapped his hands, and the two young men behind him promptly produced a large waterproof bag. Carefully placing the grouper inside, securing it with ropes, and lifting it into the SUV's trunk. Throughout the process, Boss Zhang remained watchful, ensuring the fish sustained no harm. Once the fish was secured, Boss Zhang retrieved his phone and said to Lin Xiaoyu, Young brother, please provide me your bank account number. I'll transfer the funds now. Lin Xiaoyu quickly relayed his bank account number, his fingers trembling slightly. Boss Zhang swiftly navigated his phone, and before long, Lin Xiaoyu received a bank notification. Your account ending in XXXX has received a deposit of 5,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 5,008,632 yuan. Chapter 14, The First Bucket of Gold. Gazing at the figures displayed in the message, tears nearly spilled from Lin Xiaoyu's eyes. He clutched his phone, feeling as though the 50,000 yuan weighed 1,000 pounds. This was not only his first pot of gold since returning to Wanhai village, but also a beacon of hope for his new life. With this sum, he could enhance his fishing vessel, acquire more professional fishing gear, and even lead the villagers in their fishing endeavors, thereby uplifting Wanhai village. The money has been transferred. Do check, Boss Zhang remarked with a smile. Little brother, if you ever come across such fine goods again, do remember to reach out to me. Here is my business card. It contains my phone number and WeChat ID. Lin Xiaoyu accepted the card, carefully placing it in his wallet while repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Boss Zhang. I certainly will. After exchanging a few more words with the village secretary, Boss Zhang departed, reminding him to prioritize contact should any rare marine products emerge in the village. As the off-road vehicle drove away from the dock, kicking up a cloud of dust, the villagers stood rooted in place, gossiping about the vehicle's direction. My heavens! 50,000 yuan. Xiaoyu has truly become wealthy. Indeed, had I known fishing was so lucrative, I would never have left to work elsewhere. Staying in the village to fish would have been far better. Xiaoyu's luck is incredible. He sold such a large catch on his first attempt. Among the crowd, voices of envy grew louder. The villagers who had previously doubted Lin Xiaoyu now approached him with beaming faces, eager to curry favor. Xiaoyu, congratulations on selling such a hefty sum. If you ever acquire more fishing techniques, do share them with us. Yes, Xiaoyu, we are like family now. Let's prosper together. Lin Xiaoyu nodded with a smile, yet he was acutely aware that their change in demeanor was solely due to the 50,000 yuan. He refrained from saying much, merely engaging in polite conversation. At that moment, Uncle Li approached, patting Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder sincerely. Xiaoyu, congratulations. This 50,000 is hard-earned. You must plan wisely for the future, as brighter days are surely ahead. Thank you, Uncle Li. I will, Lin Xiaoyu replied gratefully. Aunt Wang also came over, holding a cloth bag, and handed it to Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, here are some boiled eggs I made for you. You've been busy all day. You must be hungry. Have a bite. Lin Xiaoyu accepted the bag, feeling a warm glow in his heart. During his most trying times, it was Uncle Li and Aunt Wang who had supported him, and now, instead of jealousy, they genuinely rejoiced in his success. This bond of friendship was far more precious than the 50,000 yuan. He opened the bag, took out an egg, peeled it, and bit into it. The familiar aroma spread in his mouth, evoking memories of the eggs his mother used to cook. He gazed at the familiar villagers and the distant azure sea, his heart brimming with hope. Just then, he noticed Wang Laowu standing silently beneath the old locust tree, turning away with a somewhat forlorn demeanor. Lin Xiaoyu understood that Wang Laowu was still resentful, perhaps still doubting him. Yet, he was unconcerned. He believed that as long as he persevered and proved himself with greater achievements, one day, Wang Laowu would completely dispel his doubts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sea in hues of gold and crimson, Lin Xiaoyu stood on the dock, clutching his phone while contemplating future plans. First, he would replace his father's fishing boat's engine, then purchase some specialized fishing equipment. Next, he would explore further ocean territories in search of rare marine products. Finally, he aspired to lead the villagers in fishing, imparting techniques that would enable them to prosper, thereby enriching Wanhai village. He pulled out his phone, bringing forth the system panel in his mind. Host, Lin Xiaoyu. Status, good. Bound system, fisherman system. Unlocked skills, underwater breathing, marine life localization, fish attraction, deep sea pressure resistance. Water quality purification, marine ecology value, 10,100. Current task, none. System notification. Host has obtained the first pot of gold, which can be used to upgrade fishing tools or explore new marine areas, accelerating system level progression. Lin Xiaoyu smiled, retracting the panel. He recognized that this 50,000 yuan was merely a beginning. As the system upgraded and his explorations of the ocean deepened, he would acquire even greater wealth and fulfill more dreams. In the distance, fishing boats gradually returned to the dock, their crews singing sea shanties, faces aglow with the joy of a bountiful harvest. Observing this scene, Lin Xiaoyu silently vowed, one day, he would steer the fishing boats of Wanghai Village toward the vast ocean, ensuring the name of Wanghai Village would echo far and wide. As night fell, the crowd at the dock gradually dispersed, leaving Lin Xiaoyu standing alone at the water's edge. He gazed into the pitch-black sea, listening to the waves crashing against the shore. Invigorated by a sense of purpose, he knew that tomorrow would dawn with renewed hope. His entrepreneurial journey had officially commenced. Turning towards home, he walked with resolute and vigorous steps. Moonlight bathed him, elongating his shadow, as if guiding him toward his future. That night, Lin Xiaoyu slept exceptionally soundly, dreaming of sailing a new fishing vessel across the vast ocean, flanked by the villagers, all singing sea shanties with joyful smiles. And soon, all of this would become reality. Chapter 15. Newbie System Rewards. By the time he returned home, night had enveloped Wanghai Village. Lin Xiaoyu pushed open the creaky wooden door, the old locust tree in the yard casting mottled shadows under the moonlight. His father's fishing boat lay quietly at the shore, as if waiting for his return. He retrieved his key, unlocking the door, and was met with a familiar musty odor mingled with the scent of the sea, which inexplicably brought him comfort. This was the smell of home, a sense of belonging he had finally regained after years of wandering. He refrained from turning on the lights immediately, leaning against the doorframe while repeatedly checking the bank text message displaying 5 million yuan. His fingertips glided across the screen, the numbers feeling almost warm, causing his eyes to well with emotion. From the despair of being cast into the sea, to the astonishment of binding the system, and now holding the first pot of gold, the experiences of these few days felt like a tumultuous dream. It was time to plan the next steps. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoyu approached the table and switched on the lamp. The dim light illuminated an old notebook on the table, which had belonged to his father, used for recording fishing logs. The cover was worn to the point of obscuring the writing. He opened the notebook, filled with densely written entries detailing dates, ocean areas, species of fish, and reminders in red ink, such as beware of strong currents in rocky areas. Do not go out to sea during typhoons. Seeing his father's handwriting made Lin Xiaoyu's heart ache. He instinctively summoned the system panel once more, eager to see what could be accomplished with this 50,000 yuan for his upcoming fishing plans. However, as soon as the panel opened, a pale blue notification box appeared, and a cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind with unprecedented clarity. Detected that the host has completed the core objectives of the novice stage, triggering the newbie reward distribution mechanism. Reward 1. Unlock new skill, Ocean Environment Awareness, which allows real-time sensing of ocean current speed, water temperature, and salinity changes within a radius of 2,000 meters, predicting risks such as undercurrents and tides, thereby enhancing fishing safety and efficiency. Reward 2. Gain Primary Strength Enhancement, boosting physical limits to 150-150, increasing base strength and endurance by 50, enabling easier handling of high-intensity fishing tasks. Reward 3. System Energy Value Reset to Full, unlocking the ecological log function, which can record marine biological distribution and environmental changes, providing data support for subsequent ocean ecological restoration. Lin Xiaoyu abruptly rose from his chair, his notebook slipping from his grasp and landing with a thud on the floor. He could scarcely believe his ears. Repeatedly confirming the notification on the panel, Basic Oceanic Environmental Awareness, Power Amplification. These skills were tailor-made for fishing, attempting to activate the Oceanic Environmental Awareness ability. He closed his eyes, and a wondrous sensation began to radiate from within his body. In the once pitch-black void of his vision, delicate azure currents gradually emerged. He could distinctly perceive the water flowing in the offshore area outside the yard, moving westward at a speed of 0.5 meters per second, with the water temperature hovering around 22 degrees. Near the dark reef zone, a faint undercurrent surged towards the depths of the sea. He could even sense, 100 meters away in the shallows, a school of small yellow fish swimming along with the current. The subtle ripples made by their fins gliding over the surface of the water resonated clearly in his consciousness. How extraordinary! Lin Xiaoyu opened his eyes and paced excitedly around the room. With this skill, he would no longer have to rely on experience to guess the currents and temperatures while at sea, nor would he need to worry about being swept away by hidden eddies. The system would act like a pair of X-ray eyes, revealing the conditions of the sea before him. He then attempted to experience the basic power amplification. The soreness in his arms from hauling the fishing nets earlier had vanished completely. He walked to the corner and lifted a 50-pound sack of rice that he previously struggled to move, now effortlessly hoisting it overhead as if it were merely a bag of cotton, even managing to spin around in place. He then picked up a thick wooden stick from the yard, gripping it tightly with both hands, and, with a sharp crack, broke it cleanly in two. Staring at the broken stick in his hands, Lin Xiaoyu was momentarily dumbfounded. In the past, even with all his might, he could only bend the stick slightly. Now, he could snap it with ease. This 50-power amplification was simply astonishing. Unable to contain his excitement, he made his way to the seaside to test his abilities in the water. The moonlit sea shimmered with a silvery glow as he removed his shoes and stepped into the cool water, which lapped around his ankles without causing him to shiver as it once had. His enhanced constitution had indeed improved his tolerance to low temperatures. Taking a deep breath, he followed the water flow indicated by his oceanic environmental awareness ability and took a few steps towards the shallows, instantly feeling a gentle undercurrent passing beneath his feet, perfectly aligning with the system's perception. With these newfound capabilities, his confidence in fishing had grown tremendously. Lin Xiaoyu excitedly strolled through the water, already planning his itinerary for the next day, first using a portion of his funds to replace the old engine on the fishing boat, then purchasing a complete set of professional deep-sea fishing gear, and finally venturing into farther waters to explore. Perhaps he would catch something rarer than a 100-pound grouper. Chapter 16. Enhancement of Abilities. He returned indoors, picked up the notebook from the floor, and flipped it open. Beside his father's log entry on the reef zone, he wrote in pencil, "Today, I unlocked oceanic environmental awareness, enabling the prediction of undercurrents. Tomorrow, I shall attempt to delve into the western waters of the reef zone." After finishing, he recalled the business card from Boss Zhang and quickly retrieved it from his wallet, carefully tucking it into the notebook. This was his future market, the hope of leading the fishing village towards prosperity. At that moment, his phone suddenly buzzed. It was a WeChat message from Uncle Lin Xiaoyu. "There's a fishing boat parts market in town tomorrow. I'll take you to have a look. An old fisherman's eye for quality is sure to spare you from losses." Lin Xiaoyu felt a warmth in his heart as he read the message and replied, "Thank you, Uncle Lin. I really appreciate it. I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow." Setting his phone down, he once again accessed the system panel, gazing at the list of skills, his lips curling into a smile. Host, Lin Xiaoyu. Status, excellent. Bound system, fisherman system. Unlocked skills, underwater breathing. Freely breathe in any water without being affected by pressure. Marine life localization, precise location tracking of organisms within a 1,000-meter radius. Fish school attraction, sound wave attraction for small and medium-sized fish within 500 meters. Deep sea pressure resistance, withstand pressures at depths of 500 meters. Water purification, purification of seawater within 10 meters. Oceanic environmental awareness, real-time monitoring of the environment within 2,000 meters. Constitution enhancement, basic power amplification. Special function, ecological log. Current task, none. System prompt. It is recommended that the host prioritize upgrading fishing equipment and explore new sea areas in conjunction with the oceanic environmental awareness skill to rapidly increase system levels and ecological value. Ecological log. Lin Xiaoyu noted this new feature with curiosity. The system explained, the ecological log requires the host to document the biological and environmental data from 3 different sea areas to activate. Once activated, an ecological report for the sea area can be generated, providing solutions for coral reef restoration and fish population cultivation. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, adding the activation of the ecological log to his plan. He understood that the system could not only assist him in fishing for profit, but also enable him to protect this sea. His father had spent a lifetime engaged with the ocean, often saying, "The sea is our bread and butter, we must protect it." Now, he finally had the capability to fulfill his father's wish. Outside, the moonlight grew increasingly bright, and the sea breeze swept through the yard, carrying the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. After finishing his evening routine, Lin Xiaoyu lay on the creaky old bed, yet sleep eluded him. His mind was flooded with visions of the following day, the new engine installed on the fishing boat, navigating towards distant waters with the aid of oceanic environmental awareness to evade undercurrents, and utilizing marine life localization to locate rare fish schools. While basic power amplification allowed him to effortlessly haul heavy nets. "Dad, Mom, can you see me? I will manage our fishing boat well and make Wanhai village flourish." Lin Xiaoyu silently vowed, gradually drifting into slumber. In his dreams, he sailed on the new fishing boat across the ocean, his father standing at the bow, smiling and waving at him, while his mother cooked fish soup on the shore, the aroma wafting far and wide. The next morning, before dawn, Lin Xiaoyu was awakened by the crowing of roosters in the yard. Rubbing his eyes, he felt invigorated. This was the effect of basic power amplification. The fatigue that once lingered after late nights had completely vanished. He quickly washed up, grabbed his wallet and his father's fishing log, locked the door, and made his way towards the village entrance. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, Uncle Li was already waiting for him on his bicycle. A cloth bag hanging from the handlebars, containing breakfast, 2 meat buns, and a bowl of soy milk. Xiaoyu, come have breakfast. After we eat. We need to hurry to town. If we take too long, the parts will be snatched up by others. Uncle Li said with a smile. His eyes filled with genuine concern as he handed over the cloth bag. Lin Xiaoyu took the bag and bit into a meat bun. The warm filling bursting in his mouth, reminding him of the breakfast his mother used to prepare for him as a child. Thank you, Uncle Li. You take such good care of me. Don't mention it. Your father helped me a lot back then, Uncle Li replied, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder as he pushed the bicycle forward. Come on, let us aim to finalize the engine today. We can install it on the boat next week, and then I'll join you for deep-sea fishing to see the good fish schools you mentioned. Lin Xiaoyu nodded. Following closely behind Uncle Li, the sun rose over the horizon, casting golden rays upon the surface of the sea and upon them. He watched Uncle Li's figure ahead and gazed out at the vast blue ocean, his heart brimming with hope. With the system's assistance, the support of Uncle Li and Aunt Wang, and the fishing boat and log left by his father, he believed that his path to fishing would only broaden, and the future of Wanghai village would undoubtedly shine brighter. Chapter 17. A new battle in the deep sea. On the day the new engine was installed on the fishing boat, the dock in Wanghai village was bustling with people. The silvery gray engine gleamed with a metallic luster, replacing the previously rusted, old machinery. The fishing boat's hull had also been freshly coated with tung oil by Lin Xiaoyu, shining brilliantly under the sun. Wang Laowu had arrived as well, standing at the periphery of the crowd, his gaze complex as he observed the new engine. Unlike last time, he offered no scornful remarks. Instead, silently puffing on his pipe, his fingers unconsciously stroking the stem. Xiaoyu, this engine is the finest model in town, capable of reaching a speed of 20 knots. Making round trips to the open sea swift, Uncle Li exclaimed, patting the engine's exterior with envy evident in his tone. If I had such splendid equipment back in my day, I could have ventured to the reef zone more often. Lin Xiaoyu nodded with a smile. Yet his heart was already brimming with an insatiable desire for exploration. Ever since he unlocked the ocean environmental perception skill, he had practiced daily, evolving from a vague awareness of water currents to accurately predicting tidal changes 100 meters away, his proficiency ever increasing. Today, armed with his new equipment and skills, he intended to explore the secret marine area west of the reef zone mentioned in his father's journal, rumored to harbor a wealth of rare seafood amidst its complex currents. At 6 in the morning, as dawn broke, Lin Xiaoyu set sail on the fishing boat. The new engine's deep, powerful roar filled the air, propelling the vessel across the water like an arrow, sending up frothy white waves. Standing at the bow, he activated the ocean environmental perception skill. A soft blue vision swiftly enveloped the surrounding 2,000 meters of ocean. To the left, 500 meters away, he detected a hidden current flowing at 12 meters per second towards the northeast. To the right, 300 meters away, the water temperature suddenly dropped by 2 degrees, likely indicating the ascent of a cold, deep-sea water mass. Straight ahead, the outline of the reef zone emerged clearly within his vision, revealing a concave area to the west where the water flowed gently and the salinity was slightly elevated, an ideal habitat for marine life. That's the place. Lin Xiaoyu tightened his grip on the steering wheel, adjusting his course towards the western side of the reef zone. As he passed the left side's current area, he deliberately slowed down, marveling at the deep blue water swirling like an invisible giant hand. He felt a wave of relief, had it not been for the system. Venturing in recklessly could have capsized the boat, dragging both vessel and crew to the ocean depths. The fishing boat glided smoothly into the concave marine area of the reef zone's west side. Lin Xiaoyu switched off the engine, allowing the boat to drift with the gentle currents. Activating the marine life locator skill, he was greeted by a panel filled with luminous points. Schools of green fish swam nearby, while only a few red danger points flickered sporadically. At the center of the panel, 3 prominent purple points were quietly nestled within the crevices of the underwater rocks, labeled as follows. Target: colorful lobster. Size: 35 to 40 centimeters. Quantity: 3. Location: 15 meters deep. Within rock crevices. Remarks: rare deep-sea species, exquisite meat quality, high market value, extremely demanding on environmental conditions, found only in pure waters with gentle currents in the reef zone. Colorful lobsters? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had seen ordinary lobsters at the seafood market in town, which sold for over 100 yuan per pound. But he had never even heard of colorful lobsters. Noting the system's designation of rare level, extremely high, he surmised their price must be quite steep. He retrieved his diving gear, a professional set purchased alongside the engine, capable of withstanding pressures at depths of 50 meters, perfectly complementing his deep-sea pressure resistance skill. After donning the equipment and taking a deep breath, he leaped into the ocean. The icy water enveloped him, yet he felt no discomfort. His enhanced basic strength had fortified his physique, and the underwater breathing skill allowed him to breathe freely, rendering the diving mask unnecessary. He swam towards the purple points on the seabed. The 15-meter depth felt as shallow as a sandbank to him. As he approached the reef area, the water became increasingly clear, showcasing the vibrant coral and darting fish below. Finally, he spotted the 3 colorful lobsters nestled within a massive crevice in the rocks. Their shells shimmered with a rainbow-like sheen, intertwining hues of red, blue, purple, and green, resembling exquisite artifacts carved from gemstones. Each lobster was comparable in size to an adult's arm, their robust claws adorned with sharp protrusions, exuding a sense of strength. The 3 lobsters lay on the rocks, their tiny eyes alertly surveying their surroundings, occasionally using their claws to seize small shrimp and bring them to their mouths. Lin Xiaoyu held his breath, inching closer. Knowing that colorful lobsters reacted with remarkable speed, if startled, they would burrow deeper into the rocky crevices, making capture impossible. From his diving suit's pocket, he produced a specially designed lobster net crafted by the town's blacksmith, featuring tightly woven mesh and soft rubber edges to prevent the lobsters from escaping while ensuring their shells remained unharmed. Carefully, he positioned the net over the outermost lobster and swiftly enveloped it. The lobster reacted instantly, raising its claws in defiance, but was firmly ensnared within the net, thrashing futilely. Lin Xiaoyu quickly tightened the net's opening and placed it into his waterproof pouch. The other 2 lobsters, startled, attempted to retreat into the rock crevices, but Lin Xiaoyu, quick-witted and agile from the enhanced basic strength, swiftly moved to the crevice's entrance, capturing the remaining 2 lobsters in the net as well. In mere minutes, all 3 colorful lobsters were securely in his possession. He hoisted the pouch, excitement coursing through him at the sight of the struggling lobsters. Given their size and rarity, he knew they would fetch a handsome price, perhaps even surpassing the value of the 100-pound grouper he had caught last time. Retracing his route to the surface, he climbed aboard the fishing boat. As he placed the pouch on the deck, he noticed the 3 lobsters still writhing within, their rainbow shells glistening in the sunlight. Drawing the attention of several distant seabirds circling nearby, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly fetched a waterproof cloth to cover the pouch, preventing the lobsters from being snatched away by the birds. He activated the marine life locator once more, eager to see if any other rare seafood lurked nearby. The panel remained densely populated with luminous points. Yet no additional purple points of extreme rarity appeared. Glancing at the sky, he noted it was nearing noon, and with the capture of 3 colorful lobsters already deemed a bountiful haul, he decided to head back. The new engine indeed proved swift, reducing the journey that typically took 2 hours to just an hour and a half to reach the dock at Wanhai village. As he approached the shore, Lin Xiaoyu noticed a crowd gathered at the dock, likely drawn by word of his expedition to the western side of the reef zone. Xiaoyu's back. Let us see what he caught. Someone shouted from the crowd, and they all surged forward. Lin Xiaoyu smiled as he lifted the waterproof cloth, revealing the 3 colorful lobsters inside. Instantly, the dock fell silent, all eyes fixated on the lobsters, expressions of astonishment etched on their faces. My goodness, what kind of lobster is this? Why is it colorful? It's bigger than my kitchen knife. I've never seen anything like it in my entire life. This must be worth a fortune. Xiaoyu's luck is unbelievable. Uncle Li pushed his way to the front, cautiously reaching out to touch the lobster's shell, hesitating for fear of harming it, then retracting his hand with a sigh. Xiaoyu, you truly are a genius at fishing. This colorful lobster. I've only heard of it from old fishermen decades ago, said to be treasures of the deep sea. I can't believe you actually caught some today. Wang Laowu also squeezed his way over, his gaze fixed intently on the 3 lobsters. His lips moved as if to say something, but ultimately, he simply sighed and turned to leave. Lin Xiaoyu understood. This time, Wang Laowu was genuinely impressed. No one could contest that these 3 rare colorful lobsters were captured through sheer skill. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu's phone rang. It was a call from Boss Zhang. He answered, and Boss Zhang's enthusiastic voice emanated from the receiver. Xiaoyu, I heard you ventured out to the deep sea for fishing again today. Did you catch anything of value? I happen to be near Wanhai village, and if there are good catches, I can come by right now to collect. Lin Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Indeed, Boss Zhang, you guessed it right. I managed to catch 3 colorful lobsters. If you're interested, you can come over to take a look. Colorful lobsters? Boss Zhang's voice suddenly escalated by an octave. Are you referring to those rare lobsters with a shell that shimmers like a rainbow? I've been searching for a source for years. Xiaoyu, hold on. I'm driving over right now. I'll be there in 20 minutes. After hanging up, Lin Xiaoyu looked at the villagers surrounding him, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. He understood that these 3 colorful lobsters would not only yield him substantial profits, but also solidify his standing in Wanhai village. From initial skepticism to present admiration, he had repeatedly proven his capabilities through his harvests. Seated by the fishing boat, he gazed at the distant sea and summoned the system panel. Host, Lin Xiaoyu. Status, good. Bound system, fisherman system. Unlocked skills, underwater breathing, marine life positioning, fish attraction. Deep sea pressure resistance, water quality purification, marine environment perception, physical enhancement, primary strength amplification, special function, ecological log, current task, none, system prompt. Congratulations, host, on capturing an exceptionally rare marine creature. System energy value, 40, current energy value, 220, 200. System upgrade available for unlocking more advanced skills. An upgrade for the system? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. He hadn't anticipated that capturing 3 colorful lobsters would significantly elevate his energy value. It seemed that high-tier rare seafood greatly aided system upgrades. However, he refrained from immediately opting for an upgrade. He wished to wait for Boss Zhang to arrive, ascertain the selling price for the 3 lobsters, and then meticulously plan the direction of his system upgrade. Before long, the distant sound of a car horn echoed. Boss Zhang's SUV rolled into the dock, and as soon as he stepped out, he hurried towards the fishing boat, even neglecting to greet the surrounding villagers. He approached the net bag and lifted the waterproof cover. Upon seeing the 3 colorful lobsters, Boss Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment, and his breathing quickened. He carefully picked up one lobster, inspecting it from all angles, exclaiming, "Incredible! These are indeed colorful lobsters. Their shells are intact, and they are full of vitality. Lobsters of this quality can fetch over 1,000 per pound in the international market." Turning to Lin Xiaoyu, he grasped his hand with excitement. "Xiaoyu, name your price. I'll take these 3 lobsters at any cost." Observing Boss Zhang's fervor, Lin Xiaoyu felt reassured. He realized that these 3 colorful lobsters would bring him far greater wealth than he had anticipated, marking a new chapter in his fishing career. The villagers at the dock murmured in astonishment, the sunlight shimmering on the sea surface, casting a golden glow. Lin Xiaoyu surveyed everything before him, his heart filled with hope. With the system's assistance, the villagers' support, and an unending supply of rare seafood, his future would undoubtedly shine as brilliantly as the shells of these colorful lobsters. Chapter 19. The seafood merchants compete for goods. Boss Zhang's fingers had yet to disengage from the surface of the colorful lobster when a flurry of car horns erupted at the dock entrance. 2 vans emblazoned with the words "Coastal Seafood Fresh Ocean Goods" surged forward, wheels churning up sand and dust as they came to a halt beside the fishing boat. The doors swung open with a clang, and 2 middle-aged men in suits, adorned with gold watches, alighted swiftly. Their eyes fixated like searchlights on the 3 colorful lobsters on the deck. "Old Chin, what brings you here?" Upon spotting the man at the forefront, Boss Zhang's expression darkened instantly. The visitor was Chun Haitao, the owner of Coastal Seafood, who had been vying for business against Boss Zhang for over a decade. Ignoring Boss Zhang, Chun Haitao rushed to the side of the fishing boat, crouching down to scrutinize the colorful lobsters, his breath growing rapid. "Is this the legendary colorful lobster? I can't believe I'm actually seeing it. You must be Xiaoyu, right? I'm Chun Haitao from Coastal Seafood. I'll take these 3 lobsters at 500 per pound." Before Lin Xiaoyu could respond, another man squeezed in, identified as Zhao Jianjun, the owner of Fresh Ocean Goods. He pulled out his phone, swiftly tapping the calculator. 500 per pound? How trivial. I'll give you 2,000 per pound. These 3 lobsters must weigh around 20 pounds. I'll pay you 40,000 right now via bank transfer. Zhao Jianjun, don't be ridiculous. Chun Haitao sprang to his feet, pointing accusingly at Zhao Jianjun. "I saw them first. They belong to me. Whoever saw them first gets them." Zhao Jianjun countered defiantly, pulling out a wad of cash and slapping it down on the deck. "Xiaoyu, look, this is a 10,000 deposit. I'll transfer the remaining 30,000 to you now. And I'll take the lobsters immediately." Seeing the escalating situation, Boss Zhang grew anxious, grasping Lin Xiaoyu's hand. "Xiaoyu, we go way back. Last time, I gave you 50,000 for that 100 pounds of grouper, which was quite fair, right? This time, I'll offer you a flat 50,000. That's higher than their offers. You can't go with anyone else." The villagers at the dock stood in awe, initially encircling the scene, but now retreating to provide space for the 3 seafood merchants. Uncle Lee stood at the front of the crowd, whispering to those beside him, "Goodness, these colorful lobsters must be incredibly valuable." In just a moment, the price jumped from 40,000 to 50,000. "Indeed, I've only heard about city bosses competing for goods. I never imagined I'd witness it here in our Wanhai village." Lin Xiaoyu observed the three arguing merchants with a mix of astonishment and composure. He understood that the rarity of the colorful lobsters determined their value, and with three bidders vying for them, it was an opportune moment to negotiate for a higher price. Clearing his throat, he interjected, "Gentlemen, let us not bicker. These three lobsters are indeed rare. But I must ensure you can sell them for a good price once you have them. Why don't we sit down and discuss this calmly? I will sell to whoever offers a reasonable price." His suggestion brought an immediate hush over the three merchants. Chen Haitao was the first to pull over a wooden stool and offer it to Lin Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, you're right. We've been too excited. Please tell us how much you desire." "I'm in agreement." Zhao Jianjun quickly chimed in. "My high-end clients are eagerly awaiting this rare catch. Price is no issue." Boss Zhang approached Lin Xiaoyu, lowering his voice. "Xiaoyu, we've collaborated before. You know my reputation. My offer will certainly be fair, and in the future, if you have good catches, I will purchase at the highest price and introduce you to more clients." Seated on the wooden stool, Lin Xiaoyu scanned the faces of the three merchants. He recognized that while Boss Zhang's offer wasn't the highest, his reliability had been proven in their previous transaction. Conversely, although Chen Haitao and Zhao Jianjun presented higher offers, it was their first collaboration and potential complications loomed. Nevertheless, given the competitive nature of the bidding, price remained the foremost consideration. After some contemplation, he spoke, "Gentlemen, these three colorful lobsters weigh a total of 22 pounds. Currently, regular lobsters in the seafood market are priced at just over 100 per pound. Given the rarity of the colorful lobsters, I will not be unreasonable in my pricing. I propose a flat rate of 80,000. Whoever is willing to pay that amount will take the lobsters." 80,000. The three merchants were momentarily taken aback. For 22 pounds of lobsters, 80,000 equated to over 3,600 per pound, a price that far exceeded market expectations. Chen Haitao furrowed his brows and took out his phone to calculate. 80,000 yuan. While this amount seemed somewhat extravagant, should the lobsters be brought to the international market, they could fetch an even higher price. "I agree," he declared. "I concur." Zhao Jianjun hastily added, 80,000 yuan it is. I'll transfer the funds immediately." Boss Zhang hesitated momentarily. He had initially expected Lin Xiaoyu to demand around 60,000 yuan, and 80,000 exceeded his budget. However, glancing at the three resplendent lobsters and recalling the profits from the previous shipment of 100 pounds of grouper, he gritted his teeth and said, "I agree as well. Xiaoyu, if you partner with me, I can assist you in establishing connections with high-end hotels in the future." The three bosses resumed their debate, each vying for Lin Xiaoyu's favor in the transaction. Lin Xiaoyu observed them thoughtfully and devised a plan. "Gentlemen, since you all consent to the sum of 80,000 yuan, I shall collaborate with Boss Zhang. It is not solely because of his higher offer, but rather due to our previous partnership, which has instilled in me a trust in his integrity. However, I extend an invitation to Boss Chun and Boss Zhao to return in the future. Should I capture any rare marine delicacies, I will certainly reach out to all three of you first." Chapter 20. Rising Fame. Although Chen Haitao and Zhao Jianjun felt a tinge of disappointment, they refrained from expressing further discontent, as Lin Xiaoyu had already made them a promise of future opportunities for collaboration. Chen Haitao clapped Lin Xiaoyu on the shoulder, saying, "Xiaoyu, you are quite the person. In the future, if you come across any good catches, you must call me first. Here is my business card, which contains my personal number." Zhao Jianjun quickly followed suit, offering his own card. "Mine too. I'm available 24/7, just a call away." Boss Zhang, brimming with excitement, promptly transferred the 80,000 yuan to Lin Xiaoyu. As he viewed the message confirming the sum, a surge of exhilaration coursed through Lin Xiaoyu. This marked his second occasion receiving such a substantial amount, and for the first time, he had leveraged his own abilities to compel three seafood merchants to vie for his goods. Boss Zhang instructed his workers to meticulously pack the vibrant lobsters into specially designed insulated boxes, placing ice within to preserve their freshness. He supervised the entire process closely, anxious to ensure that not a single mistake occurred. Once the lobsters were secured, Boss Zhang approached Lin Xiaoyu, offering him a cigarette. "Xiaoyu, you truly are a rare talent. Having navigated the seafood industry for many years, I have yet to encounter someone like you, who, upon returning to the fishing village, can catch 100 pounds of grouper and vibrant lobsters. Should you wish to expand your operations in the future or require funding or connections, do not hesitate to inform me. I will certainly assist you." Lin Xiaoyu accepted the cigarette with a smile, replying, "Thank you, Boss Zhang. I will surely rely on your support in the future." After patting him on the shoulder, Boss Zhang departed with his workers. Chen Haitao and Zhao Jianjun exchanged contact details with Lin Xiaoyu before reluctantly leaving. Villagers at the dock gathered around, chattering excitedly. "Goodness, 80,000 yuan. Xiaoyu has truly struck it rich. Who would have thought our Wanghai village could produce such an impressive individual? He might become a renowned figure in the seafood industry. I believe Xiaoyu is not merely lucky. He possesses genuine skill. Just observe his fishing techniques and his negotiation prowess. He surpasses the seasoned fishermen in our village. Uncle Li approached Lin Xiaoyu, expressing heartfelt congratulations. Xiaoyu, I knew you had it in you. You are bound for great success. Thank you, Uncle Li. Without your guidance, I wouldn't have reached this point, Lin Xiaoyu sincerely replied. At that moment, the village secretary arrived, holding a red notebook. Xiaoyu, I just received a call from the County Fisheries Bureau, who heard about your rare catch of vibrant lobsters. They would like you to register at the county office and will present you with an award for your contributions to the protection of rare marine life. Additionally, they aim to secure funding for the village's fisheries development. Lin Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated receiving such recognition from the county for his catch. Thank you, Secretary. I will go to the county tomorrow. The secretary patted his shoulder, exclaiming, Excellent. You have brought honor to Wanghai Village. The village will fully support you in the future. If you require any assistance, just let me know. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden rays upon the dock, Lin Xiaoyu stood by the sea, gazing at the vast ocean, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. He retrieved his phone and accessed the system panel. Host, Lin Xiaoyu. Status, good. Bound system, fisherman system. Unlocked skills, underwater breathing, marine life location, fish attraction. Deep sea pressure resistance, water quality purification. Marine environment perception, physical enhancement, primary strength augmentation, special function, ecological log, current task, none, system notification. The host has begun to establish a reputation within the local seafood industry. Unlocking commercial cooperation permissions to form long-term partnerships with seafood merchants, hotels, etc., enhancing income stability. The system's energy value has exceeded limits. It is advisable to upgrade to the third tier promptly, unlocking skills related to marine ecological restoration. As Lin Xiaoyu contemplated the notifications on the panel, new plans began to take shape in his mind. He understood that his current achievements were merely the prologue. With system upgrades and the expansion of his reputation, more opportunities would present themselves. He was determined to expedite the system's upgrade, unlocking skills related to marine ecological restoration, which would not only protect the ocean but also cultivate more rare marine delicacies, transforming Wanghai Village into a renowned haven for seafood. That evening, Lin Xiaoyu invited Uncle Li and Aunt Wang to his home for dinner, having purchased an array of fresh seafood to prepare a sumptuous feast. At the table, Uncle Li and Aunt Wang continuously served him dishes, advising him to prioritize safety during his outings at sea and not to overexert himself. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the two elderly figures before him, feeling a warm surge of gratitude. He recognized that behind his success lay not only the assistance of the system, but also the genuine concern of those around him. He raised his glass, addressing Uncle Li and Aunt Wang. Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, thank you for your unwavering care. This toast is for you. I will strive to make our Wanghai Village even better. Uncle Li and Aunt Wang smiled as they raised their glasses, clinking them against his. The sound of glasses colliding resonated distinctly in the quiet room, echoing like a bell of hope for Lin Xiaoyu's future. The following day, Lin Xiaoyu visited the county office, where he was personally received by the leaders of the Fisheries Bureau. Not only did they present him with the Marine Rare Species Protection Contribution Award, but they also signed a long-term cooperation agreement, ensuring that any rare marine delicacies he caught would be prioritized for purchase by the county for research and exhibition, as well as assisting him in connecting with more high-end clients. After leaving the Fisheries Bureau, Lin Xiaoyu's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a gentle voice greeted him. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Xiaoyu? I am the general manager of the City Ocean Hotel. I heard that you can catch rare marine delicacies, and I would like to discuss a long-term cooperation with you. May I know if you have any availability? Lin Xiaoyu smiled, responding, Hello, I am available. We can arrange a place to discuss further. After ending the call, Lin Xiaoyu gazed at the award certificate and cooperation agreement in his hands, his heart brimming with hope. He realized that his reputation had begun to spread within the seafood industry, and the path ahead would only widen. With this hope in his heart, he was determined to continue navigating the vast ocean, carving out a realm of his own. Chapter 21. Obstacles among peers. The award certificate from the County Fisheries Bureau lay prominently on the octagonal table in Lin Xiaoyu's home. The gilded characters of contribution award glimmering in the sunlight, alongside the cooperation letter from the City Ocean Hotel. The hotel promised that as long as Lin Xiaoyu could consistently supply rare marine delicacies, they would purchase them at 15 times the market price, even going so far as to label them as direct supply from Wanghai Village on their menu. Yet, this joy was short-lived. quickly doused by whispers circulating at the dock. On that clear morning, Lin Xiaoyu, as per his routine, pushed his fishing net towards the fishing boat. Upon arriving at the dock, he overheard several fishermen murmuring together. "Have you heard?" Wang Laowu set out to sea with his 2 sons before dawn, heading straight for the western side of the reef area, the very spot where Xiaoyu caught the colorful lobster last time. "Indeed, this morning, while fueling my boat, I saw their vessel heading that way." Wang Laowu was muttering about how a mere young lad could claim such prime fishing grounds. It seems he is deliberately attempting to seize the fishing spots. That's rather unscrupulous, isn't it? That area was discovered by Xiaoyu first. How can Wang Laowu act in such a manner? Lin Xiaoyu halted in his tracks, tightly gripping the fishing net rope in his hands. He was well aware that Wang Laowu harbored resentment, while Lin returned from each outing with bountiful catches, from hefty grouper to splendid lobsters. Wang, the village's most seasoned fisherman, had seen little success over the past 6 months, inevitably leading to feelings of inadequacy. However, he never anticipated that Wang would resort to such underhanded tactics to target him. The western side of the reef area was a location he had repeatedly confirmed through his ocean environment perception skill, characterized by gentle currents and pristine waters. It was a favored habitat for rare marine delicacies, and an area he intended to explore in depth. With Wang Laowu now claiming the territory, he was left with the choice of either venturing into other waters in search of luck or confronting Wang head-on. "Xiaoyu, don't stoop to his level." Uncle Li had approached at some point, patting Lin's shoulder. "Wang Laowu is merely envious. He feels overshadowed by you. Why not accompany me to the eastern waters today? Although the catch may be less, you could still reel in some sea snails and scallops, which is better than returning empty-handed." Lin Xiaoyu shook his head, casting his gaze towards the distant horizon where he could faintly discern the silhouette of a fishing boat, presumably Wang Laowu's. He inhaled deeply and replied, "Thank you, Uncle Li. Yet, that area is neither Wang's nor mine. It belongs to the sea. If he can claim it, so can I. As for the catch, that will depend on our respective skills." With that, he hoisted the fishing net onto his shoulder, swiftly boarding his vessel and activating the new engine. Amidst the roar, the boat surged through the morning mist, heading towards the western side of the reef area. Uncle Li stood at the dock, watching the boat's retreating figure, sighing helplessly before hastily steering his own small boat to follow, anxious to keep watch in case of conflict. After more than half an hour, Lin Xiaoyu's fishing boat finally reached the western reef area. From a distance, he spotted Wang Laowu's boat anchored in the center, several nets draped over the sides. While Wang's 2 sons toiled shirtless on the deck, Wang Laowu sat at the bow, a cigarette in hand, his gaze fixed defiantly on Lin Xiaoyu as he approached. A hint of provocation etched on his face. Lin Xiaoyu slowed his vessel, stopping several meters away from Wang Laowu's boat. He refrained from initiating a confrontation, instead activating his ocean environment perception skill. Within the pale blue vision, he discerned that although Wang's nets were cast widely, they fell into areas of stronger current, whereas the true habitats for rare marine life lay within the calm waters near Lin's boat. It appeared that while Wang Laowu recognized the presence of fish in this area, he lacked the ability to discern their specific habitats, merely casting his nets blindly. "Lin Xiaoyu, what brings you here?" Wang Laowu finally spoke, his voice carrying over the water with a deliberate rasp. "I found this area first. Today is not your day to fish here. If you have any sense, turn back before I take action." His sons paused their work, rolling up their sleeves and glaring menacingly at Lin Xiaoyu, ready to spring into action. Lin Xiaoyu remained unperturbed, responding calmly, "Grandpa Wang, the sea is vast. These waters do not belong to any one individual. If you can come, so can I. Let us each catch our own fish without disturbing one another. Would that not be preferable? Without disturbing each other?" Wang Laowu scoffed, rising to his feet and approaching the edge of his boat, gesturing at the surrounding waters. "Look around. All these nets belong to me. How do you expect to fish here? I warn you, should you dare cast your net, I will cut it to shreds." Uncle Li hurriedly maneuvered his small boat closer, attempting to mediate. "Old Wu, let us speak amicably. We are all from the same village. Xiaoyu is young. As the elder, you should give way to him a bit." "Give way to him? Who gives way to me?" Wang Laowu's agitation escalated, his voice rising. "How can a mere young lad, just back to the village, consistently catch the best fish? Why do the county awards go to him, and why do city bosses seek him out? I have fished for over 40 years without ever facing this humiliation." His fervor intensified, and he grabbed a pair of scissors from the side of the boat, aiming to hurl them towards Lin Xiaoyu. Quick as a flash, Lin Xiaoyu caught the scissors midair, a small cut appearing on his finger, blood seeping out. "Grandpa Wang, you are going too far." Lin Xiaoyu's tone grew cold. "I have respected you as an elder and have been accommodating, but should you continue to push me, do not blame me for being impolite." Seeing this, Wang Laowu's sons prepared to leap onto Lin Xiaoyu's boat to engage him. Uncle Li quickly positioned himself between them, his forehead beaded with sweat. Do not resort to violence. Let us resolve this with words. We are all from the same community. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu interjected. Grandpa Wang, do you not believe I rely on luck? How about we make a wager? I will cast my net right here. And if I catch more rare marine delicacies than you must refrain from encroaching on my fishing spots in the future, should I fail. I will never return to this area again and will even gift you my new engine. What do you say? Wang Laowu was taken aback. Not expecting such a challenge from Lin Xiaoyu, he glanced at the few small fish scattered on his deck and then at Lin Xiaoyu's confident demeanor. Feeling a flicker of hesitation, he recognized Lin's abilities but was loath to concede defeat. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Lin Xiaoyu taunted. If you believe you are superior, then let us gamble. If you are not willing, then quickly retract your net and cease blocking the way for others. Let us gamble then. Wang Laowu, incensed, slapped the side of his boat. Am I to be intimidated by a mere young lad? Should you lose, do not expect me to let it slide. Lin Xiaoyu smiled, saying nothing further. Instead, he picked up his net and, guided by the hints from his marine biological positioning skill, cast it into what appeared to be an open stretch of sea to the right. Wang Laowu and his sons watched with glee, convinced that this area would yield no fish, believing Lin Xiaoyu had lost his wits. Yet, before long, their smiles faded. As Lin Xiaoyu began to haul in his net, he was greeted with the sight of several shimmering fish struggling within. Flounders. This type of fish is renowned for its tender flesh, fetching a price of 80 yuan per pound in the market, and there were plenty, over a dozen. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiaoyu cast his net in another area, this time retrieving several palm-sized abalones adorned with purple patterns, indicative of top-quality wild specimens. Wang Laowu's expression darkened further, and his sons halted their work, dumbfounded as they watched Lin Xiaoyu repeatedly cast and retrieve his nets, each time netting rare marine treasures, while their own nets remained filled with only a handful of inconsequential fish. This is impossible. It cannot be. Wang Laowu muttered, disbelief etched in his eyes. How could you possibly know where the fish are? Have you employed some sorcery? Lin Xiaoyu offered no reply, simply continuing to cast his net. This time, as the net submerged, he felt an immense tug, a large fish. He hastily tightened his grip on the fishing net's rope, utilizing the strength bestowed by his primary power augmentation to gradually hoist the net upwards. Soon, a colossal fish emerged from the water, a black sea bream. Weighing in excess of 30 pounds, its scales shimmered with a dark luster under the sunlight, making it an exceedingly sought-after delicacy in the market. My heavens! A black sea bream. I haven't seen one this large in years. Uncle Li exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Wang Laowu's complexion instantly turned ashen as he gazed at the magnificent fish. He realized, with a sinking heart, that he had lost, and lost utterly. Lin Xiaoyu was not merely lucky, nor had he resorted to any underhanded tactics. He possessed a genuine skill, one that eluded Wang Laowu's comprehension and could not be replicated. Lin Xiaoyu placed the black sea bream into the boat's hold, turned, and addressed Wang Laowu. Grandpa Wang, do you have anything to say? Wang Laowu opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. Lowering his gaze, he silently gathered the fishing net from the deck, oblivious to the fact that his pipe had fallen to the ground. His two sons, once brimming with bravado, now hung their heads in defeat. Laowu, a wager is a wager. You must accept the outcome. From now on, refrain from troubling Xiaoyu, Uncle Li sighed. Xiaoyu is a good kid. His talents are a blessing to our Wanhai village. If you truly care for the village, you ought to treat him well. Who knows, you might even learn a few tricks from him to catch more fish. Wang Laowu remained silent, merely starting the fishing boat and steering it toward Wanhai village. The splashes of water at the boat's stern seemed to provide a soundtrack to his disgraceful retreat. Lin Xiaoyu watched as Wang Laowu's vessel drifted away, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He had no intention of humiliating Wang Laowu. He simply wished to safeguard his hard-won efforts from being easily undermined. He picked up the scissors from the ground and handed them to Uncle Li. Uncle Li, could you please return this to Grandpa Wang and let him know that I didn't mean to oppose him? Uncle Li accepted the scissors, nodding. You, my boy, are simply too kind-hearted. Now, hurry up and get back to fishing. Do not waste any more time. Lin Xiaoyu nodded and resumed his task with the fishing net. The sun ascended higher in the sky, casting a golden glow upon the sea's surface. Activating his marine environmental perception skill, he continued to explore this expanse of ocean. He understood that Wang Laowu's departure was but a minor interlude. His journey as a fisherman was far from over, and countless rare marine treasures awaited his discovery, along with more challenges to surmount. As dusk fell, Lin Xiaoyu returned to shore with a bountiful catch. The deck was piled high with black sea bream, abalone, and sole, releasing the fresh scent of the ocean. Upon arriving at the dock, villagers quickly gathered around, marveling at the abundance of rare seafood. Goodness! Xiaoyu has caught so many fine fish today. Wang Laowu returned empty-handed, looking utterly miserable. He must have lost to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is truly impressive. Not only is he skilled, but he also possesses wisdom, unlike Wang Laowu, who is so petty. Lin Xiaoyu greeted the villagers with a smile, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. He realized that after today's events, no one in the village would dare question his abilities or intentionally seek to trouble him again. He could now explore the ocean with greater peace of mind and focus on developing his fishing career. Taking out his phone, he accessed the system panel. Host, Lin Xiaoyu. Status, good. Bound system, fisherman system. Unlocked skills, underwater breathing, marine life location, school attraction, deep sea pressure resistance, water quality purification. Marine environmental perception, physical enhancement, primary power augmentation, special function, ecological log, current task, none. System notification, host successfully resolved a conflict with a fellow fisherman, demonstrating excellent professional conduct. Commercial cooperation permission level increased. You may negotiate better cooperation terms with partners, unlocking bulk supply channel. System energy value meets upgrade conditions. It is recommended to upgrade to Tier 3 as soon as possible. Lin Xiaoyu's lips curled into a smile at the notification on the panel. He understood that upgrading the system would unlock the marine ecological restoration skill, enabling him not only to catch more rare seafood, but also to protect this ocean, enriching the fishing resources of Wanghai Village. He hoisted the fishing net onto his shoulder and began his journey home. The setting sun cast his shadow long, seemingly guiding him toward his future. He knew that as long as he continued to strive and protect this ocean, his future would undoubtedly shine as brilliantly as the sunset. Chapter 23, System Guidance. As Wang Laowu's fishing boat vanished over the horizon, Lin Xiaoyu squatted on the deck, tending to a wound on his finger. The cut, inflicted by the scissors, was not deep, yet the droplets of blood that seeped onto the deck formed a small dark red patch. Uncle Li's cotton swab dipped in iodine brushed over the wound, sending a slight sting through him, yet it sharpened his focus. Although today's conflict had been resolved, Wang Laowu's lingering resentment might not be so easily dispelled. He could very well employ other means to disrupt Lin Xiaoyu's fishing endeavors in the future. He couldn't remain in this fishing area indefinitely. Lin Xiaoyu gazed at the calm waters west of the rocky reef, contemplating his next move. While this area was rich in resources, the recent altercation had drawn the attention of the village fishermen, and future fishing excursions would likely invite scrutiny. More importantly, the ecological log on the system panel had only one record left before activation. He needed to locate a more research-worthy marine area to prepare for unlocking the marine ecological restoration skill. Standing up, he brushed the dust from his hands and activated the marine life location skill. A pale blue panel enveloped his vision, revealing the distribution of marine life within a 2,000-meter radius. Schools of green fish darted among the rocks, rare purple points scattered sporadically, and only a few red markers indicated dangerous creatures. However, when he concentrated his awareness on the panel's edge, attempting to expand his perception range, an unexpected occurrence happened. The previously fixed boundary of perception wavered slightly, as if pushed by an invisible force, revealing a glimpse of further marine territories. System notification, detection of host's proficiency improvement and skill. Marine life location perception range temporarily expanded to 3,000 meters, duration 10 minutes. The cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and Lin Xiaoyu's eyes brightened with excitement. A perception range of 3,000 meters meant he could observe conditions in more distant waters. He quickly directed his gaze toward the northwest, a region seldom visited by Wanghai Village fishermen. Merely noted in his father's fishing logs as having deeper waters and complex currents, yet never explored in detail. In the expanded view, 2,500 meters to the northwest unveiled a strikingly different scene. Beneath the deep blue waters lay a sprawling expanse of coral reefs, resembling an underwater forest. Countless points of light flickered among the corals, with dense clusters of rare purple points, even more numerous than in the rocky reef area. To his delight, at the center of the coral reef, 3 golden points were slowly moving, marked as follows. Target, golden abalone. Size, 15 to 20 centimeters. Quantity, 3. Location, 20 meters underwater. Within the crevices of the coral reef. Remarks, top-tier deep-sea delicacy, golden yellow shell, tender flesh, extremely high market value. Exists only in waters with excellent quality and fully developed coral reefs. Golden abalone. Lin Xiaoyu's heart raced. He had seen images of this abalone in the collaboration materials from the Ocean Hotel. Each one commanded a market price of at least 2,000 yuan, with demand far exceeding supply. More importantly, this coral reef area had never been discovered by the village fishermen. It was a pristine expanse, ripe for exploration. The fleeting 10 minutes of temporary perception vanished in an instant, and the field of vision on the panel retracted back to 2,000 meters, causing the coral reef spectacle to fade from sight. Yet, Lin Xiaoyu had firmly etched the location of that oceanic expanse into his memory. Starting from the western side of the reef zone, he navigated approximately 2,500 meters northwest, carefully avoiding two areas of turbulent currents, until he finally arrived at a coral reef region with a depth of around 20 meters. This was it. Lin Xiaoyu gripped the steering wheel tightly and activated the new engine. The fishing boat altered its course, heading northwest. Uncle Li, piloting a small boat behind, called out in surprise as he noticed the sudden change in direction. Xiaoyu, where are you headed? That area is uncharted. Uncle Li, I've discovered a new fishing zone. Let us go take a look. Lin Xiaoyu shouted back, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. He understood that this unknown territory might harbor dangers. Yet it also concealed boundless potential. Not only could it help him evade the entanglements of Wang Laowu, but it might also provide the final recording point for the ecological log and yield top-tier rare seafood, such as golden abalone. The fishing boat sped across the ocean surface as Lin Xiaoyu continuously activated his marine environmental perception skill, attentively monitoring the changes in the surrounding waters. Following the previously observed route, he successfully circumvented the first area of turbulent currents, where the water velocity soared to 18 meters per second, creating whirlpools beneath the surface. Should he inadvertently venture into them, even the new engine might struggle to escape. Halfway through the journey, a familiar engine sound suddenly echoed from afar. Lin Xiaoyu looked up to see Wang Laowu's fishing boat approaching from a diagonal rear. Wang Laowu, spotting him, waved his hand with a hint of provocation in his eyes. It seemed that Wang Laowu had not given up. Instead, he stealthily followed, eager to discern Lin Xiaoyu's destination. Follow if you wish, you won't find it. Lin Xiaoyu scoffed, maintaining his speed as he continued toward the coral reef area, although Wang Laowu's boat trailed behind. Its unfamiliarity with the route forced it to slow down and carefully navigate around the second area of turbulent currents, gradually widening the gap between them. Chapter 24, Charting a New Course. After more than half an hour, Lin Xiaoyu's fishing boat finally reached the coral reef area. He switched off the engine, allowing the vessel to drift gently with the calm waters. Peering into the crystalline depths below, he beheld clusters of golden coral vividly illuminated beneath the surface, while vividly colored fish darted amidst the corals, occasionally accompanied by leisurely swimming sea turtles, crafting a vibrant underwater tableau. This place is utterly breathtaking, Uncle Li exclaimed as he caught up, marveling at the sight before him. Having fished for a lifetime, it was his first encounter with such a stunning coral reef. Without delay, Lin Xiaoyu donned his diving gear and plunged into the sea. The 20-meter depth posed no challenge to him, as his deep-sea pressure-resistant skill allowed him to maneuver freely underwater. He activated his marine biological positioning skill and swiftly located the 3 golden abalones nestled in the heart of the coral reef. Their shells shimmered with a golden hue, firmly clinging to the crevices of the reef, and one of them was even larger than anticipated, measuring a substantial 20 centimeters. He retrieved his specialized abalone catching tool and carefully pried the golden abalones from the reef. Their powerful adhesion required considerable effort, but with the strength augmented by his basic power enhancement, he successfully secured all 3 golden abalones in his waterproof net. Just as he prepared to ascend, a flicker of silver caught his peripheral vision deep within the coral. Activating his marine biological positioning again, he spotted a silver dot swiftly navigating through the corals. Marked as target, silver cod. Size, 80 to 90 centimeters. Quantity, 1. Location, 25 meters deep within the coral. Note, a rare deep-sea fish. Known for its delicate flesh and high protein content, a coveted ingredient in upscale restaurants. A wave of excitement surged through Lin Xiaoyu. While silver cod may not be as rare as golden abalone, its size and market value were significant, making it a lucrative catch. He steadied his breath and swam towards the depths of the reef. The silver cod, swift and agile among the corals, nearly eluded him several times. However, bolstered by the agility from his basic power enhancement, he gradually closed the distance, successfully casting a specialized fishing net over it. Success! Lin Xiaoyu tightened his grip on the net's rope, exhilaration coursing through him. The silver cod thrashed violently within the net, causing his body to sway in the water. Yet he held on firmly, refusing to let go until he had dragged the silver cod to the surface and onto the boat. At that moment, Wang Laowu finally arrived with his fishing boat. Upon seeing the golden abalones and silver cod on Lin Xiaoyu's deck, his eyes widened in disbelief, muttering, "What? What is this? Golden abalone? And silver cod? How could he catch these here?" Lin Xiaoyu paid no heed to Wang Laowu's astonishment, continuing to fish in the coral reef area. Over the next few hours, he captured an array of rare seafood, including vibrantly shelled nautiluses, petite pearl oysters, and several rare grouper, each of superior quality compared to those caught in the western side of the reef. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Xiaoyu's fishing boat brimmed with various rare marine treasures. Gazing at his haul on the deck, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. 3 golden abalones, 1 silver cod, 5 nautiluses, 10 pearl oysters, 3 groupers, and numerous other rare marine delicacies, conservatively valued at over 100,000 yuan. He activated his marine environmental perception skill, meticulously recording data on the water flow, temperature, salinity, and other parameters of this coral reef area, then summoned the system panel. Host, Lin Xiaoyu. Status, good. Bound system, fisherman system. Unlocked skills, underwater breathing, marine biological positioning, fish attraction, deep sea pressure resistance, water purification, marine environmental perception. Physical enhancement, basic power augmentation. Special function, ecological log. Current task, none. System notification, ecological log activated, unlocking the primary ocean ecological restoration plan. It is possible to improve marine ecology through the introduction of coral seedlings and water purification methods, enhancing the abundance of rare seafood. The system's energy value meets the upgrade requirements and can be upgraded to Tier 3 at any time. Fantastic! The ecological log has finally been activated. Lin Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement. Activating the ocean ecological restoration skill meant he could not only fish, but also actively improve the marine environment, making the ocean more bountiful. He started the fishing boat, steering towards Wanghai village. Wang Laowu's boat followed behind, observing Lin Xiaoyu's triumphant return with a complex expression, part admiration, part envy, and a hint of barely perceptible respect. He finally understood that Lin Xiaoyu's success was not a mere stroke of luck or a result of cunning, but rather a testament to genuine skill, an ability he would never learn. Upon returning to the Wanghai village dock, twilight had settled in. The villagers, upon seeing the bounty on Lin Xiaoyu's fishing boat, gathered around in awe, exclaiming, "My goodness! Is that golden abalone? I've only seen it on television. And silver cod. Xiaoyu is incredible. He actually found such a great fishing area. Who would dare to say that Xiaoyu relies on luck? It is evidently a testament to his skill." Lin Xiaoyu greeted the villagers with a smile, his heart brimming with pride. He understood that today's harvest was not only a validation of his capabilities, but also a pioneering step toward the development of the fishery in Wanghai village. Henceforth, he would lead the village fishermen to explore the coral reef waters, educating them on the identification of rare marine produce, ensuring that everyone could thrive by the bounty of the sea. He hoisted a net filled with golden abalone and made his way homeward. The moonlight shimmered upon the ocean's surface, casting a silvery glow. He cast a glance towards the northwestern night sky, silently vowing, with the system's assistance, he would explore further uncharted waters, unearthing more precious marine treasures, and establish Wanghai village as a renowned seafood haven, ensuring that this sea would forever retain its vitality and vigor. And thus, this was merely the beginning. Chapter 25, A Direct Confrontation. As Lin Xiaoyu's fishing boat docked at the pier, a wave of chatter surged forth from the crowd, reminiscent of the tide. Villagers encircled the deck, marveling at the golden abalone and silver cod, while the sound of cameras clicking filled the air. Even the elderly, who seldom ventured out, hobbled over with canes, eager to behold the rare marine delicacies they had only seen on television. "This golden abalone shell is bigger than my bowl. It looks incredibly valuable. Xiaoyu must have made quite a fortune on this trip. I've never seen so many exquisite treasures in my lifetime. It's the young ones who possess the talent, daring to venture where we old bones would never dream of going." Amidst this lively scene, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced through. "Umph. What does it matter how much you earn? It could very well be that you've pilfered from someone else's fishing grounds." Lin Xiaoyu turned to see Wang Laowu standing at the periphery of the crowd, arms crossed, his countenance dark enough to drip with disdain. His 2 sons flanked him, pointing and casting disparaging glances at Lin Xiaoyu. As these words echoed, the previously boisterous pier fell silent. The villagers exchanged furtive glances, the discussions dwindling. For although they believed Lin Xiaoyu to be above reproach, Wang Laowu was the most seasoned fisherman in the village, and his words carried weight. "Old Wang, one may eat indiscriminately, but one should not speak indiscriminately." Lin Xiaoyu set down his fishing net and approached Wang Laowu, his gaze calm, yet underscored with gravity. "I ventured to a new fishing area in the northwest today, an untouched locale. How could it possibly be stealing? No one has ever been there. Who can vouch for that?" Wang Laowu stepped forward, raising his voice deliberately for all to hear. "Just because you say no one has gone doesn't make it so. Perhaps you have long coveted someone else's fishing ground, seizing the opportunity while they were away at sea to scoop up a haul. Otherwise, how could a mere newcomer to the village consistently catch such rare marine life?" His words struck like a stone cast into a placid lake, and the villagers resumed their hushed murmurs. "Indeed, Old Wang has a point. This does seem exceedingly fortuitous. Could it be true that he has been pilfering? If discovered, it would tarnish Wanghai Village's reputation. Xiaoyu, do enlighten us. How can you prove that this is a new fishing area? Uncle Li stepped forward to defend Lin Xiaoyu. Old Wang, do not slander him. I have been with Xiaoyu the entire day. He indeed went to a new marine area in the northwest. A place replete with coral reefs, certainly not someone else's fishing ground. You followed him. How do we know you're not in cahoots? Wang Lao scoffed, his disbelief palpable. You two are close. Perhaps you've conspired to take advantage of others. You are being utterly unreasonable. Uncle Li's face flushed with anger, but he found himself at a loss for a retort. Although he had accompanied Lin Xiaoyu, he had neither taken photographs nor recorded videos. Without tangible evidence, it was indeed challenging to convince others. Seeing this, Wang Lao's confidence swelled, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu, if you have the guts, present proof that you did not steal. If you cannot, hand over the fish and return them to their rightful owner. Otherwise, I shall report you to the County Fisheries Bureau and ensure that you never fish again. The surrounding villagers turned their gazes toward Lin Xiaoyu, their eyes filled with anticipation, all hoping he could produce evidence to vindicate himself. Lin Xiaoyu regarded Wang Lao's brazen demeanor with a sense of calm rather than anger. He had anticipated that Wang Lao would be unwilling to concede and might seek various reasons to challenge him. Thus, he had equipped his fishing boat with a sports camera, recording the entire harvesting process. He turned back to the boat, retrieved the sports camera from the cabin, and waved it before the villagers. Look closely, everyone. This is the video I recorded during my outing today, detailing my route to the new fishing area and the entire process of capturing golden abalone and silver cod. Whether I have stolen or not will be evident. Wang Lao's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of panic crossing his features, though he quickly feigned composure. Humph. How do we know this video wasn't pre-recorded to deceive us? If it's deception, let us view it now. Lin Xiaoyu responded, finding a flat surface to sit, connecting the sports camera to his phone, and then activating the projector he had purchased just the previous day for the ease of demonstrating the quality of his catch to potential partners. A white screen unfurled in the open space of the pier, and the video commenced. It clearly documented Lin Xiaoyu's journey departing from Wanghai Village, navigating northwest while avoiding 2 areas of underwater currents, ultimately arriving at the coral reef region. The footage even zoomed in on the ocean's surface and the compass, substantiating the authenticity of the route taken. The scene then transitioned underwater. Through the crystalline waters, vibrant coral reefs came into view, with multicolored fish darting amongst them. Lin Xiaoyu, donned in diving gear, meticulously searched the crevices of the reefs for golden abalone, employing specialized tools to pry them free and place them in his net. The entire process of capturing silver cod was similarly documented, with the fish visibly struggling within the net. Chapter 26, The Power of Evidence. The video also captured exchanges between Lin Xiaoyu and Uncle Li. Uncle Li, look how magnificent this coral reef is. This shall be our new fishing area. Indeed, the marine life here is far more abundant than anywhere we've previously explored. The surrounding villagers watched, entranced, and murmurs of realization spread through the crowd. So it truly is a new fishing area. Such stunning coral reefs. I've never seen anything like it. The video made it abundantly clear that Lin Xiaoyu had indeed harvested the catch himself, not stolen it. Wang Lao had willfully wronged him. It was utterly outrageous. Wang Lao stood amidst the throng, his face cycling through shades of red and white, resembling a painter's palette. His 2 sons hung their heads, unable to meet the villagers' gazes, fully aware that their father had suffered a resounding defeat, and a humiliating one at that. Once the video concluded, Lin Xiaoyu powered off the projector and faced Wang Lao. His tone composed. Old Wang, do you have anything left to say? The truth of whether I have stolen is now clear to all. Wang Lao opened his mouth, intending to retort, but no words emerged. He felt the villagers' stares pierce through him like needles, rendering him utterly mortified. His initial aim had been to embarrass Lin Xiaoyu with the accusation of theft, yet he found himself ensnared in an awkward predicament. Old Wang, this behavior is utterly unacceptable. The village chief, having arrived unbeknownst to anyone, regarded Wang Lao with a stern countenance. Xiaoyu has brought honor to Wanghai Village. Not only have you failed to support him, but you have also unjustly accused him. Do you honor the trust the village has placed in you? You should apologize to Xiaoyu at once. The surrounding villagers echoed their agreement, urging Wang Lao to acknowledge his mistake. Indeed, hasten to apologize. When one wrongfully accuses another, one must offer a sincere apology. Wang Lao's head drooped even lower as he clenched his teeth and approached Lin Xiaoyu, his voice barely audible, akin to a mosquito's hum. Xiaoyu, I am truly sorry. It was my mistake to wrongfully accuse you of theft. Observing Wang Lao's disheveled demeanor, Lin Xiaoyu felt no sense of satisfaction. Rather, a wave of sympathy washed over him. He patted Wang Laowu's shoulder and replied, "Uncle Wang, it's quite all right. I understand your discomfort. After all, it is only natural for one to feel a sense of disparity when a young individual suddenly catches more fish than the seasoned fisherman of the village. However, I hope you can view me with fairness in the future. We are all residents of Wanghai Village and should strive together to improve our community rather than undermine each other." Wang Laowu lifted his gaze to meet Lin Xiaoyu's earnest eyes, and his own eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. After over 60 years of life, he had never experienced such forgiveness from a younger person. He nodded, his voice choked with emotion. "Xiaoyu, you are right. I was too narrow-minded. I shall no longer trouble you, and if you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." "Thank you, Uncle Wang," Lin Xiaoyu smiled, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. He knew that after this incident, Wang Laowu had genuinely come to terms with his feelings and would no longer intentionally create difficulties for him. The surrounding villagers, witnessing the reconciliation, were expressions of relief and joy. Uncle Li approached Lin Xiaoyu, patting him on the shoulder. "Xiaoyu, you handled that splendidly. You not only proved your innocence, but also spared Wang Laowu from further embarrassment. Truly a considerate young man." Lin Xiaoyu smiled and remained silent, aware that this was merely a minor episode in his fishing endeavors, with more challenges to come. Yet, he felt confident that with the system's assistance and the villagers' support, he would undoubtedly overcome all obstacles and transform Wanghai Village into a renowned hub for seafood. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu's phone rang. It was the general manager of the City Ocean Hotel. He answered the call, and the manager's enthusiastic voice resonated through the receiver. "Xiaoyu, the golden abalone and silver cod you caught today are exceptional. Our clients are clamoring to place orders. Could you deliver a batch to us as soon as possible? We can negotiate on the price." Lin Xiaoyu replied with a smile, "Absolutely. I will deliver it to you tomorrow." After hanging up, Lin Xiaoyu gazed at the rare marine delicacies on the deck, his heart brimming with hope. He realized that his efforts were not in vain. His fishing business was gradually finding its footing. He took out his phone and accessed the system panel. Host, Lin Xiaoyu. Status, good. Bound system, fisherman system. Unlocked skills, underwater breathing, marine life localization, schooling fish attraction. Deep sea pressure resistance, water quality purification, marine environment perception, physical enhancement, primary strength amplification, special features, ecological log. Marine ecological restoration, initial plan unlocked, current tasks, none, system notification. Host has successfully resolved the trust crisis, enhancing prestige in Wanghai Village, further elevating commercial cooperation permissions, allowing priority collaboration with more partners. The system's energy value has met the upgrade conditions. Upon upgrading to the 3rd tier, the Ocean Partner feature will be unlocked, enabling initial contact with certain marine creatures. Lin Xiaoyu beamed at the notifications on the panel, unable to suppress a smile. He understood that with the system's upgrade, he would gain more formidable abilities, delve deeper into the ocean, and discover even rarer marine treasures. He lifted his gaze towards the distant sea, where the moonlight shimmered like silver upon the surface. He silently vowed to work even harder to protect this vast ocean, ensuring that the fishermen of Wanghai Village could lead prosperous lives. Chapter 27. Renovating the fishing boat, as he bid farewell to the convoy from the City Ocean Hotel that had come to collect the goods. The setting sun cast a warm orange hue over the Wanghai Village dock. Lin Xiaoyu glanced at the newly credited 120,000 yuan in his mobile banking app, his fingertips gently caressing the screen. This was the income from the sale of golden abalone and silver cod, and combined with his previous savings, he now possessed sufficient capital to support a large-scale upgrade of his fishing vessel. It was time to provide his old companion with a new attire. Lin Xiaoyu approached his fishing boat and gently patted its hull. This vessel, which had accompanied his father for many years, although equipped with a new engine, bore cracks in its planking, an outdated navigation system, and rudimentary fishing tools that no longer met his deep-sea exploration needs. Particularly after the last encounter in the coral reef area, where he lacked professional underwater detection equipment, he had to rely solely on system skills to locate fish schools. In more complex deep-sea environments, he would undoubtedly struggle. Early the next morning, Lin Xiaoyu took Uncle Li to the largest fishing boat repair shop in town. The owner, a man in his 50s named Zhou, was an old acquaintance of Lin Xiaoyu's father. Upon learning of Lin Xiaoyu's intention to renovate his fishing boat, Boss Zhou set aside his work to showcase the shop's equipment. "Xiaoyu, how would you like to modify it? Just a simple patch-up or a complete equipment overhaul?" "Uncle Zhou, I wish to undertake a complete upgrade." Lin Xiaoyu presented his meticulously drawn design plans, pointing out the annotations. The hull needs to be reinforced with corrosion-resistant steel plates. The navigation system should be equipped with the most advanced satellite navigation, capable of displaying real-time sea depth, water flow direction, and submerged obstacles. We also need to install an underwater detection device that can clearly visualize fish distribution within 50 meters. And the fishing tools should be replaced with fully automated ones to enhance efficiency while minimizing harm to marine life. Boss Zhou examined the design plans with increasing astonishment. Xiaoyu, are you planning to fish in the deep sea? These upgrades are no trifling matter. It will cost at least several $100,000. Money is not an issue. As long as we ensure quality, Lin Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Uncle Zhou, I trust your craftsmanship. You must help me transform this boat into the best it can be. I'm eager to set sail for more distant waters. Boss Zhou patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, I will ensure that your boat is upgraded to perfection. I guarantee it will become the most advanced fishing vessel in Wanhai Village, capable of deep-sea fishing and even venturing into the open sea without issue. Over the next fortnight, Lin Xiaoyu spent nearly every day immersed in the repair shop. From selecting the thickness of the steel plates to fine-tuning the navigation system's accuracy and testing the underwater detection device's effectiveness, he was hands-on with every detail. Fearful of making even the slightest mistake, Uncle Li often came to assist, sometimes bringing along young fishermen from the village to learn. As they witnessed Lin Xiaoyu's fishing boat gradually transform, everyone expressed their envy. Xiaoyu, your boat is incredibly advanced. It even has satellite navigation. It's far superior to mine. Indeed, and with the underwater detection device, fishing will no longer rely on luck. We can see the location of the fish directly. When Xiaoyu's boat is completed, we should follow his lead, and perhaps we too can venture into deep-sea fishing and earn more. Listening to their discussions, Lin Xiaoyu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He realized that he was not merely upgrading a fishing boat. He was paving the way for the development of the fishing industry in Wanhai Village. Once his boat was ready, he could take the fishermen from the village to explore the deep sea together, teaching them how to use advanced equipment, ensuring that everyone could thrive from the bounty of the ocean. Finally, after a fortnight, the fishing boat was complete. When Lin Xiaoyu beheld the transformed vessel, he was nearly rendered speechless with excitement. The once dilapidated hull was now clad in shimmering silver-gray, corrosion-resistant steel, glinting in the sunlight. The cockpit was equipped with an oversized display screen that provided real-time satellite navigation, underwater detection, and weather alerts. The stern was fitted with a fully automated fishing net, complemented by a temperature-controlled storage compartment to maintain the freshness of the catch. Even the roof was adorned with solar panels, providing a continuous power supply for the boat's equipment. Uncle Zhou, you are truly remarkable. This boat exceeds my expectations. Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed in admiration. Boss Zhou chuckled and remarked, it is only proper. Go ahead and give it a try. Let me know if there is anything you find unsatisfactory, and I shall make the necessary adjustments. Lin Xiaoyu, brimming with excitement, eagerly boarded the fishing vessel and ignited the engine. The sound of the new engine resonated with a steadiness surpassing its predecessor, and the boat glided through the water with newfound smoothness. He activated the satellite navigation, inputting the coordinates of the coral reef area he had previously discovered. The screen immediately displayed a detailed navigation route, marking areas of hidden currents and submerged rocks, even predicting the wave heights for the forthcoming hours. Next, he turned on the underwater detector. The lens of the detector slowly descended into the water, swiftly revealing the underwater panorama on the screen. Beneath the crystal-clear surface, schools of small fish darted about, and the coral reefs loomed clearly in the distance, with a few small abalones clinging to the rocks. The detector could automatically analyze the species, quantity, and size of the fish, providing precise data to support his fishing endeavors. This is fantastic. This equipment is extraordinarily useful. Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, exhilarated. He understood that with these advanced tools, coupled with the assistance of his system skills, he would no longer fear exploring the deep sea. That afternoon, Lin Xiaoyu took the refurbished fishing boat out for a trial voyage. The vessel skimmed across the surface of the sea like a silver fish, agile and steady. The fishermen in the village stood by the dock, watching his boat depart with eyes filled with envy and anticipation. Wang Laowu was also present. Observing Lin Xiaoyu's new fishing boat, he felt a wave of emotion. Ever since Lin Xiaoyu had bested him in their last encounter, he had completely surrendered, no longer seeking to trouble Lin Xiaoyu and frequently consulting him for fishing techniques. Now, witnessing the advanced upgrades to Lin Xiaoyu's vessel, he could only admire. That boy Xiaoyu truly possesses talent. The fishing industry in Wanhai Village will depend on him from now on. Lin Xiaoyu's boat continued its journey until it reached the coral reef area, where it finally came to a halt. He deployed the fully automated fishing net, precisely casting it into the sea based on the fish locations indicated by the underwater detector. Before long, the net was brimming with a bounty that included golden abalones, silver cod, and several rare deep-sea lobsters, each one magnificent in size and of exceptional quality. Gazing at the hull in the cabin, Lin Xiaoyu felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He retrieved his phone and accessed the system panel. Host, Lin Xiaoyu. Status, excellent. Bound system, fisherman system. Unlocked skills, underwater breathing. Marine life localization, fish attraction, deep sea pressure resistance, water purification, marine environmental perception. Physical enhancement, basic strength augmentation. Special function, ecological log, marine ecological restoration. Initial plan unlocked. Current task, none. System notification. The host has completed the comprehensive upgrade of the fishing vessel, equipped with the hardware necessary for deep-sea exploration. The marine life localization skill can temporarily extend to a perception range of 5,000 meters. The system's energy value meets the conditions for upgrade upon advancing to the third tier. The exclusive skill deep-sea detection will be unlocked, further enhancing deep-sea exploration capabilities. Lin Xiaoyu beamed at the notifications on the panel, unable to suppress a smile. He recognized that with the system upgraded, he would gain formidable abilities for deep-sea exploration, allowing him to uncover even more rare marine treasures. He lifted his gaze towards the distant deep sea, a realm cloaked in darkness, yet brimming with infinite possibilities. Deep sea, here I come, Lin Xiaoyu declared, gripping the steering wheel with resolute determination. He understood that a new chapter in his fishing career was about to unfold, and the future of Wanghai Village would shine even brighter due to his endeavors. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Xiaoyu returned to shore with a vessel laden with catch. The villagers at the dock had been waiting eagerly, and upon seeing the rare marine bounty he had captured, they erupted in cheers. Lin Xiaoyu joyfully leaped onto the shore, sharing the fruits of his trial voyage with everyone, his heart overflowing with hope. He was certain that as long as he continued to strive and safeguard this vast ocean, he would undoubtedly realize his dreams, transforming Wanghai Village into a renowned haven for seafood. Chapter 28, The Legend of the Treasure. In the afternoon heat of autumn, the sun beat down upon Wanghai Village, rendering the beach scorching, while even the waves exuded a languid warmth. Just as Lin Xiaoyu finished calibrating the temperature-controlled storage chamber of his new fishing boat, Aunt Wang insisted on dragging him to the old locust tree at the village's eastern end. Xiaoyu, come quickly and listen to Grandpa Zhang tell a story. The old man is in high spirits this morning and has promised to recount the tale of the century-old sunken ship. All the elders of the village have gathered around. Lin Xiaoyu had intended to take advantage of the fine weather to trial his newly modified magnetic field detector in the deep sea. Yet he could not resist Aunt Wang's enthusiasm. Grandpa Zhang was the sole centenarian in the village, having witnessed nearly a century of transformations in Wanghai Village. With countless maritime legends nestled within his memory, it was rare for him to speak, but whenever he did narrate a story, he could captivate nearly half the village. Thus, he secured his fishing boat and followed Aunt Wang towards the old locust tree. The old locust tree was lush with foliage, its dense branches casting a vast expanse of shade, resembling a natural sunshade. Beneath its canopy, bamboo chairs and small stools were arranged, with the village's elders sitting in a circle, leisurely sipping tea from coarse porcelain cups infused with sea-scented brew. Grandpa Zhang sat in the center on a rattan chair, donned in a dark blue buttoned shirt, his silver beard cascading down to his chest, clutching a polished dragon-headed cane. His murky gaze imbued with a hint of clarity that suggested a deep understanding of life's complexities. Upon noticing Lin Xiaoyu's arrival, Grandpa Zhang's dim eyes brightened, and he waved cheerfully. Xiaoyu, come sit. Just in time to hear one of our Wanghai Village's most treasured tales. Lin Xiaoyu took a seat beside Grandpa Zhang, accepting a cup of hot tea handed to him by Uncle Li. The tea carried a faint oceanic aroma, brewed from aged tea cakes sealed in sea mud, bringing a soothing warmth upon consumption. The surrounding children jostled for position at the front, their curious eyes wide in anticipation of Grandpa Zhang's storytelling. To recount this tale, we must journey back to the third year of the Xiantong era. Grandpa Zhang sipped his tea, cleared his throat, and began slowly, his voice raspy yet resonant. That year was tumultuous, and a wealthy merchant named Chun from the South Seas had amassed a cargo of hard currency, intending to transport it to Tianjin port in exchange for military supplies, hoping to return to the South Seas and amass a fortune. What was loaded on that ship? An entire cargo of gold bars, silver ingots, and boxes of jade, agate, and blue and white porcelain. It is said that there were 3 hefty boxes of gold bars alone, heavy enough to threaten to crush the ship's hull. The children gasped in awe, while even the elders nodded in agreement. This legend had circulated within the village for decades, yet when recounted by Grandpa Zhang, it carried an undeniable authenticity. The merchant vessel set sail from Luzon, enjoying favorable winds and smooth seas, and was nearing the waters off our Wanghai village when it unexpectedly encountered a once-in-a-century waterspout. Grandpa Zhang's tone turned somber, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if recalling the tumultuous waves of that fateful day. The winds that day howled like wailing spirits. Dark clouds loomed low, obscuring the sun. The waves crashed against the ship like small mountains, tossing the three-masted vessel around like a leaf. Then, a bolt of lightning struck, igniting the sails in an instant, and with a thunderous roar, the ship sank, leaving no trace of its crew. And what of the gold aboard? Did it sink as well? A little girl with braided pigtails could not contain her curiosity. Indeed, all of it sank. Grandpa Zhang nodded, sighing. However, a few days later, a fisherman from the village went shell collecting by the sea and stumbled upon a box made of rosewood. Upon opening it, he discovered it brimming with glimmering jewelry and several fragments of gold bars. The fisherman was terrified, hurriedly hiding the box, but not long after. He fell gravely ill and soon perished. The elders say that the treasure from the sunken ship was cursed, and mere mortals could not contain it. Did no one ever seek it thereafter? Lin Xiaoyu interjected, his thoughts drifting to his upgraded fishing boat and system skills, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. If this legend held any truth, the treasure from that sunken ship could indeed be an astronomical fortune. Why did no one search for it? Grandfather Zhang smiled, the wrinkles on his face coalescing into a tapestry of age. In the early years of the Republic, a warlord had come with his soldiers to excavate, searching for half a month without even a shadow of a ship. After the liberation, geological teams had ventured forth, declaring that the sediment on the seabed was too thick to ascertain an accurate location. In recent years, foreigners equipped with advanced technology had also come, toiling for a month only to leave empty-handed. He paused, lowering his voice as he spoke. However, the elders have passed down a saying that the sunken ship lies in the area of Sanlonghui. This so-called Sanlonghui is the confluence of 3 deep-sea trenches, where the currents are swiftest and the reefs most treacherous. It is also the deepest part of our Wanhai village's waters. Moreover, the bow of the sunken ship is adorned with the carving of a golden phoenix, and its sails were red. If one can locate that golden phoenix, the treasure shall be revealed. Sanlonghui. A shiver ran down Lin Xiaoyu's spine. While upgrading the navigation system of his fishing boat, he had encountered relevant maritime data, approximately 10 nautical miles northwest of Wanhai village. Indeed, 3 trenches converged. Where the depth exceeded 200 meters, the currents were fierce, and the reefs were dense, rendering it a perilous area even the most seasoned fishermen dared not enter. Chapter 29. The Legend of the Treasure. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, cold and clear, interrupting his thoughts. Detected critical legendary clue. The East Sea sunken ship's golden phoenix bow at Sanlonghui. Meeting the conditions for triggering a hidden quest. Hidden quest. Seek the sunken ship's treasure activated. Quest description. A century-old sunken Nanyang merchant ship, laden with vast quantities of gold, jewels, and historical artifacts, lies dormant in the waters of Wanhai village's Sanlonghui. The host must locate the ship, protect and salvage the historical artifacts, and complete marine ecological restoration. Quest clues. The sunken ship is located at the confluence of the Sanlonghui trenches. There exists a strong magnetic field anomaly in the area during daily low tide. The ship's metal components emit faint metallic signals. The bow is marked with the emblem of a golden phoenix, and remnants of red sail fibers linger on the hull. The surrounding waters may be polluted due to oil leaks, necessitating the use of the water quality purification skill for restoration. Quest rewards. Direct upgrade of system level to Tier 4. Unlock exclusive skills. Metal detection, artifact identification. Acquire deep sea salvage set blueprint. Ocean ecological value. 50. Unlock advanced coral reef cultivation plan. Lin Xiaoyu's heart raced, nearly dropping the teacup in his hand. A hidden quest, and the rewards were bounteous. Tier 4 system, metal detection skills, and deep sea salvage equipment. Not only would these assist him in locating the treasure, but they would also elevate his fishing endeavors to unprecedented heights. He stifled his excitement, feigning interest in Grandfather Zhang's tale while discreetly bringing up the system panel. On the panel, the bold lettering of Hidden Quest, Seek the sunken ship's treasure, stood out prominently, with the clues and rewards clearly delineated, even marking the approximate coordinates of Sanlonghui. Host. Lin Xiaoyu. Status. Excellent. Bound system. Fisherman system. Unlocked skills. Underwater breathing. Marine life location. Fish school attraction. Deep sea pressure resistance. Water quality purification. Marine environmental perception. Physical enhancement. Primary strength augmentation. Special features. Ecological log. Marine ecological restoration. Basic plan unlocked. Current quest. Hidden quest. Seek the sunken ship's treasure. System notification. The host fishing vessel has been equipped with a magnetic field detector, capable of preliminary detection of strong magnetic field areas. It is advised to head to Sanlonghui during tomorrow's low tide at dawn, combining marine environmental perception with a magnetic field detector to seek the ship's traces, while being cautious of deep-sea currents and high-pressure risks. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath. striving to maintain a calm expression. He understood that this task was fraught with peril, the depths of 200 meters, strong magnetic fields, turbulent currents, and potential pollution in the waters. Each factor was enough to deter even the most seasoned divers. Yet with the support of system skills, deep-sea pressure resistance would allow him to withstand the pressure at such depths. Underwater breathing would alleviate oxygen concerns. And marine environmental perception would provide early warnings of current risks. Coupled with his upgraded fishing vessel and detection equipment, the probability of success was not insignificant. More importantly, this was not merely a quest for wealth, but a profound responsibility. The artifacts aboard the sunken ship were witnesses to history. If salvaged and handed over to the appropriate authorities, it would not only protect cultural heritage, but also bring honor to Wanhai Village. Furthermore, addressing potential pollution would be a way of giving back to the sea that had nurtured him. Grandfather Zhang, is Sanlonghui particularly dangerous? Lin Xiaoyu feigned curiosity, eager to glean more information. Dangerous? How could it not be? Grandfather Zhang nodded vigorously. The currents there can throw a ship's rudder off course. And the reefs are as sharp as knives. Colliding with them would leave you with more than a mere hole in the hull. Moreover, it is exceedingly deep. If you toss a stone into the water, you might not hear a sound for a long while. The elders say that place is the domain of the Dragon King. Once a mortal steps in, they shan't hope to emerge. The surrounding elders echoed in agreement. Indeed, Xiaoyu, do not even think of venturing to such a place. Life is more precious than anything. No treasure is worth risking your life for. Lin Xiaoyu smiled faintly, saying little more. He knew these elders cared for him sincerely. But he had already made up his mind. Once he completed this task, he would not only reap generous rewards, but also accomplish a tangible good for Wanhai Village. As the sun gradually sank in the west, its rays filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Grandfather Zhang's story concluded, and the elders and children began to disperse, with Lin Xiaoyu following Uncle Li back home. On the way, Uncle Li continued to caution him, Xiaoyu, it's fine to listen to Grandfather Zhang's stories, but don't seriously consider searching for treasure. I ventured to Sanlonghui once in my youth and barely made it back. It's far too dangerous. I understand, Uncle Li. I won't take any risks, Lin Xiaoyu replied verbally, but internally, he was already formulating a plan. He resolved to rest well tonight, setting out at 2 in the morning to Sanlonghui during the low tide. Initially using the magnetic field detector and marine environmental perception skills to locate the area of magnetic anomalies before diving to confirm the ship's position. Chapter 30. The legend of the treasure continues. Upon returning home, Lin Xiaoyu immediately began his preparations. He meticulously checked his diving gear, ensuring that the oxygen tanks and wetsuit were in impeccable condition. He also calibrated the fishing vessel's magnetic field detector to ensure it would function properly. Lastly, he mentally rehearsed the usage of the water quality purification skill, in case he encountered any water pollution that required timely intervention. That night, as he lay in bed, sleep eluded him. Grandfather Zhang's words replayed in his mind, envisioning the sunken ship, the bow adorned with a golden phoenix, the remnants of red sails, and the hold brimming with golden artifacts. The hidden quest on the system panel ignited a spark of adventure within his heart. He retrieved his phone to review the quest clues once more. The coordinates of Sanlonghui had been marked on the navigation map, with the low tide occurring at 2:35 a.m., less than 6 hours away. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to close his eyes and rest, conserving his energy for the deep-sea treasure hunt that awaited him the following day. At 2 in the morning, Wanhai Village lay enveloped in slumber, only occasionally disturbed by the barking of dogs. Lin Xiaoyu quietly rose, steering his new fishing vessel towards the direction of Sanlonghui. The engine of the fishing boat hummed softly, gliding through the tranquil sea like a silver fish, cutting through the stillness of the night. The sea breeze caressed his face, carrying a hint of chill. Standing at the bow, Lin Xiaoyu activated his marine environmental perception skill, the light blue vision enveloping the surrounding 2,000 meters of ocean. In the distant waters of the Sanlonghui region, the currents were indeed exceedingly turbulent, and the magnetic field intensity was notably higher than in other areas, as indicated by a conspicuous red alert on the panel. It was nearly time. Lin Xiaoyu gripped the steering wheel with determination in his eyes. He was aware that an adventure filled with challenges and uncertainties was about to commence, and he was fully prepared. As the fishing boat gradually approached the Sanlonghui waters, the magnetic field detector began to emit a subtle beeping sound, with the magnetic field intensity values on the screen continuously surging. Lin Xiaoyu shut off the engine, allowing the boat to drift with the current. He donned his diving gear, took a deep breath, and leaped into the inky depths of the ocean. The frigid seawater enveloped his body, yet he felt no discomfort. His deep-sea pressure resistance skill proved effective. The pressure at 200 meters depth was of no consequence to him. With the underwater breathing skill, he could breathe freely and even hear the rhythmic beating of his own heart. He activated the marine environmental perception skill, and his vision sharpened in the dark abyss. He could discern the flow of water around him, deftly avoiding hidden reefs and undercurrents. And sensed the epicenter of the magnetic anomaly a mere 500 meters ahead. With a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, he swam towards the area of magnetic disturbance, where a century-old sunken ship, golden treasures, and historical artifacts awaited to unveil their mysteries. After approximately 10 minutes of swimming, he finally reached the center of the magnetic anomaly. Through the crystalline water, he discerned a massive black silhouette emerging from the seabed silt, resembling the hull of a ship. Elation surged within him as his heart raced. He nearly shouted in excitement. He quickened his pace toward the dark outline, which became increasingly distinct. It was a dilapidated three-masted vessel, mostly shrouded in sediment, with only the bow and part of the hull exposed. The bow bore the intricate carving of a golden phoenix, albeit tarnished and darkened by oxidation. Yet its exquisite patterns remained discernible. The sails had long since vanished, but remnants of red fibers lingered on the mast, likely the remnants of the once vibrant sails. System notification: the target has been confirmed as a century-old shipwreck from the South Seas. Hidden mission progress: 23. Locate the wreck, protect and salvage artifacts, and restore marine ecology. A wave of jubilation coursed through Lin Xiaoyu's heart. He had finally discovered the fabled shipwreck treasure. Next, he would explore the ship's hold, salvage artifacts, and address any potential ecological contamination in the area. As he circled the wreck, he noticed a substantial breach in the hull, presumably caused by a collision with a reef during its sinking. The water surrounding the breach appeared murky, suggesting a slight oil leak. He promptly activated his water purification skill, releasing a gentle energy from his body that spread through the surrounding seawater. The murky waters gradually clarified, and the pollution from the oil leak was slowly purified. System notification: local marine pollution has been addressed. Marine ecological value: 10. Current ecological value: 60100. Lin Xiaoyu exhaled in relief and swam toward the breach, eager to inspect the hold and ascertain the locations of the gold and artifacts. However, as he neared the opening, he suddenly sensed a faint disturbance in the water, as if something was moving within the hold. His heart tightened, and he activated the marine life detection skill. On the panel, a green dot moved slowly within the hold, small in size and posing no danger. He relaxed and continued toward the breach, ready to unveil the final secrets of the shipwreck. The hold was enveloped in darkness, but the marine environmental perception skill allowed him to perceive the scene within. Most areas were covered in silt, yet in a corner of the hold, he spotted several wooden chests, one of which was damaged, revealing gleaming gold bars within. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had finally found the legendary treasure of gold. However, he refrained from seizing the gold bars immediately, opting instead to search for artifacts. Within another intact wooden chest, he beheld rows of exquisite blue and white porcelain, the floral patterns on the vases clearly visible and seemingly well preserved. System notification: gold and artifacts have been discovered. It is advisable to prioritize the salvage of artifacts. Gold can be addressed subsequently. Unlocking temporary skill: artifact preservation, which protects artifacts from damage during salvage. Nodding, Lin Xiaoyu commenced the meticulous process of salvaging the artifacts. He understood that the historical value of the blue and white porcelain far outweighed that of gold. One by one, he extracted the porcelain from the chest, placing them into specially designed waterproof bags before surfacing to deposit them onto the fishing boat. After several trips, he finally salvaged all the artifacts from the hold. Gazing at the neatly arranged blue and white porcelain, jade, agate, and the box of shimmering gold bars on the fishing boat, Lin Xiaoyu felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He plunged back into the depths to ensure no artifacts were overlooked, and then activated his water purification skill to conduct a thorough cleansing of the waters surrounding the shipwreck. Only when the system indicated that the marine ecological value had risen to 80,100 did he surface with satisfaction. Upon returning to the fishing boat, Lin Xiaoyu beheld the treasure before him, unable to suppress a smile. He took out his phone and accessed the system panel. Host: Lin Xiaoyu. Status: good. Bound system: fisherman system upgrading to level 4. Upgrade successful. Unlocked skills: underwater breathing, marine life detection, school attraction, deep sea pressure resistance, water purification, marine environmental perception, metal detection, artifact recognition. Physical enhancement: primary strength augmentation, intermediate strength augmentation. Special features: ecological log, marine ecological restoration, advanced plan unlocked. Current task: hidden mission, explore the shipwreck treasure. System notification: congratulations, host. On completing the hidden mission, deep sea salvage set blueprint has been issued to the system backpack. Professional salvage equipment can be customized using the blueprint. It is recommended that the host submit the artifacts to the relevant authorities to gain official recognition and rewards, thereby enhancing the reputation of Wanhai Village. Lin Xiaoyu trembled with excitement as he observed the changes on the panel. The system had upgraded to level 4, unlocking new skills, further enhancing his physicality, and providing the blueprint for the deep-sea salvage set and the advanced marine ecological restoration plan. This deep-sea treasure hunt had yielded rewards far beyond his expectations. He piloted the fishing boat towards Wanhai Village as the eastern sky began to blush with the dawn, heralding the onset of a new day. Chapter 31, System Positioning. As the first light of dawn broke over the eastern horizon, Lin Xiaoyu's fishing boat glided steadily across the waters, returning to Wanhai Village. Within the temperature-controlled storage compartment of the boat, the blue and white porcelain, jade, and other artifacts were meticulously arranged, while the nearby wooden chest reflected the soft morning light with the gold bars inside, though it failed to divert Lin Xiaoyu's attention significantly. His mind replayed the silhouette of the sunken ship he had glimpsed in the depths, along with the description of the newly acquired shipwreck detection skill following the system upgrade. Skill name: Shipwreck Detection. Skill type: Active Detection. Skill effect: Can target ships sunken for over a century, locking onto the target's position within a 500-meter deep-sea range. Displaying the general outline of the hull, extent of damage, and distribution of metallic objects. Requires 10 energy points for each use, lasting 15 minutes. Unlock conditions: Complete hidden mission. Explore the shipwreck treasure. Prerequisite phase: System level raised to level 4. Usage tips: It is advisable to combine magnetic field detector data with historical legend clues to enhance positioning accuracy. So this was the shipwreck detection skill acquired upon leveling up. Lin Xiaoyu gripped the steering wheel, his heart racing with exhilaration. Moments ago, while immersed in the depths of the ocean, he had merely relied on his perception of the marine environment and a magnetic field detector to locate a suspected sunken ship. Yet he was unable to ascertain the integrity of the vessel or the condition of its interior. The skill of shipwreck detection was precisely what he needed to remedy this shortcoming. With it, he could not only pinpoint the sunken ship's location with precision, but also map out a salvage route in advance, steering clear of fragile areas of the hull and minimizing the risk of damage to any artifacts. Initially, he had intended to return to the village to report on the artifacts, but the allure of the shipwreck detection skill proved too compelling. Glancing at the energy gauge on the system panel, he noted it was sufficient to support 2 uses of the skill. Remembering the details shared by Grandpa Zhang about a concealed cargo hold at the ship's stern, he ultimately turned the boat around, steering toward the Sanlonghui Sea area. He was determined to utilize the shipwreck detection skill to fully comprehend the ship's entirety and ascertain whether any artifacts had been overlooked. As the fishing boat approached the Sanlonghui Sea area once more, the morning light bathed the surface of the sea. Lin Xiaoyu shut off the engine, allowing the boat to drift gently with the current. Taking a deep breath, he focused his concentration and silently recited the activation command for the shipwreck detection skill in his mind. Instantly, a faint surge of energy emanated from his body, and the system panel in his mind transformed into a detection interface. A soft blue luminescence unfolded before him, clearly delineating the deep-sea area within a 500-meter radius of the fishing boat. Based on his earlier recollection, he locked the detection range onto the area where he had previously discovered the sunken ship and lightly tapped the virtual panel. Shipwreck detection skill activated, consuming 10 energy points. Current energy, 90,200. Duration, 15 minutes. Scanning target area. Scan complete. Detection results. Target location, 36, 12N, 121, 45E. Hull type, a century-old 3-masted merchant vessel from the South Seas, approximately 25 meters in length and 8 meters in width. Damage assessment. A 5-meter-long breach in the middle left side of the hull. The stern deck has collapsed, and there is minor leakage at the bottom. Distribution of metallic items. Bow area, few metal fragments. Midship, dense metal signals. Stern area, weak metal signals. Ecological impact. Light oil pollution exists within a 10-meter radius around the hull, which has been restored by the water purification skill 80. Upon observing the detailed data on the detection interface, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. The target location was pinpointed down to the exact coordinates. The dimensions of the hull were clear, and the extent of the damage was immediately evident. Even the distribution of metallic items was meticulously marked. Particularly intriguing was the hidden cargo hold at the stern, which corroborated Grandpa Zhang's legend. It turned out there truly was a concealed cargo hold at the ship's rear. Lin Xiaoyu clenched his fist in exhilaration. Previously, he had only investigated the midship area, completely oblivious to the hidden section at the stern. Had he not activated the shipwreck detection skill, he might have missed crucial artifacts. He refrained from diving immediately, instead adjusting the boat's position based on the detection results, anchoring directly above the wreck. This way, He could minimize the distance traveled during his dive and conserve energy. Subsequently, he activated the magnetic field detector, comparing the data with the results from the shipwreck detection, confirming their complete alignment and ruling out any potential signal interference. All right, it was time to explore the hidden cargo hold. Lin Xiaoyu donned his diving gear, checked his waterproof bag and salvage tools, took a deep breath, and plunged into the sea. At a depth of 203 meters, the waters remained pitch black, yet the shipwreck detection skill left a faint blue outline in his vision. Every breach in the ship and every metallic area was vividly visible, resembling a three-dimensional map guiding his path. He no longer needed to cautiously navigate around submerged rocks, but could swim directly toward the stern along the safe route marked by the skill. Upon reaching the stern, he indeed spotted a small hatch obscured by silt. This was the hidden cargo hold referenced in the detection results. The surface of the hatch was encrusted with rust, and the edges were entwined with several frayed ropes, evidently reinforced by the crew in their efforts to conceal the hold. Lin Xiaoyu retrieved the diving knife he carried, meticulously clearing away the silt surrounding the hatch. He activated the artifact identification skill, directing his gaze toward the hatch. Artifact name: Hidden Cargo Hold Hatch of the Century-Old South Seas Merchant Vessel. Artifact era: Year 3 of the Xiantong Reign, Late Qing Dynasty. Material: rosewood inlaid with iron. Coated with anti-corrosive varnish. Condition: mild rust, structurally intact, can be safely opened. Estimated contents: potentially fragile artifacts such as paper documents and silk, requiring moisture protection. Paper documents and silk? A wave of delight surged through Lin Xiaoyu. Previously salvaged blue and white porcelain and gold were indeed precious. But paper documents and silk could more profoundly reflect the historical context of that era, possessing even greater academic value. He wasted no time. Pulling out a specially formulated anti-corrosion spray from his waterproof bag, evenly applying it to the hinges of the hatch, then gently prying it open with his diving knife. With a soft creak, the hatch slowly opened. A rush of water, imbued with a musty odor, gushed forth from the hold. Lin Xiaoyu quickly held his breath, waiting for the flow to stabilize before cautiously swimming inside the cargo hold. Chapter 32. Locking onto the shipwreck. The cargo hold was modest in size, barely 10 square meters, neatly arranged with several wooden boxes. Lin Xiaoyu opened the first box, revealing stacks of yellowed papers, mostly trade contracts, navigational logs, and letters from that era. Despite some frayed edges, the handwriting remained legible. Utilizing the artifact identification skill, he confirmed that these were original documents from the late Qing dynasty, chronicling the merchant ship's trade route from Luzon to Tianjin port and itemizing its cargo, a collection of immense value. The second box contained silk. Although it had soaked in seawater for a century, the cargo hold's excellent sealing meant the silk was merely damp, retaining its vibrant colors. The red satin and blue silk were exquisitely embroidered with floral and avian designs, unmistakably high-quality silk from that time. Splendid. These were significant historical artifacts. Lin Xiaoyu could hardly contain his excitement as he carefully stowed the documents and silk into specially designed moisture-proof and waterproof bags. He understood that these artifacts were more precious than gold. Their loss would be an irrevocable tragedy. Just as he prepared to exit the cargo hold, the duration of the shipwreck detection skill came to an end, and the blue outlines in his vision began to fade. He remained calm, retracing his steps to the surface based on his earlier recollections. Armed with the precise information provided by the shipwreck detection skill, he had a comprehensive understanding of the wreck's layout and could navigate smoothly even without the skill's guidance. Upon returning to the fishing boat, Lin Xiaoyu placed the newly salvaged documents and silk into the temperature-controlled storage compartment and then reactivated the shipwreck detection skill to confirm that no artifacts had been overlooked within the wreck. The subsequent detection results indicated that, aside from the areas already salvaged, only a few metal fragments remained in other sections, with no further artifacts. He had finally gained a complete understanding of the shipwreck and felt a sense of relief. Shipwreck detection skill activated, consuming 10 energy points. Current energy, 80,200. Duration, 15 minutes. Scanning target area. Scan complete. Detection results. No complete artifacts remain within the target shipwreck. Only a small number of metallic fragments. The hull structure is stable, with no further risk of collapse. Skill prompt. It is advisable to record the shipwreck coordinates and report to relevant authorities for protection to prevent illegal salvage. Lin Xiaoyu deactivated the skill interface, contemplating the prompts on the system panel, and made a decision. Upon returning to the village, he would immediately contact the County Cultural Relics Bureau to report the location of the shipwreck and the status of the artifacts, allowing a professional team to conduct subsequent protection and research. He steered the fishing boat once more toward Wanhai village. This time, he acted without a hint of hesitation, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Not only had he discovered the fabled sunken ship, but he had also employed his shipwreck detection skills to ascertain its full extent, salvaging precious artifacts and completing the system task. More importantly, he had contributed to the preservation of historical and cultural heritage. As the fishing boat sailed into Wanghai Village's dock, the village had already become lively. The villagers, upon seeing Lin Xiaoyu's fishing vessel, gathered around, inquiring curiously about his whereabouts that morning. Uncle Li squeezed through the crowd, visibly relieved to see Lin Xiaoyu return safely. Xiaoyu, why didn't you come back to the village this morning? We were all so worried. With a smile, Lin Xiaoyu leaped onto the shore, refraining from answering directly. Instead, he opened the temperature-controlled storage chamber, revealing the artifacts within. Uncle Li, dear villagers, I have found the century-old shipwreck spoken of by old Zhang. These are the artifacts from the sunken ship, and I intend to report them to the county's Cultural Relics Bureau for preservation. What? You truly found the shipwreck? The villagers were astounded and crowded closer to examine the artifacts in the storage chamber. As they beheld the exquisite patterns on the blue and white porcelain and the vibrant colors of the silk, they gasped in awe. My goodness! Is this blue and white porcelain from a century ago? It's stunning. And silk. After all these years, the colors remain so vivid. It's a miracle. Xiaoyu, you are amazing. Not only did you find a shipwreck, but you also salvaged so many artifacts. Our Wanghai village is about to gain fame. Watching the villagers' excitement filled Lin Xiaoyu with warmth. He took out his phone and dialed the county's Cultural Relics Bureau, meticulously detailing the shipwreck's location, the number of artifacts, and their preservation status. Upon hearing the news, the Bureau's staff were both astonished and delighted, promising to immediately dispatch a professional team to Wanghai Village for subsequent artifact appraisal and shipwreck preservation efforts. After hanging up, Lin Xiaoyu gazed at the villagers before him and the artifacts aboard the fishing boat, reflecting on the shipwreck detection skills displayed on the system panel. His journey from an ordinary fisherman to a deep-sea explorer endowed with system skills, and now a guardian of historical artifacts, had transformed his life. He was also using his strength to alter the fate of Wanghai Village. He lifted his gaze towards the distant San Long Huisi area, where sunlight spilled over the water, shimmering with golden hues. There, the century-old shipwreck continued to lie in the depths, no longer a fabled treasure trap, but a cultural heritage bearing historical memories. And he, too, would continue to wield the abilities bestowed by the system to protect this ocean and safeguard the future of Wanghai Village. At that moment, the system panel once again displayed a notification. Host, Lin Xiaoyu. Status, good. Bound system, fisherman system. Unlocked skills, underwater breathing, marine life localization, school attraction. Deep sea pressure resistance, water quality purification, marine environmental perception, metal detection, artifact recognition, shipwreck detection. Physical enhancement, intermediate strength augmentation. Special features, ecological log. Advanced marine ecological restoration plan unlocked. Current task, none. System notification. The host has successfully pinpointed the shipwreck location and preserved the artifacts, earning the title of Guardian of Historical Culture. Future collaborations with officials will grant priority access, unlocking related skills in artifact restoration. Lin Xiaoyu gazed at the notifications on the panel, unable to suppress a smile. He understood that this was not the conclusion, but rather a new beginning. With the arrival of the Cultural Relics Bureau team, Wanghai Village would embrace new developmental opportunities, and his path as a deep-sea explorer would broaden. Thanks to the unlocking of the shipwreck detection skill, he took a deep breath and headed towards the village chief's house, eager to arrange for the reception of the Cultural Relics Bureau team, ensuring the proper protection of the artifacts. Chapter 33. Preparations for the deep sea. When the professional team from the County Cultural Relics Bureau arrived at Wanghai Village, Lin Xiaoyu was crouched beside the fishing boat's temperature-controlled storage chamber, carefully spraying a moisture-proof agent on the recently salvaged silk. The experts from the Bureau surrounded the blue and white porcelain, documents, and silk in the storage chamber, frequently exclaiming in astonishment, their cameras clicking incessantly as they remarked on the artifact's immense historical research value. Mr. Lin, based on the coordinates and detection data you provided for the shipwreck, we preliminarily determined that this shipwreck serves as important tangible evidence of late Qing dynasty maritime trade. We will organize a specialized salvage team to conduct a comprehensive exploration and artifact rescue. The Bureau Director grasped Lin Xiaoyu's hand, his tone brimming with excitement. However, deep-sea salvage is immensely challenging, especially in waters below 200 meters, where high pressure, darkness, and currents pose significant obstacles. Even with professional equipment, thorough preparation is essential. Lin Xiaoyu nodded. Although he possessed the deep-sea pressure resistance and underwater breathing skills, he had distinctly felt the subtle pressure from the 203-meter deep sea during his previous exploration. That was in a state augmented by his skills. to cooperate with the Cultural Relics Bureau team for deeper explorations, especially in areas exceeding 300 meters. His current skills might prove insufficient. Director, I wish to participate in the subsequent deep-sea exploration. What preparations are necessary? Lin Xiaoyu inquired. He sought not only to contribute to artifact preservation but also to seize the opportunity to enhance his deep-sea capabilities in preparation for future explorations of even deeper waters. The director paused briefly, then smiled. Of course, you are most welcome. Your familiarity with the shipwreck's location and deep-sea environment will greatly facilitate the exploration. However, deep-sea exploration requires specialized diving equipment, such as pressure-resistant diving suits, emergency oxygen tanks, and underwater communication devices, all of which must be prepared in advance. Additionally, deep-sea pressure training is indispensable. Even with advanced equipment, the body must acclimatize to high-pressure environments. Lin Xiaoyu committed this information to memory. That afternoon, he drove to the largest diving equipment store in the city. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a background as a professional diver, immediately retrieved several heavy-duty diving suits upon learning that Lin Xiaoyu intended to explore depths exceeding 200 meters. Young man, 200 meters of deep sea is no trifling matter. Ordinary diving suits simply won't suffice. You must use this deep-sea pressure-resistant diving suit. The shopkeeper pointed to a silver-gray diving suit, explaining. This suit is made from multiple layers of Kevlar fibers and titanium alloy components, capable of withstanding pressures at depths of 300 meters. It features an internal temperature regulation system and is equipped with an emergency oxygen supply device, ensuring at least 20 minutes of support in case of emergencies. Lin Xiaoyu reached out to touch the diving suit. Its heavy material was nonetheless flexible. The reflective coating shimmered under the lights. He tried on the suit, although somewhat bulky. It did not restrict his movements. The display screen on the chest provided real-time data on pressure, temperature, and oxygen levels, clear and comprehensible. This is the one. Lin Xiaoyu decided without hesitation. Although he possessed the underwater breathing skill and did not rely on oxygen tanks, the emergency supply device could be life-saving in unforeseen circumstances. And the suit's pressure resistance would complement his deep-sea pressure resistance skill, enhancing his safety in the depths. In addition to the diving suit, he also purchased an emergency oxygen tank, an underwater communicator, a high-intensity searchlight, and a multifunctional diving knife. The emergency oxygen tank, compact and attachable to the diving suit's back, could sustain him for an hour. The communicator allowed real-time communication with the surface team and could receive positioning signals. The searchlight's brightness was exceptionally high, illuminating a 10-meter range in the depths, perfectly compensating for the darkness. By the time he returned to Wanghai village, dusk had already fallen. Lin Xiaoyu transferred the newly acquired diving gear onto the fishing boat, meticulously checking each piece of equipment to ensure they were functioning properly. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected that the host is equipped with professional deep-sea diving gear, meeting the activation conditions for the pressure resistance adaptation training. Pressure resistance adaptation training function has been activated. Training instructions. By simulating varying depths of deep-sea pressure, the host's physical adaptability to high-pressure environments will be gradually enhanced, improving the effects of the deep-sea pressure resistance skill. Each training session consumes 20 energy points, and the difficulty of training will progressively increase with adaptability. Current training depths available: 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters. Training rewards. Upon completing each stage of training, the effectiveness of the deep-sea pressure resistance skill is increased by 10, unlocking the corresponding depth-S deep-sea detection permissions. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The system's pressure resistance adaptation training was precisely the solution to his pressing dilemma. With this training function, he could gradually enhance his body's adaptability to high pressure in a safe environment, alleviating any concerns regarding deep-sea pressure. He refrained from immediately commencing training. Instead, he first contacted experts from the Cultural Relics Bureau to understand the pressure data and common risks associated with the 200 to 300 meter deep sea, ensuring he was well informed. The following morning, he navigated his fishing boat to a tranquil sea area far from the village, where the waters were calm and devoid of hidden reefs, an ideal training location. Lin Xiaoyu donned his professional diving suit, checked the emergency oxygen tank and underwater communicator, and then plunged into the sea. He first acclimated to the performance of his diving suit in the shallow waters, confirming that all equipment was functioning correctly before activating the pressure resistance adaptation training function. Pressure resistance adaptation training activated, consuming 20 energy points, current energy value 60,200. Simulating 200-meter deep-sea pressure. Simulation complete. Training objective: maintain normal activity for 30 minutes in the simulated pressure environment, completing an underwater object recovery task. Instantly, Lin Xiaoyu felt an invisible pressure surging from all directions, slightly stronger than what he had previously experienced at a depth of 203 meters. This was the system's simulation of 200-meter deep-sea pressure, intentionally set slightly higher than actual deep-sea pressure to facilitate better adaptation. He remained calm, employing the deep-sea breathing techniques he had previously learned, gradually adjusting his breath while activating the deep-sea pressure resistance skill. A gentle energy emanated from his body, counteracting the surrounding simulated pressure, and the sensation of oppression began to wane. "Let us commence," Lin Xiaoyu silently affirmed within himself. He activated the spotlight on his diving suit and swam toward the seabed. Amidst the sediment at the ocean floor, the system conjured several wooden crates. These were the underwater objects for the training task. He was required to retrieve these crates and transport them to a designated recovery point. Chapter 34, Pressure Resistance Training. He reached the first wooden crate, grasping its edge with both hands and exerting force to lift it upwards. Within the simulated pressure environment, he could distinctly sense that his arm strength was somewhat restricted. But the intermediate strength augmentation skill swiftly came into play, effortlessly allowing him to elevate the crate. Over the next 30 minutes, Lin Xiaoyu traversed between the crates and the recovery point, successfully retrieving a total of 10 crates. Throughout the process, he not only adapted to the simulated pressure of 200 meters, but also discovered techniques to conserve energy in high-pressure environments, such as utilizing the buoyancy of water to alleviate bodily strain. Pressure resistance adaptation training completed. Training evaluation, excellent. Training rewards. Deep-sea pressure resistance skill effectiveness increased by 10. Unlocking pressure resistance adaptation training. Current energy value, 40,200. Lin Xiaoyu surfaced, removed his diving suit, and felt invigorated. Although the training had consumed a considerable amount of energy, his adaptability to high pressure had evidently improved. He could distinctly perceive that the protective range of the deep-sea pressure resistance skill had expanded. Over the subsequent days, Lin Xiaoyu returned daily to this marine area to engage in pressure resistance adaptation training, progressing from the 200-meter stage to the 300-meter stage, and then to the 400-meter stage. The training difficulty escalated, with the simulated pressure intensifying and the tasks becoming increasingly complex, from retrieving wooden crates to repairing virtual underwater equipment, and finally maintaining balance in simulated currents. During the 300-meter stage training, Lin Xiaoyu faced significant challenges. The simulated pressure at 300 meters was nearly double that of the 200-meter stage. Even with the activation of the deep-sea pressure resistance skill, he still felt a dull ache in his eardrums. He followed the system's guidance, adjusting his breathing rhythm and focusing intently on his bodily sensations, gradually acclimating to the changes in pressure. After numerous attempts, he ultimately discovered a method to counter the high pressure, utilizing the deep-sea pressure resistance skill to thicken the energy layer surrounding his body, forming a protective shield that entirely insulated him from external pressure. Pressure resistance adaptation training completed. Training evaluation, good. Training rewards. Deep-sea pressure resistance skill effectiveness increased by 10. Unlocking pressure resistance adaptation training. As he progressed to the 400-meter stage of training, the system not only simulated greater pressure, but also introduced simulated currents and low-temperature environments. Lin Xiaoyu donned his professional diving suit, and within the pitch-black simulated deep sea, he adeptly anticipated the direction of the currents using his oceanic environmental perception skill. Skillfully evading obstacles, the temperature regulation system of his diving suit helped shield him from the cold, enabling him to concentrate on the training tasks. This training task involved repairing virtual cracks in a sunken ship. Lin Xiaoyu wielded the system's virtual repair tools, meticulously applying the repair material beside the simulated cracks. Under the dual influence of high pressure and currents, his hands occasionally trembled, yet he successfully completed the task, bolstered by the stability provided by the intermediate strength augmentation skill. Pressure resistance adaptation training completed. Training evaluation, excellent. Training rewards. Deep-sea pressure resistance skill effectiveness increased by 10, unlocking pressure resistance adaptation training, and earning the title of Deep-Sea Adaptation Specialist. Lin Xiaoyu stood aboard the fishing boat, gazing at the notifications on the system panel, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Within just a few days of training, his deep-sea operational capabilities had undergone a qualitative leap. The deep-sea pressure resistance skill could now withstand pressures at depths of 280 meters, and the title of Deep-Sea Adaptation Specialist enhanced his operational efficiency. Coupled with his professional diving gear, he was now equipped to participate in deep-sea explorations below 300 meters. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau. "Mr. Lin, our professional salvage team is ready and will be heading to the sunken ships area tomorrow morning for the first deep-sea exploration. We would like to invite you to join us as a field guide. Would that be convenient for you?" "Absolutely," Lin Xiaoyu readily agreed. He glanced at the professional diving gear on the fishing boat and placed a hand on his chest, where he could still feel the lingering energy fluctuations from the training. He understood that tomorrow's deep-sea exploration would serve as the ultimate test of his preparation and training over this period. That evening, Lin Xiaoyu meticulously cleaned his diving equipment, allowing it to dry before neatly arranging it on the fishing boat. He also specifically checked the pressure of the emergency oxygen tank to ensure the communication devices were functioning correctly. After completing these tasks, he activated the pressure resistance adaptation training, eager to attempt a more challenging training session. Although tomorrow's exploration might not reach a depth of 500 meters, being better prepared would ensure greater safety. Pressure resistance adaptation training activated, consuming 20 energy points, current energy value 20,200. Simulating 500-meter deep-sea pressure. Simulation complete. Training objective: to complete underwater positioning tasks under simulated pressure and strong dark current conditions. The simulated pressure at a depth of 500 meters is significantly greater than that at the 400-meter face. As Lin Xiaoyu entered the simulated environment, he felt a sudden heaviness in his chest. He promptly activated his deep-sea pressure resistance skill, adjusting his breathing to acclimate gradually. The relentless dark currents battered his body, but he skillfully adjusted his posture, leveraging the enhanced activity efficiency granted by his title as deep-sea adapter to maintain stability. The underwater positioning task required him to locate 3 virtual positioning beacons in the pitch-black simulated deep sea and place markers beside each. Lin Xiaoyu activated his searchlight and, utilizing his ocean environment awareness skill, meticulously scanned his surroundings. After 40 minutes of diligent effort, he successfully located all positioning beacons, completing the training task. Pressure resistance training completed. Training evaluation, good. Training reward: enhanced deep-sea pressure resistance skill effect by 10, unlocked deep-sea detection skill. Current energy level, 0-200. As Lin Xiaoyu surfaced, though his energy was depleted and his body fatigued, his heart brimmed with confidence. With a pressure resistance capability of 310 meters, a deep-sea detection authority of 500 meters, coupled with professional diving equipment and extensive training experience, he was prepared to face any challenge in the deep sea. Chapter 35, First Descent. Upon returning home, Lin Xiaoyu had a light meal and retired early to bed. He needed to recharge for the deep-sea exploration scheduled for the following day. In his dreams, he found himself once again in the dark depths of the ocean, surrounded by a professional exploration team. The beams from searchlights illuminated every corner of a sunken ship, while experts from the Cultural Relics Bureau gathered around the salvaged artifacts, their faces radiant with joy. The next morning, before dawn, the dock at Wanghai Village buzzed with activity. The exploration vessel from the Cultural Relics Bureau was moored at the dock, filled with professional exploration equipment, underwater robots, deep-sea detectors, salvage mechanical arms, and several small submarines. Clad in his professional deep-sea diving suit, Lin Xiaoyu stood on the deck of the exploration vessel, shaking hands with the team members. "Mr. Lin, are you ready? We are about to set sail," the exploration team leader said, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, his gaze fixed steadfastly on the distant San Long Huisi area. The sunrise emerged from the horizon, casting golden rays upon the ocean surface, as if bestowing a layer of hopeful light upon their journey of deep-sea exploration. "Ready, let us depart." With a command, the exploration vessel slowly pulled away from the dock, heading towards the San Long Huisi area. Upon reaching the San Long Huisi area, the sun had just breached the horizon, its golden light piercing through the mist and illuminating the rolling waves, yet failing to penetrate the depths below 200 meters, which remained shrouded in darkness, concealing unknown dangers. Lin Xiaoyu stood at the edge of the deck, dressed in a silver-gray deep-sea pressure-resistant diving suit, with real-time data flickering on the display screen at his chest. Pressure normal. Oxygen ample. Communication signal stable. "Mr. Lin, the underwater robot has already scouted the area. There are no signs of large predatory creatures around the wreck, but the deep-sea environment is complex. Please exercise caution. We are on standby at the surface," the exploration team leader reminded him through the underwater communicator, concern evident in his tone. For this descent, Lin Xiaoyu's task was to assess the condition of the shipwreck's breach, providing precise data for the subsequent deployment of salvage equipment, marking his first collaboration with a professional team in a real deep-sea environment. "Don't worry, I will be careful," Lin Xiaoyu replied, nodding as he took a deep breath and gestured an OK sign to his team members before plunging into the icy waters. As his body made contact with the sea, the temperature regulation system of his diving suit activated automatically, enveloping him in warmth and banishing the chill of the deep sea. Lin Xiaoyu adjusted his posture, legs together, gliding downwards like a nimble fish. As he descended deeper, the surrounding light dimmed progressively until he was engulfed in complete darkness. He immediately activated the searchlight on his diving suit, a brilliant beam piercing through the void and illuminating the marine expanse ahead. At a depth of 100 meters, pressure normal. No abnormal currents. Lin Xiaoyu reported back to the surface team via the communicator while activating his ocean environment awareness skill. A pale blue vision unfolded in his mind, clearly revealing the directions of water currents, locations of submerged rocks, and signs of biological activity within a 2,000-meter radius. On his display, the massive black silhouette representing the shipwreck was just 100 meters below, surrounded only by scattered green luminescent dots, small marine creatures, with no danger signals detected. He continued to descend, the numbers on the depth gauge fluctuating, 150 meters, 180 meters, 200 meters. Finally, illuminated by the searchlight, the silhouette of the century-old Nanyang merchant ship emerged clearly before him. Most of the hull was buried under seabed silt, with only the breach located in the mid-left side exposed, the edges of the wooden planks long since decayed, entangled with several broken hemp ropes, gently swaying in the water. "I have reached the wreck location and am currently assessing the breach," Lin Xiaoyu reported while swimming towards the opening. He retrieved his high-definition camera, capturing multiple angles of the breach, while simultaneously measuring its dimensions with a laser rangefinder, approximately 5 meters wide and 3 meters high, just large enough for a small salvage mechanical arm to enter. Just as he was focused on recording data, an urgent warning blared in his mind. System warning. Intense biological activity detected, located 100 meters to the host's right, of massive size, rapidly approaching. Target identification, giant octopus, approximately 15 meters in length, tentacle diameter about 0.8 meters, exhibiting high aggression. Danger level high. Immediate evacuation recommended. Lin Xiaoyu's heart raced, every hair on his body standing on end. He swiftly turned, casting the beam of his searchlight to the right. There, in the darkness, two enormous, luminescent blue eyes fixated on him, followed by several thick tentacles emerging from the shadows, rushing towards him with a torrent of water. "Danger! Giant octopus!" Lin Xiaoyu shouted through the communicator, instinctively dodging to the left. Almost as soon as he moved, a thick tentacle crashed down onto the spot where he had just been, causing the water to churn violently, stirring up a cloud of silt that reduced visibility to 0. Received. We will dispatch the underwater robot for support immediately. Hold on. The surface team's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with urgency. However, Lin Xiaoyu knew that it would take at least 5 minutes for the underwater robot to arrive, and the giant octopus clearly wouldn't afford him that much time. Another tentacle lunged at him with astonishing speed. Activate primary power amplification, Lin Xiaoyu mentally commanded. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy erupted from within him, the contours of his arm and leg muscles becoming distinctly visible beneath his diving suit. He swung his right arm fiercely, the multifunctional diving knife in hand cutting through the water with a glint of cold light, accurately striking the approaching tentacle. With a sickening squelch, the blade of the diving knife plunged deep into the octopus's skin, dark green blood gushing forth and diffusing in the water. The giant octopus let out a sharp, pained shriek, and the remaining tentacles simultaneously surged towards Lin Xiaoyu, forming an impenetrable net. Lin Xiaoyu did not dare to hesitate. Utilizing the enhanced activity efficiency from his deep-sea adapter title, he deftly maneuvered between the tentacles. The beam of his searchlight flickered in the darkness as his gaze remained fixed on the head of the octopus, its weak point. However, the octopus's tentacles were exceedingly dense, leaving him no opportunity to mount an offensive. He could only evade, his stamina depleting at an alarming rate. Continuing in this manner was untenable. He had to devise a means of escape. Lin Xiaoyu felt a surge of anxiety. He noticed that one of the octopus's tentacles was entangled around the shipwreck's mast, its movements thus restricted. An idea struck him, and he abruptly changed direction, swimming towards the mast. Chapter 36. Encountering Danger. The colossal octopus, believing he was attempting to flee, immediately quickened its pace, the thickest tentacle crashing down towards his back with tremendous force. Anticipating this, Lin Xiaoyu executed a swift turn just as the tentacle was about to strike, plunging his diving knife forcefully into the wooden structure of the mast. Using the resulting recoil, he propelled himself like an arrow towards the octopus's head. Now or never. Lin Xiaoyu gritted his teeth, concentrating all his strength into his right arm, the diving knife glinting ominously as he aimed for the creature's eye. The giant octopus, taken aback by his sudden counterattack, could not evade in time, and the blade of the knife swiftly pierced its left eye. A roar of agony erupted from the octopus, sending it into a frenzied flail of its tentacles, churning the surrounding seawater into a tempest. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiaoyu attempted to retreat, only to be struck by a wild tentacle that swept across his left leg, sending him spiraling off balance towards a distant reef. Oh no! Panic gripped Lin Xiaoyu as he hurriedly adjusted his posture, shielding his head with his arms. Just as he was about to collide with the reef, his oceanic environmental awareness skill alerted him to an upward current 50 meters to his right. He swiftly altered his course, swimming towards the current, which propelled him forward, rapidly increasing the distance between him and the giant octopus. The underwater robot will arrive in 1 minute. Mr. Lin, how are you holding up? The anxious voice of the exploration team leader crackled through the communicator. I'm fine. Just a slight impact on my left leg. It doesn't hinder my movement. The giant octopus has sustained an injury to its left eye and temporarily lost its ability to pursue, Lin Xiaoyu reported while glancing back. In the beam of the searchlight, the giant octopus writhed in agony, its dark green blood dispersing through the water, clearly unable to continue the chase. Soon, 2 beams of bright light emerged from above. The underwater robot had arrived. Its mechanical arm was equipped with a high-pressure water gun, which unleashed a powerful stream towards the giant octopus, successfully driving it further into the depths of the sea, even if it could not inflict fatal damage. Mr. Lin, ascend quickly. We are here to assist you. Understood. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, no longer hesitating, and turned to swim rapidly towards the surface. During his ascent, he confirmed through his oceanic environmental awareness skill that the giant octopus was not in pursuit, allowing his anxious heart to finally settle. The preceding encounter had been perilous. Without the system's warning and the enhancement of his basic strength, escaping the octopus's assault would have been exceedingly difficult. When his head broke the water's surface, the sunlight dazzled him, making it hard to open his eyes. The rescue ladder from the exploration vessel had been lowered, and several team members reached out to pull him aboard. As soon as he shed his diving suit, Lin Xiaoyu felt a sharp ache in his left leg. Although the suit had provided some protection, the octopus's strength had still caused a minor soft tissue bruise. Mr. Lin, are you all right? Do you need to visit the medical bay? The exploration team leader rushed over, concern etched on his face as he observed the bruise on Lin Xiaoyu's leg. I'm fine. Just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Lin Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively, accepting a cup of hot water and taking a sip, gradually warming up. Reflecting on the harrowing scene in the deep sea, he still felt a twinge of apprehension. This experience made him realize that even with system skills and professional gear, the deep sea was still fraught with unknown dangers, necessitating greater caution in the future. The giant octopus he had encountered was a deep-sea subspecies, rarely seen at depths of 200 meters, likely drawn to the area by the marine life around the shipwreck. Our biological experts will enhance monitoring of the waters surrounding the shipwreck to ensure the safety of the artifact recovery operation, the exploration team's biologist stated. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, retrieving his camera to present the photographs and data of the shipwreck's damage to the experts. The condition of the damage has been confirmed, dimensions and locations have been documented, which should suffice for the deployment needs of the recovery equipment. After carefully reviewing the camera, the expert nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. This data is crucial. With it, we can formulate a more precise recovery plan. Mr. Lin, we owe you our gratitude. Though he had faced danger on his first dive, the successful completion of the mission granted Lin Xiaoyu a clearer understanding of his ability to confront the realities of the deep-sea environment. He approached the ship's railing, gazing at the tranquil sea, as the system's notification echoed in his mind. Host successfully navigated a deep-sea crisis, completing the shipwreck data collection task, earning 50 experience points in crisis management. Basic strength enhancement skill proficiency has increased, current proficiency, 80. Unlocked temporary skill, biological deterrence. Current status, stamina 4150, energy 3200. Minor soft tissue bruise. Lin Xiaoyu gazed at the notification on the panel, unable to suppress a smile. This thrilling dive not only provided critical data for the artifact recovery, but also enhanced his skills and unlocked a new temporary ability. He understood that this was merely the beginning of his deep-sea exploration journey, with more challenges awaiting him, yet he felt prepared for whatever lay ahead. As the exploration vessel slowly made its way back to Wanghai village, the sunset painted the sea in warm shades of orange and red. When the vessel docked at the pier, the last rays of the sun were fading, casting a gentle twilight over the water. After a brief treatment, the bruise on Lin Xiaoyu's left leg was no longer a concern, but the memory of his thrilling confrontation with the giant octopus lingered, evoking a sense of unease. That evening, the Cultural Relics Bureau convened an urgent meeting, adjusting the recovery plan based on the damage data Lin Xiaoyu had provided, while also dispatching underwater robots to patrol the shipwreck's vicinity 24/7 to ensure no large predatory creatures would interfere again. Tomorrow, we will split into 2 teams. One will operate the underwater robots to clear sediment around the shipwreck's damage, while the other team, led by Mr. Lin, will don heavy pressure-resistant diving suits to enter the cabin for an initial survey of the internal artifact distribution before conducting the recovery in batches. The exploration team leader pointed to the three-dimensional model of the shipwreck projected on the screen, his tone resolute, considering the complexity of the deep-sea environment. Each dive will be limited to 40 minutes, equipped with dual communication systems and emergency oxygen supplies to ensure absolute safety. Chapter 37. Initial Exploration of the Shipwreck. Lin Xiaoyu sat at the conference table, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface. He observed the areas marked on the model, such as the midship and the aft cargo hold. As images of the dense distribution of metallic signals detected by the system flooded his mind, those concentrated points of light could very well be the legendary gold and silver ingots. I suggest we first illuminate the interior environment with the robot's searchlight before entering the cabin to avoid missing any important artifacts due to obstructed vision, while also allowing us to identify potential structural hazards in advance, he added, his tone imbued with caution regarding artifact preservation. The following morning, as dawn broke, the exploration vessel set forth once more towards the Sanlonghui waters. The sea breeze was considerably gentler than the day before, with the surface glistening under the sunlight, occasionally disrupted by the crisp calls of seabirds, shattering the morning's tranquility. Lin Xiaoyu donned a heavier pressure-resistant diving suit than before, equipped with an emergency oxygen backpack, and wore a miniature artifact identification device on his wrist. This had been hastily prepared by the Bureau's experts, capable of identifying the age and material of artifacts in real time to prevent damage during the recovery process. The underwater robot has arrived at the location of the sunken ship, diligently clearing the sediment from the breach, with an estimated completion time of 10 minutes. The voice of the operator crackles through the communicator. Lin Xiaoyu stands at the edge of the deck, gazing down into the inky depths of the ocean, taking a deep breath as he silently recites the activation mantra for marine environmental perception. A pale blue vision unfolds before him, revealing the tranquil waters surrounding the wreck, devoid of any anomalous biological signals, save for the faint glimmer of the underwater robot's lights moving slowly. With the sediment cleared, the interior of the ship has been illuminated, its structure stable and free from collapse risks. Received, preparing to dive, comes the response. Lin Xiaoyu nods toward his teammates and leaps into the water. Unlike the previous descent, this time he is accompanied by two professional divers, the trio forming a cohesive triangle as they gradually descend towards the wreck. The beams from their searchlights intertwine in the water, illuminating the previously dark abyss as though it were midday. The breach in the ship's hull, now clearly visible, revealing the outlines of stacked wooden crates within. At a current depth of 203 meters, they prepare to enter the vessel. Lin Xiaoyu is the first to approach the breach, extending his hand to touch the decaying planks. The wooden surface has long succumbed to the erosive embrace of seawater, yet the overall structure remains intact. Cautiously, he passes through the breach and enters the ship's interior, where the sight before him takes his breath away. The hold is brimming with crates of various sizes, most of their lids having rotted away, exposing their contents. Under the glow of the searchlights, rows of blue and white porcelain are neatly arranged within the crates, the intricate lotus vine patterns and landscape designs clearly visible, their glaze lustrous and vibrant, still emanating a warm sheen despite centuries of submersion. These are Qing Dynasty Kangxi period bowls, remarkably well preserved. The diver beside him can't help but exclaim in awe, the sound relayed through the communicator, igniting excitement among the team above. Lin Xiaoyu retrieves a miniature artifact identification device, aiming it at one of the porcelain bowls. The screen instantly displays the data. Artifact name, blue and white lotus vine bowl. Material, kaolin. Cobalt. Condition, good, no significant damage. Estimated value, 580,000 yuan each. He proceeds to identify several more porcelain plates and vases, most of which are from the official kills of the late Qing period, each possessing considerable value. Continuing deeper into the wreck, Lin Xiaoyu signals to the two divers, and they cautiously navigate around the crates, venturing further into the hold. The deeper they go, the more astonishing their discoveries become. In a partially opened rosewood box, a neat row of silver ingots is stacked, each inscribed with the words Guangxu Yuanbao. Though covered with a thin layer of oxidation, the ingot's fullness is still apparent. These are government-minted silver ingots. Lin Xiaoyu's heart races. He picks up one of the ingots, its weight substantial, confirming through the identification device. Artifact name, Guangxu Yuanbao government-minted silver ingot. Material, pure silver. Weight, approximately 50 taels each. Estimated value, 10-15 million yuan each. There are at least 50 ingots in the box, meaning this single box alone is worth over 5 million yuan. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu's attention is drawn to an inconspicuous crate in the corner of the hold. Unlike the others, this box is made of durable ironwood, its surface wrapped in a layer of waterproof oilcloth, which, despite its age, still shows signs of careful preservation. He gestures for the divers to assist in opening the crate. Inside, red silk lines the bottom, upon which lie a dozen jade ornaments, bracelets, pendants, earrings, each exhibiting rich colors and translucent textures, glimmering under the light. Artifact name, Jade Bracelet. Material, natural jade. Condition, pristine. Estimated value, 800,000 to 1 million yuan each. The data from the identification device takes Lin Xiaoyu aback. The value of this box of jade ornaments surpasses that of the previously discovered porcelain and silver ingots combined. He quickly communicates to the surface numerous Qing dynasty porcelain artifacts. Government-minted silver ingots and jade ornaments have been discovered in the hold, each possessing immense value. I recommend initiating a phased recovery plan immediately. Received. The underwater recovery robotic arm is ready, prioritizing the retrieval of the small jade ornaments and silver ingots first, as the porcelain is fragile and will later be transported in specialized shockproof containers. Chapter 38. The Emergence of Antiquities. Lin Xiaoyu and the divers spring into action. They carefully place the jade ornaments into specially designed shockproof and waterproof bags, while the silver ingots are neatly arranged on metal trays, conveyed to the surface by the underwater robot via tethered ropes. Each artifact is lifted with utmost caution to prevent any damage from improper handling. The two divers handle the transportation, while Lin Xiaoyu focuses on artifact identification and documentation, meticulously recording the location, name, and value of each item on the underwater terminal. Time slips away amidst the urgent recoveries. Soon, the 40-minute dive duration has elapsed. The first batch of artifacts has been successfully retrieved and is prepared for ascent. Lin Xiaoyu watches as the waterproof bags filled with artifacts are slowly hoisted by the robot, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. This foray into the hold has not only confirmed the types and quantities of artifacts, but has also allowed for a preliminary assessment of their overall value. Just the first batch alone exceeds 20 million yuan, not including those unopened crates deeper within the ship. During the ascent, Lin Xiaoyu activates the marine environmental perception skill once more to ensure the surrounding waters remain safe. As the trio surfaces, the team members on deck quickly gather around, carefully lifting the bags containing the artifacts into the temperature-controlled storage chamber. Experts from the Heritage Bureau eagerly open the waterproof bags, and upon seeing the lustrous jade bracelets and engraved silver ingots, their hands tremble with excitement. Wonderful! The historical and economic value of these artifacts far exceeds our expectations. This is undoubtedly a significant discovery in China's deep-sea archaeology in recent years. Lin Xiaoyu sits on the deck, shedding the cumbersome diving suit, sipping hot ginger tea, watching the experts bustle around the artifacts, a smile creeping across his face. In his mind, the system's prompt sounds on cue. Host has completed the initial exploration of the sunken ship and the recovery of the first batch of artifacts, earning 100 experience points in artifact exploration. Artifact identification skill upgraded to intermediate level. Passive skill artifact preservation unlocked. Current status, stamina 60-150, energy 5200, condition, good. There remains more significant work ahead. Lin Xiaoyu rises, walking to the storage chamber, gazing at the artifacts within. He understands that this is merely the beginning of their exploration. Deeper within the hold lie further secrets awaiting revelation. Those unopened crates may conceal even more precious historical artifacts, perhaps including documents that could validate the trade routes of yore. That afternoon, the exploration team undertakes 2 more dives, successfully recovering all the porcelain and remaining silver ingots from the ship's hold. As the sun sets, the temperature-controlled storage chamber overflows with artifacts, and the exploration vessel slowly navigates back to Wanhai village, laden with treasures that have slumbered for a century. The sea surface glows with the evening light, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and red, as if celebrating the success of their initial foray. Upon returning to the village, the news has already spread. Villagers gather spontaneously at the pier, eager to witness the artifacts salvaged from the sunken ship. As experts carefully display the blue and white porcelain and jade ornaments, gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. Who would have thought our nearby waters hold such treasures? Xiaoyu is truly a blessing for our village, not only finding the wreck, but also reclaiming so many artifacts for the nation. Lin Xiaoyu stands amidst the crowd, listening to the villagers' praises, feeling a mix of pride and tranquility in his heart. He knows that these artifacts are not merely priceless treasures, but are also witnesses to a century of history. Subsequently, he will continue to collaborate with the team from the Cultural Relics Bureau to conduct a more in-depth exploration of the sunken ship, safely salvaging all artifacts and allowing them to radiate their due splendor in the museum, recounting the tales of the long-forgotten maritime trade of the South Seas. At this moment, the century-old merchant vessel lying in the deep sea seems to be quietly awaiting the revelation of all its secrets. yearning for the rediscovery of its obscured history to once again come into the public eye. On the third day after the first batch of artifacts was salvaged, the dock at Wanhai village remained bustling with activity. Villagers gathered in small groups by the seaside, tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of the exploration vessel. Their conversations entirely focused on the treasures from the sunken ship. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu was seated in the village committee office, a thick stack of documents laid before him. This was the artifact appraisal report from the City Cultural Relics Appraisal Center, meticulously detailing the age, craftsmanship, preservation state, and market valuation of the porcelain, silver ingots, and jade ornaments. Mr. Lin, according to our assessment, there are 32 pieces of Qing Dynasty Kangxi blue and white floral bowls, each valued at 580,000 yuan. 50 pieces of Guangxu Yuanbao government-minted silver ingots, each valued at 15 million yuan. 8 ice-type green jade bangles, each valued at 801,000 yuan, as well as 12 smaller jade ornaments, including pendants and earrings, with a total valuation estimated between 28 to 32 million yuan. Director Wang from the appraisal center conveyed through a video call, his voice brimming with excitement. However, in accordance with National Cultural Relics Protection Regulations, certain imperial kiln porcelain and historically significant silver ingots must be collected by the museum. We will provide corresponding reward subsidies, and the remaining artifacts can be traded through formal auction channels. Lin Xiaoyu grasped the mouse, meticulously reviewing each piece of data in the appraisal report. He had long been aware of the considerable value of this batch of artifacts, but was astonished to discover the total valuation nearing 30 million yuan. Director Wang, may I inquire which artifacts need to be submitted to the museum? What are the standards for the reward subsidy? He asked, his tone calm, devoid of any restlessness despite the immense wealth at stake. The artifacts that must be collected include 10 pieces of blue and white floral bowls and 20 government-minted silver ingots. As these hold significant historical importance for studying late Qing Dynasty maritime trade, Director Wang explained. The reward subsidy is calculated at 80 of the artifact valuation, amounting to approximately 8 million yuan, which will be transferred to your account within a week of the artifact handover. The remaining 22 porcelain pieces, 30 silver ingots, and all jade ornaments will be auctioned legally, and we will assist in securing the highest auction prices for you. Lin Xiaoyu nodded without hesitation. No problem. I agree to hand over the artifacts and accept the reward subsidy. I would appreciate your assistance with the subsequent auction matters. For him, the historical value of the artifacts far outweighed monetary gain, ensuring these precious relics were well preserved in a museum, showcasing a chapter of history long buried, held greater significance than mere financial enrichment. After ending the call, Lin Xiaoyu organized the appraisal report and artifact transfer agreement before rising to visit the village secretary. He wished to inform the secretary of the artifact monetization and hoped to contribute to the development of Wanhai village. After all, these artifacts were discovered in the waters near the village, and he intended to allocate a portion of the funds to improve the village's infrastructure and enhance the villagers' quality of life. Xiaoyu, what did you say? The subsidy alone is 8 million yuan. The village secretary exclaimed, eyes widening in astonishment as he looked at the numbers on the agreement, nearly dropping his teacup in disbelief. This is equivalent to several years of our village's total income. You young man are truly a blessing to Wanhai village. Lin Xiaoyu smiled gently. Secretary, while this money comes from my discovery of the artifacts, it is also thanks to the support of the village. I would like to allocate a portion of the funds to repair the dock and roads, and to establish a marine science station, allowing more people to understand the maritime culture of Wanhai village. What do you think? Excellent. Wonderful. The village secretary nodded vigorously, his eyes glistening with emotion. Your willingness to help is truly commendable. On behalf of the entire village, I thank you. The news spread like wildfire, quickly circulating throughout Wanhai village. Upon learning that Lin Xiaoyu had secured a 8 million yuan subsidy for the artifacts, and that the remaining artifacts were valued at over 25 million yuan, the entire village erupted in excitement. Goodness! 8 million. Xiaoyu is about to strike it rich. Villagers exclaimed. Not only is Xiaoyu capable, but he also remembers our village, offering to fund the dock repairs and build a science station. What a good kid. Wanhai village will become well known, not just for the century-old shipwreck, but with talents like Xiaoyu, we are bound to flourish. The news also reverberated throughout the town, prompting staff from the town government to visit the village to express their support for Lin Xiaoyu and assure him of their assistance with the upcoming auction and infrastructure development. Local media rushed to interview him, reporting on his discovery of the century-old shipwreck, his donation of artifacts, and the substantial subsidy, quickly propelling him into local fame as a household name. A week later, Lin Xiaoyu received a call from the City Cultural Relics Appraisal Center, informing him that the reward subsidy had been transferred to his designated account. He opened his mobile banking app, observing the newly added 2.8 million yuan balance, feeling a sense of resolve rather than elation, reinforcing his commitment to serve the village. He promptly contacted the town's engineering team to discuss plans for repairing the dock and roads, while also initiating preparations for the marine science station's construction. He envisioned Wanghai Village not just renowned for the shipwreck, but also as a unique village embodying both maritime culture and tourism value. Just as Lin Xiaoyu busied himself with the village's development, good news arrived from the auction company. After meticulous preparations, the auction for the remaining artifacts was scheduled to take place in a month, with several collecting institutions and private collectors expressing keen interest, particularly in the jade ornaments, with many collectors indicating their willingness to bid high prices. Mr. Lin, based on current market trends and feedback from collectors, we estimate that the auction price for this batch of jade ornaments may exceed their valuation, especially for the 8 ice-type green jade bangles, each expected to sell for over 1.2 million yuan, the auction company's representative conveyed over the phone, exuding confidence. The auction will be live-streamed online, and we would like to invite you to attend and witness it. Will you be able to participate? Absolutely. I will be there, Lin Xiaoyu replied. Though he held no excessive expectations for the auction price, he wished to personally witness these artifacts, which had slumbered for a century, finding new homes through legitimate means, continuing to convey the historical significance they embodied. That evening, Lin Xiaoyu stood in his yard, gazing at the distant, dark expanse of the sea. The gentle sea breeze caressed him, carrying with it a hint of salt water. He took out his phone and accessed the system panel. Host, Lin Xiaoyu. Status, good. Bound system, fisherman system. Unlocked skills, underwater breathing, marine life location, fish attraction. Deep sea pressure resistance, water quality purification, marine environment perception, metal detection, artifact recognition, shipwreck detection, artifact preservation, physical enhancement. Intermediate strength amplification, current wealth, 2.8 million yuan. Awaiting auction artifacts, system prompt. The host has legally monetized artifacts, earning the title of honest operator. Future participation in official projects may yield policy advantages. It is advised to plan wealth rationally, balancing personal development with social responsibility, which may unlock related side quests for regional development. Chapter 40, Renovating the Old House. As Lin Xiaoyu gazed at the information displayed on the panel, a subtle smile graced his lips. He understood that the immense wealth brought not only a transformation in lifestyle, but also a profound sense of responsibility. He intended to utilize this fortune not merely to enhance his own living conditions, but to contribute to the development of Wanghai Village, ensuring that the nurturing sea and the village that accompanied his growth would flourish even further. The moonlight cascaded upon the ocean, shimmering with silvery brilliance. In the distant Sanlonghui waters, the century-old sunken ship lay still in the depths, as if silently witnessing the changes in Wanghai Village and Lin Xiaoyu's journey from an ordinary fisherman to a millionaire burdened with responsibility and gratitude. 2 weeks after receiving the 2.8 million yuan cultural relic subsidy, Lin Xiaoyu's first course of action was to return to his family's long-abandoned old house. Situated at the eastern end of Wanghai Village, the house was a brick-and-tile structure built by his grandfather in his youth. The red brick walls had become weathered, and the roof tiles were somewhat damaged, yet the ancient locust tree in the yard remained lush and vibrant, standing as a silent guardian that bore witness to the passage of time. Lin Xiaoyu pushed open the creaky wooden door, dust swirling in the sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of aged wood. Inside the living room, the cornered wooden table, the old fishing net hanging on the wall, and the pile of fishing gear in the corner retained the semblance of his childhood. As he caressed the wood grain of the table, a warm current surged within him. This old house encapsulated his childhood memories and his longing for home. With newfound capabilities, his foremost desire was to renovate the old residence, breathing new life into it. Early the next morning, Lin Xiaoyu contacted the local construction team and posted a notice on the village bulletin board, renovating my old house. Seeking 5 helpers for material transport and site cleanup, daily wage 200 yuan, lunch provided. Additionally, due to fishing operations, recruiting 3 workers for daily maintenance of fishing boats and catch sorting, monthly salary 6,000 yuan, 1,500 yuan above market rate. Interested parties please contact Lin Xiaoyu. Within half an hour of posting the notice, numerous villagers approached him. The village had a surplus of idle labor, primarily middle-aged individuals who remained at home, often relying on odd jobs to supplement their household income, which was unstable. Upon learning that Lin Xiaoyu offered wages considerably higher than the market rate, along with lunch, enthusiasm surged among them. Xiaoyu, I'm in. I'm strong and can handle the materials. Uncle Wang from the village was the first to volunteer. Having spent years working odd jobs in town, his experience robust. Xiaoyu, I'm joining too. I'm idle at home. I can help sort the catch and clean the site. Aunt Lee from next door chimed in, known for her nimble hands, often sought after for village events. Lin Xiaoyu smiled as he noted down everyone's names, quickly filling the positions. That afternoon, the construction team arrived at the old house with materials, and the renovation officially commenced. Uncle Wang and the other helpers worked with great vigor, moving bricks, transporting cement, and clearing debris, immersed in the bustling activity. Lin Xiaoyu was equally engaged, assisting with tools, providing water, and distributing watermelons, even ensuring that relatives prepared hearty lunches for the workers, featuring 4 dishes and a soup, a balanced assortment to satisfy their appetites. Xiaoyu, your treatment is exceptional. Not only is the pay high, but the lunch is also so generous. It's far better than working in town. Uncle Wang exclaimed, a look of contentment on his face as he enjoyed his meal. Indeed, Xiaoyu, you are truly a man of integrity. Unlike some employers who always seek to skimp on wages and provide meager meals, Aunt Lee concurred, her admiration for Lin Xiaoyu growing. Lin Xiaoyu chuckled. We are all from the same village. I cannot let you all be shortchanged for helping me. Besides, the better the job is done, the sooner the old house will be renovated, allowing me to return sooner. It's a win-win situation. Simultaneously, the daily maintenance of the fishing boats and sorting of the catch proceeded with great organization. Among the 3 workers Lin Xiaoyu hired, 2 were young men from the village who had just returned from outside and had yet to secure suitable employment. The other was an experienced old fisherman who, due to health reasons, could no longer venture out to sea. Lin Xiaoyu allocated tasks according to each individual's strengths. The young men were responsible for the routine cleaning of the fishing boats, equipment checks, and sorting the catch. The old fisherman guided them on maintaining the boat's engine and nets, reporting any issues promptly. To expedite the workers' acclimatization, Lin Xiaoyu arranged training sessions, thoroughly explaining the use of fishing boat equipment, sorting standards, and precautions. He also instituted a reward system, whereby diligent work without errors would yield an additional bonus of 500 to 1,000 yuan each month, alongside their fixed salary. Xiaoyu, your fishing boat's equipment is astonishingly advanced. It surpasses the vessels we used to take out to sea. The old fisherman remarked as he caressed the boat's engine, his eyes filled with envy. Indeed, with such excellent equipment and your guidance, we will surely maintain the boat splendidly and avoid any issues. The young men expressed with renewed confidence. Lin Xiaoyu nodded. This fishing boat is a treasure of Wanhai village. It not only aids in our fishing endeavors, but may also enable us to explore deep-sea aquaculture and maritime tourism, allowing everyone to earn more and improve their lives. As time passed, Lin Xiaoyu's benevolent acts became widely known throughout the village. People not only envied his financial success, but also respected his commitment to supporting his neighbors by providing job opportunities with generous pay and benefits. Previously, there had been whispers suggesting Lin Xiaoyu's fortune was merely a stroke of luck. However, such sentiments dwindled, replaced by expressions of praise and gratitude. Chapter 41. Uplifting the community. This boy Xiaoyu is truly thriving. Not only has he earned wealth for himself, but he also considers the well-being of the villagers. He is indeed a wonderful young man. The village elders spoke highly of Lin Xiaoyu. If ever there is an opportunity, I too wish to work alongside Xiaoyu. Working with him is reassuring and rewarding. The village youth brimmed with anticipation regarding Lin Xiaoyu's endeavors. A month later, the renovation of the old house was nearly complete. The red brick walls had been freshly painted, revealing their neat and tidy original hue. The roof tiles were entirely replaced with new ones, and a solar water heater had been installed. The yard was paved with cement, and a small garden was cultivated with a variety of flowers and plants. The furniture in the living room and bedrooms was entirely new, harmonizing the traditional essence of the old house with the conveniences of modern living. As Lin Xiaoyu stood before the rejuvenated residence, his heart swelled with joy. He invited the workers and neighbors over for a gathering, and as they admired the beautiful house, compliments flowed freely. Xiaoyu, your renovation is simply splendid. It's stylish yet retains the charm of the old. You truly have an eye for design. Lin Xiaoyu smiled as he served fruits and beverages. If you all don't mind, please feel free to visit often, enjoy tea, and share a chat. That evening, as Lin Xiaoyu stood beneath the old locust tree in the yard, gazing at the illuminated house, a profound sense of belonging enveloped him. He pulled out his phone and accessed the system panel. Host, Lin Xiaoyu. Status, excellent. Bound system, fisherman system. Unlocked skills, underwater breathing, marine life positioning, fish attraction. Deep sea pressure resistance, water quality purification, marine environmental perception, metal detection, cultural relic identification, shipwreck detection, cultural relic preservation. Physique enhancement, intermediate strength amplification. Current wealth, 8 million yuan. Cultural relics awaiting auction. System notification, the host actively promotes local employment, improves rural livelihoods, and is awarded the title of contributor to rural revitalization. unlocking the side quest of rural development. The current villagers' favorability has reached 95, and future rural projects will receive the villagers' full support. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Lin Xiaoyu's lips curved into a gratifying smile. He understood that the renovation of the old residence was merely the beginning. He had much more to accomplish. He aimed to continue investing in rural industries, aiding more villagers in enhancing their employment and income, to improve the village's infrastructure, making life more convenient for everyone, and to explore the marine culture and tourism resources of Wanhai Village, transforming it into a well-known, affluent, and civilized village. The moonlight spilled over the courtyard of the old residence, the shadow of the ancient locust tree swaying gently, as if cheering Lin Xiaoyu on. On the first weekend after the renovation, the tranquility of Wanhai Village was interrupted by the rumble of car engines. 3 business vehicles emblazoned with the name Donghai Aquatic Products Group slowly rolled into the village, halting at Lin Xiaoyu's doorstep, drawing the attention of numerous villagers who paused to observe. This marked the 5th company to approach him this month, since Lin Xiaoyu's discovery of the century-old sunken ship, which had catapulted him to millionaire status. Aquatic product groups, cultural tourism companies, and investment firms from both within and beyond the province flocked to Wanhai Village like bees drawn to nectar, each bearing collaborative proposals. Having just bid farewell to the workers who had assisted in refurbishing the dock, Lin Xiaoyu caught sight of representatives from Donghai Aquatic Products Group disembarking from their vehicles. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, carrying a sophisticated briefcase, and wearing a warm smile. "May I inquire if I am addressing Mr. Lin Xiaoyu?" he asked. "I am Zhang Qiming, the marketing director of Donghai Aquatic Products Group, here to discuss a potential collaboration." "Director Zhang, please, come in." Lin Xiaoyu gestured for him to enter the courtyard, offering them freshly brewed sea-sunk tea. The flora in the courtyard thrived, and the newly renovated residence appeared particularly immaculate under the sunlight, prompting Zhang Qiming to exclaim, "Mr. Lin, your home has been beautifully renovated, maintaining the rustic charm of the countryside while radiating modern elegance. It is evident that great care was taken." Lin Xiaoyu smiled without responding, patiently awaiting the purpose of their visit. Zhang Qiming, not one to beat around the bush, produced a thick collaboration proposal from his briefcase and slid it across the table to Lin Xiaoyu. "Mr. Lin, we have learned that you possess the most advanced deep-sea fishing vessel in the province and have access to several prime fishing locations. Our group wishes to establish an exclusive supply partnership. The deep-sea catches you procure would be prioritized for our group, and we are prepared to offer a purchase price that exceeds the market rate by 20, along with a 3-year long-term contract to ensure your income remains stable." Lin Xiaoyu picked up the proposal, scrutinizing its contents. Donghai Aquatic Products Group is the largest aquatic enterprise in the province, boasting a comprehensive cold chain logistics system and sales channels. If a partnership were to materialize, it could indeed resolve the sales challenges of his catches while securing a stable, high income. However, the clause regarding exclusive supply gave him pause. Signing an exclusive agreement would mean he could no longer collaborate with other aquatic enterprises, limiting his opportunities for diversifying his catch and enhancing his bargaining power in the future. "Director Zhang, I appreciate your group's sincerity," Lin Xiaoyu replied earnestly as he set the proposal down. "However, I need to contemplate the terms of exclusive supply further. My fishing vessel is still in the trial operation phase, and the yield remains uncertain. Additionally, I may expand into deep-sea aquaculture in the future. Thus, an exclusive partnership may not align with my current developmental needs." Zhang Qiming had anticipated this hesitation and quickly added, "We have considered that as well. If you find the exclusive supply agreement burdensome, we could initially sign a priority supply agreement. You would supply us first, while the remaining catches could be sold independently. The purchase price would still be 20 above the market rate, and we can shorten the contract duration to 1 year, allowing both parties ample room for adjustment." Lin Xiaoyu nodded, placing the proposal aside. "I will thoroughly review this document and provide you with a response in 3 days." After bidding farewell to the representatives of Donghai Aquatic Products Group, he had scarcely settled down with a cup of tea when a familiar voice reached his ears at the courtyard entrance. It was the representative from Jiangnan Cultural Tourism Group, who had previously come to discuss the auction of the sunken ship artifacts. Li Na, the project director, appeared even more eager than before, clutching a copy of the deep-sea tourism development plan for Wanhai Village. Upon entering, she enthusiastically declared, "Mr. Lin, we have refined the tourism development proposal, integrating the legend of the sunken ship with the marine resources of Wanhai Village. Look, we plan to invest 50 million yuan to establish a marine culture museum in the village, showcasing replicas of the sunken ship artifacts and the fishing history of Wanhai Village. We will also create a deep-sea treasure hunting experience project, utilizing VR technology to recreate the shipwreck scene, allowing visitors to enjoy the thrill of deep-sea treasure hunting. Furthermore, we will launch a sightseeing route from Wanghai Village to the Sanlonghui Sea area, enabling tourists to observe the shipwreck recovery site up close from luxury yachts. With growing excitement, Lina pointed to the annotations on the planning map, exclaiming, "Once this project is realized, Wanghai Village is sure to become a trendy tourist destination, attracting at least 500,000 visitors annually. At that time, not only will you benefit from the project's profits, but the villagers can also increase their income by operating guest houses and selling local specialties. It's a win-win situation." Lin Xiaoyu examined the grand blueprint depicted in the planning map, yet his heart remained composed. While deep-sea tourism development could indeed propel the progress of Wanghai Village, the substantial investment of 50 million yuan would inevitably lead to disputes over project control. Moreover, the Sanlonghui Sea area was the site of the sunken ship, still in the artifact recovery phase. Thus, opening a sightseeing route could jeopardize artifact preservation efforts and pose risks to the ecological environment. Directly, while the tourism development project is undeniably appealing, Lin Xiaoyu pointed to the section of the planning map concerning the sightseeing route, raising a concern. The Sanlonghui Sea area is currently designated as a cultural relic protection zone. Would opening a sightseeing route not interfere with the artifact recovery? Additionally, could large-scale tourism development harm the village's ecological environment? These issues must be addressed beforehand. Lina hesitated momentarily before explaining. "We have already consulted with the Cultural Relics Bureau. The sightseeing route will avoid the core area of artifact recovery and will utilize a distant viewing approach. Regarding ecological protection, we will allocate special funds to construct wastewater treatment facilities and limit visitor numbers to ensure no harm comes to the environment." Lin Xiaoyu refrained from making an immediate decision, simply storing the planning map away. "I need to discuss this with the village committee, the Cultural Relics Bureau, and the villagers, as this project pertains to the future of all of Wanghai Village. I will provide you with an answer in 1 week." In the following fortnight, Lin Xiaoyu hosted numerous enterprises, some proposing to develop deep-sea aquaculture bases, others wishing to invest in constructing seafood processing plants, and yet others inviting him to serve as an ambassador for marine culture promotion. Each company presented enticing collaboration proposals and generous profit promises. Yet Lin Xiaoyu maintained a prudent demeanor, refraining from hastily agreeing to any one of them. He recognized that these enterprises were not merely interested in his fishing vessel and fishing resources. They were equally captivated by the legend of the sunken ship and the latent commercial value of Wanghai Village. A misstep in his choices could not only impede his own development, but also inflict irreparable damage on Wanghai Village, such as ecological degradation from overexploitation or inequitable partnership, terms harming the villagers' interests. To make the most judicious decision, Lin Xiaoyu convened a representative assembly of villagers, publicly sharing the collaboration proposals from each enterprise and encouraging collective discussion. He also made multiple visits to the county's Cultural Relics Bureau and Environmental Protection Bureau, consulting experts for their insights to assess the feasibility and risks associated with each collaboration project. "Xiaoyu, I believe the priority supply proposal from Donghai Aquatic Products Group is quite favorable. It carries minimal risk while ensuring stable income, making it suitable for our current development stage." The village party secretary, holding the proposal, expressed his views. Although the tourism development project appears promising, it entails substantial investment and a lengthy timeline, coupled with numerous uncertainties. It might be wiser to set it aside for now and reconsider after the completion of the artifact recovery. "Indeed, Xiaoyu, we should first focus on enhancing our fishing industry, as it is our traditional forte, providing us with a sense of security." An elderly fisherman concurred, expressing greater interest in deep-sea aquaculture and seafood processing projects. "If we could collaborate on developing a deep-sea aquaculture base, the youth of our village would no longer need to seek employment elsewhere, allowing them to earn a living right at their doorstep." Lin Xiaoyu attentively absorbed everyone's opinions, gradually finding clarity in his thoughts. Ultimately, he chose to engage in in-depth discussions with 2 enterprises, one being the Donghai Aquatic Group, with whom he signed a priority supply agreement while also collaborating on deep-sea aquaculture trials. The other was a local small-scale seafood processing factory, aimed at establishing an initial processing workshop to address the sales issues of villagers' scattered catches. Regarding the Jiangnan Cultural and Tourism Group's tourism development project, he suggested a phased implementation approach, first constructing a marine culture museum to showcase the fishing history of Wanghai Village and replicas of shipwreck artifacts, and only advancing subsequent sightseeing projects after the artifact recovery is completed and ecological assessments are passed. Chapter 43. The Invitation to Collaborate. When Lin Xiaoyu informed the respective enterprises of his decisions, Zhang Qiming from Donghai Aquatic Group sighed with relief and promptly arranged for his team to prepare the formal contract. Although Jiangnan Cultural and Tourism Group felt some regret over the phased implementation, they understood Lin Xiaoyu's cautiousness and agreed to commence with the museum project. Conversely, those enterprises that were declined expressed disappointment, but also admired Lin Xiaoyu's foresight and sense of responsibility. On the day of the contract signing, a business vehicle from Donghai Aquatic Group returned to Wanhai Village. Villagers gathered at the dock, observing Lin Xiaoyu and Zhang Qiming signing the contract, their faces brimming with anticipation. They understood that this contract not only represented a significant step forward for Lin Xiaoyu's endeavors, but also provided a more stable assurance for the development of Wanhai Village's fishing industry, instilling hope for improved livelihoods. That evening, Lin Xiaoyu stood by the dock, gazing at the distant lights of fishing boats. As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, Host has successfully selected high-quality cooperation projects that balance personal development with village interests, earning the title of strategic decision maker and unlocking the industrial cooperation side quest. Current cooperation projects: collaborating with Donghai Aquatic Group on priority supply deep-sea aquaculture. Projected annual revenue increase of 1.5 million yuan. Partnering with a local seafood processing factory to construct an initial processing workshop, creating employment for 50 villagers. Boosting annual income by 5,000 yuan per person. Establishing phased tourism development cooperation with Jiangnan Cultural and Tourism Group, with the museum project expected to commence next year. System prompt. The host's prudent decision-making has garnered recognition from multiple parties, and more quality enterprises will actively seek cooperation in the future. It is advisable to continue optimizing resource allocation to promote diversified industrial development in Wanhai Village. Lin Xiaoyu examined the information displayed on the panel, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. He recognized that the influx of capital brought not only opportunities, but also responsibilities. Only through careful selection and rational planning could these cooperative projects genuinely benefit him and the villagers, ensuring that Wanhai Village progresses steadily and far along the path of development. The day after signing the contract with Donghai Aquatic Group, Lin Xiaoyu received an email from a large southern fisheries group. They offered terms superior to those of Donghai Aquatic Group, with a purchase price exceeding the market rate by 30, a 5-year exclusive supply agreement, and a commitment to invest an additional 20 million yuan to help Lin Xiaoyu expand deep-sea fishing operations. The email explicitly stated that acceptance of the agreement would necessitate the termination of all collaborations with other aquatic enterprises, compelling him to focus solely on supplying their company. Lin Xiaoyu stared at the exclusive supply clause on his computer screen, his fingers lightly tapping the table. The Southern Fisheries Group's substantial resources and nationwide sales network could indeed secure higher prices for their catches. Yet the demand to cease all other collaborations caused him to furrow his brow. He recalled his earlier concerns when Donghai Aquatic Group first proposed exclusive cooperation, worrying about losing negotiation leverage and restricting development. The Southern Group's stipulations were even more stringent. Signing the agreement would likely tether the future development of Wanhai Village's fishing industry to external influences. Xiaoyu, this is a 20 million investment and a 30 high purchase price. If all our village's catches go to them, we could earn quite a bit more each year. Uncle Wang from the village, upon hearing the news, hurried over to persuade Lin Xiaoyu, his eyes filled with the allure of substantial profits. Lin Xiaoyu poured Uncle Wang a cup of tea and patiently explained, Uncle Wang, consider this. If we sign the exclusive agreement, we can only collaborate with this one company. If they decide to lower prices, we will have no room to resist. If they wish to change the types of products we supply, we must comply, leaving villagers with no channels to sell other catches. While the 20 million investment appears enticing, if we sell our development rights, we will ultimately suffer in the long run. Uncle Wang paused, reflecting for a moment before nodding in agreement. You are right. I was too focused on immediate gains. You have considered this thoroughly. We cannot jeopardize our village's future for short-term benefits. Lin Xiaoyu smiled, opened the email, clicked reply, and sincerely declined the exclusive cooperation invitation, expressing his willingness to consider establishing a long-term supply relationship under non-exclusive terms. After sending the email, he felt a sense of relief. He understood that rejecting monopolistic cooperation might entail foregoing immediate substantial profits, but it would preserve greater possibilities for the development of Wanhai Village's fishing industry. Having resolved the Southern Group's invitation, Lin Xiaoyu began preparing for an even more significant endeavor, establishing a cooperative organization for Wanhai Village to regulate the acquisition of catches and the monetization of treasures. The first partner that came to mind was the seasoned aquatic merchant, Chen Jiangwo, from the town. Having operated a seafood shop for 30 years, Chen was known for his integrity, never shortchanging fishermen or pressuring them on prices, earning him an excellent reputation among local fishermen. Lin Xiaoyu had previously sold his catches to Chen, and they were already quite familiar with each other. Upon arriving at the town seafood shop, Lin Xiaoyu found Chun Jiangwo assisting an elderly lady in selecting shrimp, his movements swift as he remarked, "Auntie, these shrimp are fresh. You should steam them for the best flavor. I'll ensure you get the full weight. No skimping here." Once the elderly lady departed, Chun Jiangwo turned to Lin Xiaoyu with a smile. "Xiaoyu, what brings you here today? Do you have some good catches to sell again?" Chapter 44, Prudent Choices. "Uncle Chun, I'm here to discuss a potential collaboration," Lin Xiaoyu said, pulling up a chair beside Chun Jiangwo at a small table in the shop. He shared his vision of establishing the Wanghai Fishing and Hunting Studio, stating, "I wish to partner with you. The studio will primarily focus on two things. First, to unify the acquisition of catches from the village fishermen and connect them with suitable aquatic enterprises, ensuring everyone can secure a fair price. Second, to oversee the legal monetization of subsequent shipwreck artifacts and the potential development of marine resources, protecting against exploitation by outside companies. Given your extensive experience in the aquatic industry, I would like to invite you to manage the daily operations of the studio so we can effectively carry this out together." Upon hearing this, Chun Jiangwo's eyes brightened instantly. He had long sought to advocate for the fishermen in town, but had never found the right opportunity. Lin Xiaoyu's idea resonated perfectly with his aspirations. "Xiaoyu, this is a brilliant idea. There are some aquatic merchants out there who constantly try to lower prices, and the fishermen's hard-earned catches often go undervalued. Should a studio be established to streamline connections with enterprises, it would not only enhance the earnings of fishermen, but also standardize the market, thereby averting detrimental competition. I am eager to partner with you. Let us embark on this endeavor together." The two individuals found immediate rapport, and on that very day, they began to deliberate on the specifics of the studio. Lin Xiaoyu would contribute the capital and liaise with external resources, while Chun Jiangwo would oversee daily operations. The studio's profits would be allocated, a portion for expansion, another segment distributed as dividends based on the fishermen's supply volume, and a third part dedicated to the Wanghai Village Development Fund for local infrastructure and philanthropic projects. To reassure the fishermen, Lin Xiaoyu convened a mobilization meeting in the village, transparently outlining the studio's operational model and profit-sharing scheme. He assured them that if they wished to join the studio, their catches could be delivered directly there, where they would purchase at the market price of the day, plus a 5 markup, guaranteeing no underpricing or weight discrepancies. Payments for the catches would be settled the same day, with no delays. "Xiaoyu, if we join the studio, can we still collaborate with other seafood merchants?" a fisherman inquired, concerned about losing his autonomy. "Absolutely," Lin Xiaoyu affirmed. "The studio is designed to serve everyone. Joining is not mandatory. Those who prefer to sell to our studio are welcome, while those who wish to seek their own avenues shall receive our support. The studio's aim is to provide an additional option and assurance." Upon hearing this, the fishermen felt reassured. That very day, more than 30 households registered to join the studio, with many expressing their intention to deliver their catches to the studio on their next fishing expedition. A week later, the Wanghai Fishing Studio was officially inaugurated beside the old pier in the village. The studio rented a warehouse exceeding 200 square meters, partitioned into areas for catch acquisition, quality inspection, temporary storage, and office space, equipped with electronic scales, water quality testers, and small refrigeration units. Chun Jiangwo, accompanied by 2 young villagers, arrived early each day to prepare for the incoming catches from the fishermen. On the opening day, several fishermen brought in their catches. Chun Jiangwo and the staff diligently weighed each catch, inspected its quality, recorded the information, and promptly settled the payments at the promised prices. "Uncle Chun, this studio is fantastic. Not only are the prices higher, but the payments are swift, far more reassuring than selling to outside merchants," one fisherman exclaimed, holding his freshly received payment with a smile. "Indeed, we need not worry about underpricing or being shortchanged anymore," another fisherman chimed in. Standing at the studio's entrance, Lin Xiaoyu beamed at the smiles of the fishermen, his heart swelling with satisfaction. He pulled out his phone to check the system panel. Host successfully rejected monopolistic cooperation, established Wanghai Fishing Studio, standardized industry channels. Awarded the title of industry regulator, unlocked the side quest for rural industry upgrade. Current studio operation data, collaborating fishermen, 35 households, daily average catch acquisition, approximately 500 kilograms. Average increase in fishermen's income, 5. Development fund, accumulated 120,000 yuan. System prompt. The establishment of the studio has gained widespread recognition among villagers, suggesting the expansion of business scope to enhance industry value and further increase villagers' incomes. Observing the information on the panel, a smile crept onto Lin Xiaoyu's lips. He recognized that establishing the studio was merely the first step. A plethora of tasks lay ahead. There was a need to broaden the sales channels for the catches, enabling fishermen to fetch higher prices, to initiate preliminary processing of the catches, transforming fresh fish into dried fish and fish balls, thereby extending the industry chain, and to create an online sales platform, allowing the premium catches from Wanghai Village to reach distant markets. That evening, the studio's lights remained aglow until late. Chen Jingwo was busy organizing the day's acquisition data, while Lin Xiaoyu communicated with Zhang Qiming from Donghai Aquatic Group, discussing the supply of catches for the upcoming week. Outside, the fishermen's boats rested quietly at the pier, as if bestowing blessings for the studio's future. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath, filled with confidence. He believed that under the studio's influence, Wanghai Village's fishing industry would become increasingly standardized, the fishermen's lives would improve, and the future of Wanghai Village would undoubtedly shine brighter. Chapter 45, System Level 2, Unlock. On the third weekend following the opening of the Wanghai Fishing Studio, Lin Xiaoyu received a call from the Municipal Cultural Relics Appraisal Center. The auction of the last batch of circulatable sunken ship relics had concluded successfully, and after deducting various fees, nearly 23 million yuan had been transferred to his account. Combined with the previous 8 million yuan relic subsidy and the studio's earnings during this period, his personal assets had officially surpassed 25 million yuan, making him a bona fide multimillionaire. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with the task progress on the system panel, which had yet to be updated. That afternoon, Lin Xiaoyu deliberately set aside time to navigate his fishing boat to the Sanlonghui Sea area. By this time, the relic salvage operation had nearly concluded, and the exploration vessel from the Relic Bureau had recently departed, leaving only a few seagulls circling above the calm sea. He anchored his fishing boat and gazed at the tranquil waters, silently reciting, "System, check the completion status of the treasure quest. Explore sunken ship treasure. Hidden task completed in full. Task completion rate, 100. Task reward settlement. System level upgrade. First to second tier. New skill unlocked. Marine life communication. Physical enhancement. Intermediate strength increase. Advanced strength increase. Special reward. Marine ecology value 100. Unlock basic scheme for marine life cultivation." The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, accompanied by a warm current that surged through his body. Lin Xiaoyu could distinctly feel his strength and endurance subtly amplifying, the muscular lines of his arms becoming more defined. Even his breathing felt steadier and more powerful. What excited him further was the unlocking of the marine life communication skill, which meant he could establish connections with marine creatures, providing an additional advantage in fishing, aquaculture, or deep-sea exploration. Eager to test this new skill, Lin Xiaoyu suppressed his excitement, donned his diving gear, and leaped into the sea. Upon entering the water, he concentrated intently, mentally reciting the activation of marine life communication. Marine life communication skill activated. Energy cost, 5 points. Current energy, 95-100. Duration, 10 minutes. Detected nearby small to medium marine life. Yellow-spotted basket fish, striped bamboo shark, Pacific krill, short octopus. As the system's prompt resonated, a wave of fragmented consciousness surged into Lin Xiaoyu's mind, relayed by the yellow-spotted basket fish, imbued with curiosity and a hint of caution. Seemingly questioning who this unfamiliar giant was, he attempted to convey a friendly intention in his mind, simultaneously slowing his movements to avoid startling the small fish. Soon, a remarkable event unfolded. The yellow-spotted basket fish, which had been swimming at a distance, gradually approached him, gently circling around his body. The feel of their fins gliding against his diving suit distinctly perceptible. Lin Xiaoyu sensed the joyful vibrations they transmitted, as if responding to his friendliness. "May I inquire if there are any schools of fish gathering nearby?" Lin Xiaoyu mentally attempted to communicate the basic instruction regarding fish school location. Although uncertain whether the small fish could comprehend, the ensuing scene delighted him immensely. A slightly larger yellow-spotted basket fish suddenly changed direction and swam a few meters to the northeast, then turned back to look at him, conveying the awareness that many companions were present in that direction. Lin Xiaoyu immediately followed along, guided by the yellow-spotted basket fish. He swam approximately 20 meters and indeed spotted a dense school of high-value yellow croaker, numbering at least in the hundreds, gathered near a dark reef foraging for food. He retrieved his waterproof camera to capture the location of the fish school, contemplating to himself, with this skill, he would no longer have to rely on detectors to locate fish stocks. Marine creatures are the most reliable guides. Just then, he noticed a slight disturbance in the water below. 3 striped bamboo sharks. They were relatively small, the largest measuring only about a meter, gliding slowly along the seabed. Lin Xiaoyu attempted to convey a sense of safety and non-threat, and the previously wary sharks gradually relaxed, even allowing him to approach for observation. He could feel the tranquil vibrations emanating from the sharks, along with their awareness of the surrounding environment, such as the kelp forest 30 meters ahead, which concealed numerous small crabs. How marvelous! Lin Xiaoyu marveled. In the past, he had always tried to avoid sharks in the ocean, but now he could establish trust through his skill. This experience of communicating with marine life was beyond his wildest imagination. With 3 minutes remaining on the skill's duration, Lin Xiaoyu spotted a short octopus ahead. He attempted to convey the notion of food, and to his surprise, the short octopuses immediately became animated, extending their tentacles towards him, signaling their hunger for shells. He retrieved the scallop meat he had prepared from his diving suit pocket and placed it on the seabed. The short octopuses quickly surrounded it, wrapping their tentacles around the scallop meat, simultaneously transmitting a faint wave of gratitude. Marine biology communication skill has ended, automatically deactivated. Skill usage feedback. Successfully established communication with 4 types of small to medium marine organisms. Acquired valid environmental information. Increased marine organisms favorability. Future skill usage communication efficiency increased by 15. Chapter 46. Biological communication. Lin Xiaoyu surfaced, returning to the fishing boat, still immersed in the wonder of his recent experience. He took out his phone, accessed the system panel, and carefully examined the detailed description of the marine biology communication skill. Skill name: Marine biology communication. Skill effects: Consciousness connection. Establish a consciousness connection with small to medium marine organisms under 5 meters in length, transmitting basic instructions such as friendly guidance and warnings. Or acquiring environmental information perceived by the organisms. Favorability system. Increase marine organisms' favorability through feeding, protection, etc. When favorability reaches 50 to 100, a long-term partnership can be unlocked. Ecological interaction. Frequent use of the skill can promote marine ecological balance, enhance marine ecological value, and unlock more biological cultivation plans. The potential of this skill was immense. The more Lin Xiaoyu examined it, the more excited he became. With it, not only could he accurately locate fish schools, but he could also communicate with economically significant organisms during aquaculture to understand their needs. While exploring the deep sea, he could obtain danger warnings from marine organisms, avoiding crises like the encounter with the giant octopus last time. That evening, Lin Xiaoyu returned to the village and immediately sought out Chen Jiangwo, informing him of the system upgrade and the new skill. Uncle Chun, our studio's aquaculture business has a bright future. I can locate high-value fish schools and understand their habits, making cultivation much smoother. Initially skeptical, Chen Jiangwo was convinced when Lin Xiaoyu led him to the seaside, activated the skill on the spot, and directed several yellow-spotted basket fish to swim around the boat. Watching the fish precisely follow Lin Xiaoyu's commands to circle and leap, Chen Jiangwo was thoroughly impressed. Xiaoyu, your ability is simply miraculous. With this, our fishing industry in Wanhai Village is bound to reach new heights. The news quickly spread through the studio, and although the assisting villagers found it hard to believe, they also began to trust Lin Xiaoyu's ability to command the fish. Everyone was filled with greater confidence in the studio's future, and even several fishermen who had not previously joined sought Lin Xiaoyu out to apply for membership in the studio. In the following days, Lin Xiaoyu frequently employed the marine biology communication skill, exploring the waters near Wanhai Village. Through the yellow-spotted basket fish, he discovered multiple high-value fishing spots, bringing substantial catches to the studio. From the short octopuses, he learned the distribution of shellfish on the seabed, providing precise locations for future shellfish farming. And even through the striped bamboo sharks, he uncovered a suitable area for cultivating coral reefs, perfectly aligned with the biological cultivation plans unlocked by the system. System notification. The host frequently uses the marine biology communication skill, promoting marine ecological interaction, earning the title of Friend of the Ocean, and unlocking the side quest Biological Mutual Assistance. Current marine organism favorability, 55 to 100. Standing on the fishing boat, Lin Xiaoyu gazed at the frolicking yellow-spotted basket fish in the distance, his heart brimming with anticipation. He understood that the system upgrade and the unlocking of the new skill were merely the beginning. In the future, he could explore more secrets of the ocean through the marine biology communication skill, cultivate high-value organisms, drive the upgrade of the studio and the industry in Wanhai Village, transforming this vast sea into a true treasure trove for the villagers. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays spilled across the sea, stretching Lin Xiaoyu's silhouette long. In October, the waters of Wanhai Village carried a hint of chill in the breeze. Yet it could not dampen the fishermen's enthusiasm for venturing out to sea. As the Wanhai Fishing Studio's boat set sail from the dock, it was soon surrounded by early risers from the village. Ever since Lin Xiaoyu unlocked the marine biology communication skill, the studio's catch had nearly tripled, and many villagers had also profited, all eagerly hoping for new surprises on this outing. Xiaoyu, can we find the Yellow Croaker School today? That last batch sold exceptionally well. The restaurants in the city are clamoring for them. Uncle Wong, One of the helpers cheerfully inquired while inspecting the fishing nets, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and nodded, but his gaze drifted toward the distant sea. Today, let us try to locate something even more valuable. I've heard that this season, bluefin tuna migrate to our waters. If we can find them, they are worth significantly more than yellow croaker. Bluefin tuna is a rare deep-sea fish known for its exquisite meat, especially the larger specimens, which can fetch astronomical prices in international markets. The fishermen of Wanghai village occasionally catch smaller bluefin tuna weighing a few dozen pounds, but they have never encountered adults exceeding 100 pounds, let alone the legendary giants weighing in at 1,000. After the boat had traveled 10 nautical miles, Lin Xiaoyu instructed the crew to slow down, donned his diving gear, and prepared to dive for clues. Standing at the edge of the boat, he took a deep breath and leaped into the sea, the cold water enveloping his body instantaneously. Yet he felt no discomfort. The enhancement of his physique from the advanced power amplification had significantly improved his endurance and cold resistance in the water. Activating the marine biology communication skill, Lin Xiaoyu mentally recited as a faint energy radiated from his body, and soon he heard the system's prompt. Marine biology communication skill activated. Consuming 5 energy points, current energy value 95 to 100, duration 10 minutes. Detected nearby small to medium marine organisms, bottlenose dolphin, green scad, sword-tip cuttlefish. Bottlenose dolphins. Lin Xiaoyu's heart leaped with joy. Dolphins are among the most intelligent creatures in the ocean, not only possessing keen awareness of their surroundings, but often accompanying schools of tuna. If he could establish a connection with them, he might just uncover the whereabouts of the tuna. Chapter 47, Bluefin Tuna. He immediately swam toward the dolphins, simultaneously transmitting the thought of friendly assistance. Soon, a wave of clear consciousness emanated from ahead, imbued with curiosity and warmth. It was the leading bottlenose dolphin responding to him. The wave seemingly inquiring, "Who are you, and what assistance do you seek?" "I am searching for bluefin tuna. Have you seen them?" Lin Xiaoyu endeavored to convey the fundamental imagery of a tuna school, even simulating the outline of the tuna's form in his mind. To his surprise, the dolphin immediately comprehended his intent. It abruptly changed direction, swimming towards deeper waters, simultaneously transmitting a wave of consciousness that indicated there are many large ones over there. Laced with a hint of excitement, as if boasting about a treasure it had uncovered. Hastily, Lin Xiaoyu followed, the pod of dolphins encircling him, occasionally nudging his diving suit with their rostrums, as if urging him to accelerate. After approximately 10 minutes, as the duration of his skill was nearing its end, he suddenly sensed a significant drop in the water temperature, and the surrounding sea grew dimmer. He had entered a deep-sea area exceeding 100 meters in depth. At that moment, the leading dolphin halted abruptly, transmitting the thought, "Right there." Following its direction, Lin Xiaoyu utilized his diving suit as spotlight and faintly discerned a group of enormous shadows moving slowly in the distance. The largest among them measured at least 5 meters in length, resembling a small submarine in the depths, exuding an air of majesty. It was the bluefin tuna school. His heart raced as he swiftly retrieved his waterproof camera, capturing images of the scene. At least 20 bluefin tunas congregated together, among which one particularly massive specimen, estimated to weigh over 600 kilograms, was precisely the giant he had longed for. Skill duration has ended. Marine communication skill is now disabled. Skill feedback. Successfully established deep communication with bottlenose dolphins. Obtain valuable leads on fish schools. Marine creature affinity increased to 7100, unlocking the dolphin companion exclusive identifier. Lin Xiaoyu, not pausing to ponder, immediately ascended and returned to the fishing vessel, excitedly showcasing the captured images to the crew. "We have located the bluefin tuna school. There's even a specimen weighing at least 1,200 pounds. We are bound to strike it rich this time." The crew gathered around to view the photographs, erupting into cheers of excitement. Chen Zhangwo, particularly exhilarated, trembled with anticipation. Having spent 30 years in the aquaculture industry, he had never encountered such a colossal bluefin tuna. "Xiaoyu, hurry, prepare the fishing gear. We mustn't let the school escape." Nodding, Lin Xiaoyu promptly directed the crew. Instead of utilizing traditional nets, they prepared advanced sonar capture equipment and high-strength fishing lines. This equipment would not harm the tuna, maximizing the freshness for a higher market price. The fishing vessel gradually approached the waters where the tuna school resided. Lin Xiaoyu reactivated the marine communication skill, contacting the previous pod of bottlenose dolphins, enlisting their assistance to guide the tuna towards the vessel. The dolphins cooperated splendidly, swimming around the fish school, occasionally emitting sound waves to gently steer the tunas towards shallower waters. "Now's the moment." When the massive tuna entered the catch range, Lin Xiaoyu commanded, and the crew promptly activated the sonar devices, emitting sound waves at a specific frequency to temporarily disrupt the tuna's swimming direction. Concurrently, several high-strength fishing lines, equipped with specialized hooks, were accurately cast towards the giant tuna's dorsal fin. The hooks, embedded with sensors, would automatically tighten upon securing the fish, simultaneously releasing anesthetics to prevent vigorous struggles that could cause injury. A cheer erupted as the fishing line instantly tightened, the vessel slightly tilting under the immense tension. The dashboard displayed that the hook had securely latched onto the tuna, and the anesthetic had successfully taken effect. The giant tuna's struggles gradually diminished as it started to swim slowly alongside the vessel. The crew hastily engaged the winch, gently drawing the tuna towards the boat. When this 52-inch, 1,200-pound giant bluefin tuna broke the surface, everyone held their breath. Its streamlined body glistened with a deep blue sheen, the belly a silvery hue, sparkling in the sunlight like a colossal sapphire, a sight to behold. Quick, place it in the insulated chamber, set the temperature to 60 degrees to ensure freshness. Chun Jiangwo commanded loudly, and the crew sprang into action, using a specialized crane to hoist the tuna aboard, carefully placing it into the temperature-controlled chamber. That afternoon, the fishing vessel returned to the dock of Wanghai village with the giant tuna, the news having already spread throughout the village. Villagers gathered spontaneously at the dock, eager to witness the 1,000-pound fish. When the insulated chamber was opened, and the giant tuna's form appeared before them, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Goodness! Such a large fish! I've never seen anything like it in my life. Xiaoyu is incredible. This fish will surely fetch a handsome price. Wanghai village is going to be famous now. We caught such a colossal bluefin tuna. The news swiftly reached the Donghai Aquaculture Group, with Zhang Qiming personally leading a team to Wanghai village. Upon seeing the giant tuna in the insulated chamber, he was so excited that he made an instant decision. Our group will take this fish. Based on market price, the 1,200-pound bluefin tuna is valued at 1,250 yuan per pound, totaling 1.5 million yuan. I will arrange the transfer immediately. 1.5 million yuan. This figure left everyone present in a state of astonishment. It equated to the total income of an average Wanghai village fisherman over 10 years. And Lin Xiaoyu had earned it in just a day. Chapter 48. The 1,000-pound giant catch. That evening, the payment of 1.5 million yuan was successfully transferred to the account of the Wanghai Fishing and Hunting Studio. Lin Xiaoyu and Chun Jiangwo convened the studio members to discuss the allocation of this windfall. I propose to set aside 500,000 yuan as bonuses for everyone, while the remaining million yuan should be used to upgrade our fishing equipment and build a modern aquaculture refrigeration facility so that we can capture more and more valuable catches in the future. Agreed. The members responded in unison, their faces alight with joy. Uncle Wang, one of the helpers, exclaimed excitedly. Working with Xiaoyu was a wise choice. Our lives are surely going to improve. Standing at the edge of the dock, Lin Xiaoyu gazed out at the distant sea, the system's notification ringing in his mind. The host has successfully captured a high-value giant bluefin tuna, propelling the studio's industrial upgrade, earning the title of King of Deep-Sea Fishing, and unlocking the subquest cultivation of high-value fishery harvests. Current achievements: captured a 1,200-pound giant bluefin tuna, setting a historical record for Wanghai village. Single transaction amounting to 1.5 million yuan, breaking the studio's revenue record. Marine creature affinity increased to 85/100. Dolphin companion relationship upgraded, allowing for long-term acquisition of fish school leads. System notification: the host has mastered the core ability of capturing high-value deep-sea catches, suggesting the integration of the marine creature cultivation plan to explore a sustainable development model combining artificial breeding and wild capture. Upon reading the information on the panel, a contented smile graced Lin Xiaoyu's lips. He understood that the capture of this giant bluefin tuna was not merely a simple harvest, but the finest testament to the value of his marine communication skill and a pivotal milestone for the Wanghai Fishing and Hunting Studio as it advanced to a higher stage of development. The news of selling the giant bluefin tuna for 1.5 million yuan spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the province within just 2 days. On the early morning of the third day, 2 interview vehicles emblazoned with the words Provincial Television Station News Channel rolled into Wanghai village. As the vehicles came to a halt, reporters, wielding cameras and microphones, hastily disembarked and made their way directly to the Wanghai Fishing Studio. May I inquire if this is Mr. Lin Xiaoyu? I am Li Wei, a reporter from the provincial television station's Livelihood Spotlight program. I would like to discuss the capture of the giant bluefin tuna with you. The lead female reporter, tall and amiable, wasted no time in stating her purpose upon encountering Lin Xiaoyu. Her camera lens immediately trained upon him. Lin Xiaoyu, who had just directed his crew in sorting a new batch of catches, paused momentarily upon seeing the reporters before responding. Greetings, I am Lin Xiaoyu. However, there is nothing particularly remarkable about this. It was merely a stroke of luck to encounter a school of fish. His modesty was evident, yet could not conceal the glimmer of delight in his eyes. After all, this was an interview by the provincial television station, a rare opportunity for both Wanghai Village and the studio to gain exposure. The reporters were not easily deterred, following Lin Xiaoyu into the temperature-controlled preservation chamber of the studio. Li Wei marveled upon seeing several bluefin tunas weighing dozens of pounds still stored within. Is this what you refer to as luck, Mr. Lin? As per our understanding, bluefin tuna are exceedingly rare, especially large specimens which are seldom seen domestically. You managed to catch so many at once. Surely there must be some secret to your success? Lin Xiaoyu chuckled, scratching his head, refraining from mentioning his skill in marine communication. Instead, he attributed his success to long-term observations of the marine environment and research into fish migration patterns, coupled with his team's collaboration to locate the tuna schools. Chen Zhengwo, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Li reporter, do not be misled by his humility. Xiaoyu not only understands fishing, but can also communicate with marine creatures. The last time he found the tuna school, it was thanks to the dolphin's guidance. The villagers even call him the man who speaks fish language." Chen Zhengwo's words piqued the reporter's interest. Li Wei immediately pressed, "Communicating with marine creatures? Could you elaborate?" "This is quite the sensational story." Lin Xiaoyu, with no other option, briefly described his ability to infer the location of fish schools by observing marine animals' behaviors, and even took the reporters to the seaside to demonstrate how to assess the presence of fish based on the frequency of dolphin leaps. Although he did not reveal the full extent of his abilities, the reporters were nonetheless astounded by his profound understanding of marine life, their cameras closely following him to capture every detail. The entire day was spent with the reporters bustling about Wanghai Village, interviewing the villagers who assisted, learning about the changes brought by the studio, filming the picturesque coastal scenery, and documenting the daily lives of fishermen. They even made a special trip to Lin Xiaoyu's renovated childhood home to capture the environment in which he grew up, aiming to unearth the story of the ocean prodigy from the nuances of his life. In the past, our village was impoverished, and the youth left for better opportunities. Ever since Xiaoyu returned and established the studio, not only have we earned more money, but our village has also gained fame. I never imagined that even the provincial television station would come to interview us. Uncle Wang exclaimed excitedly to the camera, barely able to articulate his thoughts amidst his pride. At the conclusion of the interview, Li Wei shook Lin Xiaoyu's hand, saying, "Mr. Lin, the story of Wanghai Village is profoundly moving, and your oceanic wisdom is truly astonishing. We will expedite the production of this report to ensure that more people learn about Wanghai Village and you, the ocean prodigy." 3 days later, the provincial television station's Livelihood Spotlight program aired a special report titled Wanghai Village's Ocean Prodigy Lin Xiaoyu, capturing a 1,000-pound bluefin tuna and enabling prosperity for his fellow villagers. The report not only meticulously recounted Lin Xiaoyu's process of capturing the giant tuna, but also showcased the breathtaking landscapes of Wanghai Village, emphasizing how the Wanghai Fishing Studio has facilitated employment and income growth, transforming the village from an ordinary fishing settlement into a renowned affluent community. Upon its release, the report garnered tremendous attention. Media outlets both within and beyond the province shared the news, and online discussions surrounding ocean prodigy Lin Xiaoyu and the 1,000-pound tuna of Wanghai Village swiftly ascended to trending status, with topics such as visiting the ocean prodigy Lin Xiaoyu in Wanghai Village accumulating view counts surpassing 10 million. The once quiet Wanghai Village suddenly thrummed with activity. Early on weekends, throngs of tourists began to arrive, some eager to see the ocean prodigy Lin Xiaoyu in person, others wishing to sample the fresh catches from the studio, and many drawn by the picturesque coastal scenery to capture memorable photographs. The village's fishermen seized the opportunity, setting up small stalls along the shore to sell homemade dried fish and shrimp paste. Some villagers even converted their idle homes into goose houses to accommodate the influx of visitors. Uncle Wang's guest house was fully booked on its opening day, and he gleefully remarked, "I never imagined we could earn money from tourists. It's all thanks to Xiaoyu and the media coverage." The Wanghai Fishing Studio became a must-visit destination for tourists. Daily, visitors surrounded the studio's fishing boats, eager to purchase fresh catches, and some even expressed a desire to accompany the fishing vessels to experience the thrill of fishing themselves. Lin Xiaoyu, unable to refuse, conferred with Chen Zhengwo and launched a deep-sea fishing experience program, limiting daily participants to 10 tourists, thus satisfying visitor demands without disrupting regular fishing operations. "I never expected our village would become a popular destination. It's so lively every day now, and it feels like our future is brightening." The village secretary, witnessing the bustling scenes in the village, felt elated and sought out Lin Xiaoyu to discuss further developing Wanghai Village's tourism resources. Lin Xiaoyu himself was astonished by the media coverage's profound impact. Standing by the sea, observing the ebb and flow of tourists and listening to the joyful laughter of villagers, he was met with a system notification. The host has garnered widespread attention from media coverage, elevating the recognition of the tidal ocean prodigy, and Wanghai Village has become a trending destination, unlocking the rural cultural and tourism integration side quest. Current development data for Wanghai Village. Daily average tourist count, approximately 500 visitors. Average additional income per villager, approximately 200 yuan per day. Sales of catches from Wanghai Fishing Studio, increased by 50. Wanghai Village's online recognition. Topic views exceeding 50 million, becoming a popular rural tourism destination within the province. System notification. The host may leverage the current popularity to further promote the development of Wanghai Village's cultural and tourism industry, while also being mindful of protecting the marine ecosystem to prevent environmental degradation due to overdevelopment. As he gazed at the information on the panel, Lin Xiaoyu felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He understood that the media coverage brought not only recognition but also new opportunities for the development of Wanghai Village. He would seize this moment to enhance the income of the villagers while safeguarding the marine ecology and natural environment, ensuring that Wanghai Village could evolve into not just a trending destination, but also a sustainable and prosperous fishing village. The report by the provincial television station on ocean prodigy Lin Xiaoyu not only transformed Wanghai Village into a popular destination, but also unexpectedly reached the provincial capital city hundreds of miles away. Su Qing sat on the sofa of her rental apartment, her phone in hand, as the screen displayed footage of Lin Xiaoyu during the interview. In the frame, he donned a simple windbreaker, standing confidently by the sea as he recounted his fishing experiences, with a brand new fishing boat and a bustling studio in the background. The confidence radiating from him was a stark contrast to the impoverished fisherman he had been 3 years ago, struggling to make ends meet. To her astonishment, Lin Xiaoyu had unexpectedly struck it rich, transforming into an extraordinary figure of the ocean. Su Qing's tone was laced with a complex array of emotions as her fingers incessantly scrolled through her phone screen, perusing the online comments regarding Lin Xiaoyu's capture of a 1,000-pound tuna, which had been sold for 1.5 million, propelling the Wanghai Fishing Studio to a valuation in the millions. Her gaze gradually ignited with fervor. 3 years prior, Su Qing had forsaken Lin Xiaoyu, disenchanted by his impoverished circumstances, and had chosen to accompany Jiang Hao into the building materials business, leaving Wanghai Village behind. However, Jiang Hao's so-called business was merely a ruse. It wasn't long before he incurred tremendous losses, leading their lives into a tightening spiral of hardship, with Su Qing often relying on menial jobs to make ends meet. Now, witnessing Lin Xiaoyu's newfound success, her heart felt as though it were being clawed by a cat, and a singular thought crystallized in her mind: to seek out Lin Xiaoyu and rekindle their relationship. Jiang Hao, have you seen this report? Lin Xiaoyu has become quite successful. Let us go to Wanghai Village to find him, Su Qing urged, nudging Jiang Hao, who was engrossed in a video game, her voice tinged with urgency. We were once so close. If I speak to him sincerely, he will undoubtedly assist us, and we shall no longer endure this wretched existence. Chapter 50. Su Qing's Return. Jiang Hao set down his phone, casting a dismissive glance at the image of Lin Xiaoyu on the screen, yet nodded in agreement. He had long been aware of Lin Xiaoyu's burgeoning fame and had been seeking an opportunity to capitalize on it. Thus, Su Qing's suggestion aligned perfectly with his intentions. The pair swiftly packed their belongings and purchased tickets to Wanghai Village. Throughout the journey, Su Qing rehearsed her words for their meeting, even practicing the angle of her tears in front of a mirror multiple times. The dock in Wanghai Village remained as bustling as ever, with tourists snapping photos and fishermen's stalls teeming with patrons. As Su Qing and Jiang Hao disembarked, they were taken aback by the vibrant scene. This was no longer the desolate fishing village of 3 years prior. Just as Su Qing began to search for Lin Xiaoyu, a sudden cheer erupted from the crowd. Following the sound, she spotted Lin Xiaoyu engaging with a group of tourists, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Su Qing adjusted her attire and hurried towards Lin Xiaoyu. However, just a few paces away, she halted, her eyes welling with tears that cascaded down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Xiaoyu. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Xiaoyu momentarily froze, turning to see Su Qing, his smile abruptly vanishing. He had never anticipated that the woman who had left him during his darkest hour would suddenly reappear before him. The surrounding tourists and villagers also took notice, pausing in their tracks, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Xiaoyu, I have missed you so much. Su Qing rushed to Lin Xiaoyu, reaching out to grasp his arm, only for him to subtly evade her touch. Ignoring his withdrawal, she cried more fervently, her voice choked with emotion. When I left, it was not from my heart. Jiang Hao deceived me. He promised me a better life, but he is nothing but a fraud. I have suffered so greatly over the years. As she spoke, Su Qing shot a resentful glare at Jiang Hao, her eyes brimming with indignation. If it weren't for him constantly pursuing me, I would have sought you out long ago. Xiaoyu, I realize my mistakes. Please grant me another chance. Can we start anew? Jiang Hao feigned remorse, lowering his head and muttering, "It is my fault. I am sorry for both of you." The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Some tourists speculated it was merely a misunderstanding between a couple, while the village elders, aware of how Su Qing had left Lin Xiaoyu, wore expressions of discontent. Uncle Wang could not contain himself. "Su Qing, you did not say such things when you left. Now that Xiaoyu has succeeded, you return seeking him. What are your true intentions?" Lin Xiaoyu regarded Su Qing's tear-streaked face without a flicker of emotion. He understood her too well. He vividly recalled her resolute departure. Now, with Jiang Hao at her side, her words of deception could not disguise the greed hidden in her eyes. Such theatrics were transparent to him. "Su Qing, there is no need for pretense." Lin Xiaoyu's voice was calm yet icy, his gaze unwavering. "You chose to leave, and I respected your decision. How I fare now is of no concern to you. What are you and Jiang Hao truly after? Speak plainly." Su Qing was taken aback by Lin Xiaoyu's forthrightness. Her expression momentarily freezing, her tears ceasing. She had not anticipated that, after 3 years, Lin Xiaoyu would not only be prosperous but also exude such composure. No longer the naive boy who had once acquiesced to her every whim. At that moment, Chun Jingwo emerged from the studio and, upon spotting Su Qing and Jiang Hao, immediately comprehended their intentions. He swiftly approached Lin Xiaoyu, addressing Su Qing with a cold demeanor. "Our studio does not welcome those with ulterior motives. If you seek to exploit Xiaoyu, you should leave at once. Otherwise, I shall call the authorities." The villagers echoed his sentiments, casting disapproving glances at Su Qing and Jiang Hao. The tourists, too, grasped the situation, directing scornful looks towards the pair, with some even pulling out their phones to whisper, "This woman must be trying to swindle money. It's utterly outrageous." Su Qing's face flushed with embarrassment, standing frozen and at a loss for words. Jiang Hao, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, tugged at Su Qing's arm and whispered, "Perhaps we should leave." Su Qing gritted her teeth, wishing to voice something further. But the icy gaze of Lin Xiaoyu and the discontented stares of those around her stifled her courage. Ultimately, she followed Jiang Hao, dejectedly departing the dock. As they retreated, the onlookers exhaled in relief, with Uncle Wang patting Lin Xiaoyu's shoulder, stating, "Xiaoyu, you did the right thing. Such people deserve no kindness." Lin Xiaoyu smiled faintly, remaining silent. But inwardly he felt grateful, fortunate not to have been deceived by Su Qing's tears, for who knows how much trouble that might have caused. He turned to Chen Jiangwo, expressing his gratitude. "Uncle Chen, thank you." Chen Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. "No need for pleasantries. In the future, should you encounter such individuals, simply show them the door. We have built a good life for ourselves. We must not allow those with ulterior motives to disrupt our peace." That evening, Lin Xiaoyu stood in the courtyard of his ancestral home, gazing out at the distant sea. Memories of Su Qing's earlier demeanor flooded his mind, leading him to reflect on how 3 years had not only transformed his life, but had also revealed the true nature of humanity. He pulled out his phone and accessed the system panel, which displayed no new notifications, further solidifying his resolve. Henceforth, he would concentrate solely on the development of the studio and Wanghai village, steering clear of unrelated people and matters, safeguarding all that he had achieved. Chapter 51. A Public Humiliation. After Su Qing and Jiang Hao left the dock in disgrace, they did not venture far. Hiding beneath an old banyan tree at the village entrance, they observed the vibrant scene of Wanghai village, their hearts swelling with resentment at Lin Xiaoyu's newfound wealth and status. "Is that it? Have we come all this way for nothing?" Jiang Hao kicked a pebble in frustration. "I see Lin Xiaoyu merely putting on a facade. If we create another opportunity to confront him, perhaps he will relent." Su Qing bit her lip, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. She too was unwilling to give up so easily, yet the humiliation from earlier at the dock lingered painfully in her mind. Just then, she noticed the employees of the Wanghai fishing studio hauling fishing gear towards the shore, seemingly preparing for the next day's outing, while Lin Xiaoyu stood at the studio's entrance, conversing with Chen Jiangwo. "Eureka!" Su Qing's eyes lit up as she grasped Jiang Hao's arm, exclaiming, "Let us go to the studio and remind him of the debts he owes me. Even if we cannot rekindle our relationship, we must extract some money before we leave." The pair hurried towards the studio, just in time to encounter Lin Xiaoyu escorting Chen Jiangwo out. Su Qing immediately adopted a different demeanor, hastily stepping forward to intercept Lin Xiaoyu, her voice laced with feigned grievance. "Xiaoyu, I know you still hold a grudge against me, but you cannot place all the blame on me for what happened back then. Just think about it. At that time, you didn't even have the money to buy me a new piece of clothing. I endured so much hardship following you. She intentionally raised her voice, drawing the attention of nearby employees and passing villagers, hoping to morally coerce Lin Xiaoyu into submission. Jiang Hao chimed in from the side, Mr. Lin. Su Qing has had a tough time over the years as well. Now that you've succeeded, you can't just disregard her, can you? A little compensation would be a gesture of goodwill. As more people gathered around, both studio employees and villagers who had just finished their market stalls, they wore expressions of confusion. Everyone was aware of the incident at the dock earlier that day. Now these two had returned to cause a scene. What were they truly after? Lin Xiaoyu observed Su Qing's theatrical display, and his last shred of patience evaporated. He had not intended to expose the events of the past. But as Su Qing and Jiang Hao pressed their luck, he decided to unveil the truth, revealing their true colors to everyone present. You claim you suffered alongside me back then? Lin Xiaoyu scoffed, pulling out his phone and opening a hidden folder. Then let me ask you this. 3 years ago, when my mother was hospitalized, I scoured for loans to cover medical expenses. While you took the money I had saved for 6 months to buy her nutritional supplements and went off to buy a new phone with Jiang Hao. Have you forgotten this? Su Qing's complexion drained of color, her eyes wide with panic. I didn't. Don't you dare say that. Am I lying? Lin Xiaoyu opened the chat logs on his phone and presented it to the crowd. This is your conversation with Jiang Hao from that time. Look for yourself. You said Lin Xiaoyu was a good-for-nothing, that you'd follow him until you got your hands on his money, and then we'd live well in the city. Did you not say those words? The clear text on the phone screen pierced through the onlookers' perceptions. The timestamps indicated it was indeed during the time of Lin Xiaoyu's mother's hospitalization. And Su Qing and Jiang Hao's dialogue was rife with disdain for him and a greedy yearning for wealth, devoid of any hint of victimhood. And this, Lin Xiaoyu continued. Opening a screenshot of a transfer record, here is the 5,000 yuan I sent you to buy my mother imported medicine. Only for you to turn around and send it to Jiang Hao, telling him it was uncertain if my mother would recover. You insisted on securing the money first. Have you forgotten all of this? Upon viewing the chat records and transfer screenshots, the crowd erupted in outrage. The younger employees from the studio were flushed with anger. So this is how you treated Brother Lin back then. This is outrageous. Uncle Wang, a villager, could not restrain himself from pointing an accusatory finger at Su Qing. Su Qing, has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Lin Xiaoyu's mother treated you so well, and you had the audacity to betray them. Faced with the evidence on her phone, Su Qing's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, trembling and rendered speechless. She had never expected that Lin Xiaoyu would preserve the chat records and transfer screenshots from back then. These pieces of evidence were like daggers, thoroughly shredding her facade, exposing her avarice and selfishness before all. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Jiang Hao attempted to drag Su Qing away, but was quickly intercepted by several young villagers. You think you can leave? You must clarify everything before you go. One villager declared loudly, you deceived Su Qing back then and now seek to swindle Lin Xiaoyu's money. It won't be that easy. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, with some villagers even contemplating calling the authorities. Su Qing, entirely panicked, lost her previous arrogance and collapsed to the ground, weeping and begging for mercy. Xiaoyu, I was wrong. I truly was. Please spare me. I won't dare do it again. Lin Xiaoyu regarded her wretched state without an ounce of sympathy. Coldly, he replied, my mother's condition worsened due to your delay in obtaining the imported medicine, resulting in an extended hospital stay of an additional 2 weeks. I have yet to settle that score with you. Now you come here pretending to be pitiful to extort money. This is unacceptable. He turned to the surrounding crowd, his voice resolute. Everyone has witnessed this. This is the reason I parted ways with them back then, and the very purpose of their return today. Although my life is better now, I shall never indulge ungrateful and self-serving individuals. With that, Lin Xiaoyu addressed the studio security personnel, please escort them out, and ensure they are never permitted to set foot in Wanghai village again. Chapter 52, Unmasking the Facade. The security guard promptly advanced, seizing the still sobbing Su Qing and the attempting to flee Jiang Hao, leading them toward the village entrance. The onlookers cheered in approval at the sight of their disgraceful exit. Well done. This is how they should be treated. Lin Xiaoyu, you did the right thing. Such people should not be tolerated. Chen Zhengwo approached Lin Xiaoyu, patting him on the shoulder. Xiaoyu, you did well. Clarifying the truth prevents them from causing further disturbances. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, feeling a sense of relief. He looked around at the supportive villagers and employees, warmth filling his heart. Though the day's events had been unpleasant, they had revealed Su Qing and Jiang Hao's true natures, ensuring that no one would be deceived by their masquerade again. That evening, the villagers of Wanghai were still discussing the day's events, praising Lin Xiaoyu's decisiveness and clarity. Meanwhile, after being expelled from Wanghai village, Su Qing and Jiang Hao vanished without a trace. It was rumored that on their way to the county town, they were scolded by the driver for being unable to pay the fare ultimately having to walk away, becoming the laughingstock of several nearby villages. Standing in the courtyard of his old home, Lin Xiaoyu gazed out at the tranquil sea, feeling a profound sense of calm wash over him. He took out his phone, noticing the system notification indicating that the villagers' favorability had risen to 98, and a smile crept onto his lips. He understood that past grievances had been completely resolved, and in the days to come, he could devote himself more fully to the development of the studio in Wanghai village, working alongside everyone to create a brighter future. As Su Qing and Jiang Hao were escorted out of Wanghai village, the sky had already darkened. The late autumn wind carried a chill, slicing against their faces like knives, yet Jiang Hao felt no coldness. His mind was consumed with the humiliation of being publicly embarrassed by Lin Xiaoyu, alongside feelings of jealousy as he observed the vibrant scene in Wanghai village. These emotions gnawed at him like a venomous serpent, igniting a desire to destroy everything Lin Xiaoyu held dear. It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on playing the victim, would we be in this predicament? Su Qing lamented through her tears, her tone rife with blame. She had initially thought they could swindle some money before leaving, only to find themselves mocked by everyone, leaving her both furious and regretful. Jiang Hao abruptly halted, spinning around to glare at Su Qing, his eyes filled with fury. Blame me? If you hadn't been so tempted by wealth and followed me, would we be in this situation now? That bastard Lin Xiaoyu dared to humiliate me. I will not let him off lightly. He pulled out his phone, swiftly scrolling through contacts until he found one labeled Changge. This Chang was someone he had met during his previous construction material business, reputed to lead a group engaged in illegal fishing along the coast, employing banned fishing gear and frequently encroaching on others' fishing territories. They would do anything for money. Hello, Changge, it's me, Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao spoke in a subdued tone, his voice oozing with flattery. I need your help with someone. He divulged all the details about Lin Xiaoyu, emphasizing that Lin Xiaoyu possessed an exclusive fishing area teeming with high-value fish and advanced fishing equipment. If you can help me disrupt his fishing area and destroy his equipment, I'll pay you 50,000. On the other end, Changge remained silent for a moment before responding leisurely. Lin Xiaoyu from Wanghai village? I've heard of him. He's quite well known lately for catching 1,000-pound tuna. His exclusive fishing area is patrolled, so it won't be easy. Brother Chang, money is no object. As long as we can accomplish the task, I will add another 20,000. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, having wagered his last bit of savings, and his mind was consumed with a singular thought. Lin Xiaoyu must pay the price. Seeing Jiang Hao's unwavering resolve, Brother Chang relented and agreed. Fine. I will take on this job. Provide me with the location of his exclusive fishing area and the patrol schedule. We shall strike tonight, ensuring that it goes unnoticed. Jiang Hao promptly divulged all the information he possessed, recalling what Su Qing had mentioned. Lin Xiaoyu's designated fishing zone was near the Sanlonghui waters, and the studio's patrol boat surveyed the periphery of the fishing area from 10 in the evening until 2 in the morning, with patrols pausing afterward, marking the optimal time to act. After hanging up, a sinister smile crept onto Jiang Hao's face as he envisioned Lin Xiaoyu's disarray upon discovering the devastation of his fishing area and the destruction of his equipment. Su Qing, observing his expression, felt a twinge of fear and whispered, Jiang Hao, perhaps we should avoid stirring trouble. Lin Xiaoyu has connections now. If he uncovers our involvement, we are done for. Done for? We are already at our lowest. Jiang Hao retorted furiously. Even if he finds out, he lacks evidence linking us to this. Mind your own business and just wait for the show. At 11 that night, an unmarked black speedboat stealthily departed the county's dock, heading towards the Sanlonghui waters of Wanghai village. Aboard the vessel were 5 men clad in black, members of Brother Chang's illegal fishing crew. Armed with cutting tools and prohibited electric fishing devices, their faces adorned with smug grins, utterly dismissive of Lin Xiaoyu's patrols. Chapter 53, Jiang Hao's Revenge. At 2:30 in the morning, the speedboat reached the outskirts of Lin Xiaoyu's exclusive fishing zone. At that moment, the studio's patrol boat had just concluded its rounds and was returning to the dock, leaving the sea eerily quiet, punctuated only by the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Brother Chang signaled for his men to slow down. The speedboat glided into the fishing area like a ghost, soon spotting the underwater nets and monitoring equipment set by Lin Xiaoyu. Quickly now, let us not waste time, Brother Chang urged in a hushed tone. His men immediately brandished their cutting tools, submerging themselves to begin severing the underwater nets. The sharp blades sliced through the nets, emitting faint hissing sounds that resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. In no time, a large hole was cut into a nearly 100 square meter net, startling the fish within, which darted in all directions. Next, they turned their attention to the underwater monitoring devices. One man, wielding a diving knife, cautiously approached a piece of equipment and struck down hard, instantly severing the wiring, causing the indicator lights on the screen to extinguish, rendering it utterly inoperative. They further deployed several electric fishing devices into the area. Upon activation, currents surged forth, causing nearby small fish to flip onto their backs, floating lifelessly to the surface, transforming the once vibrant fishing zone into a scene of utter devastation. "Done, retreat," Brother Chong declared as they accomplished their aim, signaling his men to board the boat. The speedboat swiftly departed the fishing area, vanishing into the dark sea, leaving behind the ruined nets and equipment, quietly bobbing in the water. The following morning, Lin Xiaoyu arrived at the studio as usual, prepared to organize the day's fishing operations. Upon reaching the dock, he was met by frantic crew members rushing towards him. Their faces pale. "Brother Lin, it's terrible. Our exclusive fishing area has been compromised." Lin Xiaoyu's heart sank. He hurried onto the patrol boat, heading towards the fishing zone. As he approached, his trepidation grew. The surface was littered with dead fish and fragments of severed nets. Upon reaching the center of the fishing area, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. The once intact underwater nets were riddled with large gashes. All monitoring devices were destroyed, and the schools of fish that had previously gathered there were nowhere to be seen. Who did this? Lin Xiaoyu's fists clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. He understood that this fishing zone was a crucial source of income for the studio, and now, reduced to tatters, it not only represented a significant loss of catch, but would also incur substantial costs to repair the equipment and nets. Just then, his phone buzzed, revealing a message from an unfamiliar number. "Lin Xiaoyu, this is merely the beginning. Next time, I will leave you with nothing." Attached to the message was a photograph of Jiang Hao standing at the county dock, a provocative smile plastered across his face. Gazing at the message, Lin Xiaoyu immediately grasped the truth. It was Jiang Hao. He had not anticipated Jiang Hao's maliciousness. Not only had he failed to reflect on his own mistakes, but he had also resorted to such destructive actions that harmed both himself and others. "Brother Lin, what should we do now? Should we report this to the authorities?" One crew member asked anxiously, looking at Lin Xiaoyu. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoyu forced himself to remain calm. He knew that anger would not resolve the issue. He needed to devise a plan to mitigate the losses and prevent Jiang Hao from causing further damage. "First, we must alert the police and have them investigate. Then, I'll contact Uncle Chun to arrange for repairs of the equipment and nets as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, starting today, we will increase patrols, ensuring continuous surveillance around the clock. We cannot allow them another opportunity." With that, Lin Xiaoyu retrieved his phone and dialed the police. He provided a detailed account of the destruction in the fishing area and shared Jiang Hao's message and photograph with the authorities. After ending the call, he stood at the bow of the boat, gazing at the ravaged fishing area, his resolve unyielding. "Jiang Hao, if you dare to act so brazenly, do not blame me for being unmerciful." The sea breeze swept through, carrying a faint scent of blood, and Lin Xiaoyu's heart burned with rage. He understood that this struggle had only just begun. He must safeguard the fruits of his labor and that of the villagers, ensuring Jiang Hao's schemes did not come to fruition. News of the fishing area's devastation quickly spread throughout Wanghai village, inciting both anger and concern among the villagers. The fishing zone not only represented a vital source of income for the studio, but also impacted the livelihoods of numerous villagers. That afternoon, the village head convened an emergency meeting with representatives of the villagers and studio members to devise a strategy. "That scoundrel Jiang Hao is utterly despicable. He actually enlisted outsiders to sabotage our fishing area. He must pay the price." Uncle Wang bellowed, slamming his fist on the table, his face flushed with rage. Other villagers echoed his sentiments, some suggesting they confront Jiang Hao in the county, while others insisted on bolstering patrols in the fishing area to prevent any further success for Jiang Hao's crew. Seated at the conference table, Lin Xiaoyu furrowed his brow. He understood that confronting Jiang Hao now would not resolve the issue and could potentially lead them into a trap. The immediate priority was to enhance their defenses while gathering evidence to ensure that Jiang Hao and his illegal fishing gang faced legal repercussions. "Everyone, let us take a moment to calm down," Lin Xiaoyu interjected. "Since Jiang Hao dares to act in this manner, he has undoubtedly prepared for it. Confronting him now, without solid evidence, would only give him an opportunity to retaliate. I have already reported the incident to the police, who are currently investigating. What we must focus on now is fortifying the fishing area's defenses to prevent any further incursions." Chapter 54, System Alert. He paused before continuing, effective immediately. The studio's patrol boats will operate on a continuous 24-hour schedule, with 2 crew members and high-definition monitoring equipment on each vessel. Any anomalies must be reported immediately. Additionally, I will reach out to the Fisheries Administration for assistance with patrols, as they possess professional equipment and enforcement authority to effectively combat illegal fishing activities. The villagers nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Lin Xiaoyu's words. After the meeting, he promptly contacted the county's fisheries administration, detailing the destruction of the fishing area. The head of the administration took the matter seriously and promptly assured Lin Xiaoyu that 2 enforcement boats would be dispatched to assist in patrolling the fishing zone starting that very night. That evening, Lin Xiaoyu personally boarded the patrol boat, tasked with overseeing the night patrol. The sea was calm, with only the faint hum of the patrol boat's engine breaking the tranquility. He stood at the bow of the vessel, activating the oceanic environmental perception skill. An invisible web of awareness emanated from him, expanding throughout the surrounding waters, vigilantly monitoring the movements in real time. Oceanic environmental perception skill activated. Current monitoring range, 2,000 meters. Current environmental conditions detected. Water temperature, 18 degrees Celsius, suitable for marine life. Water flow, gentle, no abnormal currents. Biological activity, normal, no large predatory creatures. Anomalous signals, none. No suspicious vessels or persons detected. As time ticked away, it was soon 2 o'clock in the morning, the precise moment when the illegal fishing gang had struck the night before. Lin Xiaoyu's heart raced, his gaze fixed on the sea surface, while he continuously expanded the monitoring range of the oceanic environmental perception. Just then, the system emitted an alert. System alert. Suspicious vessel signal detected, located 3,000 meters northwest of the host, rapidly moving towards the fishing area. Vessel identification. Unmarked black speedboat, speed approximately 40 kilometers per hour, carrying about 5 individuals, armed with metal tools. Danger level high, judged to be an illegal fishing gang, potentially poised to devastate the fishing area once more. Lin Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. He immediately contacted other patrol boats and fishery enforcement vessels via radio. Attention, all units. A suspicious speedboat has been spotted 3,000 meters northwest, heading towards the fishing area, suspected to belong to an illegal fishing gang. Prepare to intercept. Upon receiving the order, the other patrol boats and fishery enforcement vessels promptly altered their course, encircling the suspicious speedboat. The patrol boat Lin Xiaoyu was aboard also accelerated, closely tailing the suspicious vessel while using a high-definition camera to document the speedboat's trajectory and the appearances of its occupants. The suspicious speedboat seemed to sense something amiss and suddenly increased its speed in an attempt to flee. However, by this time, the fishery enforcement vessels had already formed a blockade, completely surrounding the suspicious speedboat. Attention aboard the vessel. We are the county fishery enforcement team. You are surrounded. Immediately halt your vessel for inspection. The enforcement officers shouted through loudspeakers, directing their enforcement lights at the suspicious speedboat, the blinding illumination leaving those aboard no avenue of escape. The individuals aboard the suspicious speedboat panicked and attempted to force their way through the blockade, but were resolutely thwarted by the fishery enforcement vessels. Ultimately, under the officers' intimidation, they had no choice but to cease their escape and surrender. Upon boarding the speedboat, the enforcement officers promptly seized cutting tools, electric fishing devices, and other illegal equipment, also discovering a considerable quantity of freshly caught fish. After interrogation, the occupants confessed to being part of an illegal fishing gang led by Chang Ge, acting under the directives of Jiang Hao to sabotage Lin Xiaoyu's fishing grounds. Meanwhile, another group of officers, acting on the clues provided by Lin Xiaoyu, apprehended Jiang Hao at a small inn in the county town. Faced with police interrogation and the incriminating testimony from the illegal fishing gang, Jiang Hao initially attempted to argue his innocence, but when the officers presented his call logs and transfer receipts with Chang Ge, he could no longer deny his culpability and was compelled to admit to inciting the illegal fishing gang to destroy the fishing area. The following morning, news of Jiang Hao's criminal detention by the police reached Wanghai village, prompting the villagers to erupt in applause. Wonderful! That rascal Jiang Hao has finally been caught. It truly warms the heart. Thanks to Xiaoyu's efforts, the fishing area has not only been protected but wrongdoers have faced their just desserts. Lin Xiaoyu stood aboard the patrol boat in the fishing area, observing the staff diligently repairing the damaged nets and equipment, feeling a profound sense of relief. He took out his phone, accessing the system panel. Host successfully collaborated with law enforcement to apprehend the illegal fishing gang, ensuring the safety of the fishing area. Earning the title of Justice Guardian, unlocking the Oceanic Law Enforcement Assistance side mission. Current task progress. All 5 members of the illegal fishing gang have been captured and are under criminal detention. Mastermind Jiang Hao is under police investigation for incitement to commit a crime. Repair work on the fishing area's equipment and nets is 30 complete. Expected to be fully restored within 2 days. System prompt. The host's decisive actions have not only safeguarded personal interests but also upheld the marine ecological safety of Wanghai village, earning high recognition from the fishery department and villagers. Thus, future marine-related projects will receive greater support. Chapter 55, The Second Treasure Hunt. Gazing at the information on the panel, a contented smile graced Lin Xiaoyu's lips. He understood that the successful capture of the illegal fishing gang was not merely a punishment for Jiang Hao, but also a substantial protection for the marine resources of Wanghai Village. In the future, he would continue to bolster the defenses of the fishing area while assisting the fishery department in combating illegal fishing activities, ensuring a healthier marine ecology for Wanghai Village and a more stable life for its residents. 3 days later, all the nets and equipment in the fishing area were completely restored, and the catch operations of the Wanghai Fishing Studio resumed their normal course. The morning sun illuminated the dock, where fishermen busied themselves organizing their gear. In the sorting area, fresh shrimp and crabs piled high, while the cheerful laughter of tourists echoed. As Wanghai Village regained its former vibrancy and liveliness, Lin Xiaoyu stood on the terrace of the studio, observing the scene before him, filled with a sense of fulfillment. He pulled out his phone, intending to check the day's catch orders, when suddenly the system's mechanical voice resonated in his mind. This was the first time the system had actively triggered a new exploration prompt since the completion of the search for sunken treasure task. Detected that the host has resolved the fishing area crisis. Maintaining marine ecological stability. Unlocking the deep-sea ruins exploration new side quest. New task initiated. Locate the unknown sunken ship in the Coral Island Sea area. Task clues. Ship location, 60 nautical miles southeast of Wanghai Village, within the inner deep-sea area of the Coral Island Atoll. Ship era. Preliminarily determined to be Mid-Ming Dynasty, predating the Sanlonghui shipwreck, thus holding greater historical value. Ship type. Suspected ancient ocean-going merchant vessel, potentially laden with porcelain, silk, spices, and other trade goods. Exploration difficulty. A merchant ship from the Mid-Ming Dynasty? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The late Qing Dynasty shipwreck of Sanlonghui had already yielded remarkable surprises, and a Ming Dynasty merchant ship, whether in terms of historical research value or artifact significance, was likely to far exceed its predecessor. He immediately retrieved a nautical chart, marking the location of Coral Island. Coral Island was an uninhabited deserted isle, surrounded by vast coral reefs, and due to the treacherous waters, fishing boats rarely ventured near, which explained why the sunken ship had gone undiscovered for so many years. That afternoon, Lin Xiaoyu, accompanied by 2 experienced crew members, piloted the studio's most advanced exploration vessel towards Coral Island. The exploration vessel was equipped with sonar scanning, underwater robotics, and deep-sea lighting equipment, sufficient to navigate the complex marine environment. Before departure, he deliberately activated the oceanic environmental perception skill to monitor the conditions of the waters along the route, ensuring safe navigation. The current waters showed no abnormal currents, no large predatory creatures, and were safe for passage. The system's prompt relieved Lin Xiaoyu. The exploration vessel glided smoothly across the surface of the sea, the distant Wanghai Village gradually shrinking to a mirrored, leaving only the boundless blue waters and the occasional soaring seabird. After 3 hours of sailing, the exploration vessel finally arrived near Coral Island. From afar, Coral Island resembled a green gemstone set amidst the azure sea, with the surrounding waters showcasing varying shades of blue-green. A unique spectacle formed by the underwater coral reefs. Yet, behind the beautiful scenery lay immense peril. Jagged coral reefs and tumultuous underwater currents posed a significant threat, and with a moment's inattention, the vessel could easily run aground and sink. Reduce speed and activate sonar scanning, Lin Xiaoyu commanded, instructing the crew to adjust the vessel's pace while deftly maneuvering the underwater robot as it descended into the depths. On the sonar screen, the contours of the coral reef became distinctly visible, resembling a vast net spread across the ocean floor. The underwater robot's camera relayed real-time footage, showcasing vibrant coral clusters amidst which tropical fish darted, while starfish and sea urchins clung to the rocks, painting a picture of lively marine splendor. The focus was to scan the inner side of the coral reef, within a depth range of 300 to 500 meters. Lin Xiaoyu remained fixated on the screen, adjusting the robot's exploration path according to the system's indicated parameters. As seconds ticked away, the scanned areas revealed nothing but signals from coral reefs and marine life, devoid of any evidence of shipwrecks. Could it be that the system's clues are erroneous? A crew member ventured, his tone tinged with fatigue. The prolonged concentration had left everyone somewhat drained. Lin Xiaoyu shook his head, his gaze resolute. Let us wait a bit longer. The coral reef's terrain is complex, and the wreck might be obscured by it. We should expand the scanning range. He activated the ocean environment perception skill once more, extending the detection range to 5,000 meters, meticulously seeking any anomalous metallic signals. Ancient merchant ships were primarily constructed of wood, yet the cargo aboard would produce distinctly metallic responses. Just then, the system abruptly chimed in. Abnormal metallic signal detected. Located 800 meters southeast of the host, at a depth of 420 meters, with a medium signal strength. Matching characteristics of ancient metallic artifacts, suspected shipwreck location. We found it, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed with exhilaration, promptly redirecting the underwater robot towards the source of the signal. The robot navigated through the dense coral thickets, plunging deeper into the ocean's embrace. As the depth increased, the light from the surface waned, and the surrounding environment grew eerily silent, save for the gentle hum of the robot's thrusters. Chapter 56, The Shipwreck of Coral Island. Upon descending to 420 meters, a vague shadow materialized on the screen. Lin Xiaoyu swiftly activated the robot's powerful spotlight. Illuminated by the beam, a battered wooden hull emerged in the footage, partially ensconced by coral, showing evident signs of damage, unmistakably the result of a past calamity. It's a shipwreck. Truly a shipwreck. The crew erupted in jubilant cheers. Lin Xiaoyu's heart raced as he maneuvered the robot closer to the wreckage, scrutinizing the hull's intricate details. Though the wood had succumbed to decay, the outlines of its former structure remained discernible, adorned with remnants of carved patterns indicative of a Ming Dynasty merchant vessel. The robot continued its exploration, discovering a multitude of stacked wooden crates within the ship's hold. Although the crates had deteriorated significantly, fragments revealed their contents to be porcelain. On a shattered piece of porcelain, the blue and white floral pattern was reminiscent of the style prevalent in mid-Ming Dynasty official kiln ceramics. This is remarkable. It is undoubtedly a Ming Dynasty merchant ship. Lin Xiaoyu stifled his excitement, directing the robot to capture numerous photographs and videos while meticulously documenting the wreck's precise coordinates and surrounding environmental data. At that moment, the system issued another alert. Preliminary investigation of the shipwreck completed. Confirmation details as follows. Year of the shipwreck, Ming Dynasty, during the Zhengde period, approximately 500 years ago. Scale of the shipwreck, length approximately 25 meters, width approximately 8 meters, classified as a medium-sized ocean-going merchant vessel, estimated cargo, porcelain, silk, spices, metallic currency. Salvage difficulty assessment, terrain risk. The shipwreck is located within the coral reef, making access for large salvage equipment challenging, necessitating the use of smaller diving apparatus. Environmental risk. At a depth of 420 meters, the immense pressure, low water temperature, and frequent currents impose high demands on divers and equipment. Cultural relic preservation risk. The hull and cargo have been preserved underwater for 500 years, rendering them fragile and easily damaged during salvage operations. Lin Xiaoyu absorbed the system's assessment, his initial exhilaration gradually giving way to a sobering realization. He understood that while the value of this Ming Dynasty shipwreck was immense, the challenges of recovery far surpassed those of the Sanlonghui wreck. Not only would it require specialized deep-sea salvage equipment and a proficient team, but also continuous guidance from cultural relic preservation experts. Any misstep could lead to irreparable damage to the artifacts. Return to Wanghai village, Lin Xiaoyu decisively ordered. He recognized that the paramount task at hand was to organize the exploration data, reach out to professional archaeological teams and salvage organizations, and formulate a comprehensive recovery plan rather than act impulsively. As the survey vessel gradually departed the waters of Coral Island, Lin Xiaoyu stood at the bow, casting a glance back at the azure sea. Sunlight danced upon the water's surface, and the coral reef region remained breathtakingly beautiful. Yet it had sown within him a seed of new discovery. Upon returning to Wanghai village, Lin Xiaoyu promptly contacted Director Wang of the Municipal Cultural Relics Appraisal Center, sharing the exploration video and photographs of the Coral Island shipwreck. After reviewing the materials, Director Wang excitedly called back, "Mr. Lin, this is undoubtedly a significant discovery. The ocean-going merchant ship from the Zhengde period of the Ming Dynasty holds immense importance for the study of China's South ancient maritime Silk Road. We will immediately report to higher authorities, assemble a professional archaeological salvage team, and initiate work as soon as possible." After hanging up, Lin Xiaoyu sat in his office, gazing at the nautical chart on the wall. He had circled the location of the Coral Island shipwreck in red ink, labeling it as Ming Dynasty merchant ship, pending salvage. He retrieved his phone, accessing the system panel. Host has completed preliminary investigation of the Coral Island shipwreck, unlocking the ancient merchant ship exploration task chain, and earning the title of Deep Sea Treasure Hunter. Rewards: skill upgrade, shipwreck detection, capable of accurately locating the age, scale, and cargo type of shipwrecks. Item reward: deep sea pressure-resistant diving suit, capable of withstanding pressures at 500 meters depth, equipped with a temperature control system and high-definition camera. Task progress: Coral Island shipwreck investigation. Subsequent tasks include coordinating with the archaeological team, formulating a salvage plan, and ensuring cultural relic protection. Observing the rewards displayed on the panel, a smile crept across Lin Xiaoyu's face. He understood that the exploration of the Coral Island shipwreck was merely the beginning. Numerous challenges awaited him in the future. Yet, he felt confident that, with his skills and the assistance of the system, he could successfully recover the treasures of this ancient merchant ship that had slumbered for 500 years, bringing to light the long-buried history of the maritime Silk Road for all to witness. Chapter 57. Engaging a professional team. The response from the Municipal Cultural Relics Appraisal Center arrived more swiftly than Lin Xiaoyu had anticipated. Director Wang excitedly conveyed over the phone that the Provincial Cultural Relics Bureau had designated the Ming Dynasty shipwreck at Coral Island as a key archaeological project for the year, promising to deploy archaeological experts for comprehensive guidance and to apply for special archaeological funding for equipment rental and artifact preservation. However, the core operational team for deep-sea salvage still needed to be hired by Lin Xiaoyu himself, as specialized diving and equipment operation necessitated a team qualified for deep-sea operations. After ending the call, Lin Xiaoyu immediately opened his computer to sift through the professional team information he had previously gathered. The screen bristled with listings of numerous companies, featuring both leading domestic deep-sea salvage teams and international crews experienced in overseas shipwreck excavations. His cursor hovered over the descriptions of two teams, Deep Blue Exploration and Ocean Pulse Archaeological Support. Deep Blue Exploration was among the earliest teams in the country to engage in deep-sea shipwreck salvage, boasting 3 specialized survey vessels and over 20 divers certified with the International Diving Federation's 3-star rating, having participated in the salvage of Song Dynasty shipwrecks in the South China Sea, thus amassing considerable experience. The Oceanic Archaeological Support Team excels in the conservation of artifacts, with half of its members hailing from archaeological backgrounds, capable of minimizing damage to relics during recovery operations. Last year, they participated in the emergency excavation of a Ming Dynasty ship in the Yangtze River. Each team possesses distinct advantages, thus, it would be prudent to invite both to discuss their approaches. Lin Xiaoyu resolved to extend invitations to both teams that very day. To his surprise, on the 3rd day, the leaders of both teams arrived simultaneously at Wanhai Village, bringing with them detailed operational plans. "Mr. Lin, please review this proposal," said Zhou Kai, the captain of Deep Blue Exploration, a robust, middle-aged man with dark skin and a direct manner of speaking. He pointed at the 3-dimensional model in the proposal. "In the 420-meter deep-sea area of Coral Island, we plan to utilize the Kunping No. 2 underwater robot to first clear the coral reefs surrounding the sunken ship, followed by deploying 3 saturation divers in phases to dismantle the hull using hydraulic robotic arms. We estimate completing the entire process in 20 days, ensuring efficiency." "While efficiency is indeed vital, the preservation of artifacts is paramount," interjected Su Wan, the leader of Oceanic Archaeological Support, an erudite scholar with glasses. He adjusted his spectacles and added, "The wooden hull of the Ming Dynasty ship has been submerged for 500 years, rendering its structure exceedingly fragile. Forcing a dismantling could likely lead to its collapse. We recommend first reinforcing the hull with polymer materials, then using customized flexible lifting equipment to extract the artifacts in batches. Although this will extend the timeline to 30 days, it will keep the damage rate below 1. The two proposals emphasize different aspects, and Lin Xiaoyu refrained from making an immediate decision. Instead, he contacted Professor Li, an archaeological expert from the Provincial Cultural Relics Bureau, and recounted both proposals. After listening, Professor Li mused, "Mr. Lin, the historical value of the Coral Island wreck is extraordinarily high. The hull itself is a significant artifact that cannot be sacrificed for speed. Oceanic's reinforcement plan is more prudent. However, Deep Blue's diving equipment is more advanced. Perhaps a collaboration between the two teams could allow them to complement each other's strengths." This suggestion sparked a light of inspiration in Lin Xiaoyu. He promptly relayed the idea to Zhou Kai and Su Wan, who surprisingly found common ground. Zhou Kai had long desired to collaborate with Oceanic to learn artifact preservation techniques, while Su Wan required Deep Blue's advanced equipment for deep-sea operations. That very afternoon, the two teams jointly devised a new plan. Deep Blue would manage equipment operations and diving tasks, while Oceanic would handle artifact reinforcement and on-site protection, setting the project timeline at 25 days, with the recovery costs shared by Lin Xiaoyu and the Cultural Relics Bureau at a 64 ratio. Once the plan was finalized, the teams swiftly commenced their activities. Within a week, 5 specialized vessels arrived at Wanhai Village's dock, 3 from Deep Blue, equipped with underwater robots, saturation diving chambers, and hydraulic robotic arms. The other 2 from Oceanic, loaded with polymer reinforcement materials, temperature-controlled storage units, and artifact restoration tools. Villagers and tourists gathered at the dock, intrigued by the sight of these unprecedented devices, murmuring among themselves, "So this is the equipment for deep-sea recovery. It looks impressive." Xiaoyu is bound to uncover great treasures this time. Simultaneously, as per the requirements of the Cultural Relics Bureau, Lin Xiaoyu established the Coral Island Wreck Joint Working Group, which comprised archaeological experts, artifact conservation personnel, legal advisors, and representatives from the studio. Legal advisor lawyer Zhang specifically cautioned him, Mr. Lin, according to the Cultural Relics Protection Law, artifacts recovered must first be authenticated by the relevant authorities. Items classified as national-level first or second-grade relics must be housed in a museum, which will grant you appropriate rewards. Ordinary artifacts can be monetized through legal channels, but must be registered with the Cultural Relics Bureau and cannot be traded privately. I understand this, Lin Xiaoyu nodded. Having long outgrown his previous fixation on profit, all handling of artifacts would strictly adhere to legal regulations, ensuring no issues would arise. On the day the recovery operation officially commenced, just as dawn broke, the joint working group's vessels set sail towards Coral Island. Lin Xiaoyu boarded the command ship, standing in the cockpit, monitoring the underwater situation through real-time transmission. Chapter 58, Deep Sea Operations. The underwater robot had descended to 420 meters, commencing the clearing of coral reefs. Zhou Kai's voice crackled through the intercom. On the screen, the mechanical arm of Kunpeng No. 2 delicately pushed aside the coral branches entangled around the hull, revealing the shipwreck's outline more clearly. A massive gash marred the left side of the hull, likely left from a collision with a reef years prior. Inside the cabin, wooden boxes were neatly stacked. While some had decayed, their arrangement still told a tale of order from long ago. We're beginning to inject the reinforcement materials. Su Wen's voice followed. The robot inserted a slender tube into the hull, slowly injecting a transparent polymer material that solidified upon contact with seawater, forming a resilient protective layer over the hull. Su Wen explained, this is a specially developed reinforcement agent for wooden artifacts. It not only protects the hull, but also does not interfere with subsequent artifact extraction. The first day's work progressed smoothly. Following the clearing of the coral reef and the hull reinforcement, the team prepared for the divers' descent. Early the next morning, 3 saturation divers entered the diving chamber to acclimatize to the deep sea pressure. Lin Xiaoyu stood outside the chamber, watching the pressure readings on the screen rise steadily. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, 420 meters deep is one of the limits of human diving. Any misstep could be life-threatening. The pressure is stable. The divers can now descend. Zhou Kai's voice reassured him, allowing Lin Xiaoyu to breathe a little easier. 2 hours later, the divers successfully reached the wreck site. Through the helmet camera's footage, Lin Xiaoyu observed the divers carefully clearing mud from the wooden boxes with specially designed small shovels. As the first intact blue and white porcelain plate was recovered and placed into the temperature-controlled storage unit, everyone aboard the command ship erupted in cheers. This was the first artifact recovered from the Coral Island wreck, marking a significant milestone in the operation's success. In the days that followed, the recovery work proceeded methodically. Each day brought new artifacts aboard, including bowls and dishes adorned with blue and white floral patterns, metal coins engraved with dragon and phoenix designs, and wooden boxes bearing remnants of silk. The personnel from Oceanic promptly cleaned, disinfected, and numbered the artifacts, placing them into temperature and humidity-controlled storage units, which were transported back to the temporary artifact warehouse in Wanghai Village each evening. Lin Xiaoyu spent nearly every day aboard the command ship, occasionally donning the deep-sea pressure-resistant diving suit awarded by the system to descend to depths of 100 meters for close observation of the operations. This specially designed suit indeed proved its worth. The low temperatures and high pressures of 420 meters deep posed no challenges for him, allowing him to communicate directly with the divers through the helmet's communication device. Zhou Kai, witnessing this, exclaimed, Mr. Lin, your diving suit is more advanced than ours. It seems tailor-made for deep-sea operations. As the recovery work progressed, the assessment by the Cultural Relics Bureau continued in tandem. Professor Li visited the temporary warehouse daily, meticulously studying the artifacts, his face aglow with astonishment. These blue and white porcelains are exquisite specimens from the official kills of the Ming Dynasty's Zhengde period. Particularly this blue and white dragon-patterned Mei vase, of which there are no more than 5 remaining in the country, priceless. And these silk remnants, although decayed, still reveal intricate gold thread patterns, which are crucial for studying Ming Dynasty textile techniques. Half a month later, the recovery operation neared its conclusion. When the final artifact, a wooden box filled with copper coins, was hoisted aboard, both Zhou Kai and Su Wen sighed in relief. Zhou Kai smiled at Lin Xiaoyu, saying, Mr. Lin, we have fulfilled our promise. We completed the 420-meter deep-sea recovery in 25 days without damaging a single artifact. Lin Xiaoyu grasped their hands, his heart brimming with gratitude. Thanks to your expertise, we were able to accomplish this recovery smoothly. I look forward to collaborating again in the future. That evening, Upon returning to Wanghai village and entering the temporary artifact warehouse, Lin Xiaoyu heard the system's notification sound. The host has successfully employed a professional team to complete the preliminary salvage of the sunken ship at Coral Island, thereby earning the title of Cultural Relic Preservation Practitioner and unlocking the side quest research on ancient merchant ships. Current salvage results. A total of 328 artifacts have been recovered, including 5 items suspected to be first-class national cultural relics, 18 second-class relics, 85 third-class relics, and 220 ordinary artifacts. The hull remains have been reinforced and will be transported back to the museum for restoration by the Cultural Relics Bureau. Compliance rate with the Cultural Relics Department stands at 100, earning the certification of Legal Cultural Relic Developer, allowing for policy benefits in subsequent monetization of artifacts. System prompt. The host has established a professional cultural relic salvage and preservation system, and it is advised to continue monitoring the progress of relic research to unearth the historical value behind the sunken ship, thereby further enhancing the cultural influence of Wanghai village. As Lin Xiaoyu gazed at the information on the panel, a smile of contentment graced his lips. He understood that the salvage of the Coral Island shipwreck was not merely an excavation of artifacts, but a significant contribution to the history of the ancient maritime Silk Road. He had transformed from an ordinary fisherman into a deep-sea treasure hunter, one who comprehends the importance of preserving history and passing on culture. Moonlight poured through the window of the temporary storage facility, illuminating the artifacts that lay quietly arranged. Lin Xiaoyu gently caressed a blue and white porcelain bowl, as if he could feel the grandeur of this merchant ship setting sail 5 centuries ago. Chapter 59, A Bountiful Harvest. Following the preliminary salvage of the Coral Island shipwreck, the temporary cultural relic storage became the most bustling place in Wanghai village. A team of appraisal experts dispatched by the Provincial Cultural Relic Bureau encircled the freshly cleaned artifacts, occasionally whispering amongst themselves and gasping in astonishment. Even the erudite Professor Li could not help but exclaim, "In my 30 years of experience, this is the first time I have encountered such well-preserved artifacts from a Ming Dynasty ocean-going merchant ship. This is truly a monumental discovery in the field of archaeology." As Lin Xiaoyu pushed open the storage door, he chanced upon the expert team weighing a gilded bronze Buddha statue. The statue stood approximately 30 centimeters tall, entirely gilded. Despite slumbering on the seabed for 5 centuries, it bore only a few traces of green rust. The features of the Buddha, including its eyebrows and eyes, along with the folds of its robe, remained distinct, and its hands were clasped in a solemn gesture. This statue weighed 32 kilograms, with a gold purity exceeding 95. Marking it as a masterpiece from the Ming Quartz workshop, undoubtedly a first-class national relic. The voices of the appraisal experts brimmed with excitement. On the other side of the storage facility, several staff members were meticulously arranging the gold and jade artifacts freshly extracted from wooden crates. Over 20 palm-sized gold ingots lay neatly on a velvet cushion, each inscribed with the words "Imperial Use of the 5th Year of Zhengde," gleaming softly under the sunlight. Beside them, a jade box cradled a dozen exquisite Hetian jade ornaments, jade discs, jade pendants, and jade hairpins, masterfully crafted, with the jade's luster radiant. Among them was a white jade hook adorned with dragon patterns, its scales etched with such fine detail that it epitomized the pinnacle of Ming jade craftsmanship. Most surprisingly were the navigational instruments. Su Wen approached with a copper compass in hand. Despite some wear on its surface, the needle still spun freely. This was a dry compass from the Ming Dynasty, predating similar European instruments by nearly a century, and it bore engraved route markings, rendering it invaluable for studying the distribution of maritime routes along the ancient Silk Road. Lin Xiaoyu knelt down, gently tracing the edge of the compass. Feeling the weight of time embedded in the copper, he recalled the system panel displaying 328 recovered artifacts, initially believing them to be mere porcelain and silk, yet discovering an abundance of gold, jade, and precious navigational instruments. According to market estimates, the gold and jade alone were valued at over 50 million yuan, let alone the artifacts of historical significance. Mr. Lin, according to the Cultural Relics Protection Law, these first and second-class relics must be collected by the National Museum, and we will reward you accordingly. As for the third-class relics and ordinary artifacts, you may choose to donate or monetize them through legal channels. Professor Li approached Lin Xiaoyu, handing him an appraisal report. However, from a historical research perspective, we sincerely hope you will consider donating some of the third-class relics to the museum, allowing more people to learn about this history. Lin Xiaoyu accepted the appraisal report, his gaze sweeping over the list of artifacts: blue and white dragon-patterned plum vase, gilded bronze Buddha statue, Ming Dynasty dry compass. Behind these names lay the stories of sailors embarking on grand voyages 5 centuries ago, a vivid microcosm of the flourishing ancient maritime Silk Road. He suddenly recalled tales his grandfather had shared about the fishermen of Wanhai village and the sea, realizing that the ocean concealed countless secrets. And now he had the opportunity to share these mysteries with a broader audience. Professor Li, I have made my decision. Lin Xiaoyu raised his head, his eyes resolute. In addition to the first and second-class relics mandated by law for collection, I shall donate 10 third-class relics, including this dry compass and 3 pieces of blue and white porcelain, as well as that set of Hetian jade ornaments. This declaration left all present in stunned silence. It was noteworthy that the Hetian jade ornament set alone was valued at over 5 million yuan, yet Lin Xiaoyu chose to donate it without hesitation. Professor Li excitedly grasped his hand, saying, Mr. Lin, thank you immensely. Your donation not only enriches the museum's collection, but also enables more people to appreciate the maritime history and culture of the Ming Dynasty, representing a tremendous contribution to the cause of cultural relic preservation. The news quickly reached the county government, prompting the mayor to personally call Lin Xiaoyu to express gratitude for his philanthropic gesture and announce a special donation ceremony to honor his support for cultural relic preservation. The villagers of Wanhai also applauded Lin Xiaoyu, exclaiming, not only can Xiaoyu earn money, but he also thinks of contributing to the nation. He is truly the pride of our village. We used to only know about fishing for profit, but now we realize that preserving cultural relics is also preserving our history. 1 week later, the cultural relic donation ceremony took place at the county museum. On the day of the ceremony, the museum entrance was thronged with people, including leaders from the Provincial Cultural Relic Bureau, county government officials, media reporters, and villagers from Wanhai, dressed in formal attire. Lin Xiaoyu personally presented the donated artifacts to the museum director, who awarded him the Outstanding Individual in Cultural Relic Preservation certificate and a monetary reward on the spot. Mr. Lin Xiaoyu is not only an exceptional fishing entrepreneur, but also a socially responsible protector of cultural relics, remarked a leader from the Provincial Cultural Relic Bureau during his speech. Upon discovering these precious relics, he did not solely prioritize economic gain, but proactively donated them. This spirit is worthy of emulation by us all. We will also ensure that the donated relics are meticulously restored and exhibited, allowing more people to experience the allure of the ancient maritime Silk Road. Chapter 60, Cultural Relic Donation. Following the ceremony, reporters gathered around Lin Xiaoyu for interviews. One journalist inquired, Mr. Lin, given the considerable value of the relics you donated, do you not feel a sense of regret? Lin Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head. Though these relics are valuable, their historical significance is far more paramount. Placing them in a museum allows more people to see them and ensures that this history is remembered, which holds greater meaning than merely keeping them for myself. Furthermore, Wanhai Village's current development owes much to the support of national policies. My actions are a small way of giving back to society. That night, upon returning to Wanhai Village and stepping into his studio, Lin Xiaoyu heard the system's prompt. The host has voluntarily donated precious cultural relics, promoting the dissemination of historical culture, earning the title of Cultural Heritage Messenger and unlocking the side quest activation and utilization of cultural relics. Current achievements: 13 national third-class relics donated, earning government commendation. The donation story has been reported by provincial and municipal media, further enhancing the cultural renown of Wanhai Village, awarded the title of Outstanding Individual in Cultural Relic Preservation. And Wanhai Village has been designated as a Cultural Relic Preservation Demonstration Village. System prompt: the host has achieved a balance between economic benefit and cultural responsibility. It is recommended to develop distinctive cultural tourism projects that integrate the maritime culture and shipwreck history of Wanhai Village, bringing cultural relics to life and promoting rural cultural tourism development. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Lin Xiaoyu felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He understood that this act of donating cultural relics was not an end, but rather a new beginning. In the future, he could leverage these invaluable artifacts and historical narratives to cultivate cultural tourism projects in Wanhai Village, allowing more visitors to experience the joys of fishing while also gaining insight into the history of the ancient maritime Silk Road, transforming Wanhai Village into a picturesque rural area brimming with both economic vitality and rich cultural heritage. As the moonlight cascaded over the windows of the studio, Lin Xiaoyu looked out at the bustling village, his heart swelling with anticipation. He recalled his grandfather's words, "The sea is the mother of fishermen," providing not only bountiful catches, but also wisdom and wealth. The day after the relic donation ceremony, Lin Xiaoyu convened a general meeting at the Wanhai Fishing and Hunting Studio. The meeting room was filled with people, comprising both seasoned crew members who had toiled alongside him for years and young employees who joined after the studio's establishment, all gazing proudly at the newly hung banner proclaiming Cultural Relics Protection Demonstration Village. I have gathered everyone today to discuss the future development plans of our studio. Lin Xiaoyu announced from the podium, as a clear expansion blueprint illuminated the projection screen behind him. Now that we have a stable fishing area and a foundation for cultural tourism, I intend to double the scale of our studio, focusing on expanding into the open sea. We aim not only to catch more high-value fish, but also to explore new models for offshore aquaculture and marine ecological preservation. As his words concluded, the room erupted into enthusiastic discussions. Old sailor Uncle Wang was the first to raise his hand. Xiaoyu, expanding into the open sea is indeed a good thing. But the waters there are complex. Our current crew may lack sufficient experience. We need to recruit some professionals who understand navigation. Uncle Wang's observation resonated with Lin Xiaoyu, who nodded in agreement. He clicked the mouse to transition to the next slide of the presentation. For this expansion, we will focus on recruiting 3 categories of talent. The first category is professional navigators, who must hold a deep-sea captain's license and possess over 5 years of experience in offshore sailing. The second category consists of deep-sea fishing experts, familiar with the habits and fishing techniques of various high-value fish species. And the third category encompasses operational management personnel responsible for the sale of our catches, liaising with cultural tourism projects, and daily management. To attract top talent, Lin Xiaoyu devised a highly competitive compensation package, starting salaries for deep-sea captains at 30,000 yuan per month, supplemented by performance bonuses, salaries for fishing experts and operational personnel starting at 20,000 yuan per month, including social insurance and housing subsidies. With outstanding performers eligible for profit sharing from the studio. We not only want to attract talent, but we also want to ensure they stay and excel. Lin Xiaoyu's remarks elicited nods of agreement from the employees present, all of whom understood that attracting more professionals was essential for the studio's continued success. After posting the recruitment information through the Provincial Fisheries Association, maritime universities, and job platforms, they received over 200 applications within just 3 days. Lin Xiaoyu formed a recruitment team, including Chun Jiangwo, Zhou Kai from Deep Blue Exploration, and lawyer Zhang, who had years of corporate management experience, ensuring stringent oversight at every stage from resume screening to interviews. The first interviewee was Zhao Feng, a 45-year-old deep-sea captain with sun-kissed skin and calloused hands. Boasting 10 years of experience commanding deep-sea fishing vessels and having previously led teams to the Indian Ocean for tuna fishing. Mr. Lin, I understand that your studio not only emphasizes fishing but also values marine ecological protection, which I wholeheartedly agree with, Zhao Feng remarked, presenting a meticulously organized map of offshore routes. These are some prime fishing routes I have previously navigated, marked with ocean currents, fishing seasons, and ecological protection zones. If I could join your studio, I would lead my team to explore more offshore fishing areas. As Lin Xiaoyu examined the route map, Zhou Kai leaned in and whispered, Zhao Feng is quite renowned in the deep-sea navigation circles, with exceptional skills and a strong emphasis on crew safety. His previous team has never encountered safety incidents. Lin Xiaoyu felt assured and immediately engaged Zhao Feng in a discussion about the studio's offshore plans, and their rapport grew as they spoke, leading Zhao Feng to express his eagerness to join the team. The next candidate was Lina, a deep-sea fishing expert who stood apart from the previous representative of Jiangnan Cultural Tourism Group, a graduate of Shanghai Ocean University. She specialized in deep-sea fish research and had published several papers on bluefin tuna aquaculture. Mr. Lin, I saw the news about your capture of a 1,200-pound bluefin tuna, she noted, presenting a research report. This is my analysis of the migration patterns of tuna in our waters. If we could establish a temporary aquaculture zone in the open sea, combined with live transport technology, we could enhance the market value of tuna by 30. Her professional insights captivated Lin Xiaoyu, leading him to promptly decide to hire her for deep-sea fishing technology development and aquaculture projects. During the operational talent interviews, a young man named Chunming stood out. He had previously managed online sales for a large aquatic enterprise, capable of building e-commerce platforms and proficient in live-stream sales. His proposal for a catch, cultural tourism, combined sales strategy perfectly aligned with the studio's developmental direction. In just a week, the studio successfully recruited 12 professionals, including 2 deep-sea captains, 3 fishing experts, and 7 operational management staff. On the day the new employees began their tenure, Lin Xiaoyu organized a welcome ceremony, pairing veteran staff with newcomers to facilitate their swift integration into the team. Our studio is like a grand vessel, and with more excellent crew members aboard, we are destined to sail towards even more distant horizons. Lin Xiaoyu's words ignited enthusiasm among both new and old employees. With the talent in place, Lin Xiaoyu wasted no time in procuring new deep-sea fishing vessels. He, along with Zhao Feng and Li Na, visited a shipbuilding factory in Qingdao to inspect the latest deep-sea fishing vessels. The factory manager guided them aboard a newly completed vessel, named Ocean Explorer, explaining, This ship is 60 meters long and 12 meters wide, equipped with the most advanced satellite navigation systems, sonar detection devices, and temperature-controlled preservation chambers. With a maximum range of 10,000 nautical miles. It can also carry underwater robots for deep-sea exploration, making it particularly suitable for offshore fishing and research operations. Zhao Feng meticulously examined the vessel's power system and safety equipment, nodding in approval. This ship's capability to withstand winds and waves up to level 12 is more than sufficient for offshore operations. And its preservation chamber is twice the size of our current vessels, allowing for the storage of more high-value catches. Lina noted the aquaculture device interface on the vessel. This space is reserved for live aquaculture tanks. If we decide to pursue offshore aquaculture, we can directly install the equipment without needing to remodel the ship's structure. Lin Xiaoyu promptly decided to order 2 ocean explorer vessels, along with a customized set of deep-sea exploration equipment and live transport systems, with total costs exceeding 8 million yuan. The shipbuilding factory manager smiled, saying, "Mr. Lin, your vision is truly remarkable. Once these 2 vessels are delivered, your studio will undoubtedly be one of the most professional deep-sea fishing teams in the province." Half a month later, the 2 brand-new deep-sea fishing vessels gracefully docked at the Wanghai village pier. Villagers and tourists gathered along the pier, marveling at the 2 maritime giants emblazoned with the bold red lettering Wanghai Fishing and Hunting, their sails adorned with vibrant blue wave patterns, strikingly visible under the sun. "This is our new fishing vessel. How impressive!" Uncle Wang exclaimed, stroking the hull with excitement in his voice. The newly hired crew members eagerly boarded the fishing vessel to familiarize themselves with the equipment, their faces alight with anticipation. Lin Xiaoyu stood at the edge of the dock, gazing at the 2 fishing boats poised to carry the studio into the vast ocean. In his mind, the system's notification resonated. The host has completed the expansion of the studio, recruited professional talents, and acquired new deep-sea fishing vessels, earning the title of industry pioneer and unlocking the side quest for deep-sea resource development. Current expansion results: 12 professionals recruited, encompassing navigation, fishing, and operations, significantly enhancing team expertise. 2 deep-sea exploration vessels acquired, equipped with advanced technology, capable of deep-sea operations. A deep-sea expansion plan formulated, clarifying the Trinity development direction of fishing, aquaculture, and scientific research. System notification: the host is now equipped for deep-sea operations. It is recommended to conduct deep-sea trials promptly, collect data from fishing zones, and prepare for subsequent large-scale operations while strengthening deep-sea ecological protection to achieve sustainable development. As Lin Xiaoyu absorbed the information on the panel, his heart brimmed with enthusiasm. He understood that the studio's expansion was not merely an increase in scale, but a transformation in its developmental model, from coastal fishing to deep-sea exploration. From singular fish sales to a diversified development encompassing fishing, aquaculture, and cultural tourism, the Wanghai Fishing Studio was advancing towards a more professional and sustainable future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays bathed the 2 new fishing vessels, coating their hulls in a warm glow. Lin Xiaoyu inhaled deeply, as if he could already savor the freshness of the deep-sea catch and glimpse the infinite possibilities awaiting the studio. He turned to Zhao Feng beside him and declared, "Next week, we shall embark on our new vessels for deep-sea trials, exploring new maritime realms belonging to our Wanghai Fishing Studio." Zhao Feng nodded vigorously, his gaze resolute. "No problem, Mr. Lin. I assure you the task will be completed." Chapter 62. The third stage of the system opens. The day for the deep-sea trial was set for Monday morning. Before dawn, the Wanghai village dock illuminated with lights as the 2 deep-sea exploration vessels lay side by side at the shore. Crew members busied themselves transporting supplies, while the newly appointed ocean captain Zhao Feng reviewed the navigation chart, quietly discussing the trial route with fishing expert Lina. The target for this trial was the Dongsha fishing zone, located 200 nautical miles southeast of Wanhai village, a primary migration area for bluefin tuna and swordfish, and the studio's first planned deep-sea operational site. Dressed in a dark blue work uniform, Lin Xiaoyu meticulously inspected the equipment aboard the fishing vessels. The satellite navigation system exhibited stable signals, the temperature in the refrigerated storage was set correctly, and the underwater robot was fully charged. He ascended to the bridge of the main vessel, observing the fluctuating data on the dashboard, his heart a blend of anticipation and a hint of anxiety. This marked the studio's inaugural foray into deep-sea waters, and its success was crucial for future development. All units, prepare to set sail. With Zhao Feng's command, the 2 fishing boats slowly departed the dock, heading towards the open sea. The ocean's surface was tranquil, and the sun gradually ascended above the horizon, its golden light casting a brilliant glow on the vessels, illuminating the name Wanghai Fishing prominently. Lin Xiaoyu stood on the deck, activating his oceanic environmental perception skill to monitor the surrounding marine conditions. As system notifications intermittently echoed in his mind, current marine environment stable, no unusual currents. No dangerous biological activity. Fishing signals detected in the direction of the Dongsha fishing zone. Estimated arrival in 3 hours. The voyage proceeded smoothly, and 3 hours later, they arrived punctually at the Dongsha fishing zone. Lina immediately maneuvered the underwater robot to dive and explore, and the screen soon revealed clear images of schools of bluefin tuna swimming in the deep sea, their numbers exceeding expectations. Prepare for capture. Upon Zhao Feng's command, the crew swiftly commenced operations, lowering a specially designed encirclement net into the water, while the underwater robot guided the fish toward the center of the net. Within an hour, the first haul was pulled aboard, with dozens of bluefin tuna leaping on the deck, the largest weighing over 300 pounds. The crew erupted in cheers, and new recruit Chen Ming promptly initiated a live stream on his phone, showcasing the grandeur of their deep-sea catch. Everyone, look! This is the bluefin tuna captured by our Wanghai fishing studio in the open sea, fresh and succulent. Friends who are interested can place their orders now. The live stream quickly attracted tens of thousands of viewers, and orders surged past 100. Lin Xiaoyu observed the bustling and vibrant scene before him, filled with a sense of accomplishment. This deep-sea trial not only validated the capabilities of the new vessels and team, but also opened channels for the sale of deep-sea catches, marking a resounding success. That afternoon, the trial fishing boats returned laden with their catch, and as they docked at Wanhai village, they were surrounded by villagers and tourists. Everyone gazed at the mountain of fish on the deck, collectively giving a thumbs up. Xiaoyu, you guys are amazing. To catch so many fine fish from such distant waters. Chen Jingwo excitedly approached, patting Lin Xiaoyu on the shoulder, exclaiming, our studio has truly stepped into the deep sea. The days ahead are bound to be brighter. At that moment, a sudden and urgent system notification echoed in Lin Xiaoyu's mind, distinct from the usual mechanical tone. Imbued with a sense of gravitas, achievement threshold detected for the host. Cumulative harvest statistics. Total sales of catches surpassing 50 million yuan. Full contribution to cultural preservation and donation. Studio expansion reaches industry-leading levels. First completion of deep-sea exploration tasks. System level upgrade. 2nd to 3rd tier. New skill unlocked. Current manipulation. Physical enhancement. Advanced strength augmentation. Unlocking the passive effect of deep-sea pressure resistance. Special reward. Marine ecological value 200. Unlocking the ocean current prediction function. A powerful wave of warmth enveloped Lin Xiaoyu, and he could distinctly feel his physical strength surging once again, even his breathing becoming steadier, as if he could establish a subtle connection with the surrounding seawater. Instinctively, he focused his mind, attempting to activate the newly unlocked current manipulation skill. Current manipulation skill activated. Energy consumption 20 points. Current energy value 8100. Duration 5 minutes. Detected water flow in the surrounding 500-meter sea area. Flow rate 0. 5 meters per second. Direction southeast. Adjustable directions, northeast, northwest, southwest. Adjustable flow rates, 0, 8 to 1, 0 meters per second. Lin Xiaoyu mentally commanded, direction northeast, flow rate 1, 0 meters per second. And in an instant, a miracle occurred. The water that had been flowing southeast suddenly shifted direction, surging towards the northeast. Bubbles and fallen leaves floating on the surface were swiftly carried away, and the surrounding villagers and tourists gasped in astonishment. Why did the water suddenly change direction? How marvelous. Chapter 63, Current Manipulation. Lin Xiaoyu hastily deactivated the skill, and the water soon returned to its normal flow. He suppressed his inner excitement, understanding that the unlocking of current manipulation was monumental news for the studio's deep-sea operations. Deep-sea waters often encountered sudden currents, and should a fishing vessel be swept away, the consequences could be dire. However, with this skill, he could promptly alter the water's direction in the face of impending danger, ensuring the safety of both the vessel and its crew. To verify the skill's practicality, the following day, Lin Xiaoyu deliberately brought Zhao Feng and several crew members to the previously encountered dark current region of Haishi Reef. This area, notorious for its rocky seabed, frequently formed irregular currents, and many fishing boats had encountered peril here. Captain Zhao, keep a close watch on the water flow. I want to test my new skill. Lin Xiaoyu stood on the deck, activating the current manipulation skill once more. At this moment, the fishing vessel was being gently pushed towards the rocky shore by a subtle undercurrent, while Zhao Feng was preoccupied with adjusting the course. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. This won't do. The undercurrent is too powerful. The ship is being drawn in. Stay calm. Lin Xiaoyu immediately focused her thoughts, mentally issuing commands. Alter the water flow direction, veer towards the northwest, and and increased the current speed to 12 meters per second. No sooner had she spoken than the ocean, which had been flowing towards the rocks, suddenly shifted direction, forming a robust current that steadily propelled the fishing boat away from the perilous reef. Zhao Feng gazed at the navigational data on the instrument panel, his mouth agape in astonishment. The water flow has truly changed. This is simply incredible. Mr. Lin, how on earth did you achieve this? Lin Xiaoyu smiled and explained, it is a form of special perception of the ocean, allowing me to sense changes in the water flow ahead of time and guide it slightly. She refrained from revealing the existence of the system, merely referring to it as a special perception. Although Zhao Feng and the crew were puzzled, they did not press further, their admiration for Lin Xiaoyu only deepening. Zhao Feng remarked, with this extraordinary ability, our operations in the open sea will be significantly more secure. Even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, we can respond with composure. That evening, Lin Xiaoyu sat in the office of the studio, gazing at the skill descriptions on the system panel, her heart brimming with anticipation. The underflow control skill not only provided a means to navigate marine dangers, but also facilitated the guidance of fish schools during fishing, enhancing efficiency. The current prediction function would help the fishing boats avoid hazardous areas and select optimal routes. The unlocking of these capabilities paved a smoother path for the studio's expansion into the open sea. Outside the window, moonlight spilled over the sea, glistening with a silvery sheen. Lin Xiaoyu rose and approached the window, gazing at the distant fishing boats, silently resolving to fully utilize the abilities bestowed by the system. Leading the studio towards the vast ocean, she aspired not only to become a leader in the industry, but also a guardian of marine ecological preservation, ensuring that the name of Wanghai Village resonated throughout the maritime realm. The successful trial voyage in the open sea invigorated the entire Wanghai fishing and hunting studio. 3 days after the trial, Lin Xiaoyu convened a strategic seminar on open sea operations in the studio's large conference room. Attendees included the core team of the studio, experts from the Provincial Marine Research Institute, representatives from the Fisheries Administration, and even the captain of the previously collaborated Deep Blue Exploration, Zhou Kai, and the head of Marine Pulse Archaeological Support, Su Wan. The central topic of the meeting was to formulate the next step of the studio's open sea action blueprint, targeting the resource-rich South China Sea. On the projection screen in the conference room, a high-definition map of the South China Sea dominated the view, with various colored markers denoting fishing zones, suspected shipwreck sites, and ecological preservation areas. Professor Zhang from the Provincial Marine Research Institute pointed to a blue area on the map. Introducing to the attendees, the South China Sea is the largest and most resource-abundant maritime region among our nation's 4 seas, with thousands of identified fishery resources. The annual yield of high-value fish species such as bluefin tuna, swordfish, and mackerel accounts for approximately 30% of the total distant sea catch nationwide. More importantly, as a crucial passage of the ancient maritime Silk Road, the seabed harbors hundreds of ancient merchant vessels, embodying immeasurable historical and cultural value. Professor Zhang's words illuminated the eyes of all present. Chen Jingwo could not help but interject, Professor Zhang, are you suggesting that by going to the South China Sea, we can not only catch more fine fish, but also possibly discover new shipwrecks? Exactly, Professor Zhang nodded, displaying a set of data charts. According to our detection data, there are at least 10 suspected ancient shipwreck signals in the waters near the Yongla Atoll in the northern South China Sea, some of which exhibit signal strengths similar to the Ming Dynasty shipwrecks at Coral Island, likely representing ocean-going merchant vessels from the same era. Discovering these shipwrecks would greatly enhance our understanding of the distribution of maritime routes and trade during the ancient maritime Silk Road. Lin Xiaoyu gazed at the Yongla Atoll marker on the map, her heart brimming with eagerness. The system's third-tier current prediction function could anticipate changes in local water currents 24 hours in advance, while the underflow control skill could handle sudden water flow dangers. Coupled with the studio's newly equipped 2 open-sea explorer fishing vessels and a professional team, they were fully capable of navigating the complexities of the South China Sea. I propose that we designate the northern waters of the South China Sea as the first destination for our studio's open sea plan. Lin Xiaoyu stood up, pointing at the Yongla Atoll on the map, detailing the plan in 3 stages. The first stage would involve a month of sea area exploration to ascertain the distribution of fishing zones and current patterns while investigating suspected shipwreck sites. The second stage would initiate large-scale fishing operations, establishing temporary fish transfer points to enhance transportation efficiency. The third stage, upon discovering shipwrecks, would immediately collaborate with archaeological teams to ensure the simultaneous advancement of cultural relic protection and research efforts. His plan was thorough and comprehensive, considering both the development of fishery resources and the safeguarding of cultural relics and ecological safety, garnering unanimous approval from all present. The representative from the Fisheries Administration, Director Li expressed on the spot. Mr. Lin, your plan aligns with the national policies on distant sea fishery development and cultural relic protection. The Fisheries Administration will provide you with route approvals, safety escorts, and other support to ensure that your open sea operations are legal and compliant. Zhou Kai and Su Wen also expressed their willingness to continue collaborating with the studio, with Zhou Kai's Deep Blue Exploration offering professional deep-sea detection equipment and diving teams, while Su Wen's Marine Pulse archaeological support would be on standby to commence relic protection work upon the discovery of shipwrecks. Following the meeting, the studio established a special team for the South China Sea open sea operations, with Lin Xiaoyu appointed as the team leader, Zhao Feng responsible for navigation, Li Na overseeing fishery resource detection, Chen Ming managing fish sales and logistical support, while Zhou Kai and Su Wen served as technical consultants. Fully involved in the execution of the plan, the primary task of the special team was to prepare thoroughly for the journey to the South China Sea. First was the upgrade of equipment. The studio invested 2 million yuan to install more advanced sonar detection systems and satellite communication devices on the 2 open-sea explorer fishing vessels. The new sonar system could detect objects at depths of 1,000 meters, doubling the detection depth of the previous equipment, while the satellite communication devices ensured real-time contact with the mainland in areas of no signal in the South China Sea, guaranteeing navigational safety. Additionally, 10 sets of deep-sea diving suits and 2 underwater robots were custom-made for deep-sea exploration and shipwreck investigation. Next was personnel training. Zhao Feng led the crew through 2 weeks of simulated navigation training, replicating extreme conditions such as strong winds and sudden undercurrents that might be encountered in the South China Sea, familiarizing the crew with the response processes. Li Na invited experts from the Provincial Marine Research Institute to educate the fishing team on the habits and fishing techniques of South China Sea species and organized a study of the regulations on the protection of fishery resources in the South China Sea to ensure that fishing activities did not harm the marine ecosystem. Chen Ming busied himself establishing a sales network for fish catches by connecting with seafood markets and e-commerce platforms in coastal cities, even renting a large cold storage warehouse in Sanya, Hainan as a transfer point for South China Sea catches. While preparations progressed at a brisk pace, Lin Xiaoyu was equally industrious. Utilizing the system's current prediction function, he reviewed the daily current change data in the South China Sea and frequently piloted fishing boats to the deep-sea areas near Wanghai village to practice the underflow control skill. From initially being able to alter water flow direction within 500 meters, he progressed to accurately controlling water flow speeds and guiding fish schools to designated areas, his proficiency in the skill continually improving. One afternoon, Lin Xiaoyu, accompanied by Zhao Feng and Li Na, navigated the fishing vessel in the deep sea for training in the underflow control skill. As he activated his skill, enhancing the water flow velocity within a 100-meter radius to 15 meters per second and successfully guiding a school of yellow croaker into the enclosing net, Zhao Feng could not help but exclaim, "Mr. Lin, your unique ability is becoming increasingly formidable. With this talent, even if we encounter the most intricate currents in the South China Sea, we shall navigate them with ease, significantly boosting our fishing efficiency. Truly a case of achieving twice the result with half the effort." Lin Xiaoyu smiled gently, offering no further explanation. Yet he felt a surge of confidence regarding their upcoming venture to the South China Sea. He understood that this expedition not only represented a pivotal opportunity for the development of their studio, but also posed a challenge to his own capabilities. Whether it involved the exploration of fishery resources or the investigation of shipwreck sites, it would demand considerable effort from both him and his team. As the preparations entered their 3rd week, all formalities for the South China Sea expedition had been completed, and both equipment and personnel were fully prepared. The special task force convened for a final motivational assembly. Standing on the stage, Lin Xiaoyu surveyed the enthusiastic faces of his team members and, with unwavering conviction, proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, our journey to the South China Sea is about to commence. There lie abundant resources and numerous challenges ahead. But I am confident that as long as we unite our efforts and fully harness our professional skills, we will successfully accomplish this offshore mission and leave a lasting mark of the Wanghai Fishing Studio in the waters of the South China Sea." A resounding applause erupted from the audience, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. The following morning, before dawn had broken, the Wanghai village dock was already abuzz with activity. 2 offshore exploration fishing vessels were fueled and stocked with supplies, while the crew, clad in neatly pressed uniforms, boarded the boats in an orderly fashion. Villagers and tourists gathered to bid them farewell. Uncle Wang grasped Lin Xiaoyu's hand, advising, "Xiaoyu, be sure to prioritize your safety in the South China Sea, and return with good news soon." Chapter 65, Destination, South China Sea. Lin Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. "Uncle Wang, rest assured. We will return safely and bring even greater surprises to our village. With Zhao Feng's command of set sail, the two fishing vessels slowly departed the dock. Heading toward the South China Sea, the sun began to rise above the horizon, its golden rays illuminating the boat's hull, making the bold red letters of Wanhai Fishing stand out vibrantly in the sunlight. Lin Xiaoyu stood on the deck, gazing back at the receding Wanhai village before lifting his eyes to the vast ocean ahead. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Host has initiated the South China Sea offshore plan, unlocking the South China Sea exploration task chain, earning the title of Offshore Pioneer. With rewards, skill upgrade, ocean environment perception, item reward, deep sea detector, task progress, South China Sea offshore plan. Subsequent tasks include sea area exploration, fishing operations, shipwreck investigation, etc. Viewing the notifications on the system panel, Lin Xiaoyu felt invigorated. The morning mist at the Wanhai village dock had yet to dissipate, but the two offshore exploration fishing vessels were poised for action. Lin Xiaoyu stood on the main ship's deck, observing the 8-member core team boarding in succession, feeling both anticipation and a hint of concern. The diversity of backgrounds among the team members posed a challenge in fostering synergy during the lengthy voyage at sea. The first aboard was veteran fisherman Zhou Jianjun, a man in his 50s with skin as dark as coal and hands calloused from years of toil with fishing nets. He was the most experienced old sea dog in the team, responsible for net deployment and catch sorting. Following him was navigator Lu Yang, a recent graduate from a maritime academy, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and clutching a tablet loaded with the latest electronic nautical charts of the South China Sea, tasked with route planning and real-time navigation. Lastly, the maintenance technician, Master Sun, boarded, carrying a toolbox nearly as tall as himself, filled with an assortment of wrenches, wires, and components. Having spent a decade working on ocean-going freighters, he was well-versed in ship machinery repair and served as the team's logistics support officer. In addition to these three, the team included Li Na, responsible for fishing techniques, Chen Ming, in charge of liftstream sales, Zhou Kai, a diver, and 2 young scholars assisting with artifact preservation. 8 individuals, spanning various fields such as fishing, navigation, maintenance, and research, yet with little shared experience in collaborative work. Old Zhou relied on intuition to gauge ocean currents, while Lu Yang depended on electronic data. Master Sun preferred a hands-on approach, whereas the younger scholars focused on recording and analysis. Within the first hour of departure, a small friction arose due to their differing operational habits. Lu Yang, your electronic chart is inaccurate. Old Zhou crouched on the deck, pointing towards a distant island on the water's surface. Based on decades of experience, the current should be flowing northeast at this time of year, yet your chart indicates southeast. If we continue on this path, we'll take a detour. Lu Yang adjusted his glasses, somewhat defiant, retorted, Uncle Zhou. This is the latest current data updated by the Provincial Oceanic Bureau just yesterday, monitored by satellite. It's more accurate than experience. Look, there's even a real-time current speed curve indicating it's indeed heading southeast. The two stood firm in their beliefs, their voices escalating, drawing the attention of nearby team members. Some supported Old Zhou, trusting in experience, while others sided with Lu Yang, advocating for the accuracy of technology. Lin Xiaoyu happened to be inspecting the deck when he observed the commotion and swiftly intervened, suggesting, instead of arguing, why not conduct a test? Lu Yang, plot the route according to the electronic chart, and Old Zhou, you observe the direction of floating debris on the water. We can compare notes afterward to see who is correct. The group found this approach agreeable. Lu Yang adjusted the course, steering the fishing vessel towards the southeast as indicated on the electronic chart, while Old Zhou squatted by the rail, keenly watching a piece of wood drifting on the surface. 10 minutes later, the wood indeed began to move southeast, perfectly aligning with the electronic chart data. Old Zhou paused, a bit embarrassed, and patted Lu Yang on the shoulder. Young man, your technology is impressive. From now on, I'll defer to you on navigation matters. Lu Yang blushed, smiling. Uncle Zhou, your experience remains invaluable. In areas where electronic devices may falter, we'll still rely on your guidance. This minor dispute ultimately led to a complementary partnership. Throughout the ensuing voyage, Lu Yang began to seek Old Zhou's insights on fish behavior across different seasons, while Old Zhou took the initiative to learn how to interpret the electronic charts. Gradually, the two established a dual navigation model integrating technology and experience, alleviating many potential difficulties for the team. By the afternoon of the third day at sea, the weather abruptly changed. The previously tranquil surface of the water surged with towering waves exceeding 2 meters, while the howling wind whipped up frothy sprays that crashed against the hull, causing the fishing vessel to sway violently. Fishing gear on the deck was tossed aside, clattering with alarming noise. Not good, it's a sudden temperate cyclone. Lu Yang stared at the radar screen, his face draining of color as he realized the cyclone was advancing toward them, expected to arrive in half an hour with winds potentially reaching force 8. Chapter 66, Setting Out to Sea. Old Joe immediately shouted to organize securing the fishing gear. Quick, tighten the nets. Move everything from the deck into the cabin. Master Sun, with toolbox in tow, dashed into the engine room beneath the control cabin. Fully aware that the ship's propulsion system was most susceptible to failure in such severe weather and needed to be inspected promptly, Lin Xiaoyu stood in the control room, directing the various roles via intercom while activating his ocean environment perception skill. The conditions within a 5,000-meter radius of the sea unfolded clearly in his mind, revealing the cyclone's trajectory and surrounding current fluctuations. He noted a narrow, windless zone to the right of the cyclone. If they could adjust their course within half an hour to enter this area, they could evade the most perilous waves and winds. Lu Yang, immediately adjust the course. Veering 15 degrees to the southwest, Lin Xiaoyu decisively commanded. Old Joe, you are responsible for monitoring the surface for any submerged rocks. Master Sun, check the propulsion system to ensure the vessel can accelerate without issues. The team members sprang into action. Lu Yang's fingers danced swiftly across the tablet, recalibrating the course as a new crimson route swiftly emerged on the electronic nautical chart, heading straight for the calm waters. Old Joe stood at the ship's rail, braving the fierce winds and tumultuous waves, meticulously scanning the sea with binoculars, periodically shouting reports of no hidden reefs ahead. Master Sun, drenched in sweat within the engine room, deftly wielded a wrench, meticulously checking the oil lines and wiring of the engine to ensure the stability of the power system. Just 5 minutes before the cyclone's arrival, the fishing vessel finally entered the tranquil zone. Behind them roared towering waves, yet ahead lay serene waters, the stark contrast allowing everyone to exhale in relief. Master Sun emerged from the engine room, wiping the sweat from his brow, and with a smile remarked, "Fortunately, we adjusted our course in time. During my inspection, I noticed a loose oil line on the engine. If it had been jostled in those monstrous waves, it could have leaked oil, which would have been troublesome." This sudden tempest became a catalyst for the team's cohesion. After facing the crisis together, the barriers among the members gradually dissolved. Old Joe no longer shunned electronic devices and would proactively remind Lu Yang to be wary of certain underwater reefs, while Lu Yang would specifically inquire about the best fishing spots for the season. As Master Sun repaired the equipment, the younger scholars eagerly assisted in recording data. And Ming captured the moments of teamwork on his phone, crafting a short video titled The First Joint Operation of the Oceanic Team, which quickly garnered thousands of likes. On the 5th day of their voyage, the team encountered their first practical drill as they detected a small school of tuna. Drawing on his experience, Old Joe discerned the fish school's movement direction. Lu Yang adjusted the fishing vessel's position, anchoring it along the fish's migratory path. Lina maneuvered the underwater robot to guide the fish towards the encircling net. Master Sun stood by the net retrieval mechanism, ensuring the equipment functioned flawlessly. Each member executed their roles with seamless cooperation, and within an hour, they had captured over 20 tuna, doubling their anticipated efficiency. As evening approached, the setting sun cast a golden hue across the sea, transforming the waters into a shimmering expanse. The team gathered on the deck, sharing freshly grilled tuna steaks. The atmosphere notably relaxed. Old Joe took a sip of hot tea and exclaimed, "In the past, fishing in the coastal waters was always done by small teams. I never imagined that working together with so many during this offshore venture would be so much more efficient." Lu Yang smiled and replied, "Uncle Joe, that's the power of teamwork. Each of us possesses our unique strengths, and together we can tackle any challenge." Lin Xiaoyu observed the harmonious scene before him, his previous concerns dissipating entirely. He knew that this once diverse team had completed its initial bonding during their voyage, and henceforth, regardless of the storms or complex challenges they faced, they would confront them side by side. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Xiaoyu's mind, detected that the host team has completed initial bonding. Cooperation efficiency increased by 50. Unlocking team bond passive effect. Team members' skill proficiency increases by 20 during joint operations, and crisis response speed accelerates by 30. Current team status, trust level, 85, cooperation efficiency, 90, emergency handling ability, excellent. System notification, team bonding is a crucial foundation for ocean exploration. It is recommended to continue organizing collaborative training during subsequent voyages to further enhance team cohesion, preparing for the complexities of the South China Sea. Ahead lay the fishing grounds of the Yongle Atoll. Lu Yang gazed intently at the electronic nautical chart, his voice brimming with excitement. After 7 days of offshore navigation, the two vessels of the Wanghai Fishing and Hunting Studio had finally reached their target area in the South China Sea. The surface of the sea resembled a clear sapphire, sunlight piercing through the water, revealing schools of fish swimming several meters beneath. In the distance, The Yonhua Atoll appeared like a string of emerald necklaces embedded in the blue ocean, breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 67, South China Sea Fishing Area. Lin Xiaoyu stood on the deck, activating his oceanic environmental awareness skill, and the conditions of the sea within a 5,000-meter radius instantly became clear. Not only were there dense fishing signals beneath the surface, but he also detected vast clusters of mollusks, many of which boasted signal strengths far exceeding those of common coastal species, evidently rare species unique to the South China Sea. Prepare to commence fishing operations. He issued commands through the intercom, and the team members sprang into action, each performing their duties with an ease that suggested years of collaboration. Old Zhou, accompanied by 2 crew members, organized the fishing nets, having specifically donned the studio's custom fine mesh nets, capable of capturing small marine life while safeguarding the seabed ecosystem. Li Na controlled the underwater robot, gradually descending into the depths, while the images transmitted from the camera astonished everyone. Among the underwater coral clusters, countless fist-sized black-lipped pearl oysters clung, their shells glistening with a lustrous sheen, clearly mature specimens developed over many years. It's the South China Sea's black-lipped pearl oyster. Young scholar Chen Yu, responsible for cultural heritage protection, suddenly exclaimed. She had studied the molluscan resources of the South China Sea, noting that these oysters could produce rare black pearls, highly valuable in the market, and their numbers were dwindling, nearly extinct in coastal waters. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He promptly adjusted the fishing strategy, instructing Li Na to guide the oysters toward the designated area while directing Old Zhou to lower the fine mesh net to prevent damage to the shells. The underwater robot nimbly navigated through the coral, emitting faint sound waves to gently coax the oysters towards the net, while Old Zhou adjusted the net's angle based on the ocean current data provided by Lu Yang, ensuring each oyster would be securely captured. Within an hour, the first net of pearl oysters was hauled aboard. On the deck, hundreds of black-lipped pearl oysters lay neatly arranged, their inner pearl layers shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight. Master Sun produced a specially crafted tool for opening oysters, carefully prying one open to reveal a black pearl approximately 12 millimeters in diameter, round and plump, with a deep luster reminiscent of a black gemstone. This pearl could fetch at least 10,000 yuan. Chun Ming broadcasted live on his phone, the sight of the black pearl igniting a frenzy among viewers. With comments flooding in, "It's stunning." With their first battle won, the team's morale soared. They now set their sights on deep-sea cod. Utilizing the oceanic environmental awareness skill, they discovered a sizable school of deep-sea cod at a depth of 200 meters. Known for their tender flesh and high protein content, deep-sea cod are coveted by upscale restaurants, growing large with individual weights reaching several dozen pounds. Li Na maneuvered the underwater robot down to 200 meters, where the colder water temperatures and reduced visibility posed challenges. Yet the robot's high-definition camera still clearly captured the school of cod. Prepare to deploy the fish-attracting lights, Lin Xiaoyu commanded, and the crew promptly placed the specially designed lights into the water. Emitting a gentle blue glow, the lights shimmered like beacons in the deep sea, swiftly capturing the attention of the cod, which began to swim towards the illumination, gradually entering the net's range. Haul in the net, Old Zhou commanded, and the crew activated the winch, bringing the net slowly to the surface. As the school of cod broke the water's surface, gasps of awe filled the air. The largest among them exceeded 50 pounds, their silver-gray scales glimmering in the sunlight, full of vitality. Such specimens could sell for over 200 yuan per pound in the market, and this haul alone could yield over 100,000 yuan. While Chun Ming calculated the profits with excitement, broadcasting live, Lin Xiaoyu's oceanic environmental awareness skills suddenly detected a powerful biological signal located 1,000 meters northeast of the fishing vessel at a depth of 150 meters. With an intensity suggesting a massive marine creature. There is something big out there. He promptly instructed Li Na to adjust the underwater robot's direction, steering it toward the source of the signal. The robot's camera soon transmitted a captivating image, a colossal squid gliding through the depths of the ocean, its body measuring at least 8 meters in length. Its tentacles unfurled like an immense net, and its ink sac was noticeably swollen, indicating it was a mature giant squid. It was the elusive Architeuthis dux. Lu Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he had studied the marine life of the South China Sea, this was the first time he had witnessed such a magnificent specimen in person. This giant squid was exceedingly rare, not only prized for its edible flesh but also for its ink, which could be crafted into high-end condiments, making it immensely valuable in the market. Capturing a giant squid posed considerable challenges, as its sheer size was matched by its aggressive nature. Once provoked, it could easily destroy fishing nets or even attack fishing vessels. Lin Xiaoyu refrained from acting impulsively, and instead had Lin Na maneuver the robot to observe the squid's swimming patterns while activating the current manipulation skill to subtly alter the water flow in the surrounding area, guiding the squid towards the fishing boat. Prepared to deploy a specially designed capture net, Lin Xiaoyu seized the moment, commanding the release of a high-strength net crafted for capturing large marine creatures. The net unfurled in the air like an enormous umbrella, gradually descending into the water and accurately enveloping the giant squid. Sensing the imminent danger, the squid thrashed violently, its tentacles striking against the fishing net in a desperate attempt to escape. "Activate the net reinforcement device," Old Joe shouted as he pressed a button, causing metal supports to spring forth from the edges of the net, securing its structure while emitting a faint electric current, temporarily paralyzing the squid's nerves and diminishing its struggle. The crew engaged the winch, gradually hauling the giant squid aboard. As the 8-meter-long behemoth emerged onto the deck, everyone gathered around in awe. And Chun Ming's livestream rapidly attracted thousands of viewers, with the comments flooding in. "Incredible. Wanghai fishing is phenomenal." Over the next 3 days, the team conducted extensive fishing operations in the South China Sea, yielding a bountiful haul. In addition to pearl oysters, deep-sea cod, and the giant squid, they also captured various high-value seafood including mackerel, tuna, and lobster, amassing a total weight exceeding 5 tons. According to market evaluations, the total value of these catches surpassed 5 million yuan, far exceeding the meager yields from coastal waters over several months. Each evening, the team meticulously sorted that day's catch. The pearl oysters were stored separately in preparation for pearl extraction back in Wanghai village. The fresh seafood like deep-sea cod and the giant squid were placed in temperature-controlled preservation chambers to be shipped to high-end restaurants and seafood markets nationwide. While some rare marine products were sold by Chun Ming through the livestream platform, generating a continuous stream of orders. One evening, the team members sat together on the deck, sharing freshly cooked deep-sea cod, the sea breeze carrying the delightful aroma of seafood. Old Joe took a sip of wine and remarked, having lived for so many years, "This is the first time I've ever caught such splendid treasures at sea. The South China Sea truly is a treasure trove." Lina responded with a smile, "Uncle Joe, this is just the beginning. According to the detection data, there are even more rare marine products in the fishing areas inside the Yongla Atoll. Our upcoming harvests are sure to be even more abundant." Lin Xiaoyu gazed at the mountainous pile of catches before him, then turned his eyes to the dark expanse of the sea, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. He took out his phone and accessed the system panel, the notifications igniting his excitement. The host team has captured a significant quantity of rare marine products in the South China Sea, with a total value exceeding 5 million yuan, earning the title of Master of Deep-Sea Catches and unlocking the side quest Rare Marine Product Cultivation. Current harvest results from the South China Sea. South Sea Black Butterfly Pearl Oysters, 300 pieces. Expected to yield over 500 black pearls, valued at approximately 3 million yuan. Deep Sea Cod, 200 fish, total weight 8 tons, valued at around 1.6 million yuan. Giant Squid, 1 specimen, weighing 15 tons, valued at approximately 500,000 yuan. Other high-value seafood, tuna, mackerel, lobster, etc., total value approximately 500,000 yuan. System notification. The South China Sea is rich in resources. However, it is crucial to practice sustainable fishing. It is recommended to collaborate with local marine protection agencies to establish a sustainable development mechanism for fishery resources, ensuring long-term stability of the South China Sea's marine resources. Lin Xiaoyu pocketed his phone, observing the excited team members around him, and silently vowed to balance the development of the South China Sea's fishery resources with marine ecological protection, ensuring that this blue treasure trove could continue to bestow wealth and surprises upon humanity. As dawn broke over the South China Sea, the sun just peeking above the horizon, Lin Xiaoyu gathered his team to prepare for the fishing area inside the Yongla Atoll. Based on the previous day's detection data, a dense school of mackerel awaited, presenting a rare opportunity for fishing. Liu Yang skillfully navigated the fishing boat toward the target area, while on deck, Old Joe and the crew readied the nets. Eager to commence operations upon arrival, Lin Xiaoyu stood at the bow of the boat, instinctively activating the marine environment perception skill, which vividly painted the state of the ocean within a 5,000-meter radius in his mind. At that moment, he suddenly detected an anomaly, 3,000 meters to the northwest. There were numerous dense metal and net signals, and the scale of the signals far exceeded that of a typical fishing fleet. Something was amiss. There could be a large fleet in the vicinity. He furrowed his brow and instructed Liu Yang to adjust their course toward the source of the signals for further investigation. As they drew closer, the outlines of the fleet gradually emerged on the water's surface. When the fishing boat approached within 1,000 meters, everyone was left in shock. It was a fleet composed of 5 large fishing vessels, each deck piled high with fishing nets. Even more infuriating was the sight of the nets extending underwater, with mesh openings so small they could ensnare newly hatched fry, precisely the type of illegal destructive nets banned by the government. It's an illegal fishing fleet. Lina's voice trembled with anger. Having previously participated in ecological protection research in the South China Sea, she was acutely aware of the dangers posed by destructive nets, which indiscriminately captured all marine life, threatening to devastate the fisheries of this region in no time. Lin Xiaoyu's expression turned grave as well. Through his binoculars, he observed that the nets of the fleet were laden with various marine products, including a significant number of juvenile fish and protected species, with several sea turtles ensnared in the nets, struggling weakly for survival. We cannot allow them to continue. He immediately instructed Lu Yang to use the boat's loudspeaker to attempt to halt their illegal activities. Attention, illegal fishing fleet ahead. You are using banned fishing gear. Cease your operations immediately and submit to inspection. Lu Yang's voice echoed across the water, reaching every vessel in the illegal fleet. However, instead of complying, one of the fishing boats slowly approached Lin Xiaoyu's team. On board stood several burly men, with a middle-aged man at the forefront, his face a mass of muscle. Holding a loudspeaker, he responded with an arrogant tone, "Who do you little kids think you are to meddle in my affairs? Scram. Or don't blame us for being rude." Lin Xiaoyu stood his ground, instructing Lu Yang to keep the fishing boat stationary and reiterated through the loudspeaker. Using destructive nets for fishing is illegal and will severely damage the marine ecosystem. If you do not stop, we will report you to the fisheries authorities. Upon hearing the word report, the middle-aged man's expression darkened menacingly. He signaled for the fishing boat to accelerate closer, stopping only when the 2 vessels were less than 50 meters apart. "Report? I think you're just asking for trouble." He brandished a dagger drawn from his waist, glinting ominously in the sunlight. "This stretch of ocean is our territory. If you want to fish here, you'll have to abide by our rules. Leave at once, or I'll shatter your vessel." The other men aboard the ship brandished steel pipes, machetes, and other menacing weapons, threateningly waving them at Lin Xiaoyu's team while vociferously issuing their threats. Old Zhou and the crew promptly seized the fire axes and iron rods on the boat. Positioning themselves at the edge of the deck, their eyes vigilantly fixed on the adversaries, as the atmosphere thickened with tension, poised to erupt into conflict at any moment. Chun Ming discreetly retrieved his phone, capturing footage of the adversaries wielding illegal nets and menacing knives, while rapidly drafting a message to report to the Fisheries Administration. He lowered his voice to Lin Xiaoyu. "Brother Lin, I've relayed their position and unlawful actions to the Fisheries Department. They assured me that an enforcement vessel will arrive shortly, though it may take some time." Lin Xiaoyu nodded, feeling a sense of assurance. He understood that now was not the time to confront them head-on. Any escalation would endanger not only his team, but also risk damage to the fishing vessel. Taking a deep breath, he called out to the middle-aged man with a tone that was resolute yet composed. "We have reported your actions to the Fisheries Department, and enforcement vessels will arrive shortly. Cease your actions now, and you may still cooperate with the investigation. Should you continue to resist, the consequences will only worsen." The middle-aged man, clearly dismissive of the enforcement vessel's impending arrival, scoffed and commanded those around him, "Show them what happens when they meddle in others' affairs." As soon as the words left his mouth, several men picked up stones from the deck and hurled them at Lin Xiaoyu's fishing boat. The stones struck the deck with a resounding thud, some even shattering the cabin windows into a cascade of glass. "Brother Lin, they've made their move." Old Zhou shouted in fury, ready to charge with the crew, but Lin Xiaoyu restrained him. "Stay calm. Wait for the fisheries enforcement vessel." Lin Xiaoyu scrutinized the opposing fleet, his mind racing to devise a countermeasure. Outnumbered and outmatched, engaging them directly would surely lead to disaster, yet he could not permit them to continue their ecological destruction. Suddenly, an idea struck him, his skill of manipulating underflow. Concentrating intently, he activated the ability, altering the water currents within a 500-meter radius of the illegal fleet, redirecting them away from the fishing area. The previously stable waters became tumultuous, causing the illegal fishing vessels to sway uncontrollably, their nets being swept away from their intended catch zones. The middle-aged man sensed the abnormal water flow and panicked, mistakenly believing it to be a sudden current, and hurriedly directed his crew to stabilize the boats. Seizing the moment of confusion, Lin Xiaoyu instructed Lu Yang to slowly reverse the fishing vessel, maintaining a safe distance while continuing to warn the adversaries through the loudspeaker to refrain from rash actions. The illegal fleet struggled for over 10 minutes amidst the chaos before managing to regain some semblance of stability. The middle-aged man, casting a glance at Lin Xiaoyu's fleet, was filled with confusion and rage, yet dared not launch another assault. He vaguely sensed that this small fleet was not to be underestimated, as even the sudden current seemed to be aiding them. Approximately half an hour later, the silhouette of the fisheries enforcement vessel emerged on the horizon. Upon spotting the enforcement ship, the illegal fleet's crew immediately fell into disarray, with the middle-aged man frantically commanding his crew to retract their nets in a bid to flee. However, it was already too late. Two enforcement vessels swiftly closed in, encircling the illegal fleet. Illegal fishing fleet, cease your vessels and submit to inspection. Resistance to enforcement will incur legal consequences. The authoritative voice of the fisheries enforcement personnel resonated through the loudspeaker, imbued with undeniable authority. The crew members of the illegal fleet exchanged glances. Their earlier bravado evaporated, and they had no choice but to comply, halting their vessels to await inspection. Upon boarding the illegal vessels, the enforcement personnel discovered a trove of illegal nets and contraband marine life, including numerous protected species. The middle-aged man and the principal members of the fleet were apprehended on the spot, facing the prospect of severe legal repercussions. Chapter 70. Counterattack of the Underflow. Watching the fisheries enforcement vessel escort the illegal fleet away, Lin Xiaoyu and his team members exhaled in relief. Old Zhou wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "That was truly perilous. We were fortunate the enforcement ship arrived in time, or who knows what might have happened." Lina gazed at the ravaged marine area, sorrowfully remarking, "Though we prevented them, the ecosystem here has already suffered damage. I wonder how long it will take to recover. In the future, we must remain vigilant against such illegal fleets while operating in the South China Sea. We cannot allow them to further harm the marine ecology." Lin Xiaoyu nodded, resolutely committing to this course of action. He took out his phone and accessed the system panel, which displayed new notifications. Host successfully thwarted illegal fishing activities, safeguarding the marine ecology of the South China Sea, earning the title of Ecological Guardian, and unlocking the advanced task of marine law enforcement assistance. Current task progress, successfully reported and aided the Fisheries Department in apprehending a large illegal fishing fleet, confiscating numerous prohibited fishing gear, rescued 5 protected species entangled in fishing nets. Received commendation from the Fisheries Department, becoming a model unit for ecological protection in the South China Sea. System notification: illegal fishing activities occur frequently in the South China Sea. It is recommended that the host utilize the skill of marine environmental perception to assist the Fisheries Department in establishing a regular monitoring mechanism to jointly safeguard the marine ecology of the South China Sea, while also collaborating with other legitimate fishing fleets to form an ecological protection alliance, enhancing protective efforts. Lin Xiaoyu put away his phone, gazing at the gradually calming sea, filled with a sense of responsibility. As the silhouette of the enforcement vessel appeared on the horizon, the middle-aged man from the illegal fleet still attempted to make a stand. He signaled the 5 fishing vessels to fan out in a semicircular formation, hoping to break through the encirclement of the enforcement ships. Even positioning 2 of his vessels deliberately in front of Lin Xiaoyu's boat, attempting to entangle them in the chaos to buy himself time to escape. They still think they can flee. Lu Yang seethed, monitoring the radar screen as he observed the illegal fleet's movements. At this moment, the fisheries enforcement vessel was still approximately 10 minutes away, while the illegal vessels had already started their engines, with crew members hastily retracting some of their nets, evidently preparing to charge through. Lin Xiaoyu's gaze swept across the surface of the sea, as the 2 boats from the illegal fleet drew ever closer. Their metal railings lined with men brandishing steel pipes, seemingly intent on forcing them to yield the passage by means of collision. Old Zhou gripped the fire axe tightly, loudly warning the crew, "Brace yourselves. They are coming in for a collision." Chun Ming continued documenting the situation with his phone while urgently communicating via radio, "Fisheries comrades. The illegal fleet is about to ram into our vessel and is attempting to break through. Can you expedite your arrival?" The response crackled through the radio. "We are accelerating and expect to arrive within 5 minutes. Please ensure your safety and avoid direct confrontation with them. We will provide support as soon as possible." 5 minutes, a length of time that felt both extended and fleeting. As the illegal fleet's fishing vessels closed in, waves crashing onto Lin Xiaoyu's deck, he realized they could no longer afford to wait passively. They had to take proactive measures to thwart the opponent's escape plan using the skill of manipulating underflow. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and focused all his attention on the skill. In his mind's eye, the water currents around the illegal fleet within a 500-meter radius became vividly clear, with the direction of each vessel's navigation and engine power data seemingly marked with precision. Now was the moment. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly opened his eyes and mentally commanded the currents surrounding the 2 vessels on the left side of the illegal fleet to shift direction abruptly, creating 2 counter-rotating whirlpools, while simultaneously accelerating the water flow in front of the 3 vessels on the right to 2 meters per second, establishing a barrier of water flow. In the next moment, a breathtaking scene unfolded upon the sea. Two fishing boats on the left side of the illicit fleet suddenly began to spin uncontrollably in place, their hulls violently swaying. The crew members on deck struggled to maintain their footing, tumbling to the ground, while the nets they had intended to stow away were ensnared by the swirling currents, entangled in the boat's propeller, emitting a piercing, creaking sound. Meanwhile, the three vessels on the right seemed to collide with an invisible wall, unable to advance even an inch despite the roaring engines. Their bows were even pushed backward by the force of the water. What is happening? Why can't the boats move? The middle-aged man from the illegal fleet stood at the bow, gazing at the bizarre spectacle before him, his complexion pale. He pounded the steering wheel in desperation. Yet the fishing boats continued to struggle in place, and the vessel with the entangled propeller billowed black smoke, clearly suffering from a malfunction in its power system. Lin Xiaoyu did not waver. He continued to subtly adjust the flow of water, ensnaring the 5 boats of the illegal fleet within a circular vortex. Each vessel was pulled in different directions by the currents, unable to advance or retreat, merely floundering helplessly in place, their previous arrogance dissipating into thin air. Chapter 71, Dispelling the Fleet. How marvelous! Brother Lin, your abilities are simply extraordinary, Lu Yang exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he gazed at the surface of the sea. Although he did not comprehend how Lin Xiaoyu achieved this, the sight before him was enough to leave him in awe. The once menacing illegal fleet now resembled prey ensnared by an invisible hand, stripped of its earlier bravado. Old Zhou was equally astonished. Having lived over half a century, he had never witnessed such a scene that seemed to summon the winds and rains. After a moment, he regained his composure and gave Lin Xiaoyu a thumbs up, saying, "Xiaoyu, well done. Let us see how they escape now." At that moment, the distant law enforcement vessels finally arrived. 2 enforcement boats swiftly entered the circular vortex, completely surrounding the 5 boats of the illegal fleet. The officers boarded the decks of their vessels, brandishing loudspeakers as they shouted, "Illegal fishing fleet. All vessels must shut down their engines immediately. Crew members, remain in place and prepare for inspection. Any further resistance will result in the implementation of coercive measures." The middle-aged man surveyed the surrounding enforcement boats, then glanced at the fishing vessels trapped by the currents, ultimately surrendering to despair. He wearily waved his hand, signaling the crew to shut down the engines. His face etched with hopelessness. He could not fathom why the previously calm sea had suddenly manifested such bizarre currents, ensnaring them so thoroughly. Once the law enforcement personnel boarded the illegal fishing boats, they swiftly secured all crew members and commenced an inventory of illegal fishing gear and catches. To everyone's outrage, in addition to a plethora of illegal nets, the officers discovered a dozen imprisoned sea turtles and rare fish within one of the boat's cabins. Some of these protected species were injured, while others were gasping for breath due to lack of oxygen. Immediately transfer the injured protected species to our vessel for urgent treatment, the law enforcement personnel ordered while interrogating the middle-aged man. Faced with irrefutable evidence, he could no longer deny the charges and confess to their long-term illegal fishing practices in the South China Sea using destructive nets, wreaking havoc on the marine ecosystem. Lin Xiaoyu watched as the law enforcement personnel carefully transferred the injured sea turtles onto the rescue boat, a weight finally lifting from his heart. He discreetly deactivated his dark current manipulation skill, and the waters gradually returned to normal, though the illegal fleet's fishing boats, due to propeller damage and net entanglement, had completely lost their navigational capabilities. "Mr. Lin, we are immensely grateful to you." The captain of the law enforcement vessel boarded Lin Xiaoyu's fishing boat and grasped his hand firmly. "Had it not been for your timely report and your ingenious method of trapping the illegal fleet, these individuals might have escaped, and the consequences would have been dire. You have made a significant contribution to the protection of the South China Sea's marine ecology." Lin Xiaoyu smiled modestly and replied, "It is our duty. Protecting the ecology of the South China Sea is the responsibility of every fisherman. In the future, as we operate in these waters, we will remain vigilant against illegal fishing activities and report them to you promptly." Subsequently, the law enforcement vessels towed the damaged illegal fishing boats, along with the confiscated illegal gear and catches, toward the port. Lin Xiaoyu's team remained on site, assisting the law enforcement personnel in a thorough cleanup of the surrounding waters, collecting scattered fragments of fishing nets to prevent further harm to marine life. As the sun set, the surface of the South China Sea was bathed in golden hues. Lin Xiaoyu's fishing boat slowly departed from the newly contested waters, heading toward the inner fishing zones of the Yonglai Atoll. On the deck, the faces of the team members radiated victorious smiles, transforming the earlier tension and peril into a cherished memory. "Brother Lin, the way you manipulated the water currents earlier was just like a superhero from a movie," Chen Ming exclaimed, holding up his phone to replay the footage he had just captured. "I'll post this video online. It will surely raise awareness about the ecological protection of the South China Sea and promote the positive energy of our studio. Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed. Not only did we thwart illegal fishing this time, but we also rescued so many protected species. Our efforts are profoundly significant. Moving forward, we can establish long-term cooperation with the law enforcement department, utilizing your unique abilities to jointly combat illegal fishing and safeguard the ecology of the South China Sea. Lin Xiaoyu gazed at his energetic team members, filled with warmth and strength. He took out his phone, accessing the system panel, which displayed new notifications. The host has successfully assisted the law enforcement department in dispelling the illegal fishing fleet and protecting the ecology and endangered species of the South China Sea, earning the title Guardian of the Deep Sea and unlocking the Ecological Protection Alliance side quest. Current task progress: assisted the law enforcement department in seizing 5 illegal fishing vessels, confiscating 12 illegal nets, and rescuing 23 protected species. Established a real-time monitoring cooperation mechanism for illegal fishing with the South China Sea's law enforcement department, becoming a marine ecological monitoring point for them. The relevant achievements have been reported by the South China Sea Law Enforcement Department to the Provincial Oceanic Bureau, proposing to award the title of Advanced Collective for South China Sea Ecological Protection. System prompt: the host has set a benchmark in the field of South China Sea ecological protection. It is recommended to further expand influence by uniting more forces in ecological conservation, while leveraging the positive energy effect of this incident to enhance the brand image of the Wanghai Fishing Studio, promoting fishery sales and cultural tourism project development. Lin Xiaoyu put away his phone and gazed out toward the distant Yongla Atoll, where abundant fishery resources awaited their development, and countless marine mysteries beckoned exploration. He understood that in the days to come, he and his team would not merely be fishermen of the South China Sea, but rather its guardians, ensuring that this blue treasure trove remains forever vibrant and full of life. Chapter 72: Deep Sea Mineral Veins. After resolving the disturbance caused by the illegal fishing fleet, Lin Xiaoyu's team was finally able to resume normal operations within the inner fishing zones of the Yongla Atoll. The morning sun penetrated the crystal-clear waters of the South China Sea, illuminating the underwater coral reefs in a dazzling array of colors. Schools of mackerel darted among the coral, and the underwater robot's camera captured this vibrant scene, relaying it in real time to the display screens aboard the fishing boat, eliciting frequent exclamations of wonder from the crew on deck. "Prepare to set the nets," Old Zhou commanded, and the crew expertly operated the winch, gradually lowering the custom-designed eco-friendly fishing nets into the water. These nets were specially designed to allow juvenile fish to pass through, ensuring both the catch yield and minimizing the impact on marine ecology, an improvement crafted by Li Na based on the characteristics of the South China Sea's fishery resources. Lin Xiaoyu stood beside the helm, activating his marine environmental perception skill to monitor the fishing conditions surrounding the nets. Within a 5,000-meter radius, the movements of the fish shoals and the variations in ocean currents vividly unfolded in his mind, as he instructed Li Na to adjust the position of the underwater robot. Guiding the fish towards the fishing nets, he remained vigilant for any anomalous signals in the surrounding waters. Suddenly, an urgent system alert echoed in his mind, distinct from previous task notifications, this time imbued with a pronounced characteristic of resource detection. Emergency system warning. High-intensity special mineral signal detected. Signal source: 1,200 meters beneath the host, in a deep-sea area of approximately 20 square kilometers. The signal characteristics conform to the standards of flammable ice mineral veins. Mineral vein assessment. Estimated reserves: approximately 5 million cubic meters, classified as a medium to large flammable ice vein. Purity: methane content exceeds 95, possessing immense energy development value. Burial depth: 1,200 to 1,500 meters in deep-sea sediment layers, with extremely high extraction difficulty. Flammable ice veins. Lin Xiaoyu's heart raced. He had learned from the news that flammable ice is a highly efficient and clean energy source, its energy density far surpassing that of coal and oil. Heralded as the energy of the future, with the South China Sea being a crucial distribution area for this resource in China. However, he was acutely aware that the technology for deep-sea extraction of flammable ice is complex, and improper operations during extraction could easily trigger ecological disasters, such as underwater landslides and methane leaks, inflicting catastrophic damage on the marine environment. Before Lin Xiaoyu could fully process this information, the system issued a second wave of alerts, this time focusing on ecological protection. Simultaneous activation of the Ecological Red Line Guardian Side mission. Mission requirements. Any unauthorized extraction is strictly prohibited. The extraction of flammable ice veins must be led by national professional energy departments, which will formulate scientific plans in conjunction with ecological assessments. Unauthorized extraction by individuals or enterprises will trigger system penalties. Immediate reporting to relevant departments is required. The location of the mineral vein, reserves, and other information must be reported to the National Energy Administration and the Ministry of Natural Resources within 24 hours, assisting professional teams in preliminary detection. Establish a temporary protection zone. Prior to the arrival of professional teams, no vessels are allowed to enter the 10-kilometer sea area surrounding the mineral vein to prevent interference or destruction of the surrounding ecological environment. Mission reward. Upon successful reporting and assisting in the protection of the mineral vein, the title of Ecological Redline Guardian will be awarded, unlocking the new Energy Ecological Assessment auxiliary skill. The system's stern warnings jolted Lin Xiaoyu into acute awareness. He understood that while the flammable ice vein harbored immense economic value, ecological protection was an inviolable red line. Unauthorized extraction would not only violate the law but also cause irreparable harm to the fragile marine ecology of the South China Sea, a reality he could not accept. Lu Yang, immediately halt all fishing operations and steer the fishing vessel away from the current waters, establishing a temporary security zone within a 10-kilometer radius. Lin Xiaoyu decisively commanded through the intercom. Chun Ming, promptly compile a detailed report of the sea area coordinates, including our current position, water depth data, and the surrounding marine ecological conditions. Lina, you are responsible for contacting the Provincial Marine Research Institute, informing them of our discovery of a suspected flammable ice vein, and requesting their assistance in liaising with the relevant national departments. Although the team members were unaware of the unfolding events, they sensed the gravity in Lin Xiaoyu's tone and immediately set aside their tasks to act. Lu Yang adjusted the fishing vessel's course, gently departing the fishing grounds while using satellite communication devices to send alerts to nearby legal fishing fleets, advising them to temporarily avoid the area. Chun Ming accessed the vessel's navigation logs and detection data on his computer, swiftly compiling a report detailing latitude, longitude, water depth, and seabed topography. Lina dialed Professor Zhang from the Provincial Marine Research Institute, meticulously relaying the information regarding the mineral vein as conveyed by Lin Xiaoyu. What? You have discovered a flammable ice vein? Professor Zhang's voice on the other end brimmed with astonishment and excitement. Mr. Lin, you must ensure the site is protected, prohibiting any unauthorized personnel from approaching. I will immediately contact the National Energy Administration and the Ministry of Natural Resources to dispatch a professional team, expected to arrive in your waters within 48 hours. Chapter 73, The Second System Alert. After hanging up the phone, Lina reported the outcome of the conversation to Lin Xiaoyu, who sighed in relief. He stepped onto the deck, gazing at the tranquil sea in the distance, his mind replaying the system alerts. The flammable ice vein, 1,200 meters beneath the surface, represented not only a significant national energy asset, but also an ecologically sensitive area requiring meticulous care. As the first discoverer, his responsibility was not to seize the resources, but to safeguard this future energy, ensuring it could be developed responsibly under scientific and environmentally friendly principles. Brother Lin, have we really discovered flammable ice? Chun Ming, having completed the report, approached Lin Xiaoyu with curiosity in his tone. I learned in textbooks that extracting flammable ice is particularly challenging and can easily harm the environment. Since we reported it to the state, does that mean we cannot participate in its development? Lin Xiaoyu smiled, patting Chun Ming's shoulder. The state has professional teams and technology capable of developing resources while protecting the ecology, which is far more reliable than our blind attempts. Furthermore, preserving the ecological integrity of this sea area is more important than any short-term gain. Consider this. If unauthorized extraction leads to methane leaks, it would not only pollute the seawater but also impact our future fishing operations. Wouldn't that be a case of losing more than we gain? Chun Ming nodded, somewhat understanding, before becoming excited again. So, we are contributing to the nation. When others speak of the flammable ice veins in the South China Sea, they will know it was our Wanghai fishing studio that first discovered it. How glorious! Old Zhou, standing nearby, chimed in, Xiaoyu is right. We fishermen rely on the sea for our livelihood, so we must protect it. I've seen too many environmental damages caused by reckless extraction near shore. Now that we have discovered such a significant mineral vein, it must be entrusted to the state for proper management to prevent further destruction. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the surface of the South China Sea was painted in warm shades of orange and red. Lin Xiaoyu's fishing vessel cruised slowly outside the temporary security zone, its warning lights flashing to alert passing ships to steer clear of this special area. He retrieved his phone, double-checking the report compiled by Chun Ming, and with a sense of accomplishment, sent it via encrypted email to the designated address provided by Professor Zhang at the National Energy Administration, successfully fulfilling the system's reporting task. At the moment the email was sent, The system's alert chimed in his mind. The host has timely completed the reporting of flammable ice vein information, triggering the first phase reward for the Ecological Red Line Guardian mission. Rewards obtained. Title: Ecological Red Line Guardian. Skill: New Energy Ecological Assessment. Energy value: 500. Subsequent task notification: a national professional team will arrive within 48 hours. The host team is requested to assist in preliminary detection efforts, providing environmental data and navigational support. Completing the assistance task will yield additional rewards. In the early morning of the South China Sea, as the fog had yet to fully dissipate, silhouettes of several large vessels appeared on the distant horizon. Lin Xiaoyu stood on the deck of the deep-sea explorer, peering through binoculars to clearly discern the markings on the hull. National Energy Group, South China Sea, Ecological Monitoring Center, Geological Survey of China. The very professional team dispatched by the state. Prepare to welcome the research vessel. Lin Xiaoyu commanded through the intercom, and the team members swiftly organized the cabin, neatly arranging the prepared marine detection data and ecological environment reports on the conference table. Liu Yang adjusted the course of the fishing vessel, gradually approaching the survey ship, its deck adorned with flashing warning lights conveying safety signals to the counterpart. Half an hour later, the research vessel successfully docked with Lin Xiaoyu's fishing boat. Director Wang from the National Energy Administration was the first to board the fishing vessel. Shaking Lin Xiaoyu's hand, he expressed his excitement. "Mr. Lin, we are immensely grateful for your timely report regarding the combustible ice vein information. Preliminary verification indicates that the vein you discovered not only boasts substantial reserves, but also exhibits remarkable purity, holding significant strategic importance for the development of new energy in our country." Subsequently, geological experts and ecological scholars boarded in succession, dividing into multiple teams to swiftly commence their work. The geological team, armed with the coordinates provided by Lin Xiaoyu's team, promptly activated sonar detection equipment to conduct precise scans of the 1,200-meter deep-sea region. Meanwhile, the ecological team reviewed the marine biological observation records compiled by Lina to understand the current ecological conditions surrounding the vein. The logistics team coordinated with Chun Ming to arrange for subsequent material supplies and navigation support. Lin Xiaoyu accompanied the research team throughout, activating his marine environmental perception skills to provide real-time data on ocean current fluctuations to the geological experts. Director Wang. The current flow speed in the vein area is approximately 0.8 meters per second, with stable directionality, making it suitable for underwater detection operations. However, from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. each day, a brief upwelling occurs, which may affect the stability of the detection equipment. I recommend avoiding this time frame. Chapter 74. Receiving recognition. The geological experts were astounded by the information Lin Xiaoyu provided. Chief Geological Engineer Professor Zhang could not contain his curiosity. "Mr. Lin, how is your current data on ocean currents so precise? It is even timelier than our satellite monitoring." Lin Xiaoyu smiled and explained. "We have been operating in the South China Sea for an extended period, accumulating a wealth of observational experience, complemented by some specialized detection methods that allow us to grasp local environmental changes with greater accuracy." He refrained from disclosing the existence of the system, subtly attributing it to experience accumulation. Over the next 2 days, Lin Xiaoyu's team fully assisted the research team in their endeavors. They navigated the fishing vessel, leading the team around the 10-kilometer maritime area surrounding the vein to deploy ecological monitoring buoys. Lina aided the ecologists in collecting seawater samples and recording marine biological activities, while Old Zhou, drawing on his extensive seafaring experience, skillfully guided the survey vessel to avoid numerous submerged reefs, ensuring the safety of the detection operations. Thanks to the assistance of Lin Xiaoyu's team, the research team made significant progress. Through sonar scanning and underwater robotic detection, they not only accurately defined the boundaries of the combustible ice vein, but also collected core samples to provide crucial data for subsequent development assessments. The ecologists also completed an ecological survey of the surrounding area, confirming that although various marine biological activities were present, the ecosystem remained relatively stable, providing a foundational condition for scientific development. Upon the conclusion of the survey, Director Wang held a small commendation ceremony aboard the research vessel. Standing on the deck before Lin Xiaoyu's team and the members of the research team, he solemnly announced, "Following the deliberations of the National Energy Administration and the Ministry of Natural Resources, we hereby commend the Wanghai Fishing Studio and confer upon it the title of Advanced Collective in National New Energy Resource Detection. A reward of 2 million renminbi is granted to support marine ecological conservation and fisheries resource development." As Director Wang presented the honorary certificate and reward documents to Lin Xiaoyu, the audience erupted into warm applause. Lin Xiaoyu accepted the certificate, his heart brimming with excitement and pride. addressing everyone. This honor not only belongs to our studio but also to every individual safeguarding the ecology of the South China Sea. We will allocate the reward funds entirely towards marine ecological conservation efforts and continue assisting the state in resource detection and ecological monitoring endeavors, contributing to the sustainable development of the South China Sea. What delighted Lin Xiaoyu even further was the announcement made by Director Li from the South China Sea Ecological Monitoring Center, granting the Wanghai Fishing Studio the qualification of Designated Unit for South China Sea Ecological Observation. Mr. Lin, your team not only possesses professional navigation and detection capabilities, but also demonstrates a strong awareness of ecological preservation. We hope you can become the maritime vanguard for ecological monitoring in the South China Sea, routinely reporting marine environmental data and marine biological activity to us, assisting in establishing a comprehensive ecological monitoring network for the South China Sea. Acquiring the ecological observation qualification meant that the studio could legally conduct regular ecological observation work in the South China Sea, not only providing support for national ecological conservation, but also enhancing the studio's influence in the industry. Chen Ming exclaimed, with this qualification, we can now legitimately carry out ecological conservation projects and apply for National Ecological Protection Special Funds. It's truly a double benefit. Following the conclusion of the commendation ceremony, the research vessel, laden with collected vein samples and detection data, slowly departed the South China Sea, heading towards Guangzhou for further analysis. Lin Xiaoyu's fishing vessel remained in the vicinity of the vein, continuing its temporary vigilance task until the arrival of the professional guardian fleet dispatched by the state. As evening fell, the sunset cast a golden hue over the sea. Lin Xiaoyu sat in the cabin, gazing at the honorary certificate and ecological observation qualification document in his hands, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. He took out his phone, accessing the system panel, which displayed a new prompt. The host assisted the national professional team in completing the preliminary detection of the combustible ice vein, fulfilling the second phase of the ecological redline protection subtask, and received generous rewards. Reward details: title upgrade, Ecological Redline Guardian, National Resource Detection Pioneer. Skill enhancement, new energy ecological assessment skill upgraded to comprehensive ecological assessment, capable of simultaneously analyzing the impacts of energy development, fisheries, shipping, and other activities on marine ecology. Generating multidimensional assessment reports, resource rewards, system energy value of 1,000. Unlocking the deep-sea detection equipment exchange rights, qualification certification. The studio is granted internationally recognized marine ecological observation qualifications, allowing participation in international marine ecological conservation cooperation projects. Subsequent task prompt. The state will initiate the preliminary preparations for the scientific development of the combustible ice vein within 3 months, during which the host team will need to continue providing maritime support and assist in ecological impact monitoring. Completing this task will earn the National Ecological Protection Contribution Award. Chapter 75, Encountering Pirates. Lin Xiaoyu tucked away his phone and ascended to the deck. The night deepened, stars twinkled in the sky, and the lights of the research vessel had transformed into a mere distant point. Gazing out over the expansive South China Sea, he felt a swell of anticipation. From their initial endeavors in nearshore fishing to deep-sea exploration, and now participating in the national detection of new energy resources and ecological preservation, every step of the studio's growth has been rooted in reverence for and protection of the ocean. Brother Lin, we are now a team with national-level honors, Chen Ming exclaimed, holding his phone as he crafted a press release about the studio's commendation. I want to share this wonderful news online, so more people know that our Wanghai Fishing Studio not only excels in fishing, but also contributes to the nation. Old Zhou chimed in with a smile. From now on, when we operate in the South China Sea, we'll stand tall. With the support and recognition of the state, we can surely expand our studio, doing more for the protection of the South China Sea's ecology and the development of marine resources. In the afternoon sun of the South China Sea, rays filtered through the clouds, shimmering across the water. Lin Xiaoyu's vessel, the Deep Sea Explorer, was heading towards the previously detected site of a Ming Dynasty shipwreck, with less than 2 hours of travel remaining to reach the target area. On the deck, Old Zhou was busy repairing the fishing nets with the crew, while Li Na analyzed sonar data of the shipwreck site on her computer screen. Chen Ming leaned against the boat's railing, editing a short video to document their oceanic journey. Everything appeared calm and orderly. Brother Lin, based on the latest detection data, there are no reefs around the Ming Dynasty shipwreck site, and the water flow is relatively stable. We can commence underwater exploration first thing tomorrow morning. Li Na approached Lin Xiaoyu, her tablet in hand, and pointed to the three-dimensional model of a sunken ship displayed upon its screen. The contours of the wooden hull were distinctly visible, and shadows suggesting the accumulation of cargo could be seen within the ship's hold, clearly indicating the archaeological significance of the wreck. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, about to respond, when suddenly, the urgent alert sound of the system pierced the tranquility. Emergency system alert. High-risk targets detected nearby. Target information. Quantity, 2 small speedboats, approximately 8 crew members suspected to be pirates. Location, 800 meters southwest of the host. Approaching at a high speed of 30 knots, significantly faster than typical fishing vessels. Danger signals. Metallic reflections detected on the speedboat's deck. Suspected knives, steel pipes, and other weapons, with no identifiable markings, exhibiting typical pirate characteristics. Pirates? Lin Xiaoyu's heart sank. He immediately shouted into the intercom. All crew members, pay attention. 2 suspicious speedboats have been detected to the southwest, suspected pirates. Enter a state of alert immediately. Liu Yang, accelerate to evade and activate the fishing vessel's defense system. The team members instantaneously transitioned from a state of relaxation to one of heightened tension. Liu Yang abruptly turned the steering wheel, pushing the throttle to maximum. The fishing vessel roared to life, rapidly increasing its speed to 18 knots in an attempt to distance itself from the approaching speedboats. Lao Zhou and 2 crew members swiftly armed themselves with the ship's firefighting axes and high-pressure water guns, stationed at the sides of the vessel, their gazes keenly fixed on the swiftly advancing speedboats. Meanwhile, Chun Ming hastily stowed his phone and rushed to the helm, assisting Liu Yang in monitoring the speedboat's movements, while secretly pressing the emergency call button on the satellite phone to send out a distress signal to the nearby fishery enforcement vessel. However, the speed of the pirate boats exceeded their expectations, closing in to within 300 meters of the fishing vessel in mere minutes. The pirates aboard the speedboats brandished their weapons, shouting threats amplified through loudspeakers. Stop the boat ahead. Otherwise, we will ram into you. Hand over your cash and valuables, and we might spare your lives. Standing atop the helm, Lin Xiaoyu observed the situation through binoculars. The 2 speedboats flanked the fishing vessel, closing in with an increasingly aggressive formation, their crew members displaying menacing expressions, one even wielding a makeshift gun directed at the bridge. We cannot allow them to close in. Lin Xiaoyu decisively commanded. Lao Zhou, activate the high-pressure water gun and aim at the engines of the speedboats to prevent them from approaching. Lina, operate the underwater robot to release interference signals and disrupt the speedboat's navigation systems. Lao Zhou promptly led the crew in activating the high-pressure water guns, sending forth powerful jets of water from either side of the fishing vessel, targeting the pirate speedboats. The pirates, witnessing this, were forced to reduce speed to evade, causing the once coherent encirclement to fragment. Simultaneously, Lina maneuvered the underwater robot, emitting low-frequency interference signals that instantly disrupted the speedboat's navigation systems, causing the dashboard readings to fluctuate chaotically and their trajectories to veer off course. This group has some skills. The pirate captain, enraged by the turn of events, bellowed orders to adjust their course and circumvent the range of the water guns, continuing their advance toward the fishing vessel. One of the speedboats even attempted to maneuver around to the rear of the fishing vessel, aiming to board from the stern deck. Liu Yang, hard to starboard. Use the fishing vessel's size to suppress the speedboats. Lin Xiaoyu commanded once more. Liu Yang swiftly complied, the fishing vessel sharply turning right, its massive hull forming a barrier that forced the encroaching speedboat outward. To avoid a collision, the pirates had no choice but to reduce speed, creating distance between themselves and the fishing vessel. Yet the pirates were undeterred. They recalibrated their strategy, setting their sights on the fishing vessel's propeller. If they could damage the propeller, the fishing vessel would be rendered powerless, easily victimized. One of the speedboats quietly circled to the rear, attempting to snag the propeller's protective cover with a steel pipe and hook. Chapter 76, A Perilous Standoff. Not good. They intend to damage the propeller. Liu Yang shouted, attempting to change course to evade, but it was too late. In that critical moment, Lin Xiaoyu activated his current manipulation skill, instantaneously altering the direction of the water flow within a 500-meter radius behind the fishing vessel, generating a powerful reverse current. The speedboat, which had been approaching the propeller, was suddenly thrust outward by the water, causing violent rocking of the vessel, and the pirates lost their balance, tumbling onto the deck, while the steel pipe intended for the propeller slipped into the sea. What is happening? Why did the water suddenly change? The pirate captain exclaimed, astonished, disbelief written across his face. Lin Xiaoyu wasted no time, continuing to manipulate the water flow, pushing the 2 speedboats in opposite directions to prevent them from regrouping. Simultaneously, he shouted into the intercom, hold on. I have sent a distress signal to the fishery enforcement vessel. They are expected to arrive within 20 minutes. The morale of the team soared. Lao Zhou reactivated the high-pressure water gun, spraying at the pirate speedboats. The jets not only suppressed their movements, but also drenched the deck, making it slippery and further hindering the pirates' actions. Lina continued to operate the underwater robot, emitting more interference signals, rendering the navigation systems of the speedboats entirely inoperative, leaving them to spin in place. Seeing their repeated attacks thwarted and sensing the unusual water conditions, the pirates began to panic. They had initially thought this was an ordinary fishing vessel, an easy target, only to discover that their adversary was not only well-equipped but also possessed the ability to manipulate water, proving they were far from an easy mark. The pirate captain, glancing at the increasingly close fishing vessel and the distant outline of the fishery enforcement vessel emerging on the horizon, realized that prolonging this standoff would lead to their own demise and gritted his teeth, ordering, "Retreat. Quickly retreat." The two pirate speedboats immediately turned and fled, disappearing over the horizon. Watching the pirates vanish, Lin Xiaoyu and his team exhaled in relief, their tense bodies relaxing, cold sweat soaking their backs. They're finally gone. That was incredibly tense. Chun Ming slumped onto the deck, gasping for breath, his voice tinged with lingering fear. Lao Zhou wiped the sweat from his brow, remarking, "Thanks to Brother Lin's command and that miraculous water manipulation, we would have been in dire straits without it until the enforcement vessel arrived." Lin Xiaoyu approached the ship's railing, gazing into the direction where the pirate speedboats had disappeared, a lingering sense of vigilance in his heart. He understood that the South China Sea was vast, with pirate activity occurring sporadically. Although they had successfully repelled the pirates this time, similar dangers could arise in future voyages. He retrieved his phone, accessing the system panel to review the alert details. The host successfully countered the pirate threat, safeguarding the team and fishing vessel, completing the crisis response temporary mission, and receiving rewards. Skill enhancement. Ocean environment perception skill gains the new function of threat target prediction, allowing for detection of threatening targets 10 minutes in advance and generating avoidance strategies. Resource reward. 300 system energy points, unlocking fishing vessel defense upgrade permissions. Team benefit, unlocks crisis collaboration passive effect, enhancing team members' reaction speed by 50 and cooperation efficiency by 40. System prompt. It is recommended that the host promptly upgrade the fishing vessel's defense system and enhance team emergency training to improve the ability to respond to threats such as pirates and storms. Ensuring safety during ocean voyages. Lin Xiaoyu put away his phone and turned to his team members, stating, "This encounter with pirates serves as a reminder that ocean voyages are fraught with unknown dangers. Next, we must swiftly upgrade the defensive equipment of our fishing vessel while simultaneously enhancing our emergency training, ensuring that we can respond with greater composure should we encounter similar situations in the future." The team members nodded in agreement. At that moment, a fisheries enforcement vessel appeared on the horizon, and the officers boarded our fishing boat to inquire about the details of the pirate encounter, as well as to inspect the damage to the vessel. After confirming the safety of the crew and the absence of significant damage to the fishing boat, the enforcement personnel assured us that they would intensify patrols in the area to ensure the safety of legitimate fishing vessels. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the enforcement vessel escorted Lin Xiaoyu's fishing boat, continuing toward the site of a Ming Dynasty shipwreck. After approximately half an hour, the enforcement vessel, having received an urgent patrol assignment in another area, was compelled to depart early. Before leaving, the officers reiterated their warnings to Lin Xiaoyu. This region is notorious for frequent pirate activity, and they had alerted nearby patrol boats, which were expected to arrive within an hour to take over the escort. It was imperative that we remain vigilant, avoid lingering, and make haste to a safe zone. Lin Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement, watching as the enforcement vessel receded into the distance. His sense of alertness heightened once again. He instructed Lu Yang to maintain the fishing boat's high speed while activating the marine environmental perception skill to closely monitor the surrounding waters. The crew remained on guard, with Old Zhou and the other crew members stationed at the sides of the boat, gripping fire axes and high-pressure water guns, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Chapter 77, Biological Summoning. Crisis struck once more. Just 20 minutes after the enforcement vessel's departure, an urgent warning echoed in Lin Xiaoyu's mind. The alarm more frantic than before. Emergency system warning. Original threat targets have turned back. Target information. Quantity: 2 small speedboats. Crew increased to 12 individuals, with 4 carrying suspected homemade explosives. Location: 1,000 meters behind the host, pursuing at a high speed of 35 knots, evidently well prepared. Danger level: extremely high. The pirates are armed with explosives capable of destroying critical components of the fishing boat, and their pursuit route is cunningly designed to avoid previous weak points in our defenses. Lin Xiaoyu's heart plummeted. He peered through binoculars to see 2 pirate speedboats racing toward them like arrows. The number of pirates on deck noticeably increased, with several of them hunched over, fiddling with something that appeared to be wrapped in black, clearly the homemade explosives indicated by the system. The pirates were back, and they were armed with explosives. Lin Xiaoyu shouted into the intercom, "Lu Yang, accelerate to maximum speed and do whatever it takes to shake them off. Old Zhou, prepare the high-pressure water gun, focusing on defending the stern and propeller. Qinming, contact the fisheries department again, informing them that the pirates are armed with explosives and request expedited support." Lu Yang immediately floored the throttle. The fishing boat's speed surged to 20 knots. The engine roaring as the hull trembled, leaving a trail of white foam on the surface of the sea. However, the pirate speedboats were even faster. The distance between them was rapidly closing, shrinking from 1,000 meters to 500 meters in a mere 5 minutes. "Don't let them escape. If you do, we'll blow your propeller to bits," the pirate captain bellowed through a loudspeaker, his tone infused with madness and menace. Simultaneously, a pirate raised a homemade explosive, preparing to throw it. Although the distance was still considerable, it was enough to instill terror. Old Zhou promptly activated the high-pressure water gun, aiming it at the pirate speedboats in an attempt to deter them. However, the pirates had evidently come prepared, having installed makeshift barriers on either side of their boats. The water jets from the high-pressure gun were deflected by these barriers, failing to disrupt the speedboat's advance. The speedboats continued to close in, soon reaching a mere 300 meters behind the fishing boat, perilously close to the range for throwing explosives. "We can't keep this up. We'll be caught sooner or later," Lu Yang exclaimed anxiously, the fishing boat's speed already at its limit, unable to shake them off. Lin Xiaoyu, watching the approaching pirate speedboats, felt a sense of urgency akin to ants on a hot skillet. The fisheries patrol vessel wouldn't arrive for another 40 minutes, and given the current circumstances, they could not hold out that long. He quickly contemplated a strategy, his gaze drifting to the newly unlocked fishing boat defense upgrade privilege on the system panel, which could be exchanged for anti-collision armor, high-voltage electric nets, and other equipment. Yet, the exchange would require a substantial amount of energy, and the installation would take time they did not have to face the imminent crisis. In that critical moment, Lin Xiaoyu's attention was suddenly drawn to a corner of the system panel, where an overlooked skill unlock prompt from the completed crisis response task resided. The system's third-tier authority came with a hidden skill, biological summoning, which could consume 100 energy points to summon marine life within a 10-kilometer radius to assist in crisis management. With the type and quantity of summoned creatures dependent on the ecological conditions of the sea area, biological summoning, Lin Xiaoyu's heart stirred. He immediately focused, reviewing the detailed description of the biological summoning skill. This skill could attract nearby marine life through specific frequency sound waves and could, to a certain extent, guide their behavior to interfere with targets. The current area was near the Yongle Atoll in the South China Sea, rich in ecology, home to social species like dolphins and sea turtles, thus meeting the summoning conditions. It was a gamble he had to take. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoyu commanded in his mind, activate the biological summoning skill, consuming 100 energy points. Target, social marine life in the surrounding waters. Mission, disrupt the pirate speedboats and prevent them from closing in. Biological summoning skill activation successful. Consumed 100 energy points. Current energy, level 18802000. Detected approximately 30 bottlenose dolphins within a 5-kilometer radius, approaching the host at a speed of 25 knots, expected to arrive within 3 minutes. Skill guiding. Specific sound wave signals have been sent to the dolphin pod, directing them to initiate disruptive actions against the pirate speedboats. 3 minutes. Lin Xiaoyu clenched his fists tightly, mentally counting down. At that moment, the pirate speedboats had closed to within 200 meters of the fishing boat. One pirate raising a homemade explosive, aiming at the boat's propeller, poised to throw. "Now," Old Zhou shouted, activating the high-pressure water gun, directing a jet of water toward the pirate. The water struck the pirate, causing him to stumble, and the explosive fell onto the deck, though it did not detonate. It temporarily halted their assault. Just then, a series of clear dolphin calls resonated across the surface of the sea. Lin Xiaoyu looked up to see frothy white splashes emerging in the distance. A pod of approximately 30 bottlenose dolphins was swiftly swimming toward them, their agile bodies darting through the water, quickly reaching the vicinity of the pirate speedboats. Chapter 78. The Dolphins Come to Aid. Following the guidance of the biological summoning skill, the dolphin pod began to disrupt the pirate speedboats. They circled the boats, swimming rapidly, repeatedly crashing into the hulls with loud thuds. The speedboats began to rock violently from the impacts, causing the pirates on the deck to lose their footing and tumble to the ground, the explosives they had prepared rolling off the deck and into the sea. Where did these dolphins come from? Get rid of them, the pirate captain roared in fury, directing his crew to beat the surface of the water with steel pipes in a futile attempt to drive the dolphins away. However, the pod of dolphins showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they became increasingly spirited. Some leapt from the water, crashing down around the speedboat and sending forth towering sprays that drenched the deck and engine. Others dove below the surface, using their heads to strike the speedboat's propeller guard. Although they could not damage the propeller, their actions rendered the vessel's power output unstable, causing a noticeable decline in speed. The pirate speedboat, once 200 meters away, was gradually distanced to 300, then 400 meters. The pirates, witnessing the dolphins encircling their boat, were filled with despair and helplessness. They were unafraid of the fishing vessel's high-pressure water guns or the threat of homemade explosives, yet they found themselves powerless against these agile dolphins. Helplessly watching the distance to the fishing boat grow ever larger, Lin Xiaoyu stood atop the cabin, observing the dolphins successfully disrupt the pirate speedboat. And the weight that had been pressing on his heart finally lifted. He activated his marine environmental perception skill once more and detected the signal of the fisheries patrol boat rapidly approaching, expected to arrive within 15 minutes. Hold on. The fisheries patrol boat will be here in 15 minutes. Lin Xiaoyu relayed the good news through the intercom, instantly uplifting the team's morale. Old Zhou even shouted excitedly at the dolphins, "Well done. Keep it up and trap these pirates." As if understanding Old Zhou's encouragement, the dolphins intensified their interference, splitting into two groups that encircled the two pirate speedboats, forming two dolphin encirclements that rendered the boats incapable of advancing, forcing them to spin in place. 15 minutes later, the silhouette of the fisheries patrol boat finally emerged on the horizon. The patrol boat sped towards the scene, and the law enforcement personnel on board immediately activated their sirens, shouting at the pirate speedboats, "Pirates, surrender at once. Place your hands on your heads and squat on the deck. Otherwise, we will take coercive measures." The pirates, glancing at the increasingly imminent patrol boat and then at the still active dolphins, recognized their fate was sealed and lost all courage to resist. They dropped their weapons, placed their hands on their heads, and squatted on the deck, awaiting capture by the authorities. As the fisheries patrol boat drew near, the law enforcement officers swiftly boarded the pirate speedboat, apprehending all 12 pirates and confiscating all homemade explosives and weapons. Watching the pirates being led onto the patrol boat, Lin Xiaoyu and his team finally breathed a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with smiles of survival. "We owe it all to these dolphins. Without them, we wouldn't have held out until the patrol boat arrived," Chun Ming exclaimed excitedly, taking out his phone to capture images of the dolphins, who seemed to have completed their mission, joyfully swimming around the fishing vessel, occasionally leaping from the water as if celebrating victory. Lin Xiaoyu approached the side of the boat, gazing at the delightful dolphins, his heart brimming with gratitude. He pulled out his phone to check the feedback from the biological summoning skill. Biological summoning skill successfully activated. Successfully summoned a pod of 30 bottlenose dolphins to assist in disrupting the pirate speedboats, securing crucial time for the fisheries patrol boat's arrival, completing the hidden mission, ecological cooperation. Rewards received, skill enhancement, biological summoning cooldown reduced by 50, summoning range expanded to 20 kilometers, with the ability to select specific biological types for summoning. Resource reward, 500 system energy points, unlocking the passive effect marine biological affinity, special reward, obtain the title Friend of the Ocean, allowing application for the establishment of marine biological observation points in specific sea areas, with national special protection funding support. System notification, the biological summoning skill is one of the core skills of the third tier of the system. When used judiciously, it can play a crucial role in crisis management and ecological protection. It is advised that the host conducts in-depth research on the distribution of marine life in the South China Sea to facilitate precise summoning of suitable organisms when needed. Lin Xiaoyu pocketed his phone and turned to his team members, saying, "This experience has made me realize that the ocean provides not only our catch and resources, but also these wonderful marine creatures as friends. In the future, as we operate in the South China Sea, we must not only protect the marine ecology, but also coexist harmoniously with these beings. They may become our allies in times of need." Chapter 79. The pirates fall into the net. The team members nodded in agreement. At that moment, the law enforcement personnel from the fisheries patrol boat boarded Lin Xiaoyu's fishing vessel to offer their congratulations, praising, "Your successful handling of the pirates armed with explosives, aided by the dolphins, is truly remarkable. We will report your deeds and apply for more honors and rewards for you." The sirens of the fisheries patrol boat pierced the tranquility of the South China Sea afternoon, as two blue and white enforcement vessels swiftly cut into the scene, swiftly encircling the pirate speedboat. On the deck, the law enforcement officers, clad in uniforms and wielding anti-explosive shields and body cameras, executed their capture plan with speed and professionalism. This was a rapid response team specifically assembled by the South China Sea Fisheries Administration to address pirate activities. Equipped with advanced boarding equipment and communication systems, and boasting extensive experience in handling such emergencies. All teams, listen up. Boat 1 is responsible for the left side speedboat. Boat 2 will encircle the right. Upon boarding, prioritize controlling the suspects carrying explosives to ensure no casualties. The captain of the patrol boat issued commands through the intercom. His voice steady and powerful. As the command to prepare for boarding echoed, both enforcement vessels approached the pirate speedboat simultaneously, with specialized boarding ladders extending like long arms, firmly resting on the edge of the speedboat's deck. At that moment, the pirates had long lost their previous bravado. Faced with armed law enforcement personnel and the still-swimming dolphins that occasionally struck the hull of their boat, they turned pale. Some attempted to hide in the corners of the cabin, while others trembled, having clearly surrendered any notion of resistance. Don't move. Place your hands on your head and squat in place. After boarding the speedboat, law enforcement officers immediately subdued the pirate leader. The burly man who had previously threatened with homemade explosives, now pinned to the deck by 2 officers, his wrists swiftly shackled. The other pirates, witnessing this, obediently squatted down, allowing the officers to search them and place them in handcuffs. The entire capture process took less than 10 minutes, with no conflict occurring. The officers conducted a thorough search of the speedboat, confiscating not only 4 homemade explosives, but also a substantial amount of stolen fishing gear, satellite phones, and a notebook detailing the pirates' operational routes, which meticulously outlined the fishing activities of various vessels in the South China Sea. It was evident that this was a gang that had been operating in that area for an extended period. This evidence was sufficient to keep them incarcerated for several years. The officer in charge of the search held up the notebook and addressed Lin Xiaoyu, his tone filled with disdain for the pirates. Lin Xiaoyu and his team witnessed the entire capture process, and as the last pirate was escorted onto the patrol boat, cheers erupted from the deck, long suppressed. Old Zhou excitedly patted his thigh, exclaiming, "Fantastic! These scoundrels have finally been caught. We can now operate in the South China Sea with much more peace of mind." Chun Ming, holding up his phone, recorded the scene of law enforcement escorting the pirates, muttering, "This footage needs to be shared. Let everyone see the might of our fisheries administration and show those would-be pirates that there are dire consequences for their actions in the South China Sea." At that moment, the pod of dolphins seemed to sense that the crisis had passed, joyfully swimming around the fishing boat and patrol boat, occasionally leaping from the water, the splashes refracting the sunlight into a spectrum of rainbow-like colors. Lin Xiaoyu approached the side of the boat, retrieving fresh fish jerky he had prepared in advance, tossing it into the water as a special gift from the team to express their gratitude to the dolphins. The dolphins adeptly caught the fish jerky, emitting crisp calls, seemingly responding to this act of kindness. "Mr. Lin, we are truly indebted to you." The captain of the patrol boat boarded Lin Xiaoyu's fishing vessel and firmly grasped his hand, his tone sincere. "Not only did you maintain your composure in the face of piracy, but you also skillfully delayed the situation through special means, allowing us to seize a crucial window of opportunity. More remarkably, you safeguarded vital evidence at the scene, providing significant assistance for the subsequent investigation of the case." The captain then produced a document titled Assistance to Law Enforcement Report, which meticulously detailed the key actions taken by Lin Xiaoyu's team, including the discovery of pirates, activation of defenses, and the summoning of dolphins for interference, inviting Lin Xiaoyu to sign in confirmation. "This report will be submitted to the South China Sea Fisheries Administration, and we will apply for your recognition as an advanced collective in maritime law enforcement assistance, along with corresponding material rewards." The captain added that the pirate activity route map provided by you holds substantial reference value for our future efforts to enhance maritime patrols and combat pirate gangs. To Lin Xiaoyu's surprise, the patrol boat also brought along a special surprise. Mr. Wang, a fisherman whose fishing gear had previously been stolen by pirates, had come aboard. When Mr. Wang saw Lin Xiaoyu's team, he excitedly approached and tightly grasped Old Zhou's hand, exclaiming, "I cannot thank you enough. This group of pirates stole my fishing nets and engine last month, causing me losses of tens of thousands. Now that they have finally been apprehended, I can recover my losses." It turned out that upon learning of the pirates' capture, Mr. Wang had specifically requested to be taken aboard the fisheries patrol boat to express his gratitude, bringing along some dried fish, a specialty of the South China Sea, insisting on offering it to the team members. Chapter 80, Safe Escape. That evening, the fisheries patrol boat escorted the captured pirate speedboat, accompanying Lin Xiaoyu's fishing vessel to the nearby South China Sea Fisheries Administration base. Along the way, Chun Ming edited the video footage of the pirate capture and the dolphins' assistance into a short video, which was posted on the studio's official account. Titled Encountering Pirates While Fishing in the South China Sea, Swift Capture by Fisheries Administration, Dolphins Provide Heartwarming Support. The video quickly sparked widespread discussion, surpassing 500,000 views and over 100,000 likes within just 2 hours. The comment section overflowed with praises for the Fisheries Administration's law enforcement and admiration for Lin Xiaoyu's team. Wanghai Fishing not only knows how to fish, but also possesses such courage and strategy. Truly impressive. A paradigm of harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature. Let us applaud the dolphins and fishermen. Upon arriving at the Fisheries Administration base, the head of the base personally welcomed Lin Xiaoyu's team. During a brief commendation ceremony, the head presented Lin Xiaoyu with a banner and certificate recognizing them as an advanced collective in maritime law enforcement assistance in the South China Sea, along with a cash reward of 20,000 yuan. Your deeds have already spread throughout the Fisheries Administration system. Many fishermen have called to commend you, stating that you have vindicated the South China Sea fishermen. The head remarked with a smile. In the future, if you encounter any issues while operating in the South China Sea, do not hesitate to contact us. We will provide you with maximum support. Even more surprising for the team was that several media outlets had come to conduct exclusive interviews with Lin Xiaoyu. When asked if he felt afraid in the face of pirates, Lin Xiaoyu smiled and replied, "To say I wasn't afraid would be disingenuous. But we knew we had the backing of the National Fisheries Administration and the support of friends in the ocean, which gave us the confidence to respond. Moreover, protecting the fisheries order in the South China Sea is the responsibility of every fisherman. We merely did what was right." After the interview, Chen Ming excitedly rushed over with his phone. "Lin, our studio's account has gained followers. We now have over 500,000 fans. And many seafood markets and restaurants are reaching out to us for potential collaborations to order South China Sea catches." Lina added, "Professor Zhang from the Provincial Ocean Research Institute just called me, saying that the Ming Dynasty shipwreck site we discovered holds significant research value and wishes to collaborate with us for underwater exploration, offering us research funding support." As night descended, the lights of the South China Sea Fisheries Administration base glowed warmly. Lin Xiaoyu stood on the deck of the fishing boat, gazing at the tranquil sea in the distance, filled with reflection. From initially fishing in nearshore waters to exploring the open sea, and now assisting in combating piracy and protecting the marine ecosystem, every step of the studio's growth has been rooted in the unity and cooperation of the team, the support from the nation, and an unwavering reverence and love for this vast ocean. He took out his phone, accessed the system panel, and a new notification appeared. Host team has successfully assisted the Fisheries Administration in capturing a pirate gang, completing the Guardian of Justice side mission, and received generous rewards. Reward details: title upgrade, Ocean Friend, Guardian of the South China Sea, resource reward, system energy value 800, unlock law enforcement collaboration permissions. Prestige reward, Studio Guardian of the South China Sea prestige value at maximum, unlock national level fisheries cooperation permissions. System notification: the host team has become a benchmark in the South China Sea fisheries sector. It is recommended to further deepen collaboration with fisheries administration and research institutions, expanding diversified businesses in fishing, ecological protection, and cultural tourism to achieve sustainable development for the studio. Lin Xiaoyu put away his phone and turned to his team members, saying, "This journey to the South China Sea has not only yielded catches and honors, but has also garnered trust and support. In the future, we must continue to uphold our identity as guardians of the South China Sea, diligently protect this ocean, and grow our studio stronger and larger, allowing more people to appreciate the beauty and abundance of the South China Sea, making the name Wanghai Fishing a shining emblem of South China Sea fisheries." In the early morning of the South China Sea, with the mist still lingering, Lin Xiaoyu's deep-sea explorer was anchored directly above the Ming Dynasty shipwreck site. On the deck, team members diligently prepared the underwater exploration equipment, each fulfilling their role with a sense of urgency and order. Lina was calibrating the underwater robot equipped with a high-definition camera, the screen displaying fluctuating data on water depth, temperature, visibility, and more. Old Zhou and the crew were inspecting the specially designed salvage nets, ensuring they were secure and would not damage any artifacts. Chen Ming was live-streaming, aiming his phone's camera at the calm sea surface, the chat room already packed with eager viewers. Finally, the shipwreck exploration is about to begin. Hope we can discover treasures. Wanghai Fishing, let us go. Who knows, we might unearth rare artifacts. The water depth was recorded at 180 meters, with visibility at 8 meters and stable currents, meeting the conditions for underwater exploration. Lina focused on the screen and reported the data to Lin Xiaoyu. Nodding, Lin Xiaoyu gave the command, "Activate the underwater robot. Follow the predetermined route, focusing on the cabin area. If any artifacts are discovered, relay the images immediately and refrain from unauthorized contact." Chapter 81, The Shipwreck Treasure. With a soft hum, the underwater robot gradually descended into the sea, resembling a nimble deep-sea probe as it navigated towards the seabed at a depth of 180 meters. The livestream view switched to the robot's perspective, revealing the dark seabed that slowly came into view on the screen, illuminated only by the robot's searchlight, casting an air of mystery that made viewers collectively hold their breath, with the chat flooding with comments. So tense. Take it slow. Don't miss anything. The underwater robot cautiously maneuvered along the seabed, and after about 10 minutes, a blurry outline of a wooden structure emerged in the footage. It was the remains of the Ming Dynasty shipwreck. Although some wooden planks had decayed, the overall silhouette remained distinctly visible, surrounded by a multitude of ceramic fragments and what appeared to be cargo debris. We found it. It's the shipwreck, Lina exclaimed excitedly, her voice barely concealing her thrill. Lin Xiaoyu leaned closer to observe the details on the screen, slowed down, approached the cabin area, and carefully checked for any intact artifacts. The underwater robot gradually neared the cabin, and as the searchlight swept across the area, various pieces of ceramics half buried in the sediment gradually came into view. Blue and white porcelain bowls, celadon vases, and exquisitely shaped pottery. Although their surfaces were coated in a thick layer of silt, the delicate patterns and ancient textures were still discernible. Oh my! So many ceramics! The chat room erupted in excitement, with viewers speculating about the age and value of the ceramics, noting that they resembled Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain. And if intact, they would undoubtedly be worth a fortune. Wanghai Fishing is about to strike it rich this time. At that moment, the underwater robot's camera swept through the depths of the ship's cabin, and a sizable blue and white porcelain vase caught Lin Xiaoyu's eye. It was wedged between two decaying beams of the ship, tall in stature, with a slightly damaged mouth, but an otherwise intact body. The patterns adorning its surface were faintly visible under the searchlight, seemingly depicting the rare and exquisite entwined lotus motif. Focus on this blue and white porcelain vase. Magnify the details, Lin Xiaoyu commanded. Lina promptly maneuvered the robot to adjust its angle, directing the lens towards the vase and gradually enlarging the image. As the details came into sharper focus, everyone was left astounded. The blue and white porcelain vase stood approximately 40 centimeters tall, its body pristine white, with vibrant and luminous cobalt blue hues. The entwined lotus pattern was intricate and exquisite, with distinctly layered petals and clearly visible leaf veins. The bottom bore the faint inscription of Year System. Year System? This is blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty, Lina exclaimed. Having seen similar Yuan dynasty porcelain in museums, and was well acquainted with its distinctive features, the surviving examples of Yuan blue and white porcelain are exceedingly rare, especially of such size and exquisite decoration, making it a national treasure. The live stream exploded with excitement as netizens quickly took screenshots to share, flooding the comments section with astonishment. It's actually Yuan blue and white porcelain. How fortunate! The Zhijing inscription. Could it be the legendary king of blue and white porcelain? Hurry! Let's salvage it and have experts appraise it. Lin Xiaoyu's exhilaration was palpable, yet he understood the professionalism and significance of cultural relic salvage. He immediately stated, cease exploration. Contact the Provincial Archaeological Research Institute at once, inform them of the discovery of Yuan blue and white porcelain, and request the assistance of a professional archaeological team. Before the expert team arrived, no one was permitted to salvage the relic to prevent any damage. Chen Ming swiftly dialed the Provincial Archaeological Research Institute, synchronously sending the footage captured by the underwater robot along with the location of the sunken ship. The experts at the institute were equally astonished upon viewing the footage and promptly declared they would assemble an emergency archaeological team to fly by helicopter to the South China Sea, expected to arrive within 6 hours. During the wait for the archaeological team, Lin Xiaoyu's crew was tasked with guarding the sunken site, prohibiting any unrelated vessels from approaching. Meanwhile, the underwater robot remained near the shipwreck, continuously monitoring the surrounding environment to prevent currents or marine life from inflicting damage on the relics. The enthusiasm of the netizens in the live stream showed no signs of waning as they discussed the historical significance of Yuan blue and white porcelain while awaiting the archaeological team's arrival, with online viewers even surpassing 1 million. At 2 p.m., the helicopter carrying the archaeological team landed at a nearby fishery administration base, followed by a swift boat ride to the sunken site. The team leader, Professor Wang, a renowned expert in ceramic archaeology, eagerly examined the footage captured by the underwater robot as soon as he boarded the fishing vessel. Upon seeing the details of the blue and white porcelain vase and the Year System inscription, he trembled with excitement. Indeed, this is blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty, specifically from the Zhijing period. Based on its form, pattern, and hue, it is highly likely to be a product of the imperial kiln, truly deserving of the title king of blue and white porcelain. If we can recover it intact, its value will be incalculable. Subsequently, the archaeological team commenced their professional salvage operation. They first utilized the underwater robot to clear the mud and obstacles surrounding the porcelain vase. then carefully enveloped it in a specially designed flexible salvage bag to prevent any collisions during the retrieval process. Old Zhou and the crew worked in unison aboard the boat, operating the winch to slowly elevate the salvage bag, with the entire procedure executed with utmost caution to avoid even the slightest damage to the relic. Chapter 82. The King of Blue and White Porcelain. As the blue and white porcelain vase was gradually pulled from the water, revealing its full splendor, everyone held their breath. It was even more exquisite than the images captured by the underwater robot. The cobalt blue hues sparkling like gemstones, and the entwined lotus patterns appeared vividly alive. Though the mouth was slightly damaged, it did not detract from its overall precious value. Professor Wang gingerly cradled the blue and white porcelain vase, using a soft cloth to delicately wipe away the droplets of water from its surface, exclaiming, "Absolutely perfect." There are fewer than 100 pieces of Yuan blue and white porcelain in existence, and such a complete and beautiful example of the king of blue and white porcelain is exceedingly rare in the country. It is conservatively estimated to be worth over 100 million yuan. This news spread like wildfire across the internet, with major media outlets reporting the discovery of the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain king from a sunken ship in the South China Sea. With an estimated value exceeding 100 million yuan, the name of the Wanghai fishing studio surged back into the spotlight, as the official account's follower count skyrocketed to over 1 million overnight. Numerous cultural institutions and museums reached out to the studio, expressing a desire to exhibit and research this king of blue and white porcelain. During subsequent investigations, the archaeological team also salvaged several Ming Dynasty porcelain pieces, bronze artifacts, and ancient currency from the shipwreck, preliminarily determining that this vessel was an ocean-going merchant ship from the early Ming Dynasty, likely having sunk during a storm while en route to Southeast Asia for trade. These discoveries provided significant physical evidence for studying the trade interactions and the development of ceramic craftsmanship along the maritime Silk Road during the Ming Dynasty. That evening, the archaeological team, bearing the salvaged artifacts, boarded a speedboat heading to the Provincial Archaeological Research Institute to prepare for further appraisal and restoration of the king of blue and white porcelain. Before departing, Professor Wang firmly grasped Lin Xiaoyu's hand and solemnly stated, "Mr. Lin, we are grateful for your timely discovery and protection of these invaluable artifacts, contributing immensely to the cause of national cultural heritage preservation. We will apply for your team to be recognized as an advanced collective in artifact protection and will duly acknowledge your contributions in future research and exhibitions." Lin Xiaoyu's team stood on the deck, watching the archaeological team depart, their hearts brimming with pride and reflection. Chun Ming excitedly waved his phone. "Brother Lin, we have made it big. The whole country now knows that Wanghai Fishing Studio discovered the king of blue and white porcelain. Many enterprises want to collaborate with us on cultural tourism projects, and several museums have invited us to participate in public artifact protection activities." Old Zhou chimed in with a smile. "I used to think fishing was just about making money, but I never imagined we could also contribute to the protection of our nation's cultural heritage. This is far more meaningful than any amount of money." Lin Xiaoyu retrieved his phone, accessed the system panel, where a new prompt appeared. Host team discovered the Yuan Dynasty king of blue and white porcelain, assisted the archaeological team in protecting valuable artifacts, and completed the artifact guardian side mission, receiving substantial rewards. Reward details: title upgrade, Guardian of the South China Sea, Pioneer in Artifact Protection, Resource Reward, System Energy Value 1500, Unlocking Artifact Detection Specialized Skill. Reputation Reward, Studio's Artifact Protection Reputation Value maxed out, Unlocking National Level Artifact Collaboration Privileges. System Prompt: the discovery of the king of blue and white porcelain holds significant historical and cultural value. It is recommended that the host team deepen cooperation with archaeological institutions to explore a development model that integrates fisheries, artifact protection, and cultural tourism, thus safeguarding both marine ecology and cultural resources while achieving diversified development for the studio. Lin Xiaoyu put away his phone and turned to his team members, saying, "Discovering the king of blue and white porcelain is merely the beginning. The depths of the South China Sea conceal even more unknown artifacts and histories awaiting our exploration and protection. In the future, we shall not only be fishermen and guardians of the South China Sea, but also protectors of cultural relics, allowing these precious artifacts, long slumbering beneath the waves, to see the light of day again and contribute to the inheritance of China's outstanding traditional culture." After restoration and appraisal by the Provincial Archaeological Research Institute, the king of blue and white porcelain was confirmed to be a product of the imperial kiln from the Zhijing period of the Yuan dynasty, with fewer than 5 pieces known to exist globally, possessing immense historical, cultural, and collectible value. In accordance with national regulations on cultural heritage preservation and following extensive consultations, it was ultimately decided to auction it through Rongbo Zai. a leading domestic auction house in a charitable auction format. After deducting necessary expenses, a portion of the proceeds would be allocated to the South China Sea Underwater Cultural Relic Protection Fund, while the remaining funds would serve as a reward for Lin Xiaoyu's team for their discovery and protection of the artifacts. The announcement of the auction immediately created a sensation within the collecting, cultural relic, and business communities. The official reservation channel of Rongbozai Auction House opened for merely 1 hour. Yet over 200 esteemed collectors and entrepreneurs from both domestic and international realms registered to participate. Among them were elite collectors hailing from Hong Kong, Macau, and beyond, with even museums expressing their intent to engage in bidding, aspiring to incorporate this national treasure into their collections and showcase the brilliance of traditional Chinese culture to the public. Chapter 83, The Treasure Auction. On the day of the auction, the hall of Rongbozai, located in Beijing, was filled to capacity, with an atmosphere that was both tense and fervent. Encased behind specially designed bulletproof glass, the king of blue and white porcelain was illuminated by soft lighting that accentuated the vibrancy of its intricate floral patterns. The inscription Jingde period at the base was clearly visible, with every detail underscoring its rarity and magnificence. The Lin Xiaoyu team was graciously invited to sit in the VIP section, where old Zhou gazed at the porcelain with a sense of wonder. I never imagined that the vase we salvaged from the South China Sea would grace such a grand auction and attract so many eager bidders. Chen Ming, holding his phone, live-streamed the auction's proceedings, with an online audience exceeding 5 million, as viewers eagerly commented, "We await the astronomical transaction. We hope a museum secures this national treasure so that more can appreciate it." The auction commenced promptly at 10 a.m. As the auctioneer approached the display case of the king of blue and white porcelain with gavel in hand, an instant hush fell over the room. All eyes fixated on this extraordinary artifact. "Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now auction the piece de resistance of today's event, the king of blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty's Jingde period." The auctioneer's voice echoed throughout the hall, declaring that this item, authenticated as a genuine piece from the imperial kiln of the Yuan dynasty, was exceedingly rare and in pristine condition, with a starting bid of 80 million yuan and increments no less than 1 million yuan. "Now, let the auction begin." 80 million. No sooner had the auctioneer concluded his words than a paddle was raised from the audience, signaling the first bid. 81 million. A collector from another VIP section swiftly followed suit. 85 million. A businessman from Hong Kong raised the stakes by an additional 4 million, propelling the price to new heights, eliciting a murmured gasp from the crowd. Within mere minutes, the bidding escalated rapidly, surpassing the 100 million yuan mark. The pace of the auction gradually slowed, leaving only 3 formidable contenders: a premier collecting institution from Hong Kong, a well-known private enterprise from the mainland, and a private collector from Macau. 110 million. The representative from the Hong Kong institution raised a paddle with unwavering determination, clearly intent on securing the piece. 115 million. The bidder from the domestic private enterprise promptly matched the offer, their gaze locked on the blue and white porcelain. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as all held their breath, awaiting the final bid. At that moment, the Macau collector slowly raised his paddle, his voice steady. 120 million. The room fell silent at this proclamation. The auctioneer scanned the crowd, calling out, 120 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? 120 million for the first time. The hall remained utterly silent, with no paddle raised. 120 million for the second time. The auctioneer's tone was tinged with excitement as the gavel was poised. 120 million for the third time. Sold. With a sharp crack, the gavel struck down, and the king of blue and white porcelain was sold for an astounding 1.2 billion yuan, setting a record for Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain auctions in recent years. Thunderous applause erupted in the hall, and cameras flashed incessantly as reporters flocked to interview the Macau collector and Lin Xiaoyu's team, eager to capture first-hand accounts. During the interview, the Macau collector proclaimed, "This king of blue and white porcelain is a treasure of traditional Chinese culture. After acquiring it, I will host a public exhibition at an appropriate time, allowing more people the opportunity to appreciate this national treasure, while also contributing to the preservation of underwater artifacts from the South China Sea." After the auction concluded, Lin Xiaoyu's team became the focal point of attention. The head of Rongbozai personally presented Lin Xiaoyu with the Outstanding Contribution Award for Cultural Heritage Preservation and announced that, as per their agreement, approximately 36 million yuan from the auction proceeds would be awarded to Lin Xiaoyu's team. News of this quickly spread across the internet, with topics such as Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain auctioned for 1.2 billion yuan. Haiyu fishing team awarded 36 million trending on major social media platforms, each garnering over 1 billion views. Industry insiders applauded Lin Xiaoyu's team for creating a miracle of deep-sea treasure hunting. even bestowing upon him the title of King of Deep-Sea Treasure Hunting, acknowledging that he not only opened a new chapter in the exploration of underwater artifacts in the South China Sea, but also provided fresh perspectives for grassroots participation in artifact preservation. Even more astonishing for Lin Xiaoyu was that within merely 3 days following the auction, over 50 investment institutions and enterprises proactively reached out to the studio, eager to partake in the exploration of underwater artifacts, the development of fishery resources, and collaboration on cultural tourism projects. Notably, several renowned domestic cultural tourism groups, new energy enterprises, and even overseas capital expressed interest in collaboration, willing to provide financial and technical support to jointly develop the resources and cultural value of the South China Sea. The head of a leading domestic cultural tourism group personally visited Lin Xiaoyu to propose a collaborative plan for the deep-sea treasure hunting cultural tourism project. Mr. Lin, your team's discovery of the King of Blue and White Porcelain in the South China Sea has become widely known. We hope to collaborate with you to create a project that integrates artifact exploration experiences, marine ecological sightseeing, and fishery cultural exhibitions, allowing more people to venture into the South China Sea and experience the allure of deep-sea treasure hunting, while also promoting local economic development and cultural heritage. Chapter 84. A sensation in the industry. Furthermore, the National Oceanic Administration also contacted Lin Xiaoyu, inviting his team to participate in the underwater artifact census project in the South China Sea, hoping to leverage their extensive deep-sea exploration experience and specialized skills in artifact detection to assist the nation in conducting a comprehensive underwater artifact survey in the South China Sea, providing data support for the formulation of preservation plans. Sitting in his studio office, Lin Xiaoyu gazed at the mountain of cooperation proposals before him, filled with myriad emotions. From the humble beginnings of a nearshore fishing fleet to now possessing 2 professional deep-sea fishing vessels equipped with deep-sea detection and artifact preservation capabilities and attracting substantial capital interest, every step of the studio's growth has been underpinned by reverence for the ocean and unwavering dedication to dreams. He retrieved his phone, opened the system panel, where a new notification appeared. The auction of the King of Blue and White Porcelain, in which the host team participated, has been a resounding success, propelling the advancement of artifact preservation efforts, enhancing the studio's industry influence, and completing the cultural heritage side quest, resulting in substantial rewards. Reward details: title upgrade, pioneer in artifact preservation, King of Deep-Sea Treasure Hunting. Resource reward, system energy value 2000, unlocking exclusive permissions for capital collaboration. Reputation reward, studio industry influence reputation value maxed out, unlocking national-level project leadership rights. System notification, the current studio has entered a phase of rapid development. It is advisable to judiciously select collaborative resources, focusing on core businesses in fisheries, artifact preservation, and cultural tourism, while avoiding blind expansion, and simultaneously strengthening the team's professional capabilities to prepare for undertaking national-level projects. Lin Xiaoyu set aside his phone, rising to the window, gazing at the bustling Wanhai village pier, where 2 deep-sea exploration vessels were docked, and crew members busily unloaded newly procured deep-sea detection equipment. In the distance, several survey vessels from partner enterprises awaited, ready to discuss collaborative projects in the South China Sea with the team. He turned to his team members and proclaimed, "The successful auction of the Blue and White Porcelain King marks merely a new beginning for our venture." Following the auction event, the reputation of the Wanhai Fishing Studio soared to unprecedented heights, propelling its high-end catches from the South China Sea into the limelight. Delicacies such as the tender deep-sea cod, the impressively large giant squid, and the rare South China Sea black butterfly pearl oysters became coveted treasures sought after by upscale restaurants and specialty supermarkets alike. Chen Ming, responsible for the online sales channels, witnessed each new batch of seafood sell out within mere minutes, with clients even paying deposits in advance to secure their shares for the upcoming quarter. The offline channels were equally thriving. Several renowned domestic restaurant chains proactively entered into long-term supply agreements with Lin Xiaoyu, including high-end brands specializing in seafood cuisine. A chef from a Michelin 3-star restaurant in Shanghai even flew to Wanhai Village to observe the seafood processing procedures at the studio and immediately finalized a collaboration, stating, "Your deep-sea catches from the South China Sea, both in freshness and flavor, far exceed those of ordinary marine products. We are willing to purchase at a price 30 above market value, provided we can ensure stable supply." Within just a month, the sales revenue of Wanhai Fishing Studio's high-end seafood exceeded 50 million yuan, with its market share rapidly climbing and beginning to encroach upon the survival space of traditional large-scale fishing conglomerates. This development drew the attention of the domestic fishing giant. Ocean Group. Founded nearly 30 years ago, Ocean Group's business encompasses nearshore fishing, deep-sea transportation, and aquatic product processing across the entire industry chain. Having long monopolized the domestic high-end seafood market, particularly in the South China Sea, where it commands over 70% of the premium seafood share due to its vast fleet and established sales network. Previously, they had dismissed the small workshop-like team of Wanghai Fishing Studio, but upon witnessing their rapid rise fueled by rare catches from the South China Sea, which threatened their core interests, Ocean Group could no longer remain complacent. The suppression came unexpectedly. The first signs of abnormality appeared in the offline sales channels. Several major seafood wholesale market distributors, once closely collaborating with Wanghai Fishing Studio, suddenly canceled their orders en masse, providing vague reasons. Chen Ming reached out repeatedly, only to be met with unanswered calls or hasty hang-ups. It was only through a familiar distributor that he learned of Ocean Group's interference. They had issued an ultimatum to all collaborating distributors: either terminate their partnership with Wanghai Fishing Studio or lose their supply qualifications with Ocean Group, promising additional price subsidies to those who chose to remain with them. The people from Ocean Group were here yesterday for inspections, claiming that anyone who dares to continue selling your seafood will be cut off from our supplies, the distributor lamented. We are a small business and cannot afford to offend them. We can only apologize to you. Chapter 85. The suppression of large fishing conglomerates. The obstacles in offline channels had yet to be resolved when issues arose in the online platform. Wanghai Fishing Studio's official store on a certain e-commerce platform was suddenly limited in visibility, rendering searches for keywords like high-end deep-sea cod futile. Chen Ming contacted customer service, only to be informed that the store was under investigation for alleged violations, yet the specifics of these violations remained ambiguous. Later, through an insider, he discovered that Ocean Group had recently signed an annual strategic cooperation agreement with the e-commerce platform, investing over 100 million yuan in advertising, naturally prioritizing the interests of their major client. In an even more unscrupulous move, Ocean Group began aggressively poaching sources. Wanghai Fishing Studio had a prior agreement with a fisherman's cooperative on a small island in the South China Sea to purchase rare marine products at reasonable prices. However, Ocean Group suddenly sent representatives to the cooperative, not only offering double the price, but also promising free fishing equipment and technical support, on the condition that the cooperative would cease supplying Wanghai Fishing Studio. Faced with such overwhelming temptation, some fishermen wavered, and the previously stable supply channels became perilously unstable. Lin Xiaoyu, almost all offline distributors are now afraid to cooperate with us. Our online store is limited, and our sources are nearly cut off. This month's sales have already plummeted by 40%, Chen Ming said, his expression grave as he entered Lin Xiaoyu's office with the sales report. Ocean Group is determined to push us out of the market. Old Zhou stormed in, holding a statement released by Ocean Group regarding the quality of South China Sea catches, which subtly alluded to some small teams selling South China Sea products without professional testing, posing food safety risks. A clear insinuation aimed at Wanghai Fishing Studio. These people are outrageous. If they can't compete fairly, they resort to underhanded tactics and tarnish the quality of our catches. It's utterly shameless. Lin Xiaoyu examined the report and the statement. His brow furrowed. He understood that Ocean Group, with its vast resources and mature industrial chain, was not a foe to be confronted head-on. Yet, he was unwilling to surrender. The quality of Wanghai Fishing Studio's catches was beyond reproach, and the team's contributions to ecological protection and cultural exploration in the South China Sea were evident. They could not simply be suppressed by Ocean Group. Having monopolized the market for so many years, Ocean Group had already stirred discontent among numerous small and medium-sized fishing enterprises. But no one had dared to stand against them. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiaoyu addressed his team. We cannot fight this battle alone. We must devise a strategy to unite other oppressed small and medium-sized fishing enterprises to collectively resist the monopoly of Ocean Group. Furthermore, the quality of our catches is our greatest asset. We must swiftly produce authoritative testing reports to counter their slanderous claims and restore consumer trust. He immediately contacted the Provincial Fisheries Association to report Ocean Group's monopolistic behavior, submitting relevant evidence. The association's head indicated they would promptly organize an investigation and convene affected small and medium-sized fishing enterprises for a roundtable discussion on countermeasures. Simultaneously, Lina reached out to the National Aquatic Product Quality Supervision and Inspection Center, sending samples of Wanghai Fishing Studio's deep-sea cod, giant squid, and other catches for testing, ensuring every metric complied with national standards to substantiate the quality of their products. As the team actively sought solutions, Ocean Group unleashed a new tactic. They released a statement through the media announcing a large-scale fishing resource exploration and development project in the South China Sea, planning to invest 1 billion yuan and assemble a fleet of 50 specialized fishing vessels to comprehensively consolidate South China Sea fishing resources. Anyone with discernment could see this was a clear show of force directed at Wanhai Fishing Studio, implying their capability to completely dominate the market for South China Sea catches. Lin Xiaoyu, Ocean Group is intent on wiping us out. Their fleet dwarfs ours by dozens of times. If they truly establish a stronghold in the South China Sea, our survival space will diminish even further, Liu Yang expressed with concern, having previously worked at Ocean Group and understanding their aggressive tactics. Lin Xiaoyu remained silent, gazing out at the distant sea from the window. The sea breeze brushed against him, carrying a hint of chill, yet it could not dispel the determination in his heart. He pulled out his phone and accessed the system panel, hoping to find a strategy to counteract the situation. The system quickly provided a prompt, detected that the host team is encountering industry monopolistic suppression, triggering the antitrust guardian side quest. Quest objectives: unite small and medium-sized fishing enterprises to form an antitrust alliance to jointly resist Ocean Group's monopolistic practices. Clarify rumors regarding catch quality through authoritative testing and media promotion to restore market trust. Expand new sales channels to reduce reliance on traditional ones. Quest reward: completing the quest will grant the title of Antitrust Pioneer, unlock the exclusive skill of channel expansion. And the system will provide key evidence of Ocean Group's monopolistic behavior to assist relevant departments in their investigation. System prompt: the monopolistic behavior of Ocean Group has violated the anti-monopoly law. It is advised that the host collect relevant evidence and report to the market regulatory authorities, leveraging legal means to safeguard their rights. Additionally, the studio's reputation in ecological protection and cultural relic exploration can be utilized to garner support from government departments and the public. Chapter 86, Fish Catch Inspection Report. Upon receiving the system prompt, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes brightened with inspiration. He immediately convened his team members to formulate a revised strategy. Chen Ming, you are in charge of liaising with the media to publicly disclose our fish catch inspection report while exposing Ocean Group's monopolistic practices to garner public support. Li Na, continue to follow up on the Fisheries Association Symposium, uniting more small and medium-sized fishing enterprises to form an anti-monopoly alliance. Old Zhou, your task is to develop community group purchases and high-end membership channels to connect directly with consumers, thereby reducing intermediaries. Liu Yang, compile evidence of Ocean Group's market monopolization in preparation for reporting to the market regulatory authorities. The team members sprang into action. Chen Ming contacted various mainstream media outlets and organized a Wang Haiyu Lai Nanhai fish quality briefing, showcasing the inspection report issued by the National Aquatic Products Quality Supervision and Inspection Center, where each indicator surpassed national standards, effectively countering Ocean Group's defamatory remarks. Simultaneously, he anonymously exposed evidence of Ocean Group threatening distributors and monopolizing supply, which piqued the interest of various sectors regarding the issue of market monopolization in the fishing industry. With the support of the Fisheries Association, Li Na successfully gathered over 20 small and medium-sized fishing enterprises suppressed by Ocean Group to establish the Nanhai Fisheries Anti-Monopoly Alliance. With Lin Xiaoyu elected as the Secretary General, the alliance issued a joint statement calling for relevant authorities to enhance supervision of the fishing market, dismantle monopolies, and foster a fair competitive environment. Old Zhou led the team into the community, launching the Nanhai Fresh Catch into the community initiative, selling fish directly to consumers through on-site tastings and quality demonstrations. Additionally, they introduced a high-end membership service offering customized fish delivery, rapidly amassing over 1,000 members within a mere fortnight, thus opening new sales channels. Liu Yang meticulously organized a wealth of evidence concerning Ocean Group's monopolistic practices, including recordings of threats to distributors, contracts for seizing supplies, and screenshots of false statements, which he submitted to the market regulatory authorities. The authorities indicated they would initiate an investigation into Ocean Group's conduct, promising legal repercussions if monopolistic behavior was confirmed. Faced with the counterattack from Wang Haiyu Lai and the pressure of public opinion, Ocean Group's oppressive actions began to wane. The previously restricted online stores gradually returned to normal, and some distributors resumed contact with Wang Haiyu Lai. Observing the accumulating fish catches awaiting dispatch and the plummeting sales figures, Chen Ming anxiously noted the blister forming at the corner of his mouth. With offline distributors too intimidated by Ocean Group's threats to collaborate and online stores facing limitations, the once in-demand high-end catches from Nanhai were now languishing in cold storage. Brother Lin, if this continues, our working capital will be unsustainable. He pushed a financial report across the table to Lin Xiaoyu. The glaring red figures a stark reminder of their predicament. Lin Xiaoyu's fingers drummed on the tabletop, his gaze drawn to the fishing port outside the window, where several of Ocean Group's cargo ships brazenly docked, while workers busily loaded and unloaded catches. Suddenly, He recalled seeing a live stream of agricultural products a few days prior, where farmers showcased the harvesting process through the lens, selling fresh ingredients directly to consumers. Since traditional channels are unviable, we shall forge our own path. Lin Xiaoyu slammed his hand on the table, proposing to launch a live streaming session that would showcase the entire deep-sea fishing process, allowing consumers to witness the freshness and rarity of their catches firsthand, selling directly from the ship to the table. This notion instantaneously ignited enthusiasm within the team. Old Zhou was the first to respond. What a splendid idea. Our catches are freshly sourced from the depths of the South China Sea, full of life, and rival those that have passed through numerous intermediaries. During the live stream, let us show everyone what true deep-sea delicacies are. Lina added. We could intersperse segments on ecological protection and cultural relic exploration of the South China Sea during the live stream, differentiating our competition while leveraging our reputation as guardians of the South China Sea to attract attention. Without delay, the team swiftly divided tasks. Chen Ming would assemble the live streaming team and procure professional equipment, such as underwater cameras and satellite transmission devices, to ensure stable streaming even in deep waters. Liu Yang would modify the fishing boat, installing multi-angle cameras on the deck and in the cabin, and custom-made transparent sorting boxes for the audience to clearly see the fish processing. Old Zhou would train the crew, selecting articulate and experienced members to serve as live streaming assistants, responsible for explaining the characteristics of the catches and cooking methods on camera. To create a buzz, Chen Ming orchestrated the Deep Sea Treasure live streaming night, generating anticipation across major social media platforms by releasing snippets of the boat modifications and equipment testing, tantalizing viewers' curiosity. The promotional poster featured slogans like "Witness the live capture of South Sea black butterfly pearls and experience the moment of deep-sea cod surfacing," drawing significant attention from food enthusiasts and seafood industry practitioners, with reservations surpassing 2 million within just 3 days. On the evening of the live stream, the deep-sea explorer was navigating the waters near the Yongle Atoll in the South China Sea. As Chen Ming announced the commencement of the broadcast, the camera slowly focused on the inky surface of the sea, with the ship's searchlights piercing the night sky, illuminating the shimmering waters. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Wang Haiyulai's deep-sea fishing live streaming room. Chen Ming's voice resonated through the microphone, tinged with excitement. We are currently at a depth of 180 meters in the South China Sea, and we will be live streaming the entire process of catching deep-sea cod. All catches are freshly caught and sold immediately, ensuring their freshness. Chapter 87. Establishing online channels. The camera switched to an underwater perspective, where an underwater robot with a camera descended into the depths. In the pitch-black ocean floor, the searchlight illuminated a school of large deep-sea cod, gracefully navigating through the coral reefs. Can you see them? These cod are naturally grown, without any artificial farming, and their flesh is exquisitely tender. Old Zhou's voice echoed in the live stream as he directed the crew to deploy the fishing nets. Now we're going to set the net. How many pounds do you think we'll catch? The live stream erupted with excitement, the comments flooding in with anticipation. They look so fresh. How much per pound? As the net slowly ascended, filled with shimmering deep-sea cod under the lights, the crew busily sorted and weighed, prompting gasps from the audience. So much. This is spectacular. These fish look delicious. I want to place an order. Chen Ming promptly set up a pre-sale link in the live stream, labeling it freshly caught. Fast delivery via SF cold chain, arriving in 48 hours, and offered various package sizes. To his surprise, within a minute of posting the link, 500 pounds of deep-sea cod were sold out. Don't worry, everyone. We still have rare catches like black butterfly pearls and lobsters coming up, so please be patient. As Chen Ming reassured the viewers, he urgently increased the pre-sale quota. Halfway through the live stream, the camera shifted to scenes of underwater archaeological exploration. When the underwater robot scanned the previously discovered remains of a Ming Dynasty shipwreck, the live stream fell silent, viewers captivated by the historical relics beneath the sea. This is the shipwreck site where we previously discovered the blue and white porcelain king. Now, every time we set sail, we conduct ecological monitoring of the surrounding waters to protect underwater relics. Lina's voice was gentle yet professional as she showcased footage of the crew cleaning debris from the sea and deploying artificial reefs, allowing viewers to feel Wang Haiyulai's sense of social responsibility. This wave of emotional appeal had a significant effect, causing the live stream's popularity to surge once more. With online viewership surpassing 5 million and gifts flooding in, many viewers commented, "So you not only catch fish, but also protect the ecology and cultural relics. We must support such a responsible enterprise. I can trust their catches." The most exhilarating moment of the evening arrived during the segment on harvesting black butterfly pearls. As the crew meticulously retrieved the pearl oysters from the ocean floor and opened them before the camera, revealing the lustrous and plump black pearls within. The live stream was instantly inundated with an avalanche of comments exclaiming, "Wow, they are stunning." Seizing the moment, Chunming launched a limited edition pearl oyster gift box, which included a pearl-bearing oyster and a manual on ecological conservation in the South China Sea, priced at 1,999 yuan. To his astonishment, all 100 gift boxes sold out in an instant, prompting many viewers in the comment section to call for restocks. The live broadcast continued for 6 hours, amassing over 15 million viewers, with more than 8,000 transactions and sales exceeding 8 million yuan. This not only cleared the inventory of deep-sea catches, but also resulted in a substantial number of pre-orders. More importantly, the live stream attracted over 100,000 new followers, establishing the Wanghai Fishing Membership Group and laying a solid foundation for future private domain operations. After this triumphant debut, the team capitalized on their success by regularizing their live broadcasts, conducting 23 deep-sea fishing sessions weekly. They also invited culinary bloggers and master chefs to the studio to demonstrate cooking techniques for the catch, further enhancing viewer engagement. Moreover, they introduced a bespoke fishing service, allowing viewers to pre-order specific catches during the live streams, with the team venturing to designated waters to fulfill the requests of high-end consumers. This innovative model of live-stream deep-sea fishing effectively dismantled the channel monopoly previously held by the Distant Ocean Group. On one hand, by connecting directly with consumers through live streaming, they eliminated the intermediary, enabling consumers to purchase fresher seafood at more reasonable prices while allowing the team to achieve greater profit margins. On the other hand, the authentic depiction of the fishing process and ecological conservation efforts enhanced the brand image of Wanghai Fishing, earning the trust and affection of consumers. The Distant Ocean Group had assumed that severing traditional channels would undermine Wanghai Fishing, but they did not anticipate that Lin Xiaoyu's team would carve out an entirely new online pathway. With their unique live content and brand advantages, sales soared beyond previous levels. Attempts by the Distant Ocean Group to emulate Wanghai Fishing's live broadcasts faltered due to their lack of deep-sea exploration capabilities, limiting them to coastal filming, which rendered their content monotonous and uninspiring. They even faced criticism from viewers for showcasing the use of destructive fishing nets, which detracted from their live stream's effectiveness and inadvertently highlighted Wanghai Fishing's professionalism and sense of responsibility. As the live streaming business continued to flourish, Wanghai Fishing's influence grew exponentially. Not only did domestic consumers rush to purchase their products, but they also attracted the attention of overseas Chinese and seafood importers from Southeast Asia. Numerous international clients left messages in the live stream expressing their desire to order catches from the South China Sea. Seizing this opportunity, Chunming launched a cross-border live streaming segment, collaborating with international logistics firms to sell South China Sea seafood to various countries and regions globally, further expanding their market reach. One evening, Lin Xiaoyu watched the continuous stream of orders and enthusiastic comments in the live stream, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. He pulled out his phone to access the system panel, where a new notification appeared. The host team has successfully developed an online live streaming channel, breaking the industry monopoly and completing the second phase of the anti-monopoly protection side quest, earning substantial rewards. Reward details: title upgrade, Deep Sea Treasure King, live streaming sales pioneer. Resource reward: system energy value 1500, unlocking exclusive skills for live streaming operations. Channel reward: unlocking cross-border e-commerce permissions, with the system providing overseas market research data, tariff policy interpretations, and other support to assist the team in expanding overseas operations. System notification: it is recommended that the host team further optimize live content by integrating VR/AR technology to create an immersive deep-sea fishing experience, while simultaneously strengthening the supply chain to ensure the quality of the catch and delivery efficiency, thereby solidifying the advantages of online channels. Lin Xiaoyu pocketed his phone and stepped onto the deck. The South China Sea at night sparkled with countless stars, and the lights from the live broadcast flickered on the water's surface, resembling a bridge connecting the depths of the ocean with consumers. Chapter 88, System Level 4 Unlock. In the deep of night in the South China Sea, the deep-sea explorer lay anchored quietly in an uncharted area of the ocean. On the deck, team members had just concluded an 8-hour cross-border live stream. Chunming was at the computer, organizing order data, unable to suppress the smile creeping across his face. Lin Go. Today, as cross-border special sales exceeded 3 million, our black butterfly pearl oysters are especially popular with Southeast Asian customers, and restaurants in Europe have booked supplies of deep-sea cod for next month. Our overseas channels are now fully operational. Old Joe approached, holding a marine exploration report. Today, we scanned this area with the newly upgraded sonar equipment and detected a signal resembling an ancient sunken ship at a depth of approximately 2,500 meters, 500 meters deeper than the previously discovered Ming Dynasty porcelain shipwreck. However, our deep-sea lighting equipment can only support depths of 2,000 meters. Beyond that, visibility is severely limited. Lin Xiaoyu took the report, his gaze fixating on the figure of 2,500 meters. The abyss at that depth was pitch dark, with extreme water pressure rendering standard lighting ineffective and potentially damaging. The challenge of exploring a sunken ship in this region was immense. Instinctively, he pulled out his phone to check for system prompts regarding deep-sea exploration, only to be surprised as a dazzling golden light burst forth from the panel, followed by the long-awaited chime of a system upgrade notification. The host team has completed the core tasks of the deep-sea exploration series, achieving 100 completion and meeting the conditions for a level 4 system upgrade. System upgrade initiating 105-0100. Congratulations, the system has successfully upgraded to level 4. Level 4 system new features. Energy cap increase. Current energy cap raised to 20,000. Existing energy value 8,180 20,000. Core skill unlocked. Unlocking level 4 exclusive skill deep-sea vision. Equipment permissions upgraded. Unlocking deep-sea exploration equipment exchange permissions, allowing the consumption of energy values to redeem unmanned submersibles capable of withstanding 5,000 meters of water pressure, deep-sea samplers, and other specialized equipment. Task system optimization. New main task deep-sea secret realm exploration. Completion unlocks higher-level skills and permissions. Deep-sea vision. Lin Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively following the system's prompt to mentally chant the activation of deep-sea vision. In the next instant, he felt a gentle warmth in his eyes, and as he gazed toward the dark ocean surface, the impenetrable night seemed to dissolve in an instant. He could clearly see the tiny plankton floating on the water's surface and even, through the water, discern schools of fish swimming 100 meters below, the patterns on their scales vividly visible. Lin Gu, what is happening? Shen Ming noticed Lin Xiaoyu's unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. Lin Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, excitement coursing through him as he grasped Old Zhou's arm. Old Zhou, let us go explore the sunken ship at 2,500 meters right now. I have a way to see clearly in the pitch-black depths. Old Zhou looked puzzled. Without lighting equipment, how can we see? At 2,500 meters deep, the light from a flashlight won't reach. Lin Xiaoyu offered no further explanation, simply pulling Old Zhou and Lu Yang along as they boarded a small boat equipped with an unmanned submersible, heading toward the location identified by the sonar as the sunken ship. Upon reaching the target area, Lu Yang activated the unmanned submersible, gradually submerging it into the ocean. As the submersible descended, the screen was swallowed by darkness. Once the depth surpassed 2,000 meters, the display was entirely black, leaving only the depth gauge flickering. 2,100 meters. 2,300 meters. 2,500 meters. They had arrived, yet nothing was visible. Lu Yang helplessly shook his head. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up. 30 meters to the right of the submersible, there lies a massive wooden structure, likely the hull of a sunken ship, adorned with numerous shards of porcelain. Lu Yang and Old Zhou exchanged bewildered glances, assuming Lin Xiaoyu was jesting. However, when Lu Yang followed Lin Xiaoyu's directions and maneuvered the submersible to the right for 30 meters, a faint signal suddenly flickered on the screen. The mechanical arm of the submersible came into contact with a solid object. Through tactile feedback, it was confirmed to be a wooden structure, still bearing some fragile items. Precisely as Lin Xiaoyu had described. Is it truly there? Brother Lin, how did you know? Old Zhou gazed at Lin Xiaoyu in astonishment. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaoyu explained, I have recently acquired a unique ability that allows me to see clearly in the pitch-black depths of the ocean, as if it were daylight. I can now discern that the cabin of this sunken vessel is relatively intact, containing a significant number of complete porcelain items, alongside some metallic containers, possibly ancient coins or artifacts. As he spoke, he directed Lu Yang to adjust the submersible's position, descend another 5 meters, and avoid the ship's beams. There lies a damaged wooden box containing what appears to be blue and white porcelain. Aim the submersible's camera in that direction. We might capture an image. In Chapter 89, Vision in the Deep Sea, Lu Yang operated the submersible with skepticism, yet to his surprise, the camera truly captured a faint image. In the inky depths of the ocean, a broken wooden box indeed held several pieces of blue and white porcelain. Though the image was blurred, the shapes were discernible, suggesting they were ancient treasures. Old Zhou's voice trembled with excitement. If we can salvage this, it would be another batch of national treasures. Brother Lin, your ability is simply astounding. For the next hour, Lin Xiaoyu, utilizing his deep-sea vision, meticulously explored every nook of the sunken ship. Not only did he ascertain the overall structure and preservation state of the wreck, but he also marked areas rich in artifacts, even discovering a concealed small vein of combustible ice near the wreck, forming a minor mineral belt with the previously identified vein. This is incredible. With this ability, our explorations of deep-sea wrecks and resources will no longer be constrained by lighting equipment, Lu Yang exclaimed. Previously inaccessible depths and dark regions can now be explored. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, his heart brimming with admiration for the deep-sea vision skill. He could vividly perceive conditions 10 meters beneath the seabed, even distinguishing between different materials, metal, wood, porcelain, each presenting distinct color outlines, as if he possessed X-ray vision. This ability not only aids in the investigation of artifacts and resources, but also assists the team in avoiding dangers lurking in the deep sea, such as hidden reefs, sharp rocks, and even large marine creatures, ensuring the safety of both the submersible and its crew. Upon returning to the Far Sea Explorer, Lin Xiaoyu shared his findings with the team, who were all elated. Lina immediately began drafting a detailed exploration map based on Lin Xiaoyu's marked locations, planning to contact an archaeological team to initiate subsequent professional salvage operations. Chen Ming released a teaser for the Deep Sea Secret Realm exploration livestream, revealing that the team would soon investigate a 2,500-meter deep-sea wreck, instantly attracting substantial attention, with reservations surpassing 5 million overnight. The following morning, Lin Xiaoyu reactivated his deep-sea vision. Standing on the deck and gazing out at the ocean, he could now see the hidden wreckage of the sunken ship, schools of fish swimming by, and even the slow-moving currents deep beneath the seabed. This once mysterious deep sea had transformed into a vivid and clear landscape in his eyes. He took out his phone to examine the detailed description of the deep-sea vision skill on the system panel. Tier 4 core skill, deep-sea vision. Skill effects, dark vision. In the pitch-black environment of 0 to 5,000 meters deep sea, vision is unaffected, with clarity equivalent to that of natural daylight. Sediment penetration, capable of penetrating 0 to 10 meters of seabed sediment, detecting hidden artifacts, resources, or obstacles beneath the silt. Material recognition, can visually identify the material of objects and mark high-value targets. Danger alert, can sense dangerous marine life or environmental anomalies within 500 meters. Issuing system alerts. Skill consumption, no energy expenditure, can be continuously activated. Upgrade conditions. Complete the main quest Deep Sea Secret Realm exploration to enhance sediment penetration depth to 20 meters and expand danger alert range to 1,000 meters. Gazing at the skill description, Lin Xiaoyu felt a surge of anticipation. With deep sea vision, the team's capabilities for deep sea exploration would achieve a qualitative leap. Not only could they uncover more artifacts resting on the ocean floor, but they could also more efficiently develop deep sea resources while providing more precise data support for ecological protection in the South China Sea. At that moment, the system panel prompted another notification, triggering the main quest Deep Sea Secret Realm exploration. Triggering main quest, comprehensive exploration of the deep sea wreck. Quest objectives, assist the archaeological team in completing a thorough exploration of the 2,500-meter deep sea wreck, create a complete structural map of the wreck, mark all artifact locations, and collect seabed sediment samples to analyze the ancient marine environment of the area. Quest rewards, completion grants 5,000 energy points, unlocks the Artifact Restoration Assistance skill, and enhances the effects of the Deep Sea Vision skill. Quest deadline, 7 days. Lin Xiaoyu pocketed his phone and turned to his team members, announcing, "A new task has arrived. We must assist the archaeological team in exploring the 2,500-meter deep sea wreck. With Deep Sea Vision, we are certain to accomplish this mission successfully and bring to light more artifacts that have long slumbered in the depths." On a clear morning in the South China Sea, sunlight pierced through the mist, casting its glow upon the deck of the Far Sea Explorer. The archaeological team's specialized survey vessel had arrived the previous day and was now anchored alongside Lin Xiaoyu's fishing boat near the 2,500-meter deep-sea wreck site, ready to commence joint exploration efforts. Lina was coordinating the exploration plan with Professor Wang from the archaeological team, her tablet displaying the structural map that Lin Xiaoyu had marked. "Professor Wang, based on our prior exploration, the main body of the wreck is situated within the 2,500-meter deep sedimentary layer, with the cabin area well preserved, and it is anticipated that a significant number of artifacts are concentrated in the mid-level cargo hold." Professor Wang nodded, his gaze fixed on the marked points on the screen. "With these precise location details, our exploration efficiency will be greatly enhanced. However, the 2,500-meter deep-sea environment is complex. We must first deploy an unmanned submersible to confirm the geological stability surrounding the wreck, to avoid sediment collapse damaging the artifacts during the exploration." In Chapter 90, discovering rare medicinal materials from the deep sea, Lin Xiaoyu stood by, activating his deep-sea vision as he gazed into the ocean. He intended to reconfirm the wreck's details when, while scanning the area 300 meters northwest of the wreck, he detected an unusual green hue. In the darkness of the deep sea, this green was particularly striking. It resembled neither the common deep-sea algae nor the bodies of marine creatures, but rather appeared akin to the leaves of some kind of plant. Wait a moment, Professor Wang. We should perhaps explore the area 300 meters to the northwest, Lin Xiaoyu interjected, pointing towards the surface of the water. I have spotted some unusual green plants there. They may be an unrecorded deep-sea species. Professor Wang paused momentarily, then chuckled. Mr. Lin, are you certain? While 300 meters deep isn't excessively profound, the light is exceedingly dim, and the water pressure is substantial. Ordinary plants would find survival difficult, let alone sprouting green leaves. Not only Professor Wang, but also the team members harbored some doubts. After all, in everyone's understanding, deep-sea plants are predominantly brown or red and typically thrive in shallow waters at depths of less than 200 meters. However, Lin Xiaoyu was resolute. I can distinctly see that it resembles a herbaceous species, characterized by slender stems and oval leaves, which exhibit a jade-like green hue. With roots entwined around some deep-sea corals, likely relying on the corals for anchorage. To dispel the group's skepticism, he proposed, why don't we send an unmanned submersible to investigate that area? It's on the way, and we may stumble upon unexpected findings. Professor Wang, seeing Lin Xiaoyu's unwavering attitude, acquiesced to the suggestion. Liu Yang promptly maneuvered the unmanned submersible toward the direction indicated by Lin Xiaoyu. As the submersible descended, the screen's illumination gradually dimmed, and at a depth of 300 meters, a splash of green indeed appeared, precisely as described by Lin Xiaoyu. Slender plants thrived among the coral, their leaves shimmering with a lustrous green glow under the submersible's spotlight, akin to emeralds in the deep sea. Indeed, it exists. What kind of plant is this? I have never encountered it in any deep-sea biological catalog. Professor Wang exclaimed, leaning closer to the screen, his eyes wide with astonishment. Having dedicated over 30 years to marine biology, this was his first encounter with such an extraordinary deep-sea plant. The submersible cautiously approached, focusing its lens on one of the plants, capturing clear images of its stem, leaves, and root details. The stem was slender yet resilient, the leaf edges adorned with minute serrations, and the roots emitted a transparent mucilage that adhered tenaciously to the coral surface. Lin Xiaoyu meticulously observed this plant through his deep-sea vision, suddenly noticing faint golden patterns on the leaves, while small deep-sea creatures appeared remarkably active around the plant, seemingly foraging. He immediately instructed Liu Yang to collect a small leaf sample, cautioning, be careful not to damage the roots. We must preserve the integrity of the sample. The submersible's robotic arm delicately snipped a leaf and placed it into a specialized sample container. When the sample was brought back aboard the ship, Professor Wang eagerly commenced preliminary analysis. Under the microscope, he discovered that the leaf cells contained a unique pigment capable of absorbing the faint light of the deep sea and storing energy, which was critical for its survival at a depth of 300 meters. Even more astonishing was the detection of various rare components within the leaves, one of which bore a similar molecular structure to the legendary ambergris, yet displayed greater potency. This is a monumental discovery, Professor Wang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This plant harbored numerous active compounds beneficial to human health, particularly that ambergris-like component, which could potentially exhibit remarkable efficacy in anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and immune regulation aspects. If researched thoroughly, it might lead to the development of a novel medication with immeasurable medicinal value. To further confirm the plant's significance, Professor Wang promptly contacted the nation's leading traditional Chinese medicine research institute and marine pharmacology institute, sending the samples, analytical data, and images. The experts at the research institute expressed considerable interest upon reviewing the data, preliminarily identifying the plant as a previously undiscovered species, suggesting it be named deep-sea ambergris grass for its resemblance to ambergris and its unique deep-sea habitat. The news spread quickly, igniting excitement not only among the archaeological team, but also within Lin Xiaoyu's group. Chun Ming immediately announced the discovery of the rare medicinal herb, deep-sea ambergris grass, in the live stream, accompanying it with videos captured by the submersible and the preliminary analysis report, which instantly sparked fervent discussions online. My goodness! The marine expedition not only uncovers artifacts, but also discovers new medicinal materials. How incredible! Deep-sea ambergris grass. The name alone sounds formidable. If developed into a medication, it could potentially treat numerous difficult ailments. Let us hope this plant is well protected and not subjected to destruction. Chapter 91. Deep-sea ambergris grass. Lin Xiaoyu was acutely aware of the rarity and importance of deep-sea ambergris grass, and immediately issued a prohibition against unauthorized collection, while contacting the South China Sea Ecological Protection Center to request a professional team to conduct an ecological assessment and protection plan for the habitat of deep-sea ambergris grass. The ability of this plant to thrive at a depth of 300 meters indicated its stringent environmental requirements. Once damaged, it could face extinction. We must not only study its medicinal value, but also ensure protective measures are in place for sustainable utilization. During the wait for the ecological protection team, Lin Xiaoyu observed the growth of deep-sea ambergris grass daily through his deep-sea vision. He noted that the plant primarily flourished within coral clusters at depths of 300 to 350 meters, covering an area of approximately 5 square kilometers. With an estimated population of over 1,000 specimens, each growing at a deliberate pace, based on the leaf's growth rings, he determined that the oldest specimen was over a century old. Furthermore, he discovered that the roots secreted a unique mucilage that promoted the growth of surrounding corals, forming a distinctive symbiotic relationship, which was one of the key reasons for its survival in the deep sea. Days later, experts from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute and Marine Pharmacology Institute arrived by helicopter, forming a joint research group with Lin Xiaoyu's team, the archaeological team, and personnel from the Ecological Protection Center to officially commence research and protective efforts for deep-sea ambergris grass. Utilizing Lin Xiaoyu's deep-sea vision, the experts accurately located each specimen of deep-sea ambergris grass, creating a detailed distribution map, and collected a small number of leaf and root samples for in-depth analysis. Preliminary research results indicated that deep-sea ambergris grass contained 12 novel active compounds, 3 of which demonstrated potential medicinal value in anti-tumor, anti-aging, and neural cell repair, while also exhibiting high safety, making it a promising candidate for new pharmaceutical raw materials. Additionally, its leaves boasted significant nutritional value, rich in proteins, amino acids, and trace elements, presenting vast prospects for health supplement development. According to the current research findings, both the medicinal and economic values of deep-sea ambergris grass were extraordinarily high, with conservative estimates suggesting that each gram of pure active compound could be valued at tens of thousands of yuan. Professor Li from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute, holding the analytical report, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "However, we must not rush into development. We must first establish protective measures and set up an artificial cultivation base to ensure that wild resources remain unharmed for long-term sustainable use." Lin Xiaoyu concurred, proposing collaboration with research institutions and the Ecological Protection Center to designate a no-collection zone in the growth area of deep-sea ambergris grass, installing real-time monitoring equipment while also conducting artificial cultivation research to strive for laboratory-based propagation of deep-sea ambergris grass, providing material support for future drug development. Just as the joint research team was formulating their protection and research plans, Lin Xiaoyu's phone suddenly pinged with a system notification. Detected host has discovered the rare deep-sea medicinal plant, deep-sea ambergris grass, promoting the advancement of marine pharmacology research and ecological protection efforts, triggering the Guardian of Deep-Sea Resources side quest. Quest objectives: assist the joint research group in completing the distribution survey and ecological assessment of deep-sea ambergris grass. Collaborate with research institutions to conduct artificial cultivation studies of deep-sea ambergris grass, providing necessary deep-sea environmental data support. Utilize the live stream platform to educate the public about the rarity and protective significance of deep-sea ambergris grass, enhancing public awareness of marine ecological protection. Task reward: completion of the task will yield the title Guardian of Deep-Sea Medicinal Plants, unlocking the auxiliary skill medicinal plant detection. Additionally, the system will provide key technical parameters for the artificial cultivation of deep-sea ambergris grass, assisting the research team in enhancing the success rate of cultivation. System notification: the discovery of deep-sea ambergris grass holds significant scientific and economic value. It is advised that the host team deeply engage in subsequent research and conservation efforts, contributing to human health while also opening up a new business domain in deep-sea biomedicine for the studio, thus achieving diversified development. Lin Xiaoyu put away his phone, gazing at the industrious researchers and team members before him, his heart brimming with emotion. From the discovery of the blue and white porcelain king to the establishment of online streaming channels, and now to the finding of deep-sea ambergris grass, each unexpected revelation has brought the team fresh opportunities and challenges. He understood that the discovery of deep-sea ambergris grass was merely a beginning. Within the vast depths of the South China Sea, myriad unknown mysteries awaited their exploration, and many valuable resources awaited their protection. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays cast a warm glow upon the sea, and the area where deep-sea ambergris grass thrived appeared to Lin Xiaoyu's deep-sea vision as a verdant treasure, shimmering with the light of hope. Turning to his team members, he declared, "The discovery of deep-sea ambergris grass not only contributes to marine pharmacological research, but also affirms our commitment to safeguarding the ecology and resources of the South China Sea. In the future, we must continue to leverage our deep-sea vision to unveil further mysteries, protect more rare resources, and ensure that the name of Wanhai fishing is eternally etched alongside the treasures and ecology of the South China Sea." Chapter 92. Collaboration with pharmaceutical companies. The research report on deep-sea ambergris grass immediately caused a sensation within the pharmaceutical industry upon its release. Within a mere 3 days, over 10 renowned domestic pharmaceutical companies proactively reached out to Lin Xiaoyu's team, including esteemed enterprises such as Tong Rintang and Yunnan Baiyao, along with publicly listed companies focused on innovative drug development like Hengrui Medicine and Beijing. These companies not only presented lucrative collaboration terms, ranging from financial support to technology sharing, but some even proposed equity swaps, inviting Wanhai Fishing to participate deeply in drug development, with the core aim of securing exclusive development rights for deep-sea ambergris grass. In the conference room of Wanhai Village, Lin Xiaoyu's team engaged in multiple rounds of discussions with representatives from various pharmaceutical companies. The representative from Beijing Tong Rintang was the first to present a cooperation proposal. "We are willing to invest 200 million yuan to establish a dedicated research and development fund, while also providing technical support for traditional Chinese medicine processing. Together, we can develop health products and traditional Chinese medicines from deep-sea ambergris grass, with profits divided at a ratio of 46, of which Wanhai Fishing will receive 60. Additionally, we will assist in establishing an artificial cultivation base, covering all construction expenses." The representative from Yunnan Baiyao, not to be outdone, proposed even more enticing conditions. "We plan to incorporate deep-sea ambergris grass into our core innovative drug development pipeline, focusing on anti-tumor and anti-aging medications. Once developed, Wanhai Fishing will receive a long-term share of 5 of annual sales, while also having the opportunity to dispatch technical personnel to participate in the entire development process, sharing patent results." Faced with such favorable collaboration proposals, the team members had varying inclinations. Chen Ming prioritized short-term gains, believing that the health product development cycle with Tong Rintang was shorter and posed minimal market risks, allowing for quick profitability. Li Na, on the other hand, was more focused on long-term development, advocating for collaboration with Yunnan Baiyao to maximize the value of deep-sea ambergris grass through their innovative drug development capabilities. Old Zhou consistently emphasized ecological protection, repeatedly inquiring about the conservation measures for wild deep-sea ambergris grass from each pharmaceutical company. Lin Xiaoyu refrained from hastily making a decision, instead organizing the team to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of each pharmaceutical company's research and development capabilities, ecological protection philosophies, and market channels. He was acutely aware that this collaboration not only impacted the studio's profits, but also bore the responsibility of protecting the wild resources of deep-sea ambergris grass. Thus, it was imperative to select partners whose philosophies aligned and who possessed robust capabilities. After a week of in-depth research, Lin Xiaoyu ultimately identified the China National Pharmaceutical Group as the collaboration partner, the largest domestic pharmaceutical health industry group with the most complete industrial chain. China National Pharmaceutical Group not only boasted a formidable research and development team and a mature production and sales network, but also proposed a philosophy of protection first, scientific development, and ecological conservation, which resonated harmoniously with the development vision of Wanhai Fishing. During the cooperation negotiation meeting, Dr. Zhang, the head of the R&D Center at China National Pharmaceutical Group, elaborated on the cooperation plan. "We plan to advance the deep-sea ambergris grass development project in 3 phases. In the first phase, we will invest 300 million yuan to establish a deep-sea medicinal material cultivation base, divided into wild protection areas and artificial cultivation zones. The protection area will strictly prohibit any collection activities, while the cultivation zone will employ an intelligent aquaculture system that simulates deep-sea environments, ensuring that the active components of artificially cultivated deep-sea ambergris grass are consistent with those of their wild counterparts. In the second phase, we will assemble a research team of 20 top experts to focus on preclinical studies of innovative drugs targeting anti-tumor and nerve repair, as well as developing a series of health products and skincare items. In the third phase, upon successful drug development, leveraging China National Pharmaceutical Group's global sales network, we will launch the products into domestic and international markets, achieving industrialization. Dr. Zhang emphasized, "We commit to extracting 10 from the sales revenue of products related to deep-sea ambergris grass each year to inject into the South China Sea Deep-Sea Ecological Protection Fund. which will be utilized for the protection and monitoring of wild deep-sea ambergris grass and the study of other rare species in the South China Sea, ensuring that development and conservation proceed in tandem. Lin Xiaoyu was exceedingly satisfied with this proposal, particularly with the establishment of the Ecological Protection Fund, which alleviated his greatest concern regarding resource destruction. The parties swiftly signed a 10-year strategic cooperation agreement, with Wanghai Fishing contributing the discovery rights and technical support of deep-sea ambergris grass, holding 30 of the project's total shares, while being responsible for the daily operations of the cultivation base and providing deep-sea environmental data. China National Pharmaceutical Group would cover all funding, research, production, and sales efforts, and both parties would jointly establish a project management committee to oversee the coordination of all tasks. The deep-sea medicinal material cultivation base was strategically located on a small island along the South China Sea, in close proximity to the wild growth area of deep-sea ambergris grass, facilitating the simulation of deep-sea environments while being conveniently accessible for equipment transport and product distribution. The construction of the base was managed by China National Pharmaceutical Group, and the main structure was completed in just 3 months. The wild protection area was equipped with a 24-hour real-time monitoring system, utilizing underwater cameras and sensors to continuously observe the growth status of deep-sea ambergris grass and the surrounding ecological environment. The artificial cultivation area was fitted with 10 large intelligent aquaculture tanks, each boasting precise control systems for water temperature, pressure, light, and nutrients, simulating the natural environment of 300 meters deep sea. Chapter 93, Medicinal Material Development. During the trial run of the cultivation base, Lin Xiaoyu's team capitalized on their deep-sea vision and medicinal plant detection skills to provide crucial technical support for artificial cultivation. Lina optimized the nutrient formula for the cultivation tanks by analyzing the growth data of wild deep-sea ambergris grass. Lin Xiaoyu, utilizing his deep-sea vision, accurately identified changes in the active components within the leaves of the artificially cultivated deep-sea ambergris grass, assisting the research team in adjusting environmental parameters. After numerous experiments, the artificially cultivated deep-sea ambergris grass finally achieved the desired results, with the active component content in its leaves differing by no more than 5 from that of wild specimens, fully meeting the requirements for drug development. Simultaneously, the research team at China National Pharmaceutical Group made groundbreaking progress. Through in-depth studies of the active components of deep-sea ambergris grass, experts discovered that the component known as ambryrin effectively inhibits the proliferation of tumor cells, exhibiting significant suppressive effects against various cancers such as lung and liver cancer. Another nerve repair factor was found to promote the regeneration of damaged nerve cells, providing new avenues for the treatment of neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. The research and development team swiftly completed the formulation of health supplements, launching 2 products, the deep-sea ambergris oral liquid and the ambergris essence capsules. During the product launch event, Lin Xiaoyu introduced these 2 health supplements to the audience via a live broadcast, stating that both products utilize artificially cultivated deep-sea ambergris as their primary ingredient, retaining over 95 of the active components. They are designed to enhance immunity and delay aging. Furthermore, with every purchase, a portion of the funds is allocated to ecological protection in the South China Sea, allowing consumers to contribute to the preservation of the deep-sea environment while enjoying better health. Upon their release, the products quickly became market sensations, achieving sales exceeding 50 million yuan in the first month, thanks to their unique source of ingredients and health-focused philosophy. Numerous consumers left messages after their purchases, expressing how the oral liquid invigorated their energy levels and emphasizing the meaningful aspect of knowing that their expenditure supports ecological conservation. Both Wanghai Fishing and China National Pharmaceutical Group are esteemed brands, ensuring consumers' confidence in their products. With the success of the health supplement market, the innovative drug development also entered the preclinical research phase. China National Pharmaceutical Group invested 500 million yuan to establish specialized laboratories in Shanghai and Beijing, conducting tests on drug safety and efficacy. Lin Xiaoyu's team continued to provide technical support, regularly visiting the cultivation base to collect samples and ensure a stable supply of raw materials for research and development. The successful advancement of the collaborative project brought substantial revenue to Wanghai Fishing. The rental income from the cultivation base and the profit sharing from health supplement sales generated 80 million yuan within 6 months, far surpassing previous fishing profits. More significantly, through collaboration with China National Pharmaceutical Group, Wanghai Fishing successfully ventured into the biopharmaceutical sector, achieving a strategic transformation from deep-sea fishing to deep-sea resource development. Within a year, the studio's valuation skyrocketed to 5 billion yuan, becoming a focal point in the capital market. One day, Lin Xiaoyu was invited to tour the research and development laboratory of China National Pharmaceutical Group. observing the researchers conducting cell experiments with deep-sea ambergris extracts. He felt a surge of accomplishment as he watched the screen display tumor cells gradually undergoing apoptosis under the influence of the drug. Dr. Zhang excitedly remarked, "Given the current research pace, we expect to enter clinical trials within 3 years. If successful, this could offer new hope to millions of cancer patients." Lin Xiaoyu took out his phone, accessing the system panel, which displayed a new notification. The host team has successfully collaborated with China National Pharmaceutical Group, advancing the industrial development of deep-sea ambergris and completing the 3rd phase of the ecological protection side mission, earning substantial rewards. Reward details: title upgrade, guardian of deep-sea medicinal plants, pioneer of deep-sea biomedicine. Resource reward, system energy value 3,000, unlocking drug development assistance skill. Collaboration reward, unlocking International Pharmaceutical Cooperation Authority. The system will recommend Shanghai Fishing establish collaborations with top global pharmaceutical companies to promote the internationalization of deep-sea ambergris products. System notification. It is recommended that the host team enhance talent reserves in the field of deep-sea biomedicine while deepening cooperation with research institutions to explore the development of other deep-sea medicinal resources in the South China Sea, creating a complete deep-sea biomedicine industrial chain. Lin Xiaoyu pocketed his phone and stood before the laboratory's floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the bustling city in the distance. He recalled that morning a year ago when he discovered deep-sea ambergris in the South China Sea. He had never imagined that a deep-sea plant could bring such significant change, not only opening new avenues for the studio's development, but also contributing to the health of humanity. Upon returning to the cultivation base, Lin Xiaoyu looked at the thriving deep-sea ambergris in the artificially cultivated tanks and checked the monitoring system for updates on the wild protected area, where the deep-sea ambergris remained vibrant, surrounded by an increasing number of corals and fish. He understood that this collaboration with China National Pharmaceutical Group not only achieved economic benefits, but also upheld the bottom line of ecological protection, truly embodying the principles of scientific development and sustainable utilization. As the sun set, golden rays bathed the roof of the cultivation base and illuminated Lin Xiaoyu's hopeful face. He turned to his team members and said, "The development of deep-sea ambergris is merely the beginning. There are countless valuable resources in the depths of the South China Sea awaiting our discovery and development. In the future, we must continue our journey as pioneers in deep-sea biomedicine, exploring more deep-sea mysteries while safeguarding the ecology, contributing further to human health and the development of the South China Sea." Chapter 94. The Reconstruction of Shanghai Village. After the deep-sea ambergris collaborative project was set in motion, Lin Xiaoyu finally had the energy to fulfill his promise to Shanghai Village, to reinvest the studio's profits back into his hometown, revitalizing this small fishing village that relies on the sea for sustenance. When he presented the comprehensive reconstruction plan for Shanghai Village at a village assembly, the previously boisterous village committee fell silent. The elders paused with their pipes mid-air, and the youth tightened their grip on their phones, all eyes fixated on this young man who had risen from their little fishing village. "I plan to invest 200 million yuan in 3 phases to renovate our village's infrastructure and tourism facilities." Lin Xiaoyu unfurled the reconstruction blueprint, projecting the colorful design onto the wall, illuminating everyone's eyes. "In the first phase, we will construct a new dock and a ring road around the village to address the issues of fishing boats docking and villagers' transportation. In the second phase, we will build goose houses, seafood restaurants, and an ocean experience center to attract tourists to our village. In the third phase, we will enhance elderly care and medical facilities to ensure everyone lives comfortably and securely." As soon as he finished speaking, the village committee erupted into enthusiastic discussions. Uncle Wang was the first to stand up, his voice brimming with excitement. "Xiaoyu, is this for real? Our dilapidated dock can finally be repaired? We used to worry about our fishing boats capsizing during typhoons. If we have a new dock, we can go to sea with peace of mind. And goose houses? Does this mean we won't have to work elsewhere and can earn money at home?" The village's young man, Li Chong, had shining eyes. After years of working in a factory in the city, he had always dreamed of returning to the village to start a business, but had never found the opportunity. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and nodded, addressing everyone's concerns one by one. "The new dock will be built to accommodate 50 ocean-going fishing boats and will be equipped with wind and wave protection facilities, ensuring safe docking even during typhoons. The goose houses will retain the old architectural style of our fishing village, allowing villagers to rent out idle houses to the studio or operate them themselves, with training and customer support provided by us. The Ocean Experience Center will showcase our catches, discovered artifacts, and ecological knowledge of the South China Sea, allowing visitors to learn, play, and experience." After receiving affirmative responses, the villagers were thoroughly invigorated. raising their hands in support of the reconstruction plan. The former village secretary grasped Lin Xiaoyu's hand, his eyes glistening with tears. Xiaoyu, you truly are a blessing for Wanghai village. Our village was once impoverished, and the youth all left. Now with you leading the way, we finally have hope. The reconstruction plan was swiftly set in motion. Lin Xiaoyu specifically hired a renowned rural planning and design institute, insisting that the design must preserve the unique characteristics of the fishing village while integrating oceanic culture. The construction of the new dock was of utmost priority. On the day the construction team arrived, villagers gathered spontaneously at the dock, watching with anticipation as heavy machinery leveled the ground and poured concrete. Lin Xiaoyu visited the construction site daily to monitor progress, promptly addressing any issues that arose. When villagers expressed concerns that construction might interfere with nearshore aquaculture, he adjusted the construction schedule to avoid feeding times in the aquaculture zones. When the construction team sought to simplify the wind protection measures, he insisted on adhering to the highest standards and personally invited marine engineering experts to provide on-site guidance. 3 months later, the new dock was successfully completed. The slate-gray dock stretches into the sea, adorned with solar-powered streetlights and surveillance equipment, while convenient resting pavilions are situated every 50 meters along the shore. At the heart of the dock, a quaint observation platform has been erected, providing a panoramic view of the entire bay. As the first fishing vessel securely moors at the new dock, the fishermen exuberantly sound their horns, the echoes reverberating across the water for an extended time. Simultaneously, the road encircling the village has undergone substantial upgrades. The once bumpy dirt path has been transformed into a smooth asphalt road, flanked by coconut trees and bougainvillea. Along the route, waste segregation stations and public restrooms have been established at regular intervals. The village's old houses are also being renovated. Construction crews, while preserving the original brick and tile structures, have added insulation and modern bathroom facilities, and the exterior walls are adorned with ocean-themed murals depicting scenes of fishermen at work, rare marine life of the South China Sea, and the story of the blue and white porcelain king discovered by Lin Xiaoyu's team, each mural brimming with the vibrancy of village life. The development of homestays and seafood restaurants is progressing equally well. The village's idle old houses have been converted into 12 distinctive homestays, each with its unique theme. Fisherman's Home showcases the gear and nets of seasoned fishermen. Artifact Exploration features replicas of shipwreck relics. And Deep Sea Romance creates an ambience of the abyss with blue lighting and marine models. Seafood restaurants have hired star chefs from the city, emphasizing freshly caught and prepared dishes. Visitors can select from the catch that has just come ashore, with chefs cooking on the spot. Steamed grouper, garlic vermicelli steamed scallops, and char-grilled squid. Each dish is so fresh that it lingers in one's memory. The most anticipated attraction is the Ocean Experience Center. This center is divided into 3 exhibition areas: deep sea exploration, artifact conservation, and ecological science. The deep sea exploration section employs VR technology to recreate the scene of Lin Xiaoyu's team catching deep sea cod and discovering the deep sea ambergris. Visitors don VR goggles, immersing themselves in the pitch-black depths of the ocean, witnessing schools of fish and luminous jellyfish. The Artifact Conservation Area showcases replicas of the blue and white porcelain king and a documentary on shipwreck recovery, with archaeological experts providing live explanations of artifact restoration. The Ecological Science Area educates visitors about the South China Sea's ecosystem and conservation measures through interactive screens, allowing children to learn about marine life habits through engaging games. On the opening day of the Ocean Experience Center, it attracted thousands of visitors. Children eagerly tapped at the interactive screens. Adults donned VR goggles to experience the wonders of the deep sea, and the elderly paused at the artifact display, listening to experts recount the tales of Wanghai Village and the South China Sea. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Ming initiated a live broadcast of tourism in Wanghai Village, showcasing the new dock, homestays, experience center, and the beaming faces of villagers, captivating hundreds of thousands of online viewers. Many netizens commented, expressing their eagerness to visit Wanghai Village. Staying in homestays, indulging in seafood, experiencing deep-sea exploration, it was enough to fill anyone with joy. Tickets have already been booked. Next week, they will travel to Wanghai Village. As the influx of tourists increases, the villagers of Wanghai have begun to see tangible benefits. Uncle Wang transformed his old house into a homestay, earning nearly 10,000 yuan monthly, more than his annual income from fishing. Li Chong opened a fishing gear shop, specializing in handcrafted fishing tools and marine-themed souvenirs, and his business booms. The village's aunties have formed a cleaning team, responsible for maintaining the village's cleanliness, receiving a stable monthly income. Young people are returning to the village to start businesses. Some have opened bubble tea shops, others have become tour guides. and some have joined Lin Xiaoyu's studio. Wanghai Village is no longer the hollow village of the past, but a thriving community full of vitality and vigor. To ensure sustainable development of rural tourism, Lin Xiaoyu established the Wanghai Village Tourism Cooperative, overseeing the management of homestays, restaurants, and the experience center, implementing strict service standards and pricing systems to prevent cutthroat competition. He also organized training sessions for villagers, inviting tourism experts to teach service etiquette, chefs to impart culinary skills, and environmentalists to promote ecological conservation knowledge, ensuring every villager becomes an ambassador for Wanghai Village. A year later, Wanghai Village has become a renowned model for rural tourism. Statistics indicate that over 500,000 tourists were received throughout the year, with tourism revenue surpassing 80 million yuan. The average annual income of villagers rose from 30,000 yuan to 80,000 yuan, with many villagers purchasing new vehicles and building new homes. Even more impressively, the ecological environment of Wanghai Village has improved significantly, with heightened environmental awareness among tourists and the village's stringent management. Litter in coastal waters has notably decreased, and the populations of seabirds and fish have increased, with dolphins occasionally frolicking in the bay. One evening, Lin Xiaoyu sat on the observation deck of the dock, gazing at the sunset over Wanghai Village. The new dock was filled with fishing and sightseeing boats. The lights of the homestays twinkled like stars. Visitors strolled along the beach taking photographs, and children chased each other on the sand, laughter echoing throughout the bay. The old village leader approached, offering Lin Xiaoyu a bottle of coconut water. "Xiaoyu, look at how wonderful Wanghai Village is now. We never dared to dream our village could transform like this." Lin Xiaoyu accepted the coconut water, took a sip, and felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He pulled out his phone, displaying the system panel, which revealed new notifications. Host has led the Wanghai Village Transformation Plan, promoting rural revitalization and enhancing villagers' prosperity, completing the Village Guardian side quest, and receiving generous rewards. Reward details: title upgrade, pioneer of deep-sea biopharmaceuticals and rural revitalization leader. Resource reward, system energy value 5,000. Unlocking exclusive skill rural tourism management. Policy reward, Wanghai Village has been designated a national model village for rural revitalization, receiving 50 million yuan in special government funding to further improve infrastructure and tourism amenities. System notification, it is recommended that the host continue to deepen the integration development model of fisheries, cultural tourism, and biomedicine, transforming Wanghai Village into a distinctive fishing village that encompasses marine exploration, cultural experiences, and leisure vacations, while also fostering the joint development of neighboring villages. Creating a demonstration area for rural revitalization. Lin Xiaoyu put away his phone, gazing out at the distant sea. The ocean breeze brushed past, carrying the fragrance of coconuts and the deliciousness of seafood. He understood that the transformation of Wanghai Village was merely the beginning. In the future, he would lead the villagers to continue their efforts, not only making Wanghai Village a prosperous fishing community, but also a culturally rich, ecologically sound, and warm home, ensuring that more people discover this beautiful village by the South China Sea, making the story of Wanghai Village a vivid exemplar of rural revitalization. As night deepened, the lights of Wanghai Village grew brighter, resembling a string of pearls embedded along the coast of the South China Sea. After the rural tourism of Wanghai Village found its footing, Lin Xiaoyu and his team set sail once more, this time to fulfill the quarterly sampling mission for deep-sea ambergris commissioned by the China National Pharmaceutical Group. After a week of diligent work, the sampling was successfully completed, and the deep-sea explorer was returning to Wanghai Village, laden with fresh samples and a bounty of deep-sea catches. Chapter 96. Encountering a storm at sea. Initially under a clear sky, the conditions changed abruptly as they navigated the central South China Sea. The once azure waters gradually darkened to a deep gray, and the gentle breeze transformed into a howling gale, causing the vessel to sway slightly. Lina scrutinized the meteorological radar screen, her brow furrowing. "Lin, something's wrong." The radar indicates a strong convective cloud mass approaching from the northwest, moving rapidly. It could develop into a typhoon. Lin Xiaoyu's heart sank, and he immediately rushed to the bridge window, peering into the distance. The clouds in the northwest loomed like a massive black curtain, swiftly encroaching upon the fishing boat, while the waves on the surface grew increasingly tumultuous, crashing against the hull with loud thuds. Just then, an urgent warning tone from the system pierced the brief stillness. Emergency system alert. A super typhoon, Haiyan, has been detected forming, currently 80 kilometers away from the host fishing vessel, approaching at a speed of 25 kilometers per hour. Expected to arrive in 1 hour. Storm details. Typhoon category. Super typhoon. Maximum wind speed 55 meters per second. Central pressure, 930 hectopascals. Danger zone. Core area radius of 20 kilometers, with waves exceeding 15 meters, heavy rain, and thunderstorms. The survival rate of ordinary fishing vessels entering the core area is below 10. Safety route. The system has calculated the optimal evasion route, suggesting an immediate turn to the southeast, traveling at a speed of 18 knots, which will allow the vessel to exit the typhoon's impact zone within 45 minutes. Avoiding the core area. A 16-level super typhoon? Liu Yang's face turned pale as he read the system's warning. At this magnitude, even professional ocean vessels would steer clear. Though our fishing boat has been modified, if caught in the core area, the consequences would be dire. Stay calm. Follow the system's route. Lin Xiaoyu quickly regained his composure and decisively ordered, Liu Yang, immediately adjust the course to the southeast, push the throttle to maximum, maintain a speed of 18 knots. Lina, closely monitor the typhoon's trajectory and sea conditions, report any changes immediately. Old Zhou, organize the crew to secure equipment and catches on deck, check the cabin seals, and ensure all personnel are inside for safety. The team members sprang into action. Liu Yang abruptly turned the steering wheel. The fishing vessel straining to adjust its course amid the towering waves, the hull tilting violently, buckets and ropes rolling across the deck. Lina intently monitored the meteorological radar and the system's real-time storm data, her fingers flying over the keyboard, calculating the course deviations. Old Zhou led the crew in securing the sampling equipment and catch boxes with steel cables, systematically checking the cabin doors and windows, sealing any gaps with waterproof tape to ensure seawater wouldn't seep in. However, the typhoon was approaching faster than expected. In just 20 minutes, the sea had transformed completely. Huge waves surged toward the fishing vessel like moving mountains, the highest crests even surpassing the vessel's height, crashing against the cabin's roof, causing the glass to vibrate ominously. Torrential rain fell, visibility dropping below 10 meters, and flashes of lightning occasionally illuminated the distant sky, followed by the deafening roar of thunder, as if the entire sea had morphed into a furious beast intent on devouring the fishing vessel. This won't do. The waves in the southeast are too fierce. The fishing boat cannot maintain a stable course. Liu Yang gripped the steering wheel tightly, veins bulging in his arms, as the vessel bobbed like a leaf amidst the colossal waves, on the verge of capsizing. If this continues, we won't survive long enough to escape the danger zone. Lin Xiaoyu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that conventional navigation methods were insufficient. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and activated the undercurrent manipulation skill, a technique he had previously employed against pirates, capable of altering the water flow direction in localized sea areas. Perhaps, in confronting the monstrous waves invoked by the typhoon, he could create a relatively stable passage for the fishing vessel by manipulating the undercurrents. Undercurrent manipulation skill successfully activated. Current controllable range, 500 meters, energy consumption, 1,000 per minute. The system has synchronized to adjust the undercurrent direction, assisting the fishing vessel in stabilizing its course. As the skill activated, Lin Xiaoyu could distinctly feel the changes in the surrounding water currents. He concentrated his thoughts, guiding the undercurrents within a 500-meter radius to form a barrier of water, shielding the left side of the fishing vessel. The massive waves that had been surging towards the left side of the boat noticeably slowed under the influence of the undercurrent, and their heights diminished considerably. Simultaneously, he directed an upward undercurrent to support the vessel's bottom, reducing the pitching motion amid the towering waves. It's working. The vessel has stabilized significantly. Liu Yang exclaimed with joy, as the previously tilted fishing boat gradually regained its equilibrium. Though still bobbing, it could now maintain a stable course. Lin, your skill is incredible. Lin Xiaoyu remained vigilant, continuing to sustain the undercurrent manipulation while closely monitoring the system's real-time updates on the typhoon's route. The system continuously adjusted the evasion plan, updating the optimal course every 5 minutes based on the typhoon's changing speed. Lina assisted, converting the wind direction and wave height data provided by the system into navigational parameters, relaying to Liu Yang. The core area of the typhoon has shifted 2 kilometers northeast. The system suggests a slight adjustment to the course, correcting 3 degrees towards the southeast-northeast direction, which could further shorten the evasion time. Chapter 97. System protecting the vessel. Liu Yang immediately adjusted the course as advised. Guided by the undercurrents and the system's direction, the fishing vessel maneuvered like a nimble fish amidst the towering waves. Although the waves on the deck remained tumultuous, they no longer possessed the force to capsize the fishing boat. Within the cabin, the crew clung tightly to secure fixtures, their expressions shifting from fear to relief, knowing that with Lin Xiaoyu and the system, they would surely escape safely. After 30 minutes, the fishing vessel finally reached the safety zone indicated by the system. Lin Xiaoyu deactivated the undercurrent manipulation skill and collapsed into the chair in the cabin. His forehead slick with cold sweat. The past 30 minutes had nearly exhausted all his energy, and the system's energy value had decreased by 300 points, from 16,180 to 13180. Yet, as he gazed out the window, a sense of accomplishment surged within him. The distant dark clouds still raged, but the area surrounding the fishing vessel had calmed. The wave heights dropping below 3 meters, and a faint glimmer of light pierced through the sky. We did it. We avoided the core area of the typhoon. Lina shouted excitedly as she looked at the meteorological radar. The typhoon is moving northeast and will no longer affect us. Upon hearing this news, the crew emerged from the cabin, gazing at the gradually tranquil sea, smiles of relief spreading across their faces. Old Zhou approached Lin Xiaoyu, handing him a bottle of water. Lin, we owe our survival to you and the system. Otherwise, we would have perished in this typhoon. Lin Xiaoyu accepted the water, taking a sip and feeling his strength gradually return. He pulled out his phone to check the storm follow-up notifications on the system panel. The host successfully utilized the undercurrent manipulation skill and the system's storm warning to evade the super typhoon Haiyan, completing the temporary task of storm evasion and receiving rewards, skill enhancement. The range of undercurrent manipulation has expanded to 1,000 meters, energy consumption reduced by 50. And a new effect, wave buffering, has been added, capable of forming a 50-meter buffer undercurrent around the fishing vessel, diminishing the impact of massive waves. Resource rewards, system energy value, 2,000. Unlocking the storm emergency system, equipment upgrade. The fishing vessel's defense system has been automatically upgraded, with anti-wave cushioning plates installed on the deck. An enhanced waterproof ceiling in the cabin, capable of withstanding direct impacts from 12-level typhoons. System notification, summer typhoons are frequent in the South China Sea. It is recommended that the host regularly upgrade the fishing vessel's storm resistance capabilities and enhance crew emergency training to ensure safety during every voyage. Lin Xiaoyu pocketed his phone and turned to the team members, saying, "This encounter with the typhoon, though perilous, has honed our emergency responsibilities. And the system and vessel equipment have also been upgraded. In the future, when faced with similar situations, we will be able to respond with greater composure." The fishing vessel rested in the safety zone for an hour, and after the sea completely calmed, it set sail once more. As the sun dipped low in the west, golden rays illuminated the surface of the sea, stretching the shadow of the fishing vessel long across the water. Lin Xiaoyu stood atop the bridge, gazing towards the distant direction of Wanhai village, her heart brimming with anticipation. This journey not only accomplished the sampling mission, but also successfully navigated through a formidable typhoon. More importantly, the team's cohesiveness and crisis management abilities had ascended to a new echelon. At 8 p.m. that evening, the ocean explorer arrived safely at the new dock of Wanhai village. The villagers had been waiting there, and upon witnessing the fishing vessel's safe return, they flocked to greet them with warm inquiries. The village's former secretary grasped Lin Xiaoyu's hand, expressing heartfelt sentiments. "We heard you encountered a powerful typhoon. The entire village was worried for your safety. It is a relief to have you back." Lin Xiaoyu, observing the villagers' concerned gazes, felt a warmth envelop her heart. She understood that whether it was the previous encounters with pirates, the exploration of sunken ships, or this time's typhoon evasion, each challenge represented an opportunity for the team to grow. Wanhai village would always remain their most steadfast support. Under the night sky, Wanhai village glistened with vibrant lights, and laughter resonated from the seafood restaurant by the dock. Standing on the pier, Lin Xiaoyu looked out over the tranquil sea and the lively village, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She knew that in future voyages, they would inevitably face more unknown challenges. However, as long as they had systematic support, team collaboration, and the backing of Wanhai village, there would be no difficulty they could not surmount, no storm they could not weather. The South China Sea, post-Typhoon Haiyan, had regained its former serenity. The azure waters were crystal clear, with sunlight streaming through the surface, casting dappled shadows on the seabed. After 2 days of maintenance, the ocean explorer departed once more from the Wanhai village dock. This time, the mission was to conduct a survey of deep-sea coral reefs, commissioned by the South China Sea Ecological Protection Center, while simultaneously monitoring the growth conditions of the deep-sea ambergris grass in its protective reserve. On the deck, Lina was calibrating the newly upgraded deep-sea detection equipment, with the screen displaying real-time data on seabed topography and biological distribution. Lin, after the emergency upgrades following the typhoon, the detection depth has been enhanced from 2,500 meters to 4,000 meters, and a new artifact signal recognition feature has been added. If there are any sunken ships or artifacts nearby, their locations will be automatically marked. She pointed to the parameters on the screen, her tone filled with excitement. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, activating deep-sea vision to survey the seabed. At 4,000 meters, darkness enveloped the surroundings, yet under the influence of deep-sea vision, the coral reefs, schools of fish, and even rocks buried in the sediment became distinctly visible. This survey would encompass a vast expanse of sea from the Yongla Atoll to the Shisha Islands, with a focus on assessing the health of the coral reefs and ecological changes surrounding the deep-sea ambergris grass. The fishing vessel navigated slowly along the predetermined route in the South China Sea. Liu Yang controlled the unmanned submersible, working in tandem with Li Na's detection equipment to perform a comprehensive scan of the seabed. Old Zhou led the crew in deploying ecological monitoring buoys at regular intervals, collecting real-time data on seawater temperature, salinity, and pH levels to support the subsequent ecological protection report. However, as the vessel sailed into an unexplored deep-sea area near the Shisha Islands, the detection equipment suddenly emitted a series of urgent alarms. Li Na focused intently on the screen, her expression turning grave. "Lin, we have detected an anomalous signal at a depth of 4,000 meters. There is a significant response from a vast area of metallic and wooden structures, spanning at least 10 square kilometers. This does not appear to be a naturally occurring geological formation." Lin Xiaoyu felt a jolt of excitement and immediately approached the detection equipment. On the screen, a conspicuous red-marked area stood out, with dense signal points scattered throughout the seabed sediment, faint outlines of a ship's hull becoming discernible. He activated deep-sea vision, attempting to gain clarity on the situation at 4,000 meters. Yet, even with deep-sea vision, this depth approached the limits of capability, allowing only a vague view of a large accumulation of objects, with specific details eluding him. At that moment, the system's notification tone echoed in his mind, distinct from previous task alerts, now imbued with a sense of warming up. Detected signals from a supermassive deep-sea shipwreck cluster. The current detection area contains at least 20 ancient shipwrecks, dating from the Song to the Ming dynasties, encompassing various types such as merchant and official vessels, presumed to be a significant shipwreck area along the ancient maritime Silk Road. Current system-level detection permissions insufficient. Level 4 deep-sea vision's maximum effective depth is 3,500 meters. Unable to clearly observe the details of the 4,000-meter deep shipwreck cluster. Existing detection equipment and skills can only mark the approximate range of the shipwreck cluster, not accurately locate artifact distribution or assess the condition of the hull. Unlocking complete detection permissions requires the system to upgrade to Level 5 and activate the exclusive skill Deep Sea Panoramic Detection. Conditions for System Level 5 upgrade. Accumulation of energy values. Require a total of 50,000 energy points. Completion of core tasks. Must complete 3 main tasks in Deep Sea Secret Realm Exploration. Resource unlocking. Must discover at least 1 new Deep Sea strategic resource. 20 ancient shipwrecks? From the Song to the Ming dynasties? Lin Xiaoyu stared in disbelief at the system notification, her heart racing. She had read in history books that the maritime Silk Road from the Song to the Ming dynasties made the South China Sea a vital trade route, with countless merchant ships laden with porcelain, silk, and tea heading to Southeast Asia and Europe, many of which met their fate due to storms, pirates, and other calamities, sinking into the depths of the South China Sea. Yet, no one had ever discovered such a massive cluster of shipwrecks. This was undoubtedly a monumental discovery that could astound the world. "Lin, what's wrong? Did you discover something?" Li Na noticed Lin Xiaoyu's unusual demeanor and inquired with curiosity. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath and briefly conveyed the system's information to her team members. Below lies a supermassive shipwreck cluster, with at least 20 ancient shipwrecks from the Song to Ming dynasties. If we can conduct a complete survey, it would hold tremendous significance for studying the history of the maritime Silk Road. However, our current system level is insufficient. We need to upgrade to Level 5 to unlock complete detection permissions. The team members erupted with excitement. Chen Ming animatedly waved his phone. 20 ancient shipwrecks. If we could make a documentary about this, it would surely captivate the world. At that point, our reputation for Wanghai fishing would extend far beyond our borders. Old Zhou chimed in enthusiastically. In the Song Dynasty shipwrecks, there might be entire collections of Song Dynasty porcelain, which would be even more precious than the blue and white porcelain king. Liu Yang, ever the pragmatist, posed a calm question. The system's Level 5 upgrade requires energy accumulation and task completion. Where should we start? Lin Xiaoyu opened the system panel, meticulously reviewing the upgrade conditions. First, we must accumulate energy values. The current Level 4 energy cap is 20,000 points, and we currently have only 15,180 points. We must first complete tasks to raise the cap, and then gather sufficient energy. Second, we need to trigger and complete the remaining main tasks for Deep Sea Secret Realm Exploration. Finally, We must discover new deep-sea strategic resources. After deliberation, the team formulated a detailed Level 5 warming plan. Step 1. Continue advancing the deep-sea coral reef survey while expanding the detection range to search for new deep-sea resources and trigger the main tasks for deep-sea secret realm exploration. Step 2. Leverage the collaboration project with deep-sea ambergris grass to participate in the National Pharmaceutical Group's deep-sea drug development, acquiring energy values through technical support. Step 3. Utilize Wanghai Village's rural tourism platform to conduct South China Sea cultural science popularization activities, enhancing public awareness of the historical culture of the South China Sea, indirectly promoting the protection and study of the shipwreck cluster, and earning system prestige rewards to increase the energy cap. Once the plan was set in motion, the team sprang into action. Lin meticulously recalibrated the exploration route, expanding the range to the vast maritime expanse between the Xisha Islands and Nansha Islands. With a keen focus on geologically complex areas that may harbor rare minerals, Liu Yang operated the unmanned submersible, delving into the depths of 4,000 meters. Although the intricate details of the sunken ship clusters remained obscured, he successfully collected a plethora of seabed sediment samples, thus providing essential data for subsequent resource analysis. In a collaborative project concerning deep-sea ambrosia, Lin Xiaoyu's team, leveraging their deep-sea vision, assisted China National Pharmaceutical Group in discovering a companion plant of the deep-sea ambrosia, a species of deep-sea gelidium capable of secreting antibacterial substances. The antibacterial efficacy of this algae is tenfold that of ordinary deep-sea varieties, holding promise for the development of a novel antibiotic. This discovery not only charted new directions for pharmaceutical research, but also earned the team a substantial reward of 8,000 energy points, elevating their current energy value to 2,318,025,000. The South China Sea cultural science popularization activities in Wanghai Village also yielded remarkable success. Chun Ming organized a themed exhibition on the Maritime Silk Road, showcasing Song Dynasty porcelain and Ming Dynasty ship models borrowed from museums within the Marine Experience Center, alongside a video highlighting the team's deep-sea exploration endeavors. The event attracted numerous visitors, including a host of historians and archaeological experts who traveled to Wanghai Village to engage with the team regarding the research significance of the sunken ship clusters. This initiative not only enhanced Wanghai Village's tourism profile, but also granted the team a cultural dissemination reward from the system, further augmenting their energy cap to 30,000 points. A week later, as the fishing vessel navigated the waters near the Nansha Islands, the detection equipment relayed exhilarating news once more. Lina, fixated on the screen, exclaimed excitedly, "Lin, we've made a discovery. At a depth of 3,800 meters, signals indicating a substantial presence of natural gas hydrates were detected, with an estimated reserve exceeding 10 million cubic meters, tenfold that of the previously identified small mineral belt." Lin Xiaoyu promptly activated his deep-sea vision and indeed observed vast expanses of white, combustible ice crystals shimmering faintly in the sediment layers at 3,800 meters. As a novel clean energy source, combustible ice represents a strategic resource of great significance in deep-sea exploration, and this discovery perfectly aligns with the conditions for the system's fifth-tier upgrade and resource unlocking. Detection of deep-sea strategic resources completed, fulfilling the conditions for the system's fifth-tier upgrade and resource unlocking. Triggering the main quest, exploration of the deep-sea secret realm, ecological assessment of the combustible ice mineral belt. Task objective: conduct a comprehensive ecological assessment of the combustible ice mineral belt at 3,800 meters, analyze the impact of extraction on the surrounding marine environment, and formulate a scientifically sound protection and development plan. Task reward: completion will yield 12,000 energy points, elevate the fourth-tier energy cap to 40,000 points, and unlock the resource development simulation skill. Gazing at the system notification, Lin Xiaoyu felt a surge of anticipation. With the current energy value at 23,180 points, completion of this task would elevate it to 35,180 points, bringing them ever closer to the fifth-tier upgrade goal of 50,000 points. More significantly, as they continued to delve into the deep-sea resources and historical culture of the South China Sea, the influence of Wanghai fishing and hunting was steadily expanding, transforming from an initial fishing team into a comprehensive entity integrating ecological protection, cultural artifact research, and resource development. As dusk fell, the fishing vessel anchored near the combustible ice mineral belt. Lin Xiaoyu stood on the deck, gazing across the distant horizon, where the setting sun bathed the waters in a golden hue. He retrieved his mobile phone, checking the progress of the fifth-tier system upgrade. System fifth-tier upgrade progress. Energy value accumulation. 3. 518, 050, 000. Core tasks completed. 13. Resources unlocked. 11. System preheat notification. The 5th tier unlocking is now in a critical phase. It is advisable to prioritize the completion of the ecological assessment task for the combustible ice mineral belt, while simultaneously expanding the detection range around the sunken ship clusters, as this may trigger the final main quest of the deep-sea secret realm exploration. Upon unlocking the 5th tier system, core skills such as precise resource development for deep-sea panoramic detection will be acquired, aiding in a comprehensive investigation of the sunken ship clusters and the full protection and utilization of South China Sea deep-sea resources and culture. Lin Xiaoyu put away his phone and turned to his team members, declaring, "We are nearing the 5th tier system upgrade. Once we complete the ecological assessment of the combustible ice mineral belt and trigger the final main quest, we will unlock full permissions for investigating the sunken ship clusters. At that point, we will not only unveil the mysteries of these ancient vessels, but also contribute significantly to the historical and cultural research and ecological protection of the South China Sea." In the early morning of Wanghai Village, the sea breeze carried the scent of moisture, caressing the pristine hull of the ocean explorer. Lin Xiaoyu stood at the dock, clutching 2 gilded certificates, one awarded by the National Oceanic Administration for transnational deep-sea fishing qualifications, and the other approved by the National Cultural Heritage Administration for transnational underwater artifact exploration qualifications. These certificates signified that the Wanghai Fishing and Hunting Studio had officially obtained the qualification to venture beyond the South China Sea into international waters, thereby opening the door for the team to explore ancient shipwrecks in Southeast Asian seas. "It's finally approved," Chun Ming panted as he rushed to the dock, clutching freshly printed historical materials on the Southeast Asian seas. "Lin, look." According to historical records, the Southeast Asian waters were a crucial hub of the ancient maritime Silk Road. From the Han Dynasty to the Yuan Dynasty, countless Chinese merchant ships passed through here en route to the Indian Ocean, with at least hundreds of vessels sinking in these waters, many laden with Han Dynasty bronze, Tang Dynasty Sankai ceramics, and Song Dynasty celadon. Lin Xiaoyu accepted the materials, his gaze resting on a yellowed ancient navigational map. The map marked locations such as the ancient port of Funan and the area of Sanfoki, which now belong to Cambodia and Indonesia, respectively, precisely where the records indicated a concentration of shipwrecks. These waters not only potentially contain even older wrecks, but may also preserve undiscovered historical artifacts, rendering them more valuable for researching the origins and development of the maritime Silk Road than the Song and Ming dynasty shipwreck clusters previously uncovered. Pointing to the marked locations on the map, his voice brimmed with anticipation. News of the transnational qualifications quickly spread throughout Wanghai Village. Villagers gathered spontaneously at the dock to bid farewell to the team embarking on their journey. The village head held Lin Xiaoyu's hand, presenting a banner embroidered with Wanghai Fishing and Hunting. "Xiaoyu, your expedition to Southeast Asia is not merely to explore shipwrecks, but also to share our Chinese marine culture with the world. Wishing you a safe and successful journey. And may you bring honor to our hometown." The team members were already well prepared. Lina upgraded all detection equipment, adding multilingual interfaces and an internationally recognized artifact identification system. She also engaged Southeast Asian marine history experts to provide online training for the team, elucidating the geological characteristics and historical context of the local waters. Liu Yang conducted a comprehensive overhaul of the Ocean Explorer, equipping it with international maritime satellite communication devices and a multinational crew living area to ensure operational efficacy in foreign waters. Old Zhou procured an array of fishing gear suitable for Southeast Asian waters and deep-sea sampling equipment, alongside ample fresh water and provisions to support long-term voyages. In the week leading up to their departure, the team established collaborative relationships with marine management departments and archaeological institutions across several Southeast Asian nations. The director of the National Museum of Cambodia sent a video invitation, proposing that the Wanghai Fishing and Hunting team jointly investigate the Han Dynasty shipwrecks near the ancient port of Funan, promising local archaeological expertise and vessel support. Meanwhile, Indonesia's Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries granted exploration permissions in the Sanfoki waters, allowing the team to conduct deep-sea investigations in designated areas, contingent upon collaborative research on any artifacts discovered, with some precious items to be exhibited in local museums. In this multinational expedition, the aim transcends merely uncovering shipwreck artifacts. It encompasses fostering cultural exchange and ecological preservation. Lin Xiaoyu, during the mobilization meeting prior to departure, underscored the necessity of respecting local laws, regulations, and cultural customs, advocating for transparency with partners, and ensuring that this exploration serves as a bridge for maritime cultural dialogue between nations, rather than a mere exercise in resource extraction. On the day of departure, the pier at Wanghai village was thronged with villagers bidding farewell, with the resonant sound of a long horn. The ocean explorer gradually departed from the dock, setting its course towards the seas of Southeast Asia. As fishing boats traversed the vast expanse of the South China Sea, Lin Xiaoyu stood atop the control room, gazing at the receding Wanghai village, her heart brimming with sentiment. From the humble beginnings of a small fishing vessel to the current multinational exploration team, every step of Wanghai fishing and hunting's growth is inextricably linked to the team's dedication and the support of the nation. After 3 days of navigation, the ocean explorer arrived at the waters near the ancient port of Funan in Cambodia. This location once served as a vital harbor along the maritime Silk Road during the Han Dynasty. Historical records indicate that in the 2nd century AD, envoys of the Eastern Han Dynasty traveled here aboard merchant ships en route to various Southeast Asian nations, with many vessels succumbing to storms or hidden reefs in surrounding waters. Lina promptly activated the detection equipment, and the screen quickly displayed the seabed topography data. Lingu, we've detected an anomaly, she exclaimed, pointing at the screen. At a depth of 2,000 meters, there was a significant metallic structure response, resembling the keel of an ancient vessel, surrounded by an abundance of ceramic fragments. Lin Xiaoyu activated the deep-sea vision and peered into the depths of the 2,000-meter abyss. Under the influence of this technology, the seabed became vividly visible. A 20-meter-long wooden keel lay quietly amidst the sediment, surrounded by numerous shattered ceramic fragments, clearly indicative of Han Dynasty Celadon. Alongside several corroded copper coins, faint inscriptions of Wuzhou discernible. Chapter 101, Target Southeast Asia. It's a Han Dynasty shipwreck, Lin Xiaoyu declared with excitement. Judging by the length of the keel, the vessel must have been at least 25 meters long, likely a large merchant ship of that era, possibly laden with intact Han Dynasty artifacts. The team immediately commenced preliminary exploration. Liu Yang maneuvered the unmanned submersible, gently descending to the 2,000-meter depth to capture close-up footage of the wreck. The submersible's camera revealed breathtaking scenes within the ship's cabin area. Although the wooden structures had largely decayed, several complete celadon bowls and ceramic jars were nestled in the sediment, alongside a suspected Han Dynasty bronze ding, half buried and adorned with a thick layer of patina, yet still revealing exquisite designs. Archaeological experts from the Cambodia National Museum, watching the submersible footage via satellite, were overwhelmed with excitement, their voices trembling. This is the first time we have discovered such a well-preserved Han Dynasty shipwreck in the waters of Funan. These artifacts hold immeasurable value for studying trade relations between the Han Dynasty and Southeast Asia, in accordance with previously established agreements. The team collaborated with Cambodian archaeological experts to devise a detailed exploration plan. First, to create an accurate map of the wreckage, marking the distribution of artifacts. Second, to collect a small number of ceramic fragments and coin samples for dating. Third, to assess the wreck's preservation condition and formulate subsequent protection and salvage strategies. During the exploration, Lin Xiaoyu's team unexpectedly uncovered a significant clue. The sediment surrounding the shipwreck contained a wealth of ancient spice residues. Testing revealed that these spices originated from India and Arabia, indicating that this Han Dynasty merchant ship not only transported goods from China to Southeast Asia, but may also have engaged in international trade, bringing back spices from Southeast Asia and jewels from India, thereby substantiating the scale of cross-national trade along the Han Dynasty's maritime Silk Road. This discovery invigorated the team. Chunming immediately commenced a live broadcast, showcasing the exploration process of the Han Dynasty shipwreck and the artifacts discovered, with online viewership swiftly surpassing 10 million. Viewers eagerly commented, "Wanghai fishing and hunting is phenomenal." They ventured to Southeast Asia to uncover a Han Dynasty shipwreck. Han Dynasty Celadon, a national treasure. We hope it can be well preserved, allowing more people to witness our ancient maritime civilization. As the exploration deepened, the team also detected signals from 2 additional ancient shipwrecks in the Funan waters, dating to the Tang and Song dynasties, further affirming this region as a significant shipwreck area along the ancient maritime Silk Road. Lin Xiaoyu understood that this was merely the beginning of their exploration in Southeast Asia. Within the broader expanse of the Southeast Asian seas lay countless undiscovered shipwreck remnants, awaiting their investigation. In the evening, the ocean explorer anchored in the Funan waters, preparing to overnight. Lin Xiaoyu stood on the deck, gazing at the distant coastline of Cambodia, the sunset casting a golden hue upon the waters. She retrieved her phone, accessed the system panel, and a new notification appeared. The host team has acquired multinational qualifications, successfully discovering Han Dynasty shipwreck relics in the Southeast Asian waters. completing the cross-national cultural exploration side mission, and earning substantial rewards. Reward details: title upgrade, rural revitalization leader and multinational marine explorer. Resource reward, system energy value 10,000. Unlocking the international cooperation coordination skill. Equipment upgrade. Detection equipment now includes ancient civilization signal recognition functionality, allowing for precise identification of artifacts from different dynasties and regions. Enhancing shipwreck exploration efficiency. System notification. The Southeast Asian waters are rich in shipwreck relics. It is recommended that the host team deepen collaboration with local partners to conduct systematic exploration while emphasizing artifact protection and cultural exchange. To accumulate experience and energy values for subsequent unlocking of the 5-tier system and exploration of super-large shipwreck clusters. Lin Xiaoyu put away her phone and turned to her team members, stating, "The exploration of the Southeast Asian waters has only just begun. Here lie older shipwrecks, richer historical cultures, and greater challenges. However, I firmly believe that as long as we persist in balancing preservation with exploration and strengthen international cooperation, we will undoubtedly uncover more historical treasures here, making significant contributions to the study of the Maritime Silk Road." Chapter 102, Southeast Asian Fishing Grounds. Following the preliminary exploration of the Han Dynasty shipwreck in the Funan waters, the ocean explorer proceeded as planned to the fishing grounds of Kampong Province near Cambodia. This area is renowned in Southeast Asia for its tropical catches, producing prized seafood such as coral trout, king crabs, and giant groupers, serving as a crucial resupply station for the team's multinational journey. It not only replenishes fresh catches to stock ingredients for subsequent deep-sea exploration, but also provides an opportunity to gain insights into local fishery resources and exchange fishing experiences with local fishermen. In the early morning at the Kampong Province fishing grounds, the sea shimmered with a gentle golden light as dozens of wooden fishing boats gradually departed the harbor. The shouts of fishermen, the sounds of nets being dragged, and the crashing waves blended into a vibrant symphony of the tropical fishing community. Lin Xiaoyu stood in the control room, observing the lively scene before her, and couldn't help but reminisce about the early days of Wanghai village. Similarly reliant on the sea, yet characterized by distinctly different fishing cultures due to geographical disparities. Lin Gu, WVE detected a school of fish signal 10 nautical miles ahead. With a high density, likely the habitat of coral trout, Lina intently focused on the fish finder screen, her fingers deftly maneuvering the keyboard. Depth, 80 meters. Water temperature, 28 degrees, perfect for the active zone of tropical reef fish. Old Joe was already rolling up his sleeves, directing the crew to prepare the specialized longline fishing gear. Coral trout in the Southeast Asian waters typically inhabit the crevices of coral reefs, and traditional nets can easily damage coral. Longline fishing allows for precise capture while minimizing ecological harm. We must be cautious. Coral trout are quite feisty and struggle vigorously once hooked. Let us not let them slip away. Old Joe meticulously inspected the fishing lines while imparting instructions to the crew, emphasizing the delicate nature of the fish, which could perish if out of water for too long. He reminded them to prepare the live well so that any catch could be promptly placed inside for sustenance. The fishing vessel glided smoothly into the area teeming with fish, as Lu Yong skillfully maintained the ship's course, while the crew gently lowered the long line into the sea. At the end of the line dangled fresh squid bait, swaying alluringly above the coral reefs, enticing the elusive grouper hiding in the crevices. Before long, one of the lines suddenly tightened, and crew member Xiao Wang shouted in exhilaration, "We've got a bite. It's powerful, surely a big one." Old Joe rushed forward to assist, gripping the fishing rod firmly, leaning back as he engaged in a tug-of-war with the fish beneath the surface. The grouper thrashed violently in the water, the line humming under the strain, causing the boat to sway slightly. "Steady now, reel it in slowly. Wait until it tires before bringing it up." With his wealth of experience, Old Joe adjusted the tension while keenly observing the surface of the water. Approximately 10 minutes later, a vibrant red grouper, adorned with white spots and measuring nearly 60 centimeters in length, was finally pulled from the depths, its weight exceeding 5 kilograms, glimmering brilliantly under the sun. A sight that ignited covetous desires. What a magnificent specimen. Such a grouper could fetch several thousand yuan in the domestic market. Chen Ming, holding his phone, began a live broadcast, the camera fixated on the grouper, igniting a frenzy in the chat room. "Family, do you see this? This is the wild grouper from the Southeast Asian waters. Its flesh exceptionally tender. A mere steaming will leave you craving for more." The subsequent hours yielded a bountiful harvest for the team. Not only did they reel in over 20 grouper of varying sizes, but they also fortuitously captured 2 emperor crabs, each as large as a basin, their shells formidable and claws robust, weighing in at over 10 kilograms during the weigh-in. The crew handled the emperor crabs with utmost care, wary of their sharp pincers. The most thrilling discovery was made by Liu Yang, who, while maneuvering the unmanned submersible to explore the coral reefs, uncovered a colossal grouper lurking beneath the rocks, measuring over 2 meters in length. After nearly an hour of effort with an underwater trapping device, they successfully captured it, tipping the scales at a staggering 150 kilograms, thereby setting a new record for the team's grouper catch. "This fish will suffice for several days of feasting for our entire crew," old Zhou exclaimed, beaming as he patted the massive grouper. Planning to prepare a grouper hot pot for everyone that evening, alongside steaming a few of the smaller groupers to savor the delights of tropical fishing. That afternoon, the Farsi explorer docked at a small pier in the Guangdong province fishing area to replenish fresh water and supplies. Upon arrival, several local fishermen curiously gathered around, marveling at the giant grouper and emperor crabs on board, exclaiming in halting Mandarin, "Such a big fish. You are impressive." Lin Xiaoyu greeted them with a smile, communicating through a translator. The leader of the fishermen, named Sunken, an experienced old fisherman whose ancestors had fished these waters, expressed keen interest upon learning that Lin Xiaoyu's team hailed from China and had discovered a Han Dynasty shipwreck nearby. He warmly invited them to his home to sample the local seafood delicacies. The team gladly accepted and followed Sunken to his fishing village. The village was modest, with homes lining the coastline, fishing nets hanging out to dry in yards, and catches piled in corners, the air thick with the mingling scents of seawater and dried fish. Sunken's wife had prepared a sumptuous seafood feast featuring grilled squid, pan-seared mackerel, curry crab, and the local specialty, a muck fish, steamed in banana leaves, exuding a rich coconut aroma. During the meal, Sunken regaled Lin Xiaoyu with tales of the local fishing culture. "Our fishermen have depended on the sea for sustenance for centuries. In the past, we fished with small wooden boats, seeking refuge at home during storms. With government assistance, we now have larger vessels and advanced equipment. Yet we adhere to the old ways. No catching of small fish, no destruction of coral, ensuring the sea remains bountiful." Lin Xiaoyu shared insights about the transformation and development of Wanhai Village, along with the team's ecological conservation efforts in the South China Sea. When Sunken saw photos of the new pier, goose houses, and marine experience center in Wanhai Village on Lin Xiaoyu's phone, envy sparkled in his eyes. "Your village is truly beautiful. If only our fishing village could be like that, we would surely attract many visitors." By steadfastly protecting the ecosystem and judiciously developing resources, your fishing village too can flourish, Lin Xiaoyu replied with a smile, inviting Sunken to visit Wanhai Village in the future to exchange experiences in fisheries and tourism development. After the meal, Sunken took the team on a tour of the local fish market, which buzzed with activity, stalls overflowing with an array of tropical catches, vibrant parrotfish, petite sardines, and spiny sea urchins, as fishermen vociferously haggled with tourists. Seizing the opportunity, Chunming initiated a live broadcast, showcasing the charm of the Southeast Asian fish market to viewers back home, purchasing a variety of local dried seafood as gifts for the villagers of Wanhai. Through their interactions with the local fishermen, Lin Xiaoyu's team gleaned numerous practical fishing techniques, such as utilizing the tidal patterns of the tropical waters to catch fish near the coral reefs during high tide, and crafting simple fish attractors from coconut leaves to draw in tropical fish shoals. Sunken learned about the use of deep-sea exploration equipment from the team, hoping to leverage technology to locate fish schools more accurately, reducing indiscriminate fishing. As dusk approached and the team prepared to depart the fishing village, Sunken generously presented them with several baskets of fresh coconuts and mangoes. "These are our local specialties. Take them home and enjoy. When you return to Southeast Asia, you must visit our fishing village." Lin Xiaoyu accepted the gifts gratefully, firmly shaking Sunken's hand. "Absolutely. We must collaborate to protect these waters and share the richness of Southeast Asian fishing culture with more people." As the Farsi explorer set sail once more, the sun slowly dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in vivid shades of orange and red. The crew stood on deck, savoring fresh coconuts, reminiscing about the day's time spent in the fishing village. Chunming, glancing at the live broadcast statistics, exclaimed, "Lin Ge. Today's fish market livestream attracted over 5 million viewers. Many netizens are asking about tourism in Guangdong province. We've effectively promoted local tourism." Lin Xiaoyu pulled out his phone, accessing the system panel, which displayed a new notification. The host team has captured rare tropical fish in the Southeast Asian waters and engaged in cultural exchanges with local fishermen, completing the cross-border fishery interaction side quest and receiving rewards. Title upgrade: Cross-border Marine Explorer, Guardian of Tropical Fishery Resources, Resource Reward, System Energy Value 5,000. Unlock Tropical Ecological Protection Skill, Cooperative Reward, Triggered Intention for China-Cambodia Fishery Cooperation. The Cambodian Fishery Department will invite the Wanhai fishing team to jointly conduct a survey of tropical fishery resources and ecological protection projects. System notification. The conditions for the 5th-tier system upgrade have been met. Remaining conditions include completing 2 deep-sea, secret exploration main quests. It is recommended that the host team expedite the exploration of sunken ships in Southeast Asia to trigger and complete the final main quest, unlocking the 5th-tier system. Upon reading the system notification, Lin Xiaoyu was filled with excitement. The energy value had finally met the requirements for a 5th-tier upgrade, bringing him closer to unlocking the deep-sea panoramic detection skill and exploring the colossal shipwreck clusters. He turned to his team members and declared, "Next, we must accelerate the sunken ship exploration process to complete the final main quest and unlock the 5th-tier system. At the same time, we should advance our fishery cooperation with Cambodia so that this cross-border exploration yields not only artifacts and fish catches, but also friendships and collaborative outcomes." The team members responded in unison, their eyes brimming with anticipation. In the Southeast Asian waters under the night sky, where stars twinkle brilliantly, the lights of the vessel Ocean Explorer flicker upon the surface of the sea, as if gathering strength for the forthcoming 5th-tier system upgrade and deeper multinational exploration. Lin Xiaoyu is aware that this transnational maritime expedition is laden with even more surprises and challenges awaiting them. Chapter 104. An encounter with a Chinese shipowner. After replenishing supplies in the fishing grounds of Guangdong Province, the Ocean Explorer was preparing to set sail towards the waters of the Sunda Strait in Indonesia to continue its exploration of sunken ships when a familiar melody in Chinese drifted across the sea, a song that resonates with memories. A great river flows wide. The wind carries the fragrance of rice blossoms on both banks. Following the sound, Lin Xiaoyu spotted a medium-sized cargo ship adorned with the Chinese flag gradually approaching their fishing vessel, its hull emblazoned with the striking red characters menu. "It's a Chinese ship," Chun Ming exclaimed with excitement, waving his hand. The crew aboard responded enthusiastically to the commotion. Soon, the menu docked alongside the Ocean Explorer, and a middle-aged man clad in blue work attire with slightly graying hair stepped onto the deck, calling out in a Fujian-accented Chinese, "You're a fishing vessel from China, aren't you?" It's truly heartwarming to encounter fellow countrymen in these Southeast Asian waters. Lin Xiaoyu approached with a smile and extended her hand to the man. "Hello. We are the fishing and hunting team from Wanhai Village in China, currently exploring ancient shipwrecks in this area. May I ask your name?" "My name is Chen Jiangwo. From Quanzhou, Fujian. This ship is used for trade in Southeast Asia, primarily transporting daily necessities from China and bringing back local rubber and spices." Chen Jiangwo replied with a hearty laugh, his eyes filled with curiosity as he glanced at the detection equipment aboard the Ocean Explorer. "So, you are engaged in shipwreck exploration?" "I've been navigating these waters for over 20 years and have heard many legends about ancient shipwrecks." His words immediately piqued the team's interest. Lin Xiaoyu invited Chen Jiangwo aboard the Ocean Explorer, where they brewed a pot of Fujian Tiguanyin tea, seated beneath the sunshade on the deck. They listened as Chen Jiangwo recounted tales of the Southeast Asian seas. "My grandfather was also a mariner. In his youth, he fished near the waters of Malaysia and once saw a massive wooden structure lying beneath the waves, adorned with a rusty iron anchor. The elders used to say it was an ancient shipwreck." Chen Jiangwo took a sip of tea, his gaze lost in memories. Unfortunately, there were no advanced tools back then to investigate. As time passed and the sea eroded, the traces of that shipwreck have become increasingly faint. Lina promptly produced a map of the Southeast Asian waters, presenting it to Chen Jiangwo. "Mr. Chen, do you remember approximately where your grandfather mentioned that area was located? We have professional detection equipment and might be able to locate that ancient shipwreck." Chen Jiangwo accepted the map, carefully tracing his finger along its surface. "It should be near the Black Rock Reef off the coast of Sumatra, Indonesia. That area is riddled with hidden reefs, and many merchant ships have encountered mishaps there. I visited it 10 years ago and even found a patterned shard of porcelain nearby. It didn't look modern, so I gave it to a friend at the Quanzhou Museum, who said it might be Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain." Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Lin Xiaoyu felt a spark of excitement. The Black Rock Reef area is indeed close to the Sunda Strait, and the Ming Dynasty was a significant period for Zheng He's maritime expeditions. "Is it possible that vessels related to Zheng He's fleet lie dormant there?" She quickly inquired. "Mr. Chen, do you have any other clues about that area? For instance, the size of the shipwreck or whether any artifacts have been discovered?" Chen Jiangwo pondered for a moment, then pulled out a weathered notebook from his pocket. "This is my grandfather's navigational diary, which contains some of his experiences at sea. There is a passage that mentions a massive shipwreck at the Black Rock Reef, entirely black, with the sound of bells when touched, and also includes a simple sketch of the shipwreck's location. I never thought much of it, but if you're interested, you can take a look. It might be helpful." Lin Xiaoyu carefully took the notebook and began to turn its yellowed pages. The neatly written characters in traditional Chinese, though some were faded, were still legible enough to grasp the overall content. One passage read, "In the 25th year of the Republic, while fishing at the Black Rock Reef, I saw a giant wooden structure lying underwater, approximately 10 zhang long, covered in copper nails, and when touched, it made a sound, as if there were porcelain scattered about. It is likely the remains of an ancient ship." Beside it was a simple sea chart marking the location of the Black Rock Reef and the approximate direction of the shipwreck. 10 zhang long, Lina exclaimed with excitement. Ming Dynasty sea vessels, especially those from Zheng He's fleet, could reach lengths of several zhang. This could very well be a ship from the era of Zheng He's voyages. If we can locate this shipwreck, it might contain a wealth of Ming Dynasty artifacts, or even documents chronicling the fleet's routes. Its historical value would be immeasurable. Seeing the enthusiasm of the group, Chun Jiangwo smiled in return. If you are indeed able to find this shipwreck, it would fulfill my grandfather's lifelong wish. He always wanted to know the origins of that giant ship beneath the sea, but sadly, he passed away without ever uncovering the truth. He paused before adding, "By the way, the Black Rock Reef area is particularly treacherous, with numerous hidden reefs and complex currents. You must be cautious during your explorations. I can draw a detailed map of the reef distribution for you and recommend a few local guides who are familiar with the area to help you avoid unnecessary detours." Chapter 105, Discovering Clues. Lin Xiaoyu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much, Mr. Chun. With your clues and assistance, our exploration efforts will surely proceed much more smoothly. Once we locate the shipwreck, we will inform you at the earliest opportunity and invite you to witness this historic moment together." For the next half day, Chun Jingwo remained aboard the Ocean Explorer, providing the team with detailed insights about the Black Rock Reef area, where the clusters of reefs were located, which times the currents were most stable, and even teaching the crew methods to identify danger signals in tropical waters. He also reached out to local guides he knew on Sumatra, arranging for them to meet the team upon their arrival. As evening approached, the menu prepared to set sail for Malaysia. Before parting, Chun Jingwo grasped Lin Xiaoyu's hand firmly. "I wish you all the best, and hope you find the shipwreck soon. As Chinese people abroad, we should help each other and carry forward our culture and history." "Absolutely. Once we complete our exploration, we shall meet again in Xuanzhou, and I will treat you to the finest tiguanyan." Lin Xiaoyu waved farewell to Chun Jingwo. Watching the menu gradually fade into the distance, her heart filled with emotion. In a foreign land, the camaraderie among compatriots is always so warm. And this serendipitous lead on the shipwreck has added a vibrant stroke to the team's Southeast Asian exploration journey. Upon returning to the cabin, Lin Xiaoyu gathered the team members and, based on the clues and the navigational diary provided by Chun Jingwo, devised a new exploration plan. Luyang. Adjust the fishing vessel's route according to Mr. Chin's reef distribution map, avoiding hazardous areas. Lina. Optimize the detection equipment parameters, focusing on the 2,000 to 3,000 meter deep sea region of the Black Rock Reef, searching for wooden and metal signals from Ming Dynasty vessels. Chen Ming. Compile historical materials on Zheng He's maritime expeditions, particularly the recorded routes of the fleet in Southeast Asian waters, to assist in subsequent artifact identification. The team members sprang into action, the cabin buzzing with activity. Lina scanned and archived the navigational diary left by Chun Jingwo's grandfather, comparing it with previously collected materials on Ming Dynasty maritime history, discovering that the location of the shipwreck recorded in the diary precisely coincided with the route taken by Zheng He's fleet during its third voyage to the west, further confirming the possibility that this might be a vessel from the Zheng He period. Chen Ming, meanwhile, shared the experience of encountering Chun Jingwo and obtaining the shipwreck clues with viewers in a live stream, showcasing the weathered navigational diary. The chat room erupted with excitement as viewers left comments. How incredible! They actually met a Chinese shipowner and received such precious clues. A shipwreck from Zheng He's voyages. If this can be found, it would undoubtedly be a monumental discovery of global significance. Go, ocean hunters, and strive to locate the sunken ship, allowing the world to witness the grandeur of ancient Chinese maritime civilization. In the dead of night, Lin Xiaoyu stood in the cockpit, gazing out at the inky expanse of the sea, activating his deep-sea vision to peer into the direction of the Blackstone Reef. Although the distance was great, obscuring the specific sights, he could sense that an exhilarating expedition was on the verge of unfolding. He retrieved his phone and opened the system panel, which indeed displayed a new notification. Detected crucial clues regarding a sunken ship from the Zheng He voyages, triggering the main quest, exploration of the Blackstone Reef shipwreck. Task objectives. Proceed to the Blackstone Reef area in Indonesia, achieve precise localization and initial exploration of the Zheng He period shipwreck, draft a structural diagram of the shipwreck. Mark significant artifact distribution areas, and assess the preservation condition of the hull. Task rewards. Completion will yield 8,000 energy points. Unlock all permissions of the 5th tier system. Activate the core skill of deep-sea panoramic detection and grant a specialized reward for ancient maritime civilization research, enhancing artifact identification and historical research capabilities. System notification. The environment of the Blackstone Reef area is complex, with numerous reefs and swift currents. It is advised that the team prepare thoroughly, utilizing tropical ecology protection skills to mitigate ecological risks and engage local guides to familiarize themselves with the maritime conditions, ensuring the safe and successful completion of the exploration task. Upon completing this task, the system will officially upgrade to the 5th tier, facilitating the team's investigation of supersized shipwreck clusters. With the system notification before him, Lin Xiaoyu was filled with anticipation. Once the Blackstone Reef shipwreck exploration task was completed, the system would upgrade to the 5th tier, unlocking the deep-sea panoramic detection skill. At that point, not only could the mysteries of the Zhenghe shipwrecks be unveiled, but the previously discovered Song and Ming shipwreck clusters could also be thoroughly examined, potentially uncovering even more unknown historical treasures. He turned to Lu Yang, who was adjusting the course, and said, "Accelerate our speed. We must reach the Blackstone Reef area by tomorrow morning. This time, we will locate the shipwreck from Zhenghe's voyages, allowing this glorious history to shine anew over the South China Sea." Lu Yang nodded vigorously, gradually pushing the throttle to its maximum. Chapter 106. Unlocking the 5th tier of the system. In the early morning, the Blackstone Reef area was enveloped in a thin veil of mist, with the outlines of Sumatra Island faintly visible in the distance. The vessel, Deep Sea Explorer, glided into the designated exploration zone, with the detection instruments on either side emitting rhythmic beeps, as if conversing with this slumbering sea that had lain dormant for 6 centuries. Local guide Amin had long awaited their arrival. He maneuvered a small fishing boat closer and, through the intercom, cautioned Lin Xiaoyu. "Mr. Lin, we are now at the core area of the Blackstone Reef. The underwater reefs are as sharp as knives. Be sure to follow my boat closely and do not deviate from the course." Lu Yang gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed on the radar screen, carefully adjusting the heading according to Amin's guidance. The fishing boat navigated slowly through the narrow channel, the hull occasionally producing faint scraping sounds as it brushed against the underwater coral reefs, sending beads of sweat to Lin Xiaoyu's palms. Meanwhile, Lina was intently operating the detection equipment, the screen continuously refreshing with seabed topography data, while red markers for the reefs densely populated the display, resembling a vast net encasing the Blackstone Reef area. "Brother Lin, we've detected a faint wooden signal at a depth of 2,500 meters, but the interference is strong, making it difficult to confirm if it is shipwreck debris." Lina's brow furrowed as her fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, attempting to filter out the signal interference caused by the reefs. The geological structure of the Blackstone Reef was too intricate, with signals from metallic reefs overlapping those from the ancient vessel components, complicating identification. Lin Xiaoyu nodded and approached the detection equipment. He activated his deep-sea vision, peering into the depths of 2,500 meters. Even with the 4th tier skill, he could only discern vague shadows, unable to ascertain whether they were reefs or shipwrecks. He took out his phone and checked the task progress on the system panel. The main quest of deep-sea secret realm exploration was 80 complete. With only the final step of accurately locating the shipwreck remaining, his energy points had accumulated to 50,180, far exceeding the requirements for the 5th tier upgrade. It seemed the time had come to unlock the 5th tier system. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath, mentally reciting system upgrade. In the next moment, the phone screen erupted with dazzling golden light. A warm flow of energy surged from the phone, enveloping him entirely. And a solemn and clear notification resonated in his mind. Detected that the host has completed 3 main tasks of deep-sea, secret realm exploration, with energy accumulation meeting the criteria. The system is officially upgraded to the 5th tier. 5th tier system core functions unlocked. Energy limit increase. Current energy limit raised to 100,000 points. Core skill activation. Unlocks the exclusive 5th tier skill, complete detection of shipwreck clusters. Permission expansion. Unlocks the Ancient Maritime Civilization database, which encompasses ancient shipwrecks and maritime history from around the globe, allowing for real-time comparison of detection data to assist in artifact identification and historical research. Equipment integration supports integration with top-tier international archaeological equipment, enabling real-time data sharing and remote control. With the activation of the skill, Lin Xiaoyu felt as though his eyes had been infused with renewed power. He gazed once more into the depths of the Blackstone Reef, and the scene before him underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously indistinct shadows became vividly clear, the seabed at 2,500 meters appeared illuminated by a colossal light, revealing a complete ancient shipwreck nestled among the coral reefs. Although parts of the hull were decayed, its massive scale remained evident, with copper nails glimmering faintly in the deep sea, and artifacts such as porcelain and iron objects piled up within the hull, clearly discernible. Even more astonishing, the complete detection of shipwreck clusters skill not only pinpointed this particular shipwreck, but also marked the locations of 5 additional ancient shipwrecks within a 10 square kilometer radius, forming a small shipwreck cluster. The era, hull length, and preservation condition of each shipwreck floated before Lin Xiaoyu in the form of data tags. One of them was indeed a government ship from the Zhenghe voyages, dated to the 12th year of the Yongle reign of the Ming dynasty, measuring 35 meters in length, with a preservation rate of 60. Organic signals suggesting the presence of silk and tea were detected within the hull. We found it. We truly found it. Lin Xiaoyu's voice trembled with excitement as he immediately instructed Li Na to adjust the detection equipment parameters. Li Na, lock the detection range at 23. 523 N, 99. 915 E, at a depth of 2,500 meters, and utilize the 5th tier system to link the equipment to generate a 3D panoramic model. Although Li Na had yet to fully grasp the situation, she promptly followed Lin Xiaoyu's directives. Minutes later, the detection equipment screen unveiled a breathtaking 3D panoramic image. A colossal Ming dynasty government ship gradually materialized in the deep sea, its structural design, mast remnants, and cabin layout clearly visible, even revealing neatly stacked blue and white porcelain jars, the intricate vine patterns on their surfaces vividly depicted. The surrounding 5 shipwrecks also manifested in the model, comprising a Song dynasty merchant vessel, a Yuan dynasty cargo ship, and 2 unidentified ancient ships, collectively forming a shipwreck cluster that spanned the Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties. Chapter 107, Complete Detection. My heavens, this is astonishingly clear. Chun Ming leaned closer to the screen, his eyes wide with astonishment. He immediately initiated a live broadcast, showcasing the 3D panoramic model to the audience, family and friends. We have successfully located the shipwreck cluster from the Zhenghe voyages. What you are witnessing now is the official ship of Zhenghe's fleet from 600 years ago. This is a world-class, significant discovery. In an instant, the live stream was flooded with comments such as, "Wow, this is incredible," and "the fishing and hunting from Wanghai is everlasting." The number of viewers surged beyond 20 million within a mere 10 minutes. Numerous historians and archaeological experts flocked to the comments section, requesting the team to share their detection data for collaborative research. Staff from the National Cultural Heritage Administration of China even reached out to Chun Ming, expressing a desire to swiftly initiate a joint archaeological project to conduct protective excavations of the sunken ship clusters. Local guide Amin ascended aboard the Ocean Explorer, and upon witnessing the 3D model of the shipwrecks displayed on the screen, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Having fished in these waters for decades, I never imagined there were so many ancient vessels resting on the seabed. The technology of the Chinese is truly remarkable." Lin Xiaoyu smiled and elucidated. "This is our latest detection technology, which not only locates shipwrecks, but also safeguards them from destruction. In the upcoming days, we will collaborate with archaeological experts from both China and Indonesia to conduct protective studies on these shipwrecks, enabling a greater understanding of the historical maritime Silk Road." The following day, the team embarked on a thorough exploration of the Black Rock Reef area, utilizing their skill in the comprehensive detection of shipwreck clusters. They not only pinpointed the precise locations of each vessel, but also collected sediment samples from around the wrecks, analyzing environmental data such as water currents and temperature to furnish detailed information for subsequent archaeological research. Li Na also employed the ancient maritime civilization database to compare the route of a Song dynasty merchant ship, which perfectly aligned with the historically recorded maritime ceramic route, further validating the significance of this area in ancient international trade. As evening descended, Lin Xiaoyu stood on the deck, gazing at the sunset over the Black Rock Reef. The golden sunlight filtered through the sea, casting a radiant glow upon the submerged ship cluster, as if illuminating 6 centuries of history that had lain dormant. He retrieved his phone to examine the details of the 5th tier skill on the system panel. 5th tier core skill, comprehensive detection of shipwreck clusters. Skill effects, extensive detection, covers a deep sea area of 500 square kilometers, capable of simultaneously marking the locations of over 100 shipwrecks. High precision modeling, generates an 11:1 scale 3D panoramic model with a resolution of 0.1 meters, allowing for clear identification of artifact details. Multidimensional analysis automatically detects the age of shipwrecks, the materials of the hulls, and the types and quantities of artifacts, generating detailed analytical reports. Ecological interaction concurrently assesses the ecological environment surrounding the shipwrecks, marking protective areas to avoid damage to the marine ecosystem during exploration. Data sharing supports real-time sharing of detection data with global archaeological institutions, enabling transnational collaborative research. Skill consumption: each complete detection consumes 5,000 energy points. Sustainable for 24 hours. When energy is insufficient, it automatically switches to basic detection mode. Upon reviewing the skill details, Lin Xiaoyu was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. The system's upgrade to the 5th tier not only endowed the team with the capacity to detect deep-sea shipwreck clusters, but also entrusted them with the vital responsibility of preserving ancient maritime civilization and passing down maritime culture. He understood that the discovery of the Black Rock Reef shipwreck cluster was merely the first unveiling of the 5th tier system. Within the broader expanse of the South China Sea and beyond, more undiscovered historical treasures awaited their exploration. That night, the ocean explorer anchored at the Black Rock Reef, and the team members gathered on the deck, feasting on the day's catch of East Star grouper while discussing future plans. Lina proposed the swift initiation of collaboration with archaeological institutions from China and Indonesia to commence shipwreck protection and research. Ming planned to produce a documentary about the shipwreck cluster to showcase the grandeur of the ancient maritime Silk Road to the world, while Lao Zhou and Liu Yang contemplated ways to optimize fishing vessel equipment to better support future deep-sea archaeology. Observing the vibrant team before him, Lin Xiaoyu was filled with emotion. From the small fishing boats of Wanhai village to now being part of a multinational team capable of detecting global deep-sea shipwrecks. From the system's basic functions at the 1st tier to the 5th tier's comprehensive detection of shipwreck clusters. Every step of Wanhai fishing and hunting's growth was rooted in the dedication and perseverance of the team. He stood up, raising his coconut water, and addressed everyone. The discovery of the Black Rock Reef shipwreck cluster is merely the beginning of our exploration into ancient maritime civilization. In the future, we shall harness the power of the 5th tier system to uncover more historical treasures resting in the deep sea, allowing Chinese maritime culture to reach the world and enabling more people to appreciate the glory of the ancient maritime Silk Road.